have another laboratory that is looking at genomics called IGIB, and a particular lab called Microbial Technology Lab, IMTech. And, there are IIIM, which is integrated medicine. So there are many labs across, and there are approximately 7 to 8 labs which are core working on biology aspects. In addition to that, there are many labs which peripherally also work on various biological aspects. So many labs of CSIR are contributing to biology research, engineering research, as well as research in chemistry, and interestingly, even road research.
Talk a little bit about road research.
Really not exactly my cup of tea.
Talk to me about the partnership or the synergy between CSIR and AIC CCMB.
So CCMB is an organization that was set up way back in 1977, and it was basically became an institute in this campus in 1987, and it has grown over a period of time. But CCMB ventured into incubation domain through a grant coming from Niti Aayog, which is Atal Incubation Center. And that's when there is another building, which is approximately 2.5 kilometers from the main building, where we had given out 20,000 square foot of space for Atal Incubation Center activities. Since its inception, which was 6.5 years ago, AIC Atal Incubation Center, CCMB, has actually put out 110 startups. The 110 startups have gone through that place.
Nurtured or funded?
Nurtured, not funded, because they were sometimes coming with their own funding. Some were funded. And at this point of time, there are 30 odd startups working there in that space. Mm-hmm. We have physical space, as well as we have space at times where we are actually, their virtual startups too there. So, but in general, it is a place where all the facilities that are necessary for doing good molecular biology research are available. So our startup is specific for molecular biology and, anything cell biology and other things, modern biology techniques, biotech biology, rather than for other fields. So it's not...
Rather than general healthcare or something.
It's basically for people who want to develop diagnostics, people who want to come up with better expression systems for getting some proteins and things like that. So essentially something that has an industrial value, people who think they have a very interesting idea, they can incubate in our space and see how far that idea goes.
I'm going to ask some very layman terms so that I understand it and other laymen or women like me can understand it. If somebody wants to do a drug development,
Drug development is a seriously challenging work. I'll tell you. Let's assume if I have a target, a protein, which is known to be important for a bacteria to survive. Now I want to do a drug development. It's not going to start there. What it starts with in silico, means in the computer. After the in silico, you have to screen a library of compounds that will whether they are going to stop that protein from functioning. I'm giving it in layman's language. I would have used the word inhibition otherwise. So stop the protein from functioning. So this is actually a more serious effort. And however, let's assume that somebody does this kind of a work in a laboratory. And after that, they have some kind of an interesting molecules, what we call as lead molecules. And from there, you have to decrease the concentration at which the lead molecule works in the context of stopping that protein from functioning in a test tube and inside the biological system, which is cell, a bacterial cell. And eventually, inside a system, when the pathogenic bacteria infects the concerned individual. We can't use individuals. We have to do it in mice and other things. So it's actually an involved process. And there are multiple phases in drug development. So, and it is certainly not something that can be done using the startup kind of a thing.
You need a much larger scale.
You need a much larger scale, and you need much more involved processes, because considering the phases, it's not something that can be done
deeper processes,
easily. However, to a discovery level, one can do.
Wonderful. What do you think is India's future in the research and development in molecular biology?
If you really think about our molecular biology or the number of scientists India has or had, say in 90s to today, you will find a lot more productive scientists. Productive in terms of the quality of the science that is getting done in India is way better. And the number of institutes that are doing high-end quality research in India has also gone up pretty much drastically up, because the number of institutes have opened. For example, now IISers, IITs, institutes like CCMB, NCBS, then you have IISc, TFR, so many institutes are, and IGIB. I've already counted around 8 CSR institutes, and there's so many in DBT. There are around 15 of them. So you consider all these things, the number of institutes has increased, which essentially means number of scientists working on various problems has gone up. So we are in terms of basically looking and doing molecular biology research, there are many labs are doing it now. The second thing that has changed over a period of time is the technology. For example, prior to COVID, genome sequencing was not something that was routinely used in India. Now, COVID has changed that. So if you really think about it, now there are multiple companies which will do the genome sequencing for you with a cost maybe anywhere ranging for a human, anywhere ranging from 70 to 1 lakh.
And genome tracing and all of that.
Yeah, they can do, they are able to do many things. So in one sense, all these things are kind of, unfortunately, I shouldn't be saying this, but it's actually, pandemic has changed the ecosystem of how these kind of things are done. Okay, so now, given all these things are now already there, okay, but what do we do next? I believe we are going towards a scenario where more and more utilization of these modern techniques is going to come into play, both at a clinical end and of course in basic bio and in doing molecular biology in the laboratory end. So if maybe not right away, but it may not be very far where a human genome can be sequenced for maybe as little as 20,000, maybe 30,000. See, this is actually going to happen. So would it change the way we are doing or we are treating things? Of course it will. Okay. Can we actually have a point of care diagnostics to find out what are you, like, let us say you have an infection. You go to the hospital. So we know where the infection is roughly. Let's say urinary tract. Can we just take that sample and find out whether the bacteria that is infecting you is resistant to how many antibiotics? Okay. So that changes the way you are getting treated. Right. So let's assume that, you go to a clinic and you think you have a suspected of a tuberculosis. Can we identify that whether you're realistically infected with tuberculosis? And if so, whether it is resistant to the existing drugs or not? If that will change the way you get treated. So the way that is one end, clinical end. And obviously these techniques are also going to change the way we address scientific problems, because you have the ability to address scientific problems in higher depth.
Wonderful. Great. I will again want to ask this specifically because you've given me a lot of hope with your answer. How long or how far away India is with respect to emerging as a global leader in research and development in the molecular?
We have to actually look at multiple things. First thing is you have to simply look into the number of people working in a particular area as a research community. At this point of time, we are better than where we were, but we are certainly not comparable. Let's say a country of US, which is approximately a certain size, there are a lot more people working and doing laboratory work, in science. So this will happen, but as aspirations of the society are changing. So obviously everything will change and it depends a lot. Economy, aspirations, and the ecosystem together will determine how far we will go. I would say that it is a positive outlook right now, but only time will tell how far we can go to become something better than where we are and most probably become leaders.
Historically, we've seen a lot of our good brains, our good scientists used to migrate to other countries. We used to call it brain drain.
Yes.
Has there been a change in the trend?
I would say that continues to happen. It's not like we are completely, but for example, when I was a PhD student, so you would always think when you're done with your PhD, I was long ago, way back in 97, you straight away used to think, now I have to go abroad for a postdoc, so many years, whether you come back to India or not is really a secondary issue. But almost everybody used to think that they have to go. Now I see that youngsters also think about starting a company in India. I see that they want to, some people stay back. They want to try out few things, which is happening, which wasn't happening earlier. So is it completely reversed? Not yet. Would it get reversed? Again, depends on how the ecosystem is changing in our country versus the opportunities and the money. I mean, in terms of the way they get paid there, they get paid here. Because one of the things that has certainly changed over a period of time is our own economy has really become much better. Okay. And the way the way people who are involved in any particular field, they're certainly getting much better,
support from the government,
reputation in terms of many ways,
right.
And all these things hopefully are going in the right direction. And if it sustains, let's see how it goes.
But we've certainly taken a big step in that direction.
We are going in a positive direction. We have to sustain these things.
What is the vision for CSIR?
Vision for CSIR is something a DG, Director General of CSIR, will answer or can answer. I am not the right person to answer as far as vision for CSIR is concerned. What I can talk about is vision for CCMB.
Okay.
And I would limit myself to vision for CCMB.
Sure.
So CCMB is a fantastic molecular biology institute and is doing cutting edge science. If we really have to, obviously we have to address both ends, societal problems as well as important basic biological questions. And my own belief is that basic biological questions are as important as the societally important questions. And I believe that CCMB is in the right place to contribute to both ends. And we will continue to strive to do cutting edge basic biology within this organization, as well as use all the modern techniques also to address some of the societal questions. And, eventually we should be able to contribute both ways. In fact, in our history, in terms of CCMA history also, this has been the motto and we've been quite good at it. Because DNA fingerprinting, for example, came out of our basic research, but eventually, Dr. Lalji Singh developed the probes for his work, which were eventually used for DNA fingerprinting, and we were the third country in the world to do so. So wow. It is one of the really considered one of the scientifically good breakthroughs. And same way, we have worked on conserving the endangered species, and we worked on coming up with the improved samba masuri rice, and we even worked on things like sickle cell anemia, and these are societal important issues, right? And we worked a lot on COVID and during COVID. So I believe as an institute we have both ends are important, and we are planning to look at both ends. We want to work on rare genetic disorders, we want to work on infectious diseases, and we will want to still continue to do high-end, high-quality basic research that will give mechanistic insights into how things happen in model systems.
So I should take these are the milestones that you have ahead.
This is what we are, and I would like this to become and continue to be what we would be. But what I'm hoping is to do it better. So doing anything better requires people with that level of dedication coming in to do research in CCMB. And so we take these parts very seriously.
What are the areas or projects that you are contemplating on collaborating with AIC CCMB on?
For example, with the AIC CCMB, we have already collaborated and we will continue to collaborate. One of the things which we can very clearly say is mRNA vaccine. So mRNA vaccine was obviously developed by Moderna and Pfizer around that time. When we started looking into, COVID time, we worked with the AIC, closely with the AIC to actually replicate the technology. I'm not saying novel. So replicate the technology within AIC and CCMB in collaboration. And so this is now going to be used. Now, for example, AICCMB is actually coming up with better, lipid particles for packaging and other things. So we can use that as one project for collaboration. There will be others. Right now, just a while ago, we were having a discussion on wildlife, with respect to something called diagnostics for determining what is the quality of a shawl and other things. So there are many other projects. We have already collaborated with AICCMB in a few projects, and we'll continue to collaborate. In fact, one of the other things that we have done with AICCMB is decreasing the cost of diagnostics during COVID time. So projects will come up for us. It presents an opportunity to work with them. And we will work whenever there is an appropriate opportunity. Over and above, 4 of our students are currently incubating in AICCMB. That's what we want. See, our students know that there is a place where they can test out their ideas. Our students, CCMB students. So these are the things we are having in Atal Incubation Center, and having CEO and COO of AIC having a close contact or interactions with our people helps.
Wonderful. Any message that you would like to give to not just the viewers, but the whole startup ecosystem in general, and specifically in the biotech or microbiology sector? So that's a loaded question, but yeah.
If I have to say something to anybody who's working on whether it is startup or a good laboratory or anything, I would say focus on the quality. That's one aspect. And, quality is what takes you far. Not something simply, doing something and trying to, do something fast is not necessary. Focus on attention to detail, quality, and retaining the right kind of manpower for doing the work. If we can actually, because I personally believe, and this is actually any institute or any company is as good as the people who are working in that company, right? If you can retain the talented people in your fold, you'll do better.
Tie them with a vision, make them believe in the vision.
I said retain, but you have to retain them in many ways. You have to excite them at times. Maybe you will have to retain in different ways. But basic idea is attention to detail, focus on the quality, and try to keep the right kind of manpower working on your projects. Things will be different.
Thank you so much. Anything else from your end, sir?
No, that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
So thank you so much. Again, this is Shelly Kapoor with Dr. Vinay Nandipuri, and thank you for watching.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Good morning, esteemed guests and all the dignitaries here and all our participants, the startups. We are very happy to have you here. We want to welcome all of you all to the COVID-TED valedictory session. COVID-TED actually stands for COVID-19 Technology Development. This was an acceleration program that we had proposed to SPMCIL back in April of 2021, right in the middle of the second week. So we during the pandemic, it was realized that the startups actually can really help in mitigating a lot of things that the country was facing, especially in terms of kits. So primarily our initial idea was that we will help these startups to take their technologies which were at TRL level 3, 4 and help them reach the market. So we designed a 16-week acceleration program. We'll talk a lot more about it. We were very happy and we were very grateful that SPMCIL decided to pledge 2.3 crores for this particular program, out of which 1 crore was directly given to this startups as seed fund. So 8 of the startups have been actually funded through the program.
Is somebody online?
So I will just like to make a quick brief introductions of the people here. So I'm very happy to out from his profile. I was just trying to Google sir. Was that he has worked a lot in resolving man-animal conflict. So one of the things that even I talk about is livelihoods. That providing livelihoods from forests, so that the forests can be protected. We have a couple of programs that we are also designing and working around, and we're very happy that we have sir who probably later can also guide us in those matters. We also have Shri Ajit Rangrekar sir. He is now the CIO, the Chief Innovation Officer of Telangana State. He is also the CEO of RICH, which is the Research and Innovation Circle of Hyderabad. So thank you so much for joining us. I know that you're not well, so it's really we're really happy to have you here. With us is the Director of CCMB, and I will just like sir to say a few words about CCMB before we begin.
Thank you. Let me start with, I've been kind of associated with Rich for a while now, for last 2 years, and with you people for again the same period. COVID is a time where most of us have come together, and it is actually I believe that from the context of the way startups have built up and the way things have happened in India, COVID is actually the turning point, and I hope that that particular momentum is sustained going forward. And so these associations that we have built during COVID should be nurtured, and also something that we need to really use it, harness it for addressing other problems. There are many problems which are interesting, and startups are working on such interesting concepts which you would realize after a while when they start talking about their work. And there are once people who are taking these risks which not many people would take 5 years ago. So I like the ecosystem currently for this kind of innovation ecosystem that is existing in India, and people like you are actually the ones who are going to want help and make it drive it forward. So what I want to just briefly talk about, I don't really like to take too much time, is about CSR CCMB. CCMB is basically a campus that was started in 1977. The next door, there is a lab called IACT. At that time, it was called Regional Research Laboratories. And in 1977, Dr. Pushpa Bhargava, our founder director, came up with this idea of having a molecular biology institute which works at the cutting edge of basic biology and basic molecular biology. The institute was started in a lab there. And then this land was given, and this land was built into an institute. In next 10 years, the whole building was made. Now it may not look that much, but let me tell you, in 1987, this was literally considered Taj Mahal for science. The kind of grandeur that it was built with was literally considered as very heavily spent. And you can see that in every corner of it, so much love and affection is put into building this. Everything is literally, with such micro details have been taken into account. And over and above, there was a lot of association with art. Okay, so we used to have artists come to CCMB, do paintings, and musical fests used to happen. Now we do that, but only do it on Founders Day and Foundation Day. At that time, it used to happen more frequently. This institute was much smaller in size, and it had a very different feel to it, and it was so different from the existing institutes. And 1991, when I was looking for PhD positions, there were 4 institutes were at the top of my mind, and I was fortunate to be associated with all of them as of today. JF for Bombay, of course, and then IISc, the Grand Old Institute, and then 2 other institutes which were contemporary at the time, CCMB and NII. Eventually, I did my PhD in IISc. I was a faculty in NII, currently I'm director of CCMB, so at least 3 of them I've covered. I'm involved with many activities in TIF for Bombay. But these were the only 4 institutes that existed, which are really of that repute then. Later on, other things like NCBS and ICERs and IITs and everything has come up. Over the period of time, biology research in India is now much more widespread. But if you think about our time, that time in 1970s, this was the Molecular Biology Institute. This was actually the one which worked at cutting edge. And in 1980s, another illuminary named Lajit Singh also joined. And Lajit Singh actually, in 1988, actually came up with this DNA fingerprinting technology that was actually originated here. And it was not done, in fact, but it was done as a way for his work. And it was later on, those probes were used. We were the third country in the world, and of course first in India, but third country in the world to have our own probes for this, DNA fingerprinting. Our idea is to go into modern areas in research in frontiers of modern biology. You can talk about anything, structural biology, developmental biology, anything. We have a presence there. If something is worth doing, we have a presence there in biology. So to train people, of course, in advanced areas of biology, so we take quality PhD students. We have around 25 to 30 students a year who graduate from this place. And generally, they are trained, and I would say, more holistically. They know how to talk, they know how to present their work. They go through the drills of multiple seminars and even comprehensives and other things. So whole idea is society and us should work together. And this has been the motto and continues to be the motto even today. And we have 3 campuses, and this is the main campus. Main campus simply because of the fact that it is built first. And the next one is the Lacons, which is built in 1998. And this is where Karthik and others work, and Umapati, and there are 4 more scientists who work. And then you have CRF, which is where Atal Incubation Center is currently located in the top 2 floors. And the bottom, one of the floors is for the what we call as diagnostics for the human like rare genetic disease diagnosis, and then wildlife diagnostics. These are the other 2 things that we do in the campus. We also have a business development unit, and I'm planning to move a full-fledged infectious disease biology unit to that place. So these are the various areas. These are the campuses that we have. We have at this point of time, including residents, approximately 40 acres in the city, and another 48 acres is something we have near Bibi Nagar. So we have around 98 acres of land across Hyderabad. And we have around 64 scientists as of today. There are, in addition to that, another 8-9 people who are superannuated but are associated with CCMB, even research capacity, which includes Madhu. And then we have, that is what, 8 fellows. And then we have tech staff, which is around 93 people. Support staff is lower, but it needs to go up. Our major strength is in the PhD students. We have 150 people, postdocs 41, and project personnel 116. Total, we have around 300 odd people working in this campus. And in addition to that, at any given point of time, we have around 40-50 trainees. And in addition to that, we have a lot of outreach programs. So we have an inflow and outflow of young people coming in and going into this institute. Organization-wise, we work on developmental biology. We basically use Drosophila as a model system. And we do, of course, cell biology. And this is yeast. And this is bacteria, zebrafish, mice, plants. And this is the embryo. So, basically we are even doing genetic engineering. We can even generate transgenic mice. So all these things under one roof. This is all in a very small campus of around 17 acres. That's all it is. And we do all these things under one roof. And these are the various topics in which we are working: structural biology, gene regulation, stem cell, crop improvement, developmental biology, microbial infections, and wildlife and conservation ecology, which is where the Lacons campus comes into play, and technology development. So we have most probably, may not be the best in India, but for sure in the top 3. We have most probably the best possible facilities the country has to offer: bioinformatic facility, zebrafish facility, advanced imaging facility, X-ray facility, transgenic, cryo-EM, everything. Cryo-EM is one of the most recently added facilities in India here. And our scientists are recognized very well. We have 3 Infosys awardees here, a lot of J.C. Bose fellows, Shantiswara Bhatnagar awards, 12, and many other awards. Whatever that is India has to offer, some scientist or other has got it, including all the way up to Padma Bhushan. So, and fellows of national academies, most of us are already fellows of various national academies, multiple. And this is, in addition to doing whatever we do, we have done some seriously important societal impact work. For example, DNA fingerprinting. The institute started from this place. Without, CCMB is the place where CDFD started. CDFD went on to become a different institute. And we were involved in this Samba Masuri rice. Samba Masuri rice is basically had blight resistance, which is a bacterial, blight disease. So because of that, what used to happen is that the rice would go bad fast. And Sonti and Hitain, they have actually come up with this blight resistance. This was done with ICAR collaboration, and this is now in 6,000 hectares across India. Then we were heavily involved in sickle cell anemia, and we continue to be involved in working with sickle cell anemia. Sickle cell anemia is a huge problem in India. 7 crore people in India are affected by or heterozygous minimally for sickle cell anemia because of one mutation, one base change in hemoglobin. That's enough for basically to give you the sickle cell anemia thing. We were involved in reintroduction of the Indian mouse deer into the wild, Umapati's work, and Lacones. Karthikeyan will also talk about it. We are involved in wildlife forensics. This was developed during Laji's time, or at a later point of time, it became part of us. COVID-19 work, we have done tremendous amount of work end to end for COVID-19. Diagnostics, we trained people, we screened things. We have done everything in our capacity to help our government. And AIC was heavily a part of this because they even brought down the cost of COVID kits from what was 300 or 400 or 500 at that time to 70 rupees. By indigenizing.
Initially, it was 3,000.
No, but when they picked up, it was around in hundreds, and they brought it down to 60 rupees or 70 rupees. So, and also they were involved in mRNA project. mRNA project, we are among the first ones to do mRNA project successfully. Means we know how to do it end to end, and it works. So now we are taking it to other diseases like dengue and tuberculosis, and hoping that this will be used. With all these things, we believe that we have contributed as much as possible into the society. And here is a slide that talks about Lacones. Lacones is such an interesting campus. It's not very often that in CSR system you'll even find one thing like this. They do everything. He works on snake venom and Pashmina shawls diagnostic to figure out whether it is Pashmina versus Shatus. He works on biodiversity. I'm talking about Umapati, and anyway, endangered species. Comes up with some diagnostics for finding out from the urine metabolite diagnostics. Interesting work. A lot of interesting work by scientists of Lacones. I'm only talking about 2, but in case it is required, these are the people who really can talk about it. See, documenting biodiversity pattern in an integrative framework, ecology and evolutionary drivers of the community assembly and diversity. So endangered species, of course, using genomics, reproductive and stress biology, understanding human-wildlife conflict, all these things. I would say that not even whenever our DG or anybody comes here, they're mighty impressed by the fact that we have end-to-end, which includes something like Lacones, right? There are multiple applications, including wildlife diagnostic, biobanking, we do it, exudative species conservation, we do, all these things are done. I believe an institute of this level should be heavily involved in training people, and we are heavily involved, in fact, in training people at every level. So those who are finished masters, those who are doing masters, those who are doing BTech final years, those who are doing integrated MSCs final year, everything. We just train people and they come here. In addition to that, we have a huge level of science communication. Open Day in CCM is a very famous one, attended by easily 7,000 people from Hyderabad. Every Open Day on 26th September. It is attended by almost 7,000 kids. And Atal Incubation Center, anyway, you guys are here for that. But nevertheless, it is part of something that was started around 6.5 years ago and is doing fantastically well. And that is what anyway the talk is going to be about. COVID-19 work, as I just now said, we did everything in our capacity. And with this, I want to stop my brief overview of CCMB. It's a popular place. In CCMB, at least, we don't have to say that we are working in CCMB and they look at your face with a question mark. It doesn't happen. They know. And this is the Open Day photograph at CCMB. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And I would just like to introduce our CEO, Dr. Madhusudan. Sir, if you could just give a quick brief about AIC CCMB. Also, I would like to welcome Suresh sir. Dr. Suresh Munuswamy is from IIPH, which is the Indian Institute for Public Health. and he has also been a very good mentor to us, and we welcome him to the meeting.
Good morning. Good morning, and personal. I'm very happy to have you, sir, with us from an organization that was, helped us extremely well in a situation during the COVID time. And I thank you, Mr. Ajit, for being with us. Of course, Suresh from HI with us. Thank you very much for being here. So, briefly about the incubation center. It's a kind of spin-off from CCMB to support startup ecosystem, primarily incubation kind of a thing in life sciences. So, it started 6 years ago, 2017 middle, and we've been supporting several of these startups in life sciences over a period of time. But as it happened during the COVID time, many things have come to a standstill, and the pandemic was very intimidating. And at that point of time, there is a lot of initiatives that were taken by CCMB, and those initiatives helped us to get into, say, for example, we were collecting a lot of samples that gave us a good control over the patient samples in case of COVID patients. So that helped us to do a lot of things otherwise, like culturing the cells and things like that. At that point of time, we came into contact with SPMCIL through a different route where they wanted us to test one of their ink material for its antiviral properties, because we were doing the culture of COVID virus. So we are capable of it. That time we did a couple of your paint formulations we tested that time and showed them which one is better than the other. So around that time, the contacts helped us to look at us to support our COVID related activities. And as you know, around that time, we were, CCM and myself were handling a project from Gates Foundation on indigenous technologies for COVID testing. What is the internal capacity and can we do it, which was also part of it in looking at these capacity building. So at that point of time, your support came up timely for us to promote those kind of startups to scale their products to a level where they will be useful. In fact, that point of time we supported, as you would see down the line, during the time in the morning in the tech show, you will see the kind of technology that we supported with the support that we received it. Another very important thing in that particular program that you gave from the support you gave us is acceleration. See, as you know, startups come up with the kind of bit unsure of the business path. So it's very important to train them very early in their game about what kind of challenges they face. So we had a 3-month program, what we call as acceleration, I'm sure you are aware of, where we bring a lot of experts from different business, marketing, IP, regulation and all these things. We bring them, make them aware so that they can put their product in the market very quickly. In fact, you will see some of the products that they have made are really impressive. And we also made a couple of charts. Later on, you will see on what is the impact the support that was given by SPMCAL brought to the company. So we have certain slides in the tech show that tells us what is the valuation increase of the companies post the support that we received from SPMCAL. These are all the kind of metrics that tell us that the support was timely and the execution was proper. So this dashboard essentially catches up with the profile of our incubation center. I mean, these are the startups that we had in the last 6 years, and we invested around $0.6 million in various companies. These we call them as portfolio companies, and these companies have raised 25 million last 6 years in various private funding or public funding, and 35 patents were filed during the stay in these 6 years from these people. And these are the various national programs that come to us, like Destiny, the seed funds from Startup India, Mighty Startup Hub. These are all various funds we operate to support our incubatees and also the startups. And these are all benefactors, like SPMCL is one. We also had the fortunate support from Rural Electrification Corporation and Humane Society International, Rockefeller Foundation, and Blaze Foundation for In Vitro Diagnostics of Gates Foundation. So these are all the things that we've been receiving in a a goodwill support to support these startups in various ways. So one of the things we will come back to, sir, in bringing a bit more attention to a rural electrification corporation program maybe later on. Once we finish this with Karthikeyan, we did a project in Kashmir. We wanted to have a look at that, and we need your inputs because it's primarily a wildlife conservation project. So, as I mentioned, the primary purpose of this particular acceleration program is to, identify interesting startups in the area of COVID only. All the projects, health and COVID is the focus in the support systems, and the acceleration program, as I mentioned, is to create a kind of mentorship network for the startups so that failure rates are low. This is a 4-month project that is the acceleration program. Various experts come, including one of us is Suresh Muniswamy is here, who has been very helpful in various things. And we have so many support systems in the local Hyderabad ecosystem. I just quickly go through. This is the program overview, and this is where you're going to speak, Mike. I'll stop here. This acceleration program and the support system that we received is what we are going to. We were happy to use it in this system, and then we are very, very thankful for the support given by SPMCL and over the period of time. And probably if you look at the kind of impact that we created, I'm sure we would like to continue our conversation with SPMCL further. Thank you.
So thank you, sir. So I'll just give an introduction. I didn't introduce myself so far. So my name is Ritika Marampalli. I look after, I'm the head of corporate relations at AIC-CCMB. Primarily, I look at the CSR project. So I have also been the POC for this particular project. And I am extremely thankful for the opportunity because this was my first CSR project. And I learned a lot from it. And I have had the most wonderful experience, because one thing was that, people on the other side also understood what we were talking about, which for a lot of CSR projects, they don't understand why they should be supporting incubation centers. So primarily it started from there that, we explained what we were going to do, and from SPMCL also that at that point of time, Dr. Tripti Ghosh was the CMD. So she very graciously supported us. So we had actually devised a 16-week acceleration program where we got in professional consultants who were able to help our startups. Primarily, we were giving them a lot of along with this professional consultancy where they were getting one-on-one mentoring as to how to take their business forward, how to get into, how to navigate the regulatory pathway, because one of the main concerns with any kind of a healthcare product is the regulatory pathway. We also provided them with a lot of resources that we were able to build in-house. Some of the we had asked SPMCL to support us with some capital goods as well, some equipment. We will show those as well later, as well as having a lot of discussions around business strategy, market entry, and product development. So as a whole, this is the impact that we have 3 years down the line. We're very, very proud to say that, this is the impact that we have created. Out of the program, the 2.3 crores that was supported to us, we have launched 6 products through the startups. We have supported them primarily with the funding as well as the entire program. 6 of them have actually launched and they're doing well in the market. 2 of them are right now in the market. They're on the way to market. Of the startups that have, their products have been made, they have already screened over 1 lakh patients, which is a very good impact according to us. In total, 31 startups were able to take benefit of this program because some of the sessions that we were doing, we were also doing for them. So 31 in total startups have actually benefited from them. A total of 103 lakhs was supported to the startups. 8 of them have received funding from us. We have conducted over 70 hours of mentoring sessions, workshops, and technology showcases. One of them is right now, and over 50 hours of one-on-one mentoring. From here, I would like Dr. Ramji to just speak a little bit about the acceleration program and the impact that it has created.
Thanks, Ritika. Sir, I think having CSR support to various blood donation camps or maybe, distribution of medical kits, etc. So for several years, I think so many agencies funded, but, this is a first of its kind support for the incubation center to invest small funds to push the startups. So innovation activities, SPMCL actually supported several healthcare programs that I were aware. Yesterday we were discussing with the audit team, and thanks to them for letting us know more activities about that. So these innovation activities, when we are getting this kind of support, we have to have a proper plan. That, as Dr. Madhu mentioned, how we can actually support them with the proper one-on-one mentoring. Those days, in fact, corporate connections and clinical connects, which are really required, and also having their problems in pricing as well. So we have to come for those kind of pricing strategies for the startups, and also marketing understanding, and also channel partnerships, sir, because they may not be commercializing their own products. So we have to actually connect with the existing market players. So we did first 2 cohorts with a partnering agency, but further we went down to our own extended mentorship programs. So as we 3 work for the core team to take care of this program, we have Mir, who is the coordinator. Mir is here. So he coordinates the entire program, and Nagmani as a technical officer to look at it. And having this small push of grant, they need much more seed fund or investments as well. So that's why we actually had Anuj Kapote. He takes care of all the investments, how they can be actually streamlined to the next level, scale up studies and GTM strategies. So, very diverse mentor pool that we have picked up, sir, that time, because having technical support, we are very fortunate to have our host organization, the scientists from CCMB, and Dr. Madhu, who hailed from CCMB, having a lot of knowledge in vaccines, diagnostics, or any other industrial molecule development. So, if you can see Sridhar Lanka co-creations, we actually did that initial 2 cohorts run by him, and he connected to a lot of stakeholders there, and Dr. Radha Rangarajan heading a couple of incubators and formed a couple of startups as well, like Vitas Farm and all. Now she's heading CSR CDRA Lucknow. So Sridhar being central point to connect to a lot of mentors in that ecosystem, and Dr. Radha more of technical support, and Mr. Habib into marketing area, and Ms. Usha in the finance and accounts, how to actually do the compliance and further, rules a startup should look at it. And Satyanarayana again co-creations, and Ninand core business of this particular diagnostics or medical devices sector. And Varun is a regulatory guy, Varun Trivedi, and Pradeep, how to pitch the best to relevant stakeholders in the ecosystem. So that way, these are core mentors. And other than this, we have another 20-30 odd mentors as well. So as we started in 2021, a grand start of this program where Ms. Tripti came here, and she actually understood how these innovations will go forward and what kind of infrastructure that we have. So then we slowly run programs one after the other. Recently, we onboarded 2 startups, sir, because we try to actually engage a national mandated program called this BIRAC's Gen Care program. So there are 90 fellows that have been selected, and out of 75, the early stage startups, they need small money of about 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs, where we partnered with BIRAC, but fortunately they already selected, and we picked the best 2 from our existing incubation cohort. So this is what we have done so far. And coming to the supported startups, though the money is limited about 1 crore, so how we can do 4 quarters, maybe 25 lakhs to 2 startups in the sense. So total only 10 we can support, right? So in that sense, 8 startups that we can support. But however, even without the money, we can actually extend the mentoring services and also the infrastructure that is supported by SPMCL to other incubators and startups. So the acceleration program has been enrolled by even more startups which are not directly funded by the SPMCL. So wafer chips, I think Achu and the team is here. So they actually developed this device. At that time, not only COVID diagnostics are important or vaccines important, comorbid issues. So how to actually understand the parameters, physiological parameters for those who really affected by COVID. So I think they came up with this beautiful device that is attached to your chest. You can actually get the ECG analysis, and that is actually seen in the mobile and looked after by the doctor and give proper advice. So they actually touched upon 16 states, sir, till now, and also did several other validations, and 2 global clients already they are having. In India, I think how many devices that you sold? 20,000 or so?
12,000 plus patients.
Yeah, 12,000 plus patients they have been studied, and 600 plus clinics they have touched upon. And coming to the sterile, sir, this is a sterilization device. In the COVID times, lot of sterilization devices, even CCMV actually validated, starting from PPE kits, sterilization devices, sanitizers and everything, more than 180 plus products. And out of that, simple UV based technologies that came up to sterilize the devices. But this particular bar kind of device, if you can see it, it actually releases some free radicals that can kill the microbes. So that is where they validated this device in Narayan Hrudayalaya and many other clinics, and they are actually in the markets. So this NMIVD again, this is another diagnostic kit that they came up with. So typical antigen antibody kits, there are several kits that have been promoted in the market that time, and they came up with a small alternate platform where they initiated the diagnostic kit development activities. Again, Auditum, they actually having their expertise in not only COVID but also in the tuberculosis, because that time people doesn't even know that tuberculosis also may be prevailing and many other devices. So they came up with a very interesting cyber green based technology, sir, because an artificial kits are there, but again, how to minimize the cost, how to increase the efficiency, etc. So this particular kit has been patented already, and they look for some commercial partners to take it forward. And the enzymes, in the COVID times, mRNA vaccines becoming so popular, and the pseudoiridine, one of the molecules that we actually import, and also in the chemical based molecule, but they came up with a enzyme based molecule that pseudoiridine actually efficiency is very much increasing, at the same time the cost also reduced. So that is a very good technology that enzymes has been developed, and Shankar is here. Yes, primary health tech, again I visited about 8 to 10 months before to their site. They are now manufacturing this device. At that time, COVID time, they came up with a base diagnostic kits, but this particular real-time device that they made, so more than about 15-20 parameters can be analyzed with 1 drop of blood. So this is a very advanced technology, and I think AIIMS and other hospitals, they are trying to validate more with more parameters as well. So they actually trying to apply for about $1 million grant by TDB and other sources, so that they can establish their own manufacturing facility in Delhi. Again, Bryota, Aditi is here. This is very interesting, product where having the lung health, we have to understand, how we can actually have the lung health. That's where spirometry assisted virtually and early, that's what the name that you have given, Aditi, SAVE. So you can understand, what kind of parameters can be considered while using this device, so that the lung health can be understood, the COPD can be analyzed for each of the patients, and they also kind of, how many states, we touched upon?
We have almost 6 plus
states and
plus best, and we are going ahead with a big program coming under
NHM. So National Health Management. So I think that is a big story that Bryota is adding up here. And Ripple Healthcare, elderly fall detection, right? I think this is again, may not be directly linked to the COVID, but recently we picked it because, elderly people suffered a lot actually in the COVID times, and, again, probably the consequences that may be happening, COVID or non-COVID based infections or age-related issues. This is also very important to support such kind of communities. And they already finished the MVP and validating with which clinics and all? AIMS you are doing, right? Yeah, AIMS New Delhi, the device is being validated, sir. So, if you can see, they may be at the TRLs 2 or 3, and some may be at the 4 level. But ultimately down there, the small 10 lakhs or 12 lakhs or 50 lakhs money, or even without the money, the companies could able to go to the TRL 7, 8. I think that is very important. Of course, a couple of dropouts are there in the sense because of their tech licensing problems. At the same time, team issues that one startup could not go forward. But otherwise, I think as Ritika mentioned, out of the 8 financially supported startups, 6 have been, going to the next level to reach the market. So these are some of the snippets that we have. And Dr. Ghosh came here and we kind of, announced the program to the entire country because, first of its kind of support to the innovation and technologies where a lot of interest came in, even not only from the CCMB, but outside CCMB as well. So these are some of the tech showcases that we have done using SPMCL support that these technologies have been promoted in various forms, not only in the BioAsia or Global Bio India and many other, even the G20 DIA also in Bangalore, we actually showcased these COVID-based technologies supported by SPMCL. So these are the few equipment that we purchased here. And they have been used not only by the SPMCL supported grantees and awardees, but also other startups of AIC CCMB, thanks to the great support by SPMCL, sir. So I think we'll be moving ahead after another half an hour or so to the tech showcase that has been arranged, where you can actually see the real devices, how they are performing and interacting with the founders there. So we thank you, Mr. Vijay, sir. I think, this is a great support by you and also former CMD, Shri Shrimati Tipti Ghosh. And of course, one note we have to mention, Dr. Madhu is mentioning, the initial dialogues that have been started, as Durga is mentioning, Dr. Lalita Goyal and Dr. Dayananda actually put a note to CCMB, the then director, Dr. Rakesh Mishra and all. So the dialogue started that time, and fortunately today we have seen the reality here. So thank you so much for being here, sir. Probably any questions or at this point, otherwise maybe you can interact. So so before we go to the tech showcase, we have some of the guest of honors today. We'd like to hear from them of how they actually engage with these startups that are associated with this SPMCL program. I request Professor Ajit Rangrekar, please.
So, I think even before I start, sir, I want to really compliment you because, while the use of CSR for innovation is legally permitted, it is probably less than 1 or 2% of all the CSR goes into. And I would very strongly urge both CCMB and you to please publicize this. This is an really path-breaking step. And this must be encouraged so that more and more companies start using, because, the multiplier effect of this is going to be humongous. Yeah. So I think that is one very strong, and I must congratulate both of you. Of course, I know many of these startups. We work and support some of them. And, in Telangana, we've had a wonderful confluence of a whole lot of things that makes it even better.
Yeah.
So let me just step back a little and talk about the whole issue of innovation in the state. So when the state was formed in 2014, the state decided that it's, as a new state, what do I do that's different, say, from Karnataka or from Andhra or from anywhere, right? So the state decided that we will say innovation is our USP. The second thing the state said is that innovation must be inclusive. So it cannot be restricted only to the rich or to the educated. It must cover farmers, it must cover rural people, it must cover women, children, everything. So, and the third thing the state said was that as a state, our role is only to help create the infrastructure and to let the individual citizens do the innovation. So the state is not going to get into the actual doing of innovation, but enabling it. So under that, a number of institutions were created. T-Hub was the first one that we created. At that time I was still at ISB, and I take pride in the sense that we actually thought of T-Hub in my boardroom, and we were, some of us were the founder directors of it. Rich, which I now look after my retirement from ISB, was another entity which we created for a very specific Hyderabad-centric purpose. Hyderabad has 40 plus national research institutions and another 20 or 30 private top quality research institutions. Most of them are in health, agriculture. There are 17 agriculture research institutions, ignoring what you people do. I put you under life sciences, but excluding that, there are 17. And there are a large number of defense and aerospace. Right? So we said, let us focus. There is also a very big and robust life sciences industry. This is the seed capital of the country. Almost 2/3 of all seed companies are based here. And there is a slowly but fast growing aerospace industry. So when you have industry, when you have research, and you have a talent pool of people like these who are looking to do, how do we ensure that all of them work together and collaborate so that you get a multiplier effect? So that was why Rich was created, and Rich was conceived in April 2020 when COVID was first the thing. At that time, the RT-PCR kits were about 3,000 rupees a shot. There was not a single indigenous manufacturer. In about 4 or 5 months, by about August, Jewel here in Hyderabad and a few others elsewhere, we were all able to working together, got them to qualify. In another year, the big effort led by Madhu here, C-Camp in Bangalore, NCL and others, worked together. And in 2020, we had no ability to even have a RT-PCR kit. By August, September, we had one, but made with imported goods. In a year, we had completely indigenous export quality kit preparation. A lot of this was again collaboration and support for initiatives like this. Right? Today, while COVID may have gone, they have now flipped, and that same community is producing TB kits. Tomorrow, if there is anything, you already have. So what we do not take credit for, or what you people do not take credit for, is for the fact that you have already built and enabled infrastructures which tomorrow can pivot and do other things. And I think we must recognize this, and we must, propagate that we've built a long-term institutionalization of research collaboration. And my congratulations to all of you for doing that. Right? So we work as an enabler. And as I said, our job is to enable hard and soft infrastructure. What we do is we look at the entire life cycle of innovation, say for example in life science. There are great institutions where research is done. There are young people who can find innovative products. There are people who can develop those products up to point of proof of concept. But then comes a very important step called validation. And unlike a digital product which I can put in manual, who the hell cares if it's validated or not? Who cares how much it is? We cannot let loose people in the life sciences sector without proper validation. And this is where many startups suffer. How do they go? Tomorrow I have a product. Can I knock on CCMB's door and say, come in? I mean, that watchman there is not going to let us, whether we like it or not. It's not the CC anyway. So that's number one. Number two is, where are the hospitals who are going to say, okay, where is the clinician support? Many of these people, how easily can you get clinician support? You manage to find one clinician to help you. God help you if you can do that. And then you're desperately looking. So how do we solve that problem? Today we have 16 or 17 hospitals working with. But there is one big problem, sir. The digitization of electronic records is only in the private sector, at least here. Again, CSR support to digitize public hospitals will give an enormous help to the startup community because, who goes to the private hospitals? Only the wealthy. So you're going to get a distorted sample if I go to the private hospital. We need help to go to digitize public records and to make them available with all due procedures, privacy, informed consent and everything. But I think that is what will really help this country to make to the... Without this, in both agriculture and in health, we are likely to be left behind. So my hope and wish is that as we proceed, we need to form bigger collaboration. Collaboration like what you offer is not available at the moment. So that CSR support and funding support by informed people who understand what is happening, I think that is going to be critical. Let us hopefully widen this. There's a lot more that these institutions are capable of. I think, in my opinion, we are doing less than 1% of what we are capable of. And, one more thing that really worries me is AI. It's already reared its ugly head. And we are only looking at misinformation. But creation of destructible, life-threatening products is a distinct and a big, scary fear. And how can all of us create an ability to protect the society against it is going to be something that I hope we all work for. We will always support you. One thing I will say is that whether it's one government or other, I have worked with 5 chief ministers in the last 20-something years. No chief minister of this state has ever not supported innovation. So I'm personally confident that going forward, whatever happens, whatever they do politically, that's their lookout. We don't want to get into that. But ultimately, all of them support, and that is the strength that this city and this street has. So thank you once again, sir, for your support, and thank you, CCMB, and well done. And more than them, thank you, these great young people who are working there. You are actually the people who do the work. We do only the talking. So God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I request Suresh Muniswamy.
It's actually great to see progress being celebrated, because it's not always often that we actually see change before our eyes. When I used to be in a clinic, which was fairly long time ago, patients, I actually started a clinic where I was born and brought up. So it's always a wonderful opportunity to treat people that you know of, you grew up with. They come to the clinic, you treat, and then next day you just walk on the road and then you see them, healthy and then happy walking around. We don't actually discuss anything, but it's always a feeling of happiness when you see people getting treated by you and being healthy. It's also reflected in a slightly lesser way when you are teaching, actually, because students come in fresh and then after a few years, at least they appear a little bit enlightened. But when you look at startup companies, you have a fixed time limit. People come with relatively raw ideas, and then you put them into shape, and then they go through this process, and the processes become helpful to the people, and then you see changes happening. So this is again a wonderful feeling that you actually see that ideas take shape and progress. And this is 10 times difficult in our country. Anything that happens in our country is extremely challenging. And what I usually say is, it's not just a challenge. It's not just a 10 times challenge, but also it's even more complicated when it comes to healthcare, as what Mr. Ajit Ranganathan actually said. If you have any new idea, it can go on to a product next year. But if you have any new idea in healthcare, it's going to take at least 5 years, 10 years for it to reach people. Thankfully, during COVID time, things were accelerated, but back to normal processes is going to take a long time. So my request is always 3 things. People may agree, may not agree. It's always like more money, more time, less questions. And there are reasons, especially in healthcare. We can't compare healthcare to any other area because it's heavily regulated. So you definitely require more time. And the regulatory process is very expensive. The moment you reach the field, it's all expensive, not under your control. You'll have to keep pivoting iteratively. You have to redo a lot of things. So every step is expensive, so you need more money. And of course, we all go through this ethics process and then we all try to do things the right way. But all questions cannot be answered all the time. So more money, more time and less questions is usually the thing. The other side of this entrepreneurship is India is always dependent, or perhaps even now a little bit dependent on ideas that have originated from foreign countries. Healthcare, the way we practice is allopathic medicine, it's English medicine. And the challenge here is we have a lot of unique problems. India does not have a comparison anywhere in the world. We are a country of 1.4 billion people. Maybe in comparison, China is perhaps the only one that comes as close, but our challenges are our own challenges. Nobody is going to answer. And 20 years, 30 years before, if we had a challenge, we were just seeing and we can't do anything. But now, at least we have a system. We have all these younger minds taking the risk and coming out with solutions. And that should at least make us very happy that there is actually hope, there is way forward, and we can at least take care of ourselves. And during COVID, not only we are taking care of ourselves, but we are also leading the way for the rest of the world, which has never happened so far, at least in maybe a lot of our own living memories. Maybe 500 years before it could have possibly happened. So there are a lot of wonderful things that are happening, and AICCCMB is literally in the heart of it. And Hyderabad has a wonderful ecosystem for healthcare, and we should all come together. And there's always a way to do it better. So I'd probably quickly end by saying congrats, great work. We should all keep going forward. And the donors, please, more money, more time. Don't ask too many questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Professor Suresh. And also directly or indirectly, I think Dr. Karthik, Dr. Umapati, having their innovation zeal inside their brains, they're constantly engaging with us in various aspects. Thanks for joining us. So now I request Shri Vijay Ranjan Singh sir. Before to that, I'd like to tell briefly, sir, a couple of liners. I got great information about you. Close to 3 decades is working for the government and in various roles and policy making. I think in the country, especially the fertilizers corporation, how it is to be developed. And he actually worked for FCIL and HFCL organizations and part of various agencies across the country, and of course mostly into the Karnataka. Karnataka government. One last thing, an interesting thing that is close to my heart is he's also a wildlife photographer. Sir, actually, I would like to see more of your works, and please, I would like to hear you. Hear from you to the audience, please.
Thank you. So, I am sitting here in front of all of you because first I was an IFS officer.
Yes.
Before being an IFS officer, by education, I have done my master degree from molecular biology from University of Delhi way back in 93. Then it was the only institute of Mr. Maheshwari. He used to run a MSc course in the Department of Botany. So I have done my specialization of 1 year in MSc from there. So I also wanted to be a scientist like you long back, but coming from a very feudal society of erstwhile Bihar, now Jharkhand, I was forced to write the civil services. I have written a GRE. I was selected for the Wisconsin, but I was not allowed to go. So that was my first career change, and then I joined the Forest Service. And as Ritika rightly said, that I worked in the Forest Department of Karnataka in different capacity, mostly in the wildlife area, which had a lot of problem. I was trained by Dr. Karthik. He was my teacher. He was my guide. When I said that, he was laughing. But there is a reality. He was my teacher once upon a time. Then I have worked in a human-wildlife conflict, that is true. On the first day of my joining, elephant killed 2 students in a place called Kutta in Birajpet, and it was a nightmarish kind of thing. So since then, I worked in the wildlife area almost for 12 years. Why I'm telling you this experience, then I'll come to the actual topic. Then I thought that my life has been my children's. I had 2 daughters, so my daughter's future was adjusted with my career. So I should give a good education because I was transferred 8-9 times in 12 years in Karnataka. So I came to Delhi and my completely light. I never ever thought that I'll be here or I'll be there in the department of fertilizer. So I was posted in fertilizer department as a director of a policy division and a project division of Department of Fertilizer. My main work was writing the cabinet note which will decide the fate of around 58,000 crore of subsidy of all of us taxpayer. And apart from the chemical formula of urea, I was not knowing anything about the urea. So at the age of around 41 years, I learned what is the urea policy, how the units are given subsidy on the basis of their vintage, their technology, their fixed cost, their variable cost. And so I learned that. And I can proudly tell you that till date, the policy which was written by me, approved by the cabinet. Why I'm saying me? Because still I remember that I have written, it's not a self-praising, it's just an evolution. So what I intended to be and what I became in between in my life, I became a fertilizer man. They were laughing once upon a time. अरे साहब आप क्या करते, जंगल घूमते रहते थे, fertilizer में जाके क्या करते हो? It was a total mismatch. But that is the beauty of the Indian bureaucracy. And I wanted to take a challenge. If I have jumped in the deep pool, if I'll not know the nuances of the urea policy and fertilizer development and FCL, HCL, I was not actually associated. I was a board member. And including in Telangana, you might be knowing Ramagundam, that factory. That entire cabinet note, entire project with the 10% stake of Telangana government, 80%, 20% of EIL and then NFL. That entire policy note was written by me. So that time we have done a lot of work. Then you might be knowing the neem coating of urea. So those work was my original work. And that neem coating of urea came out of my research-oriented mind that why neem coating has to be done. And after seeing that, I became a PS. That Modi one government, they asked me to join as a PS to the then cabinet minister. He is no more, Mr. Anand Kumar from Karnataka. Although people say that you are from Karnataka, that's why you went there. So it was not like that. He was forced to take me at one point of time. He is no more, but I am telling you openly in this house. It is not being recorded, I hope.
Yeah.
So, when I became his PS, then I came to know about your Jan Aushadhi store, which is now 25,000 Jan Aushadhi store. It was just 88 when I joined the PS to the minister. So then we mastered how logistics supply chain, how generic medicine, what is the profiteering by the pharma companies. One Mr. Sri Lanka Srinivasi is a great pharma man. So I saw, then I remember him. Then your Mr. Reddy's lab, Suresh Reddy. These people I used to interact that how can you cross-subsidize our medicine in our Jan Aushadhi. So then I mastered that. DPCO is one note. Then came your stent price. What type of stents, how. So, why I'm telling it, SPMCIL, it was not in my plan of my life. It's just a divine conspiracy of it is good or bad, I don't know. On 15th of September, I always share with my people, when 15th of September, I saw my posting order, I Googled it, what is this SPMCIL? You are laughing, but just my daughters was there in Delhi, and I desperately wanted to go to Delhi. And then I came to the SPMCIL. So why I'm telling you that the type of work these young minds are doing, the independence or the freedom, what they have received from their parent, or how you are helping them to realizing their dream. And out of 8, if 6 has come to some level of prominence, it is really a very heartening feeling. And it is nothing because of my predecessor. Just by default, I am sitting there. Maybe Tripti Patra Ghosh or the person who has helped you. And I was told that they were also not knowing about you. It was accidental. It was Durga Prasad can say that it was not that we were so willing to give you money. You really influenced us to give you the money. No, this is a reality I am telling you. I have stopped all a CSR fund for last 2 board meetings that I will not sink a single one. Why we should give 50 lakh rupees to some huge hospital whose budget is 5,000 crore?
Exactly.
Why should we give 50 lakh rupees because I know that hospital owner, I'll give that private hospital 50 lakh rupees?
Absolutely.
Why should we give 62 kachara collection weighted? These are the fund which is given by the government.
Yes.
Why should I build the Anganwadi? I ask my people that this is because I have suffered that fund crunch. How small fund used to be, we used to collect for the tribal rehabilitation. So the work has done by all of you whomsoever are present. I really compliment and commend and deep appreciation for all of your work. How it will be going, whether we are giving you fund or not, that is the future to say. And what our director IAPA said that we should not ask questions, but there are 1,000 people who ask questions from me. It is not our father's money. So we will bound to ask questions. I will bound to ask questions that when we are given 2.36 crore, then why only 1.3 crore went to the startups? I would have thought that again you have purchased some equipment to the CCMB. CCMB is a big organization. At least 80% could have gone to them. And unfortunately, the breakup which I was seeing while coming in the flight, it left there. Otherwise, I was about, you were asking to ask the question, I could have asked that question first. Because you can get funding, you can purchase equipment from many other sources, but where these poor guys will get from this? Almost 50% of money, not 50%, 35%, 45%. So that was my only question.
Yes.
And as our DG Reach was saying, the digitization of data, that is not our mandate. And to be very frank and honest, sir, for that the government has to be convinced and some policy intervention has to be taken by the government. We are a mini Ratna company. How much CSR we make? Hardly 20 crores. And we are spread all over India. Our 2 units are there. And what catches the boat? If I give money to the startup, how many votes those politicians or my government will take? Because we are a bureaucrat. We are just a tenants. Okay. I have been paid salary to run that company. For one project, I don't want to name, but fortunately that project was decided. So we'll be having some money. You submit the project. I'll not promise that we'll give you or not give you. But I'm biased toward your projects. And I'll give a favorable consideration. For the CSR subcommittee will decide about it, and then it will come to me for the final approval in the board. I'll support your proposal, but question they ask, and we have to convince them why we are giving. Because some very powerful voice came, and that's why this money came to you. Otherwise, it would not come. It would have gone somewhere else. So since we have done it, we are ready to showcase our success. We are ready to see that how we have helped innovation, how we have helped the young mind to realize their dream. We will definitely do it. But how and when? There is a question mark, because everything is not in my hand. What is under my control, I can tell you, but what is not under my control, not promise you. Because I am also working in some system where I have to answer. Otherwise, there will be 100 of petition and CVC and all those things. So, if a private organization is the Infosys Foundation or SDFC or maybe HCL, other foundation, if they are money, they are not answerable to any public. But we are a public office. So, we'll definitely support, sir. Don't worry. We'll not ask question. We'll convince them. So, I am really privileged, feel honored and inflated to amongst such a bright mind and such intellectual people from different walks of life. So thank you for inviting me, and we'll definitely support, but how and when, it is just future to come. Okay, thank you.
Great, sir.
So this is a wearable bed for elderly people. Elderly people, because of age, medical conditions, balance issues, they fall often. It's a very common problem. It's a global problem. So hip fractures are a very common problem due to the falls, injuries due to falling. So this bed detects the risk of falling. Based on the risk, it automatically inflates. These are the airbag cushions like we have in the automobiles, and it automatically inflates after a second. In case the fall is there, this protective cushions protects their hip from getting injured and thus saves them from traumatic hip injuries due to fall.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
But is it 80%? Is it comfortable while wearing?
Yes. So we have tested in more than 200,
especially in hot conditions.
Hot condition, I doubt, because it's too
Very simple.
hot.
Yeah.
Why I'm telling you, suppose this is a very nice device, but is it not very hot? I'm being critical, so you can.
Yeah. So we have tested with a couple of about 150 patients so far, and we have got a mixed response. So we are working on the design, a little bit on the material of the the fabric.
How much it costs?
So to the patient, it costs about 10,000 rupees to the patient. So there are versions. There is Hip Pro and Hip Pro Plus.
So as you improvise the device lightweight and or even cost may be high,
Yes.
or you
No,
will
it
be
will be
reducing the
reduced
cost.
because based on the economies of scale, as of now, we are just making hundreds of devices. So once we go in the goods manufacturing
What is
sector,
the costliest part that raises your cost?
so the battery is the most costliest part, and the controller sensors.
Okay.
So so
The imported ones, obviously.
imported ones is 1 lakh.
No, I mean the sensors you are.
Yeah, so it's coming from Taiwan.
That's where the problem, major of the
No sensors
medical
are
devices and
manufactured
all
in
these
India.
so semiconductors and the chips and all.
coming
That's
from
where the
China.
problem.
And batteries from China.
Good. Congratulations and all the best for
Very
you.
good.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, Ritika.
So this device does the testing of like 25 parameters का हम लोग testing करते हैं with a small amount of blood, and this device itself is sufficient to do all the testing. We don't need highly capital intensive units which are installed in the laboratories, and we can identify like the test related to kidney, liver, heart, like hemoglobin, cholesterol. Everything can be identified, and the accuracy has also been validated because we were talking about the validation. The accuracy has been validated by GMRC, Guwahati Medical Research Center, and we are conducting like trials in AIMS also, AIMS Delhi. They have also validated that these tests are like very good. And हमारा जो motive है sir, it is like making it more affordable, portable, and like digitize, of course. AI is also enabled in this to get the accuracy part, and we have conducted 50,000 plus clinical trials already, and हम लोग 7 से 8 health camps भी कर चुके हैं जहाँ पे हमें बहुत अच्छे results मिले हैं, and we were able to identify कि कितने % of people like they have been like have some anomalies, and we are focusing on NCDs, non-communicable diseases. वहीं पर हम लोग यहाँ पर प्राइमरी हेल्थ केयर में हम फोकस करके सर हम लोग रिमोट एरियाज में जाना चाहते हैं और वहीं हम लोग सक्सेस में करना चाहते हैं. वी हैव ऑलरेडी डन सम कैंप्स लाइक सेफ एक्सप्रेस के साथ और कैनेडा बैंक के साथ. वी आर एसोसिएटेड विद सम हॉस्पिटल्स आल्सो, एंड 50 प्लस डिप्लॉयमेंट्स भी हो चुके हैं सर.
Two things quickly. How really it is real time? How much time? That's a question asked.
10 minutes of time
Okay.
we can get the test.
Second thing, the question is
will you be able to screen all the SPMCL employees? This is another question.
Those are very, very less people. They are well paid. They get
Good answer.
Tell me how much your one taste cost
So it cost approximately 30 rupees for per test.
per taste. मतलब
Per
per item or all 20 parameters?
No, per item, I would say, but it is the MRP right now.
No. Suppose you said that one drop of blood you can test 20 parameters. So 20
So
parameters.
we draw at least like 5 to 10 ml of blood.
Altogether, as a package.
How much?
What will cost?
So you draw 20 drops of blood. Okay.
जी
So one test के लिए आपको 30 रुपीस लगते हैं.
जी.
तो 20 के लिए 600 रुपए लगेंगे.
जी.
इसका प्राइस क्या है?
इस डिवाइस का प्राइस है 90,000 रुपीस.
90,000.
What are the consumable costs and all other?
कंज्यूमेबल
ये तो
कॉस्ट
फिक्स कॉस्ट हो गया. इसका वेरिएबल कॉस्ट जैसे केमिकल, रिएजेंट.
जी रीएजेंट्स होंगे सर इसमें. रीएजेंट्स का जो कॉस्टिंग है, बिकॉज वी आर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एवरीथिंग, तो हम लोग वो तकरीबन हमारा 10 से 20 रुपए के बीच में होगा रीएजेंट
पर टेस्ट.
जी.
महंगा ही है फिर तो.
महंगा ही नहीं है सर. लाइक हम लोग ये सर ये पेशेंट का कॉस्ट बता रहे हैं, मैं अपना कॉस्ट नहीं बता रही हूँ, बिकॉज मुझे भी बहुत लाइक नहीं मैं आपको क्लियरली बता पाऊंगी वो वाला कॉस्ट, लेकिन दिस इज द कॉस्ट टू द पेशेंट. जो 30 रुपीज हम पेशेंट को चार्ज करेंगे. अगर हम 20 टेस्ट करना चाह रहे हैं तो वी विल गिव पैकेज लाइक 600 से 800 रुपए तक के पैकेज में विल कंडक्ट 20 टेस्ट फॉर दैट पेशेंट.
नहीं, जैसे मैं ये सोच सकता हूँ कि जैसे हम कोई बहुत जैसे नॉट तालुक लेवल हॉस्पिटल, होबली लेवल इन कर्नाटका, वी से होबली लेवल, तालुक लेवल, ग्राम पंचायत, होबली, देन तालुक एंड देन डिस्ट्रिक्ट.
जी.
तो मान लीजिए जो लोग बाहर जाके करवाते हैं, जैसे अभी हम लोगों ने एक पहले आपके लॉन्च करने
आप इधर आ जाइए सर.
अरे आप ही लोग का पैसा दे रहा हूँ मैं. ये पूछ रहा था कि अगर मान लीजिए अगर हम लोग आपका टेस्ट यूज करके, अगर आपका बहुत कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव है, तो हम लोग कोई हमारे जो कंपनी थे जैसे आपका है, चाहे हमारा नासिक वासिक में है, जहां भी है जहां, तो वहां हम लोग इससे मास स्क्रीनिंग करा सकते हैं ना. जैसे अभी हम लोग ने नासिक में 40-50 लाख रुपए का एक व्हीकल दिया. उसमें कैंसर का भी वो जो मैमोग्राफी करते हैं उसमें 15-16 डिवाइस, लेकिन वो सारे जो नॉर्मल हमारे लैब में होते हैं वैसे होते हैं
जी.
तो इसलिए मैं पूछ रहा था, इसलिए आपको इतने डिटेल पूछ रहा था कि कितना लगता है, क्या लगता है, क्या क्या टेस्ट करा सकते हैं, क्योंकि कम्युनिकेबल डिजीज से तो ज्यादा आजकल किलर है हमारा बीपी है, कोलेस्ट्रॉल है
जी. ये सब कुछ टेस्ट कर सकते हैं सर हम लोग. शुगर भी टेस्ट कर सकते हैं, हीमोग्लोबिन टेस्ट कर सकते हैं, HbA1c टेस्ट कर सकते हैं, क्रेटेनिन कर सकते हैं, LFT ट्राइग्लिसराइड्स भी कर सकते हैं. तो सारे टेस्ट पॉसिबल है सर. एट प्रेजेंट वी आर एबल टू कंडक्ट 15 टेस्ट अभी तक, और R&D में हम लोग इसको बहुत जल्द 25 तक लेके जा रहे हैं, और 50 का हमारा एम है कि हम 50 टेस्ट कर पाए. IIT गुवाहाटी में सर.
बहुत अच्छी बात है, कीजिए. हम तो आपके टच में ही है, मधु सर से भी आप टच में रहिए. अगर हमें आपकी जरूरत पड़ी तो हम आपकी सेवाएं जरूर.
We look forward for it, sir. Thank you.
Congrats and all.
Thanks. Thank you.
So there is a release by
Sir, this is the impact book. We are inaugurating through your.
Yes, sir.
No, sir. You also. Alex, sir.
दो ही CEO सर को दो.
सर ये प्रोजेक्ट हमने दिंडोरी नासिक में किया. You can see that for COPD and TB screening. Yes, yes.
27 villages and 12,000 people working.
Just explain quickly about.
Yes, sir. This is same project. We have particularly done it in Nasik area, Dindori, where we did screening of more than 75,000 people for the first assessment of the COPD and TB. And this has given us a recognition by HM, and that is a reason we have launched this impact book. CCMB is being a crucial part of Rarata's growth, We have two devices, sir. You can see it on the technology desk. One is already in the market, and through Year Health, we are coming up with another device which will be used easily at the PHCs and the hospital level, sir. Right now, we have a handheld device which is easily used in all the lower, sector area. But going ahead with the easy to use and more modern devices coming up. And our test price is around 40 rupees per person.
Very good.
Yeah, and we have been doing this project in Nasik for unlike Dr. Bharti Pawar's assistant. She's cabinet minister in Delhi for health, and we could get the project through Ramji sir's help only. And we are doing this project again ahead under NHM for another project in Rewa and Pondicherry and Karnataka coming up.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And, do well.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for coming.
अब मुझे लगा कि क्यों बोलते हैं ये गुस्सा में लोगों पैसे क्यों asking like कुछ समय भी फंडिंग कराओ. Remember? Thank you. This is from AAC.
So this is our offshoot.
Tell a brief about this that they drop.
Yeah.
Toolkit of 15.
Please. You give it to other motions. There are two more people here. Now,
Photos.
Yeah. Should I? Yeah, please.
We'll have one photograph with our
Yeah, so ground tour we are planning, sir.
Okay, sir.
आप लोग डायरेक्टली भी मुझसे टच पे रह सकते हो. ये तो लोकल चैनल इन लोगों में बाईपास नहीं कर रहा. Our assistant Pitapa is very energetic to support all. He created one program, sir. Acceleration in diagnostics का सर आपकी से SPV रिटायरमेंट के बाद काम कर रहे हैं. Good fact inspiration.
I'm 77, so I need to stop.
इनका छिप गया होगा ऐसे करने. ठीक है. Thank you. It's really good.
Thank you, sir.
No, it's not that I am here. I'm saying I'm really happy about it.
Yeah, I mean, really looking at innovation, CSR is something that really good.
And as you rightly said, there is too many regulation, ethics, because it's a health issue. It's a matter of life of a person. तो अब चाहिए चाहे नहीं चाहिए वो हमारे कंट्रोल में नहीं है. उससे आज मैं when I was coming the flight I was reading the 365 lesson of stoicism. तो उसमें यही लिखा हुआ था कि there are certain things which is under our control, which is freely given by nature.
Yes.
Like about this event, how this event will run, what he will say, what other speaker will say, I have no control. But what I am having control on my opinion. Okay. So what you think you are doing good, you should do. And why I was telling not my history, because I never thought that what I am going to be. But every stage, at age of my 54 years, again I am learning from my great lieutenants about the metal, melting point, cadmium, how it is a health hazard. No, seriously. how is making the smart card for army? It's an entirely new thing. So, and since you are having such a fertile mind, you can do wonders. We don't had this much of opportunity 30 years back. I'm really telling you, I remembered my days. I've come here once upon a time. We used to send a lot of biological sample for your identification, wildlife crime. One person name I forgot. Last year he came and gave us lecture in the National Institute of Criminology in Delhi.
This is Sunil Verma.
No, not Sunil.
Not last year.
Last year.
Ajay
Verma. He remembers me that he has met me somewhere. So why I'm telling you, you can do wonders. Don't restrict your area in just if a Babu kind like us with so much of limitation can learn certain things, then why not you people?
Inspiring, sir. In fact,
with Mr. Karthik, I have that time we didn't had money. While coming, I was telling to Mr. Naidu that I gave him 1,80,000 rupees one project. When he trained me, he empowered me. Ask him. I'm not joking. For 6-7 months, and we discovered for the first time that there is a deformity in frogs in the pristine of the national forest area of the Western Ghats. किया था ना हम लोगों ने? So it's not that I don't fund the research organization. He's a living testimony. by default, he is here today. So if you are doing good.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Today's Industry and Media Connect and Education Academia Connect was a wonderful event organized by FTCCI, ICT and Talent Farm, and I was happy to be a part of it. This is going to help the students grow in their careers for sure. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Which is basically the platform that's powering this initiative of IAC driven by FTTCI. We are happy to be part of this program, and we are looking forward to working with all the colleges and corporates to enable the children to achieve their potential. Talent Farm will play the role of enabling them to their potential. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I think we had a great event today in terms of Industry Academia Connect program by FTCCI and powered by Talent Farm. We had some wonderful speakers in terms of Mr. Rajesh Dudu, Mr. Shrikant Sinha. We had our chief guest, Professor Uday Desai. We had a special address by Mr. Jayesh Ranjan. We spent a lot of time in emphasizing the need for industry and academia to work together and ensure that we create models which are effective.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I'm here in this FTCCI Talent Farm program, and this is one of the really very good and wonderful initiative, Talent Farm as well as FTCCI. This kind of industry connect along with the academics, and we have to bridge the gap that has been there for long, and definitely the way all these stakeholders are getting connected. I wish all these teams work together for a better tomorrow for Telangana and for India. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
As part of the initiative Industry Academia Connect, we are looking forward to bridge the gap between academia and industry. And I think we are using a very innovative platform called Talent Farm. The idea is to basically bring all the use cases from the industry and enable students to work on those with best-in-class mentors from across the industry. We're looking forward to get started, 100 students to begin with, and we will be ramping this up across the state.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
The Industry Academia initiative is one of the need of the hour, much most important initiative in enhancing the skill set, reducing the skill gap for the talent and the ecosystem at large, which also which also builds the entrepreneur mindset. Very, very happy and delighted to be part of this ICT committee and also the part of the event. I wish FTCCI Talent Farm and the ICT a very grand success for this future event ahead.
To To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Good afternoon. We are from Srinidhi Institute of Science and Technology. It was a great initiative set up. Through this, our colleges get a lot of exposure, and many of our startups, for our startups, it could be helpful.
This event helped us to network with a lot of different colleges, so which would be useful for our student startups to grow in the future.
We actually have a lot of prototypes in our college. Maybe with these industries coming into our college, it would help these prototypes set up to a next level. So yeah. Thank you for
giving this opportunity.
Thank you for giving us this opportunity and looking forward.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Today we are launching the program on IAC, Industry Academia Connect program. In this program, we enroll the colleges and universities as members, and we have also established collaborations with organizations such as T-Hub, Task, T-Works, etc. Make the students employable in the industry. Also, we prepare them for innovations to engage them in the startup activities. So that's the idea of the IAC program. It has been launched today in FTCCI.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I think this is a fantastic forum where both industry and colleges get to meet and talk about how do we work together, how do we collaborate well. Talentform.ai has given a platform where the students and the industry mentors can connect, and we bring that the solutions for the problems that industry is looking for, people that the industry is looking for. And also get the talent ready for the industry, because there's a usual complaint that the talent is not ready, and the talent says that the industry is not picking them up. So I think there's definitely this need of coming together, and I see this as a great initiative of meeting both the objectives. Thank you so much for inviting me again. All the best.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
This is a great event. Definitely, I think as some of the speakers were mentioned, that it was always like we always start the initiatives and do the MOUs kind of a thing. But this is going to be the next step of what they were, and now we wanted to kind of take it into the next level. I see a lot of synergy that has been there within the academic industry and the governments as well, and Talent Firm driving this whole initiative. Pankaj and his team has done a tremendous of work, and definitely whatever I see, typically like Pankaj kind of take it very seriously and kind of takes to the next level. That's exactly what everybody is kind of looking for. So I wish Talent Firm and this whole academic and industry connect a big success, and we're all part of it. I'm a mentor already, kind of delivering this at some of the colleges, whatever the knowledge that I have from the industry, and I'm happy to kind of do it more, and wish everyone a great success. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
This is one of my personal soft initiatives since almost 20 years, where we want to work with the students and see what the industry folks can come together and share their experiences. We got a lovely platform with FTCCI to run this as a large initiative now, and we will bring this to all the colleges that we are working very closely with. In fact, in the next 3 to 6 months, we should be having at least 100 students doing full-time internship with at least 10 projects or 10 companies. That's our first milestone. And immediately, we would want to take this into two different aspects. One where we want to do the nurture program, where we will engage about 100 women students. And the second is the accelerate program, where we will do a lot of large initiatives together. So thanks to FTCCI for allowing us to bring this initiative together. I want to thank all the colleges who have committed so far. We wish the rest of the colleges come soon. I also want to thank all the industry members around us who have come together and giving us all the strength to be part of this initiative. This will go a long way in creating a platform for nation building in a very small way that we people can organize. Thank you, and we will come back to you very soon with more updates on this. Thanks.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I would request Ms. P. Sangeeta, if you can come over and talk about and do a welcome note for on behalf of FTCCI leadership, please. Thank you.
I'm sure this platform will be an excellent platform for learning, networking, and lots of connects too. So on behalf of the Federation of Telangana Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I welcome you all to this Industry Academia Connect initiative. I welcome the chief guest for the event, Professor Uday Desai ji, guest of honor Sri Shrikant Sinha ji, and Sri Rajesh Duddu ji, other industry leaders, leaders from the academia, students, and friends from the media. A warm welcome to all of you. Academics is so important in the Indian parampara. We have actually teacher is equal to guru and guru is equal to God. So this is actually a divine platform for all of you, I'm sure. So I would like to congratulate the ICT committee for taking up this initiative, which is the need of the hour to develop more and more employable candidates, and it's a big boon for the industry to have employable candidates. I would also like to assure the colleges and students of full support from FTCCI in terms of industry participation. Thank you. Have a great day.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hi, I think we had a great event today, the FTCCI Industry Academia Connect initiative. We had industry leaders from the academia and students all joining in and debating, discussing about how industry, academia and students can work together to ensure that on one end we help the students from getting great employability opportunities, and on the other side we can solve the talent challenge that industry faces. I'm very thankful to all the mentors, to the industry guests, who came down, who shared their insights on this. We had leaders like Rajesh Duddu, we had Mr. Shrikant Sinha from Task, we had Avnish Bhatnagar from ServiceNow, we had Rashi Srivastav from Quintele. I think it was a wonderful event. Thanks to Professor Uday Desai, who was the chief guest, and Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, Special Chief Secretary for IT, Industries and Commerce, who could not join in person but recorded a beautiful message encouraging us and motivating us to do this. I think this is a great initiative of FTCCI with its Industry Academia Connect, along with Talent Farm as an implementation partner. The idea is to bring industry problem statements, mentors, access to learning resources to students. And as students solve these problem statements, the curated profiles of the students is shared with potential employers. This will effectively create a win-win situation for students on one side to get great employability opportunities, and for industry to get great curated talent. So all in all, it's a win-win situation. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I would request K. Mohan Radu Garu to please come over on the stage and talk more about ICT committee and the initiatives that we are taking. Please.
As you see, FTCCI, earlier it was called FAPSI,
Federation of AP Chambers of Commerce and Industry before the state was bifurcated. Now, with the formation of Telangana, it's called FTCCI, Federation of Telangana Chambers of Commerce and Industry. As you have seen, it's a 7-year-old organization. It's a premier chambers in the country, one of the premier chambers in the country. To run this chambers, we have 22 committees. One of them is our ICT committee. 22 committees comprise of international, banking, taxation, like that. We have 22 committees. Among the 22, one is this ICT committee. We have some major events happening every year from the FTCCI as such. For example, FTCCI Excellence Awards and FTCCI HR Awards, FTCCI MSME Conclave, then Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo, and International Conference on Shipping and Logistics. These are the events, annual events that happen every year by the other committees. When it comes to the ICT committee, it's a excellent composition of the members. We have Dr. Uday Desai as one of our advisors, and Mr. P. Rajanna, the head of TCS, he is another advisor, and myself, the chair. As I told you, I'm the director at Informatics India. I'm in the field for over 40 years now, starting from the first generation computers. So then we have Bala Pedigari, he is a co-chairman. He is the Chief Innovation Officer at TCS. And we have Pankaj, he is the Director at Idea Labs. We have Sandeep Srivastava, Director at Microsoft. And then we have members from the top industries like SAP, Microsoft, TCS, Wipro, Infosys, like that. From all these companies, we have the members in this ICT committee. At ICT committee, we have 3 types of activities. One is ad hoc events that happen almost every month, one activity every month. And then we have annual events. Then we have sustained activity events. So sustained activities on the ChatGPT, like that, AI in sector-wise AI use cases, blockchain, digital transformation, like that. We keep doing events that on a regular basis. Then we have annual events. We have started an event called Impetus with HICIA, in collaboration with HICIA. That will be an annual event. And Impetus is a event that happens between FTCCI members and HICIA members, where HICIA members showcase their offerings, like IT offerings. Then the members of the FTCCI from the trade and industry, they come and take the demos, and then they go for it wherever it's required. That's the purpose of this Impetus. Then we have Deep Tech Roundtable. See why Telangana is lagging behind in Deep Tech units. On that, we have taken an initiative, and we have run a Deep Tech Roundtable last year, and this year next edition will happen soon. So these are some of the annual events. On the sustained basis, we have the MSME health card, where MSMEs, they have to be monitored and encouraged to comply in the technologies, the finance, HR, and compliance side. So all this, we are developing a forum with an application to monitor them and then grade them and give the health card system for MSMEs. That is one thing. Then we have the student industry interaction. Now the launch is happening now. And then we also have a activity for the startup and the industry interaction. Startups also need the right mentoring from the industry. Basically, the members of the FTCCI, they are the consumers of the technology and technological solutions. So the problem statement given by the industry people, that becomes more authentic for the startups to do the innovations. Otherwise, what happens, they do on a theoretical basis, and it may be accepted or may not be accepted by the industry. Whereas if it happens in the collaboration with FTC industry members, it will be more successful. That's the idea. So that's about the ICT committee. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
If we are to really become a multi-trillion-dollar opportunity, we have to become a product nation. Because if you look at the market cap of Apple, I think it's around $2.73 trillion. If you look at the market cap of Microsoft, it's about $3.25 trillion. So you just add Microsoft and Apple, and that's an aspiration for India in that sense, right? And why is that? Because we may have as many services companies, we may have as many startups, but unless we are going to create those world-class products, I don't think we are going to get there. And that is where we have TAS, T-Hub, T-Works, kind of entities which are partners of this initiative, which are all sitting together, brainstorming in terms of how do we do that. And to make product nation, we need product engineers. Right? And that is where all of you sitting here who are representing the students, I mean, there are of course 5,000 students who are going to join this pilot initiative phase 1, but about 20 of you are real representatives of those students. And I think this message is what has to go across the length and breadth of country, that we need to build more product engineers. And how do you build product engineers, right? There's a certain product mindset which is required. You don't, you don't get up one day morning and say, today I'm becoming a product engineer. There's a certain mindset which has to be created right from schooling, college, and grooming in the industry, right? And this picture is what I want some of you to retain with you. Everyone ultimately gets a job, and IT industry has been very kind in giving jobs to a lot of people. But the question that we really need to ask ourselves is, are we building bricklayers? Are we becoming bricklayers in the IT industry, or are we becoming the architects in IT industry? I think for last 20, 25 years or 30 years, for example, when we started with the IT growth, it was all okay to get any kind of job. But today I think the young people have more confidence, they have more aspiration, and I think it's time to build on the foundation that our seniors and super seniors have laid, and really look at this as an opportunity for us, for India, to make those architects of the IT industry. Like in a building, you have the masons working and you have architects working. Essentially, both can go back home and say, we did a great job for that building. But you know the difference between a mason and an architect. The mason would just be following the instructions, putting things without knowing what he is doing. But the architect would have thought about it, would have designed about it. So I think that's where we have to get into that design thinking mode. That's where we have to get into that architect mode in terms of that thinking professional mode. How are we trying to do that? We are trying to do that by partnering with Talent Farm, and it's an AI-based platform where we are first of all bringing together a lot of industry problem statements. FTCCI is a rich body which has more than 5,000 direct members and 25,000 members. So from agri-tech to fintech to vaccine, pharma, healthcare, name an industry, and you have member companies of FTCCI. And we have now started working with these member companies to source problem statements, because I think I remember listening to Mukesh Ambani once, where he said that his professor in the university would grade them based on the problems they identified rather than the solutions. And I think in the world of ChatGPT, building a solution has probably become easy. But do you identify the right problem? Can you understand the problem domain? Can you articulate the problem? Or are we going to shoot in the dark? Are we going to build fantasies in our college labs? I think that's the difference that we have to look at. And that is where the emphasis in this initiative is going to be a lot on identifying problem statements, understanding problem statements, and articulating problem statements. That itself is probably the first step, and we underestimate that a lot. Right? We are all, as engineers, very excited about how to do things without getting into why do we need to do things or what do we need to do, right? And I think that's where the basics are going to be set right in this program, where we'll start with why, then go to what, and only then we'll get to how.
So don't think too much about the algorithms that you want to use or the Raspberry Pi boards that you want to use. First, let's ask ourselves, is it a problem worth solving? Is it something worth giving it a try? So that's where I think a lot of emphasis is going to be on why. And one way of doing that is bringing together a lot of problem statements from various domains so that you get an opportunity to choose those problem statements, pick up the problem that you want to follow. Someone may have affinity to agriculture, someone may have affinity to healthcare, education, whatnot, right? The other important thing that we are trying to do in this is get a lot of mentors. So we're very fortunate, and quite a few of them are sitting here today. We have some of the best in class mentors, and these are not mentors who have just lent their name. These are mentors who are lending their time. These are mentors who are working with us, discussing with us, brainstorming with us, helping us build the product better, helping us build this initiative better. In the ICT team itself, you saw a wide range of people coming from all sections of the society, coming from very large MNCs like SAP, startups, organizations like T-Hub and NASCOM, all kinds of organizations. So it's really an initiative where people have got together, because all of us have been struggling with this problem for the last 20, 30 years. I remember sitting as a student in 1997, 96, and someone coming and talking about the gap between industry and academia. And unfortunately, after 24 years back, I am standing here and talking about the same thing. Nothing much has changed, right? And I think we've had enough of Lee's time to correct that, but now it's a question of survival. Now it's a question of survival. It's also a question of, are we going to let go this opportunity, or are we going to make the best use of this opportunity with so much disruption happening around us? So I think one of the very big key points about this initiative is the kind of mentors who are associated with it, who are going to validate, who are going to help you understand those problem statements. Not just technology mentors, but also domain experts. Because if you want to solve a problem in agriculture, you also need an agriculture specialist. If you want to solve a problem in healthcare, you also want a healthcare specialist. If you want to design a hardware product, you need the support of T-Works for designing and prototyping. If you want to start your own startup, you need the incubation at T-Hub, right? So that's how it's going to work together. Now, in a screenshot, if I were to quickly take 2 minutes to explain how the whole story goes, you see on the left side, you have all the actors who are there on the platform, be it the recruiters, mentors, service providers, students, of course, and then there's that smart AI buddy, which does all the magic. You have multiple stages where the student goes through profiling, ideation, learning, building, and then finally showcasing or demonstrating it. There's a problem catalog, learning resources, a lot of online lab infra, cloud-based labs have been created in AI, cloud-based labs have been created in blockchain, Web3, all these areas. And then of course, the AI buddy kind of monitors your progress and keeps giving insights so that corrections and interventions can be done right in time instead of crying over spilt milk later on. Right? The AI buddy also does a lot of recommendations, scheduling and all that. And finally, as an outcome, you have a skill wallet, which is a verified blockchain-based wallet where your credentials are stored. You have an app store where you can showcase to the world what you have built so that you don't go with your resume. I mean, resume is a pass. You can't go in today's world and say, this is my bio data, right? You say, this is my portfolio. These are the applications I have built. This is my GitHub repository. This is my app showcase. Please have a look at it. And these are the mentors who have checked on me, who have given a industry assessment report so that it becomes a neutral report. And all these curated profiles, as you solve these problems, are shared with potential employees, of course based on your consent. If you think you don't want to share it, it's not going to be. But these are all shared with the industry recruiters or with the employees. This way it's a win-win situation because employers are also scrambling for talent. I keep telling this, you need only one job, but the company needs 100 people like you. So the problem is bigger on the other side. And when they get an opportunity to see curated profiles, when they know that the person is not just coming and writing on the resume, given an opportunity, I will do my best. Right? Everyone tells the same thing, right? That's the standard resume line. But how do I believe in you? Why should I waste my time on you? Why should I even train you? Now this is where a proof of concept, this is where data-backed, evidence-backed profile helps in the recruiter knowing, in the employer knowing exactly that these are your strengths. It's almost like you have worked with them and done an internship of 6 months with them. So I know every aspect of it. It's like how when a new team member joins me, over 6 months I get to know the strengths of the person, I get to know what are good and bad aspects of the person. That's exactly what happens here. So it becomes a huge opportunity as an internship for students to work on this. Thank you so much for this opportunity. We request your support. This is not an initiative of FTCCI. This is not an initiative of Talent Farm. This is an initiative which is going to be successful when all stakeholders work together. So I request the students, the academic fraternity, the industry mentors who are here, the partner organizations who are here, to please come together and let's make it a reality. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
We are marching towards the $10 trillion economy, and we have a large role to play. So I will not do the questions, but I will let them each speak their point of view. And the point is also about where do we get started. There are multiple initiatives. There is a lot of people coming together, wanting to commit their time, all the value add that they are ready to pour in. But then from each one, we would like to understand what is it that you would like to kind of pour in your views, and where should we get started and how do we get started?
There are a lot of points, and we've been discussing on this topic. I think this is one of the topics, like you said, 10 years or 20 years back also we were doing Academia Industry Connect, and we were talking about women empowerment and how do we bring them to forefront and things like that. Again, we are talking about it. I think this needs a mindset change as well. Like how we are talking about product mindset, this needs a mindset change big time in terms of how are we bringing up our kids, how are we bringing up our organization, how is faculty treating both girls and boys in the college. It goes everywhere. I think this needs a fundamental change of mindset from the start. How you start treating your girl versus boy, and we were talking about boys need A, B, C, D, you need car and all, and girls would ask for home toys and things like that, right? I think this, the mindset needs to change completely. And when it comes to industry style, and I'm not going to talk about all the points because there are a lot of points in my head running at this point in time, but the key things that probably we should look at is setting up a good ecosystem or the support system for women employees. Not looking at numbers saying, oh, we have crossed 30% in the diversity ratio in our organization, that's an achievement. I don't know why we call that as an achievement, because you should look at the talent pool. You should not look at the number and say, yes, there's a tick over here. So that's the second point. I am a single mother. I have a 2-year-old girl, and I totally understand the need of the support system at home, at work, and people recognizing that, you know, you need that time with your kid as well as you are committed to your work. So when you are at work, you're 100% at work. When you're home, you're 100% home. You need a very supportive staff, your supervisors, your peers, your reportees, and all. So that's why I said it needs a mindset change. I'll stop here and let's listen to other folks now.
Just to add, I think apart from, I think the usual tick boxes that are done in corporates, I've experienced this. I had number of leaders walking in, especially during the month of March, you know, when everyone wants to portray that they're the most ID'd company, if I should say, which counts inclusivity, diversity, and equity, and equality to a certain extent in terms of various aspects, but they start off with gender, right? It's very irritating to be on the other side where you hear the numbers. But I think while the bad news comes in data, the good news is always the efforts that also count with organizations and individuals who are trying to set up initiatives that could really help these numbers move up, and the initiatives that we all talk about hopefully help more people to come into the workforce and stay in the workforce, right? The problem is no more about coming into the workforce. It's actually staying back in the workforce, because we all know the attrition rates in terms of mid-careers that are happening with women at work forces, especially with COVID. I think COVID actually COVID with a hybrid work environment has actually given a lot of perks and flexibility that's never spoken of in corporates in general, the flexibility of ensuring you kind of work from home and work from anywhere in whichever part of the world, and can still manage your calendars, right? So I think that's really important for us to maybe look at as well, how you're, as allies, I think the most important thing I've realized while we were noticing the wall of fame on the outside, because the number of men that we saw there and literally no women, it's also in this room when you look at it, then I think I see most of you as allies for your own respective homes, your organizations, your teams that you're literally supporting, right? How many of you could go back and be a shoulder to lean on for your respective team member, for your organization, for picking up an initiative? It's very easy for a woman to pick up an initiative and say, hey, I'm trying to do something with respect to diversity. If you see, actually most of the diversity teams that are run in organizations and corporates are mostly run by women, especially right from cutting a cake at the desk to running organizational, institutional activities around inclusion and diversity are run by women, where a few of them will be sponsored by men. I think we're speaking about a few genders here, couple of genders here, if I should say so, right? But I think it's time that we see the other side, or the other gender, also picking up more initiatives that could help. Build spaces, build communities that could help get a dialogue and a discussion together. Otherwise, I don't think this will just be solved by 10 Sheetals, 10 Vaishalis, 10 Avnishas on the panel, right? It's got to be a community effort in how we build capacity as we go. I think with respect to startups, corporates, technology coming at the intersection of all of this, how do we solve this? I remember entrepreneurs back in those days, and back in those days could be just a decade back as well, just a year back as well, if I should say so. We used to hear a lot of people pitch conversations on pickle, papad, petticoats, especially for women entrepreneurs. That was the usual spectrum of sectors that they were looking at. But I remember, I think the last quarter, or I think just before the New Year's, we heard pitches of platforms, programs, and products. And I think this is the best time to see if you'd want to be an entrepreneur, especially as a woman. There are enough programs, and on the academia side as well, there's enough push that's coming in through. Maybe it's time that we reimagine these institutions and how we all perform as individuals as well.
I'll start by, we talked about all the T's since the morning, all the S. We had the RRR panel. This is by far the most diverse panel. Right? So, and we know what the state is today, right? Everybody knows the data, the numbers that we've been talking about and everything. But I want to start by the happy picture, right? Who's the supreme commander of our armed forces today? Right? Our Honorable President, Shrimati Draupadi Murmu. I come from an organization where my business unit is led by a woman. The top leadership is majorly women in my organization. We have a very strong focus on DEI, right? We have Karen, who's our Chief Equity and Innovation Officer, a CXO level position, right? Why I'm saying all that is that in product organizations today, there is a lot of focus on diversity. So this is a very good time to be a woman in tech or a woman in product. Last 4 or 5 years, our Honorable Prime Minister has put in a lot of focus on Nari Shakti. Now, that doesn't mean that everything goes away, what Rashi has alluded to or Vaishali was talking about. I'll give you an anecdote. Once taking an elevator in my office building, it so happened I was the only man in that elevator amongst the group of women. And that day was like, a realization for me, what does it feel to be sitting in a meeting room full of men, right? And especially, being very honest and transparent when some take pride in making off-color remarks and jokes, right? That respect has to be there in the work environment, that empathy has to be built in. Diversity is not just a gender diversity. Diversity is of diversity of thought. Right? I mean, I don't want to generalize that all women think alike, all men think alike. But yes, there's a pattern. And when you have women on the table, there is a diversity of thought. Right? So my message to all the women out there, this is a great time because a lot of companies are hiring for diversity. Go out there, right? We men have a lot to catch up on. We are not even 30%, 40% in the second occupation that the most women run, which is the household, right? So if we do our part, if we come to at least 50% and take that 50% responsibility of the households, right, that would go a long way in having women sustain their careers and reach the leadership positions in the organizations.
Absolutely, I think that's where we call ourselves super achievers.
Or I can maybe just quickly add, whenever I introduce how I am from AWS, a taxi and a candy along, right? And I think this is every parent's nightmare. I remember number of times while we were, and this is also coming in place in terms of how technology is playing these days. I was always told whenever I was playing in my respective lanes of the colony, do not get into a stranger's car, do not accept a candy, do not take water, do not even talk to them, everything, that's coming that way, saying do not, right? And imagine a company like Uber literally building a business model based on that, where we tell them where we live, we accept a candy, we accept their experiences, we accept their water, we tell them where we are going, all these things that are really coming in place. So much so that we don't call taxis anymore, we call them Uber, Ola, we don't call banks anymore, we call them Paytms, we call them, mostly not theaters anymore, but we call Netflix, Hotstar, Prime taking over. And if you've experienced any of these technologies or applications and products, you've experienced AWS. That's how it always came to me, that technology has built a lot of trust that we cannot see. And I think with what Mr. Rajesh has mentioned with Uber, you can't explain this to as if, explain it to me as if I'm 5 or your grandmother. You can't explain the details behind all of this, right? But it's great to build that trust that this person that you don't know will take you from point A to point B and will also maybe give you a bottle of water. Just be nice to him. The least that you could do is be nice to him and maybe do a scanner at the end because they only accept cash these days. Or do a digital payment, ensure you have a quick knowledge of your scanner and then your OTP and everything else, right? So imagine how much of trust is being built with platforms like this. And all of these don't really have gender. And I think that's really important, to the point of diversity in thought. There's so much safety aspect that really came in, and people look at it from a women perspective as well, and how the number of initiatives that are really coming in the number of initiatives are being taken by these corporates as well to ensure there's enough trust that's being built between the consumer and the rider is also important, right? So I know there's still a lot more to do there, but we'll only realize the lot more to do when we have more women in the decision-making rooms, more women in the boardrooms who are making these feature designs or use cases, right? I think it's important maybe we all speak up in this room as well. There's nothing called a stupid or a silly question. We are expected to maybe do silly answers, but not on your side. No, I think it's interesting, right? I've done this in 2016, and it's just one of those best experiences because you also got to fundraise for your own expedition. So as a part of the group called 2041, along with this person called Robert Swan, who's the first person to walk both the South and North Pole. The idea is to learn more about climate change and come back to your respective city or the state that you belong to and become an ambassador for climate change. The best part is how you discover and how everything can just happen in a fraction of a second. The number of times I think I watch, every time I'm literally on my lowest of the lows, I go back and watch that video, right? Where there's an iceberg falling in just on the boat that we were on, and it could have been, and I still remember my mom asking me if I had insurance while I was going there, right? So things like this can just really change the way on how the climate change is really not really spoken about. While the topic that we are on, I think the climate change and resource scarcity is not really being spoken about so much as we speak about technology and urbanization, right? So I think those topics also need some rooms and dialogues and discussions. I think that's where we wanted to build those communities. I came back and I was part of one of the teams that was doing Hyderabad Urban Makeover physical literacy days. We used to do Ragiri days and Happy Sundays towards the roads of ISB. If you know, the entire road was blocked so that we could do only physical activities, and for families to come over and learn more about environment and what it's really doing to you as an individual, as an organization. I remember we did car-free Thursdays. And I think I had a board as well that I carried to Antarctica, where I wanted to talk about the initiative, where all the IT employees were really picking up public transport on Thursdays and not really picking up their car in their respective vehicle. So there are quite a lot of initiatives that were coming in through while we were in the PPP sector of the world, which is public-private partnerships. We worked across with Cyberabad Commissionerate, Sajjanar Garu and the team, so that we could build this, right? So it's important to understand how you could I think once you're really interested about a cause, there are always platforms that will give you the position to go back and talk about it. If there are no platforms, I think it's your bare minimum responsibility to go back and create them. And that's what I believe organizations or initiatives like this will do as well. But I think it's an interesting experience that I had. Now that you asked me about Antarctica, I've also realized there's another train journey that I've taken called Jagrati Yatra. I'm not sure how many of you know about it. It's a train journey that's built, it's a train that's only built for entrepreneurs to go, happens every December. 500 entrepreneurs aspiring, someone who's been there, done that, is on the train along with 50 other set of mentors. The idea is you go back and meet, you go to 12 places across India, which we call the Middle India, covering Bombay to Bombay again. We go to meet Mr. Narayan Murthy in Infosys. We go back to Anshu Gupta in Delhi, Barefoot College, where they make grandmothers engineers, in Rajasthan and Thalonia. We come back to Bombay, right? So we go to these 12 places, and imagine being on the train every day morning. You go to these role models, come back in the night, sit down with your respective cohort which you're assigned to, live on the train for 15 days, and come back. Trust me, it was a life-changing experience for me. I think those experiences are many and many in India, because I've never experienced a tier 4 district. I've experienced a tier 3 district, tier 2 district, because my grandmothers are from a particular village. I went back during summer and I came back. But tier 4 district, where we still have women who use dry cloth, sand, dried leaves for their menstruation hygiene, is something that's still existing in India. For me, that was a big shocker, right? So you will, to the question of, I think, what Bharatwaj was asking, you don't have to, I think India, we have a lot of problems. We don't really have to ask for what's your problem or what's your latest problem, right? I think there are many problems as we go rural as well, not just urban. I think it's time that we maybe just, we don't have to romanticize the whole problem statement. I think it's time that we kind of build a business use case or understand how do we build a better solution across these problem statements. So for me, that was really a life-changing experience. And I hope whoever's inspired an aspiring entrepreneur, especially when you're a student, we've got enough platforms to do this. So,
fortunately, I'm blessed. I have parents who support me. I have about 24 years of experience now, and throughout my journey, they've been very supportive. So during the day, my mom becomes my daughter's mom, basically. She'll take care of her entire day. And in the evening, when I have a couple of hours, I am with her. So either it's my work or family. I am a very antisocial kind of person, so don't meet a lot of folks outside even on the weekends. So I'm able to manage, and knock on wood, it's all because of the support system I have. My supervisors, my peers, my office mates are very, very nice. And they all, we still have hybrid work culture. So I'm usually in office, but at least 3-4 days in a week I'm in office. And when I'm in office, it's like 10 hours in the office. So, I'm able to manage. So far, so good. Probably when she gets older, I have to change my strategy a little bit. So I did change. I used to work probably 14-15 hours before she came into my life. And now it is 10 hours. And we'll see how it goes. Plus, I have a very good team, so I'm able to manage it well. I think it's just that you need that support. You need that ecosystem that supports you. Yeah, totally agree with that. I think we are in a very good era of deep tech where all of us are always connected. And I think the deep tech, someone was saying, right, if I had an opportunity, I would have come to be born as a youth now. But I think this is the era when you have a lot of things that you can avail and benefit out of. So, yeah.
So, I want to just add another perspective to that. We're talking about women in tech. What about women in other vocations, in other sectors, right? We have maids coming in our houses for doing the dishes and the cleaning. Most of them women. I haven't seen any man come in and do the dishes so far. They have kids, they have families. I go to the Vijeta store, most of the staff is female. They have families, they have kids, right? You go to the malls, everywhere, you would see a much higher participation of females in workforce in these sectors, right? They are managing. I don't know how. I sometimes ask my maid, what about the kids? And then she says, yeah, they'll play there. And, someday she'll say that I want to take a day off because the kid is not well. So they also have this real problem. So we should not, I'm sorry to say, sit here and fantasize that all the problems are with us.
I think with that we will close the discussion, and thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
First question, Rajesh. A lot of talks on AI, a lot of talks on everything which is tech in the last 2 years, and suddenly the world has shrunk again big time. The biggest impact, I think, both on the industry side as well as the confusing the student a little more. But what would you like to tell the students here? The impact of AI, how to take it, how to be prepared for it, or use this as an opportunity, Rajesh?
Yeah, so what I would tell students is stop watching all those Hollywood movies where AI is shown in a sinister fashion, right? AI is not going to be sinister at all. And then the lot of things have changed, and these things come over the cycles, right? For instance, a small story that I experienced as a kid. My dad was a career banker with SBI, and one day he was usually he goes to office on Sundays as well. So one day he was at home, and I asked him what happened, and he said his staff is on strike. And I asked him, why is the staff on strike? He said, primarily the tellers are on strike because they're introducing automation in the bank. And those tellers felt that they will lose their jobs over a period of time. It's it's a different thing that all those tellers took the sponsorship from the bank to learn the computers, and they moved into the EDP department of the particular bank. So at that point of time, when they felt that they are going to lose the jobs, it's not actually has happened. So what has happened is they have reskilled themselves, and they have either gone into an EDP department in a bank, or they ended up taking up newer roles. For example, 15, 20 years ago in the banking industry, you didn't have a relationship manager, you didn't have a wealth manager, you did not have a loan officer, you did not have an underwriter. But today, if you look at that same banking industry, the kind of roles that have emerged are quite different. So what has helped these people to tide over the change process is their willingness to learn, which is basically in terms of unlearn, relearn, and then redeploy themselves. And that's exactly what is going to happen in the world of artificial intelligence. Today, we have a factory model of churning out engineers in India, which that factory model, the other countries also want to replicate it. While we using that factory model to churn out those engineers have to make a little bit of a course correction in terms of the kind of the tools that they become familiar with, right? Like Shrikant has mentioned earlier as well. The discipline of engineering has changed quite a bit, and so is the case when AI comes into the picture. Today, while AI is being used to generate a lot of content, 80% of it is unreliable and unbelievable. And I'll also give you an example. I recently engaged Gemini, which is Bard, erstwhile Bard, and then I asked Gemini to share 10 unknown facts about Anand Mahindra. And then it said the first entrepreneurial venture of Anand was to sell the photographs that he took as a kid. Right? And I sent it to Anand. I WhatsApped it to Anand and said, this is what Bard is going to say. He said, absolutely crazy. Right? So it is generating a lot of content which is not reliable as well. So it's gonna bring what I call as the trust deficit. Those things aside, the interesting things that it is going to do is, ability to convert a legacy code into a new age code. Many large companies in the world today still run on mainframes and the legacy code, right? They are absolutely scared to touch it. But now there is a prospect of using a generative AI algorithm and apply it to that legacy code and see how that legacy code can be generated into a new age code. So the course correction that these engineers or the professionals need to do is how to use those particular tools in a right sense, and what is the additional inventory of the skills that they need to acquire. And a good inventory of skill that they need to acquire, which is what we were taught in the school as well, is the spirit of inquiry. That's where the prompt engineering is going to come from. If you don't have a strong spirit of inquiry, you won't be able to come up with meaningful prompts. So it kind of ties down to some of the basics that we have learnt in the school, where our professors have kind of asked us to foster that skill of the spirit of inquiry, which is going to work very well in the world of artificial intelligence as well. So this is how it is going to shape up over a period of time.
Thank you. Thanks for that, Rajesh. And I still remember, बचपन से हमको बोला है सत्य की खोज करो, right? I mean,
absolutely.
Everybody, when we were growing up, they want us to do satya ki khoj. So prompt engineering and satya ki khoj, if you ask the right questions, you'll get the right answers. Okay. Next question to Raghu. Raghu, as representation of NASSCOM, you do work with a lot of startups as well, mid-size, small, new age, deep tech, etc. What do you see as your experience of this entire, demand-supply paradox that we have for those startups, and what is it the necessary steps that are being taken to address that in your sphere?
See, on the challenges, if we see, first of all, thank you for having me here. If we see the industry challenges, if we take one step aside and see the last 6 years, the kind of disruption every sector has faced is unprecedented, starting with pandemic, followed by geopolitical stability, and followed by technology disruptions. So there are challenges on business along with the challenges on talent, right? Again, there are conventional challenges with talent in terms of skill gap, in terms of retention, and with pandemic, there is a widespread talent across the nation. Now, we see talent everywhere, which is a good problem to have. So, the important point is what are the measures taken to overcome it, right? How, whether it's as early stage startup, a mid stage enterprise, or a large enterprise, the steps taken to overcome these challenges. So if we see a technology sector point of view, which is what I would like to share a couple of points, technology sector has been very pivotal in the growth of the entire segment. Despite of several disruptions, tech sector has seen a positive growth, right, in the last couple of years, and as we stand today, it is $254 billion revenue generating segment with 5.4 million workforce and with a strong diverse workforce of close to 36% women, right? And these challenges of diversified or spread over workforce have also given opportunity to reach various geographies. We see a lot of tier 2, tier 3 centers picking up in tapping large potential of talent across these segments. So these and of course not the new block, the most prominent kid across the block, the Gen AI. In the recent survey, we see a lot of enterprises have committed their spend on Gen AI, building Gen AI capabilities. So it's a two-way street. One, of course, the academia coming forefront, building those partnerships with the relevant tech players to build the capacity to the students, and of course again industry also moving that hand to bring the practitioner's point of view to overcome these challenges, to build or reduce the skill gap, to bring solutions close to reality. So these are few aspects which we see is happening, and India leading the AI wave. I think with the inevitable India, as everyone speak, there is a large demand on with talent and technology are taking a center stage for every enterprise, as Mr. Rajesh said, to reimagine, to rewrite, to their entire growth pattern. So we see a lot of opportunities for the ecosystem, for the academia. It's more how these enabling initiatives will help them leverage the most out of it and reduce the scale.
Thank you. I like the word inevitable India. I like it. From incredible India to inevitable India. Wonderful. Thank you for that, Raghu. Ramesh, Dr. Ramesh, you have been leading this organization, I think last 2 years you mentioned. It's into product, it's into digital infrastructure for banking. As a product leader, this company and yourself, what's your experience, right? I mean, and you have a mix of a global presence outside India and India. What's your perspective on this entire scenario right now? Would love to hear from you.
Sure, thank you. I think it's probably the most pertinent topic of how do we manage the talent paradox, because whether it's a product company or a services or any other industry, without talent, I don't think it's going to move forward or there will be any progress, right? So while many points have already been called out, first is my perspective being on both industry and academia side is that the temptation to have a very short-term view needs to go both from the industry side as well as the academia side. And Professor Desai called out that an industry looks at it from a quarter-on-quarter versus a few years. I think I was fortunate to experience both sides. And that temptation is very much there today. While we talk of wanting solutions from the industry, we want them to be quick fix, turnkey, very point in time, which is not always the right scenario. Similarly, academicians, I think Shrikant called this out, right? That the first conversation always is about, can you come over for campus placements, right? So the moment the short-term view goes out, there is a possibility for a more meaningful conversation. That's my view. Second, both sides need to adopt a more supply chain type of a view, right? If you take an automobile industry, the supply chain is set up in a way that for it's always for the long run. There are partner, dealer tie-ups. There are spare part tie-ups. There is a whole set of experts who are always associated with the spare part dealers or others. There are panels that are conducted. There is a huge amount of testing that's conducted before even a single nut or a bolt goes into a car, right? So I think that supply chain mindset needs to come in, whether it's a service company, product company, or any other industry, which will then automatically shift the view from a short term to a more medium term, long term. And thirdly, very important, well, there's a lot of talk of AI. I always call this out. One of my passion is to talk about emotional intelligence. The PI model that Shrikant called out, or the T model we had, I will put a foundational bar below, which is, call it the Roman letter 2 model or I model, is the NI, which is the natural intelligence. In all this buzz and noise that we are hearing about all of these, most students, unfortunately, maybe for no fault of theirs, are severely lacking, or they need desperate help on that, is how do we deal with this constant influx of information, and how do we build that natural intelligence, right? Make it stronger, the emotional intelligence. And our entire education system has been on who's got the best marks, who's going to the top institutes, who's scored the maximum. And we are all part of it. Let's admit it. We are all part of it, right? So till that obsession with only top institutes, top marks, top percentages it's there. We will have the same dialogue again a few years down the line. If we really want solutions and this to work, we'll have to step away from that. I think those will be my 3 things. Focus on foundational aspects from a student side as well as industry side. And since I'm on both sides, I'm being blunt about it. Yeah.
Fantastic. And artificial intelligence versus natural intelligence is not the thing. It's AI plus NI. Fabulous. Nice. I'll use that in some of my panel discussions as well, Doctor. Thank you for that. Rajesh, coming back to you, right? AI disruption, it's just become synonymous. But I think this could also be the moment for our country. What do you see how we can all come together as a community, right? So that's what we're trying to do. But how can we do it? How can we really make it happen? Any prescriptive steps that you can suggest?
Yeah, in terms of the best prescription that one can give is based on the model that has worked for us in the past, right? When I was setting up a financial processing services company along with Raman way back 10, 12 years ago, at that point of time when I used to go to any bank or a financial institute, they used to give the example of a China Union Pay. And they used to say China Union Pay is the world leader in the financial processing, and China it exceeded India by a very, very wide margin from a digital payments perspective. And now if you look at, China is trailing far behind India from a digital payments. Recently there was also a WhatsApp forward that was showing a timeline how India has raced much ahead of China. So if we decipher in terms of what has happened, one, I'm not saying that we should bring in another demon exercise. That will be disastrous. So I'm not saying that you should bring in a demonetization experience. But what has happened is there was a clarion call from the Honorable Prime Minister and also the others saying that you should teach other people how to do digital payments, right? Today, now it's quite possible, I'm not trying to demean, but it's quite possible that a beggar on the street may teach other person how to accept a digital payment, right? They know how to start using the digital payment. So if you take that particular model, can we do the same thing like one teach and another person with regards to artificial intelligence? Can we replicate that particular model in terms of, first of all, what is AI? And here the focus is not on technology, the focus is on outcome. And one good example is Uber. If you tell your granny that Uber has cloud, Uber has robotic process automation, Uber has machine learning, she will throw the phone away, right? You're not going to tell her that. You're going to tell her that if you want to go from point A to point B in a safest and the cheapest manner, here is an app that will work for you. That is outcome and an experience led rather than focusing on the underlying technology. So is the case with AI, where you have to focus on what is the experience it is going to deliver and how it is going to make one's life a lot more simpler and easier. So if you bring that particular narrative forward and use some of the models that have helped us in the country and replicate it, then we will be far, far ahead when compared to others in the world of artificial intelligence. Whether it's artificial intelligence or natural intelligence, the idea is to make things better for an individual.
Yeah, exactly. And I do foresee that there is a requirement for AI for grandparents as a session too sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, AI for kids as well, right?
Yeah, of course.
In terms of, it's not only for grandparents. Maybe if you make the experience easier, it may turn the tables and the grandparent may be teaching it to the kid.
Wow, that would be interesting. Thank you. Thanks for that. Raghu, next question to you. We were discussing during our IAC meetings and as well, there are a lot of policy recommendations around fellowships, internships already with AICTE and other education bodies. But what could be done to make it really more meaningful, right? We had a couple of viewpoints in the morning session, but just to make it more programmatic, if you could share some of your viewpoints, and we will also try to incorporate that as part of this IAC policy framework. Yeah,
I'm sure you will put me in spot. So, see, my point of view is the policy is mainly an enabler to provide the basic access to facility, to mentorship, to enhance the knowledge and experience. Let me share my, experience. When I've started my career, I've, worked for a manufacturing organization where the training period was 1 year. So we were told to have a 6 months, just the training across various departments to understand how the business functions, and then 6 months on the job for a specific department which we will work in to understand how the workflow and what needs to be done and how it works, so on and so forth. For the first 1 year, it doesn't make any sense because as a youngster, we always wanted to jump on, the project, live project which is in progress and be the star, take that, award and good grand money and so on and so forth. But at the end of the year, we realize the actual sense of, imparting the training. It's not just to directly enhance our tech and soft skills, it is also to embed the cultural fit into the organization to see if we can, have the same vision of what, business is taking. So these any initiative which will enable, of course, we have chief guest and Shrikant sir and all the panelists have impressed upon the practitioner's point of view to understand the application per se, to have the right solutions in place. So, and I was also, looking for one of the, reading one of the podcast where one of the leaders said, do not get fixated on what you want to do. Focus on, your fundamental aspect of what the problem is and how will you approach to do it, and take every opportunity it comes. This will lead you, in a right path. So I believe the stress upon the foundation of the problem skills, inculcating the cultural fit for with the enterprises. These things, will take along for any individual or also enterprises to have a long-term, strategy.
Oh, perfect. That's a very important point. And I think that leads to the question to you, Dr. Ramesh. Cultural fit, when you're hiring people, you cannot really make out in the first few interviews, 5 hours, how culturally fit this person will be to my organization. What are the basic tenets that you follow while hiring processes, right? What kind of mindset this person has? Anything that you can share, our students here will benefit a lot.
Yeah, great question on that, and very valid in how they get selected, as well as what we typically look at, especially in a product type of scenario, is that ability. We've talked so much about solving problems, right? If you extend that further, is there a bit of a design thinking mindset? We, of course, in 30 minutes, 1 hour, you can't find out all of it, but in the past, even if you're studying during your engineering days, what are some of the activities? I typically, for instance, look at beyond the academics. I believe IQ is there with everybody nowadays. Everybody has a very high level of IQ. What are some of the areas where this IQA has been applied? B, I talked of the emotional angle, right? Have you been able to take that mindset forward on addressing some very practical scenarios in your institute? Second thing is the dynamic aspect, right? Beyond the academics, have you also participated in various activities that are helping in the institution building? For instance, have you been on some committees? Have you been part of anything environment friendly, right? So where you can see that passion coming out of your what you have done there. The third thing I think is very clearly a can-do. We talk so much about it. There are no ready-made solutions in any place. Is that can-do spark or that attitude coming through in your actions so far, whether it's in your engineering or even outside? So if that ability, I think, matters a lot. In fact, in our current organization, it's one of our values. And that can do also brings out the sense of entrepreneurship. And it's not always waiting for direction. Culturally, unfortunately, India has been a bit of a direction-taking scenario. And it used to hurt me when so many of my clients, when I was on the consulting and services side, despite the best efforts, they would always point out that if you have a floor, everybody is waiting for instructions rather than standing up and saying something is wrong and this is how I'll solve it, or this is how we'll do it, why don't you listen to us? So that I don't, and even unfortunately our organizations don't encourage too much of that. That's a reality, right? So I think these 3-4 things as a combination are what we would broadly look at in a selection process, right?
यहाँ पे कोई क्वेश्चन पूछता है तो बोलता है अरे क्रांतिकारी आ गया. We don't want.
I call that out because it's not just the students. We as people who are interviewing them need a mindset change.
We do. And I think 25 years back we were getting interviewed and we were talking like that, and now we want the other person to just tone down a little bit and work in a
just to add to what Ramesh has mentioned, all wonderful points, Ramesh. Only one thing that I wanted to mention is we seem to be living in a world where fake it till you make it seems to work, but when it comes to culture, faking it doesn't work. And it takes 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes, for an experienced person to figure out whether you're faking it or you're really saying it. So for God's sake, don't ever follow that practice of faking it.
Brilliant point. Thank you for that. And I don't have any questions to you guys, but I just want, for the sake of the initiative, for the industry academic connect, 30 seconds, each one of you, what is the commitment that you guys can make? And I'll start with Dr. Ramesh. Sure. For taking this initiative forward. And this is getting recorded.
Yeah. After this, I'm going to get this tattooed on myself as well. So my commitment clearly is, I've shared this with both Manish and Pankaj already, is that I'll be there to share my experiences, and I clearly told him I don't want it to be a one-off sharing, would like to be associated probably with the full batch for a longer time, and quite frankly, I'm done with turnkey solutions and quick fixes, right? So that's my commitment.
Oh, thank you. We have already counted you in. We sort of volunteered you already for that. So thank you. And Ramesh, I think there's lots to do together. There is, I see, not just through the organization that you're working with, but in your personal capacity. I think even if we can influence the students a wee bit with the learning that you have, that would be immense for them. Sure.
And I'll be more than happy. One last statement that applies to both all of us is, personally, I keep reminding myself, is this will need a lot of patience and perseverance. I hope that's something that we are all, FTCCI especially with the institute that's bringing everybody together, and Talent Farm, while we'll commit, it'll need a lot of patience to get the required outcomes, right? So Pankaj, I'm only looking at you here. No, thank you. Thanks again for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ramesh. Good point. Raghu?
I am already part of this ICT, so please don't ask me any more commitment. I am already committed. See, from NASCOM standpoint, we are always with, we support these initiatives which are the enablers for the industry, academia, and all the stakeholders. We are committed to work along with industry and academia to make it happen, make it, a large success. And yeah, I am with Srikanth sir. If given a choice, even I want to be part of this youth. At least I can tell I am part of youth.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, that's not the reality. Thank you. And Raghu, your massive network that you have on the other side, I think we will drill into that a lot as we go forward. Thank you for that.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Yes, to you.
Yeah, from my side, 2 points. One is in terms of, after so many accomplishments, I made one decision 18 months ago, which finally made my dad to say, "Nalayak se layak ban gaya." Because I decided to do PhD, which my dad did way back in 70s. He was one of the few PhDs in the world in grape culture, viticulture. Then it's a different thing that he went down the career path with a bank. So that was his cherished ambition to see his son with a doctorate degree. So I finally decided to do, and that to juxtapose that to what Professor Saab said earlier, enlightened self-interest. So with given my PhD journey and my enlightened self-interest, being a professor of practice comes naturally because it's of my enlightened self-interest. So if you have to marry this both, I'm happy to contribute probably 8 to 10 hours in a month to the student community, which I am committing to do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Rajesh.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Mr. Srikanth Sinha, CEO of Telangana Academy of Skills and Knowledge, and Pankaj Diwan, please have a seat.
Share a little about the activities that TASK does and how it's helping the colleges and students and industry in ensuring that, what we've been talking since morning about the paradoxical situation where you have industry scrambling for talent and you have people worried about jobs and other things. So I would request you to first talk a little about TASK and then probably we can go further in the conversation.
Sure. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Pankaj and FTCCI and everyone involved in this program. Talking about TASK, I think the very simple thing that happened was when the state got bifurcated, 1,400 plus organizations were surveyed only to find out that the less than 10% locals were employed, and the people who were employed were not meeting up to the expectations of the industry. And that's where TASK was created. 10 years forward, if you look at it, we have skilled close to about 9 lakh plus students, but skilling students isn't good enough unless until you skill the faculty. Industry agnostic, as I said. So we work with about 750 colleges, or should I say 750 colleges benefit from our programs. We work with 80 plus corporate partners all across India, offering 110 plus programs to all the colleges. And that's what TASK is today. Looking at our pillars, we have 3 pillars. Education, no, we don't run education institutions, but we look at the industry, we look at what the academia is providing, and if you look at the way we were set up, we were supposed to be a bridge between industry, academia, and the government institutions, and that's how TASK was set up. And that was our prime focus. But over the years, we have moved slightly. We have got a 2-pronged vision now. First is making our youth employable. So anything, and we don't have a logo here, but if you look at our logo, it's a tree, a learning tree which has got a fruit on each and every branch, which means any initiative that we take has to result in either a livelihood, a job, or an entrepreneurial opportunity. The second is, of course, employability, where we More than 500 plus organizations advertise their entry-level jobs on our portal itself, and they are able to get their students. So all across all industries we work with. And talking about the models are very simple. We sit over and above the academic curriculum, right? And students, we register colleges with us, and students in those colleges, I've got a team of about 35 faculty members who go and conduct classes over there. We also do virtual classes, but this is a laddered approach. So what we realized early on was that skilling in the final year doesn't make help. It's more like eating a 500 mg capsule before going for your medical examination. Doesn't help anyone. And that's where we staggered the entire learning approach. So just to give you a very rudimentary example, AutoCAD. We start with the basic AutoCAD in first year, second semester. Second year is user level. Third year is advanced or professional level. And that's typically how we run all our programs. They are staggered. We also do this thing which is a different kind of a thing. So apart from technology, we also talk about behaviors, and we also talk about domains. So that's the kind of thing that we do. Second is more of a finishing school model, where we work with the industry vertical itself and ensure that we run short-term skilling programs along with industry partners or ourselves to skill for a particular industry. 70% of those people get placed. And the third is a very unique model and has played a huge part in the growing ecosystem of Telangana, is what we call as First Day, First Hour Productivity Program, where we work with a single organization itself. We customize the training program as per the requirement of that organization. If they are looking at about 50 people, we'll train about 100 to start with. We co-create the curriculum. And if I don't have the subject matter experts or the aircraft engines in my labs, I would much rather go and train on the shop floor of the industry itself, which has been a very, very successful model work here, because it's a win-win, as the Honorable Special Chief Secretary also was mentioning. Instead of a lose-lose, it has to be a win-win situation for all. So that is a helicopter view of what we do. Of course, I would like to also, since entrepreneurship was also being discussed, we run a very unique program called I4TS, Innovating for Telangana. And this runs with a punchline called Samajika Avashkaranalu Sarlamaina Jivitanki, Social Innovation for Simplifying Lives. This is a virtual program, as it was said that, entrepreneurship cannot be taught in a classroom. We run this program virtually, and instead of diving deep straight into the entrepreneurship development program, we have an innovation and entrepreneurship mindset creation program first, which is 7 weeks linked to the SDGs. And then, for example, last year, 20,584 students got, or youth got impacted, I should say. Anyone in the age group of 18 to 35 can enroll for this program in Telangana and undergo this program. The videos are available online, and I'm happy to say, Pankaj, that last year we got the Scotch Gold Award for this program as a unique initiative that was run. So we bring it down from 20,000 to 10,000, 10,000 to 5,000, 5,000 to roughly about 500 ideas of 1,500 people. Then they undergo a complete 20 weeks kind of a program, which is the entrepreneurship development, the mission model canvas, the business plans, and everything else. But we are slightly different again. Every startup, every entrepreneur wants themselves to be invested in, but they have never sold anything in their life. So we have a module in between called as Angdi or Mandi, where you actually have to go and sell something, because you can't teach consumer behavior in a classroom. You can't teach how to handle your first rejection, or what should you be selling, features, advantages, or benefits. And that's where we have a Karo and Sikho kind of a model built into between. So that is a helicopter view of what TASK does. Thank you.
Wonderful and very refreshing. So we've been discussing this in the past also. One of the things that I think we share as a common idea is about the whole concept of problem solving, hackathons and industry problems. And you saw today's initiative is very much based on that.
I'll bet it's not a one-day hackathon, it's a 6 months hackathon or a 8-month hackathon. I want to know from you, and you've worked so closely with colleges and students, what has been your experience in running these hackathon kind of programs? And do you think we are in the right direction in that sense?
Oh, absolutely. I think today the biggest problem is, and because I think at the cost of repeating myself, you have of course heard it multiple times, and some of the college people also would have heard this, but I ask a question to every college or any student that I meet in any forum, which is, if I have to empty the Indian Ocean using a bucket, how much time will it take, right? And believe you me, 99% of the people say, oh, it cannot be done, right? Because the problem is they don't look at logical thinking. Computational thinking is just not there, right? Simple problem, size of Indian Ocean, size of bucket. If the size of bucket is as big as the Indian Ocean, it will take a couple of seconds only, right? But that thinking process is not there. Unfortunately, our educational institutions also today are only teaching syntaxes. And that is where the biggest challenge comes in. As a result of which, what you said in the beginning itself, we are creating, I don't want to use the word glorified clerks kind of a word, but yes, we are only creating people for the service and operations industry in IT. We are not having product mindset. And for creating that product mindset, it is important to have computational thinking, foundations, focus on the foundation. Today it's Python, tomorrow it will be Cobra, then what? Again you will go and learn the syntaxes. And that is the challenge, and that's where I think this kind of a solution that got discussed today is going to be the solution. Because, and Sir, Dr. Professor Desai, to answer your question also, I think hackathons are the best way. Because today research, as you rightly said, research academia takes time, industry wants it as of yesterday. Hackathons probably are the best way, sir, to bring the best of the academia as well as the industry mentors with the brightest of minds to solve problems. And that is which is what is most important. Solving hackathons, doing something, getting 1,000 people in a room in your college, etc., to solve a problem for 2 days is good. But then what? What next? I think it's important to have a sustained kind of a thing, right? As Professor Saab also said, you don't create things, it is built over time. That's where it is most important that we should have a sustained kind of a thing. And today, if we look at it, 60% of our students who are in college, their parents haven't been to college, right? They're first generation learners. So the role that mentors would play over here, right, as part of the platform, as part of Talent Farm and this initiative, I think would be very, very useful for these kids to help them. We come from a very simple standpoint. If you can't stand the sight of blood, you should not become a doctor or join the defense forces, correct? Attrition today in the industry is high because of only one reason. It's bear child, it's herd mentality. Everyone follows. If my peer pressure is also there, if you want to call it that way, yes. But yes, it's the same thing. Look at your competencies, look at your skills, your abilities, etc. And then if you are able to do it, right, and you can skill people. And that's what we have seen always, right? So you should have for example, just 30 seconds, so I'll take more. Safran, when they were setting up their aircraft manufacturing facility over here, we looked at not only the skills but competencies, right? So hand dexterity, 3D visualization, spatial thinking. These were the competencies that were required over there. We didn't select students. They were wanting aeronautical engineering. We took them to the polytechnics, diploma students, electronic and mechanical. And what we did was we gave them nuts and bolts, how quickly you could fasten them, unfasten them, right? There was a sheet on which there were 5 pins, 4 pins, etc. in different orientations. They had plastic discs. They had to keep it over there. So what we checked was what are your competencies which will help the aircraft industry? as a result of which out of these people were creating cable harnesses for the aircraft engines. Out of the first 1,000 cable harnesses that were sent to France, not even one got rejected. Of course, I don't have competencies on aircraft engine training, etc. So Safran, our partner under the first day first half productivity, trained those people, and none of them got rejected. As a result of which Telangana also benefited. We got a 1,500 crore MRO opening over here. So I think, it's practical trainings, helping people apply their mindsets under the guidance of a mentor is what actually is the game changer.
I think there are 2 or 3 things running in my mind even as you're talking about this. One is we can probably use this platform to advise all the colleges that we have to now think beyond hackathons, because I remember distinctly in 2014, a group of us, we call ourselves Hyderabad Hackers, we got together and created a hackathon, open hackathon, where almost 50 colleges had participated. This was with Computer Society of India. Vaishali was part of that group, couple of others who are here were part of that group. And then over a period of time, that was then to bring the culture of hackathon. Those were days when we had to explain to some of the principals that hackathon is not a bad word. It's not like security hacking. It's, to build something quickly. But then now I think it's become a common knowledge, and thanks to Smart India hackathons and so many other hackathons, it's a very common thing. I think now is the stage to graduate to what I probably call as productathon. Pick the best ideas of the hackathon and make it into a 6 months to 9 months sustainable initiative so that it actually becomes a product and sees the light of the day. And the benchmark for that has to be that people use it or people pay for it, right? Unless people pay for it, you're always going to get some guests from the industry who will come and say very good, because you've invited them. They also want to be good to the students, so they'll say very good, and then we all take solace in that. I think we have to go beyond that, stretch the benchmark and say now, if it's good, pay for it, and then you'll really know the feedback, whether it's worth paying or not. I think I would request all the colleges and students here, because I know students are now so active, they conduct hackathons on their own. Ensure that at the end of the hackathon, someone is paying for that. If they are paying for it, then it's worth it. Otherwise, make a 6 months deadline that in 6 months it will be developed to a stage where it can be paid. The second thing I think that you were talking about is also very interesting, where it is about how all the partners come together, because none of us are self-sufficient. And I think that's where the partnership with FTCCI and Task, or FTCCI T-Hub, FTCCI T-Works, because in individual capacity, I think all the organizations have been trying to do something. I know of so many mentors sitting here in the first row who in their individual capacity have been doing a lot. Whenever we meet them, whenever we talk to them, they say we're working with a bunch of students. I think it's time to get together and make it as a force multiplier. And finally, the concept of mentors, which earlier Professor Desai was also talking in terms of professor of practice or mentor, like Sadhguru says, mentor is like GPS, Guru positioning system. I think we all need a mentor in our life, right? Because they provide the direction, and they are like role models who create fuel in our body. Can I become even 5% of this person? I mean, every time I meet someone like Professor Desai, that's what is the excitement I get, right? Can I become even 5% of this person? And that's what drives us to doing things. So I'm glad that you brought these points. Sir, I would also like you to dwell a little about this whole concept that we are trying to launch, where we want a continuous dialogue between the industry and academia. And even as I'm saying this, I hate to call this as industry academia. I wish we can come up with a new term where it's one team, Team India or Team One kind of a thing, where we have student representatives also, college representatives also, and some of us from the industry. So we would request Task also to support, facilitate this.
Sure. And I think very valid points, and of course what you said is talking about process of practice. Task was the first to start this as a process itself, and if you look at the Niti Aayog best practices 3 years ago, they spoke about process of practice over there also, because we have been using it, and of course Professor Desai was a governing council member earlier on of Task, so he's very much aware of it. And coming to the second part of it, I think there are certain things that we as industry and academia have to avoid to make this collaboration happen. Today, the very first thing when a person from a college, an academic institution meets an industry is he will say, can you come to my college for a campus recruitment, right? And that is the first place where you have drawn a line, because the industry thinks that you will keep on pestering him till he comes there, right? Instead of that, if we change our conversation and say, can you please come and interact with our students? It's a different story altogether, right? I think the reason why this has not moved, and absolutely right, we've been talking about academia and industry collaborations, and we'll keep on talking till the cows go home, but point is, we have to change our mindsets itself. And that is what is most important from both the points, right? Today, at least thanks to hackathons, and if we are talking about sustained hackathons or industry chairs that are there in multiple institutions like institutions of repute, IITs, etc., have got the industry chairs, right, where they fund for research. Now, if those kind of things keep on happening, I think the involvement of industry will automatically increase in the academic institutions. Second thing is, I think academic institutions also need to realize that research, of course, as I always keep on saying, for good music, you need musicians which are skilled, right? But you also need the Bachs and the Beethovens, the researchers, without which good music will never happen, right? And that's where it is important for the academia to stop doing academic research, but look at industry-oriented research. And that is where things will change. Because I think that's when people, today what is happening is, you need an interpreter to talk between these two, because these two people are talking different languages. And that is what this cell has to do. The cell has to play the part of an interpreter, but at the same time helping both the parties to understand that, look, these are some of the words of that party and these are some of the words of this party. Ensuring that they start talking in a common language. And the thing is, today, academic institutions have to look at their students also differently, right? Because if we talk about the future, no one can predict the future, right? People tried and they failed miserably. But the fact remaining is that we are in a, I'm sure some of you would have seen a boat race, right? When you start rowing, you are sitting opposite to the direction in which you are moving. And that is what is happening right now. Academic institutions have to involve the industry, because industry is the fastest to accept change. Universities, etc., move at a glacial pace, right? Industry can only guide you and tell you what could be the future. For example, if I look at it, AI, ML, and all these base technologies, IoT, 5G, etc., are going to be the foundation. And all other technologies are going to be on top of it. That is what IR 4.0, 5.0 is going to bring. How many of our educational institutions today, the professors are even aware or have gone to a manufacturing facility? I'm not talking about IT right now, I'm talking about manufacturing, right? And if you look at, okay, let me talk about automobile engineering, right? How this field has completely changed. You need to know about cell, so you need to have chemistry, right? You need to know mechanical engineering, because at the end of the day, it's a moving part. You need to know cyber security, because someone can hack your audio system, because all cars are connected, and know where you're going for your dinner. You need to understand AI ML, because the battery which is generating the power has to get, it's going to use an AI logic, an ML logic. You need to know about electronics and electrical, because distribution has to happen. Earlier, you need to have only ICE knowledge, and that was it. And that is where industry today needs to be part of all academic boards and play a real part over there in ensuring that curriculum changes. We have to change the curriculum, as of yesterday. And that is where industry can play a part. Of course, academia into research, into helping test beds. If you are trying something new, the colleges have got so many students. Industry looks at group discussions, etc. But have you ever looked at the college as a test bed for doing your group discussions, etc., trying out your technologies, trying out your various things. We have not been looking at common goal of how we can support each other, and that's there. And task will be absolutely, as our definition says, a bridge between academia, industry, and the government institutions. Happy to play that part.
Thank you, sir. No, and I'm glad that would get smart to sell our value proposition in a much better way, rather than looking at ourselves as a seeker. I think if we can present ourselves as a equal and say that this is what we can offer, this is what is our students offering, this is what is our offering, I think it makes a lot of difference. I think that language and that has to change. And as we were talking about the complicated technologies, Manish and me were exchanging smiles to say, thank God we completed our engineering before it got complicated. Because I think it's very tough for these kids here, because they have to learn what we learned also, and they have to learn what is present and future also. So I think life is becoming very complicated for them.
I think they need to focus more on the basics, right? There's only one building called Hawa Mahal, which is a building without foundation, right? So ensure that your foundations are more strong, and that is more important.
So, but taking a little liberty here, the problem is you will talk about basics, and next session Rajesh will come and talk about blockchain and Web3. And Avnish will talk about cloud and say everything is on the cloud.
So if your basics are strong, I think all that.
So I am on student side, sir. I am confused, thoroughly confused.
No, I think technologies will keep on changing, right? It doesn't matter, but if your basics are strong, right? And today, so let me just digress a bit for a minute. If you look at it earlier, the skilling used to be a T-shaped, right? Where you knew a lot of things, but you had your domain expertise in one single area, right? Moving ahead, skilling will be a pie. You will know a lot of things. You would have your domain expertise in one single area, and the second would be all your things, what we call as 21st century skills, leadership skills, higher order thinking skills, growth mindsets, AI, ML, cloud, blockchain, cyber security, all these things would come over there. And plus, here is the best part, you also need a subdomain. And that is how things are going to move now, right? So skilling is going to be very different than the skilling that we know today. In fact, you are saying the students are confused. If I'm given a wish today to be reborn, I would like to be born as a youth in this generation and this age. The kind of opportunities, the kind of technologies, the kind of things that are available today, they can, really change the world.
Absolutely. No, I share that with you, and we can go on with this conversation forever, but in the interest of time, we'll wrap it up here. Thank you so much for your time and for your views, and I'm sure it was very thought-provoking for all the kids.
Namaste, I'm Srilata Shankar. In collaboration with MyStartupTV, in our Leadership Talk series, today we have Ramesh Swaminathan. Ramesh Swaminathan works as Vice President Products at RealPage. We welcome Ramesh Swaminathan to our Leadership Talk series in collaboration with MyStartupTV. Good evening, Ramesh. Welcome to our Leadership Talk series.
Good evening. Thank you, and thanks for giving me an opportunity to talk to you and chat about my professional career.
It's wonderful to have you, Ramesh, with us. Let's start from your graduation. I understand you have moved into different areas and different designation as you've grown in the career, and now working with product management. So we will understand your journey. Can you please explain or tell us right from your graduation and what took you to product management?
When I started getting into college, I never knew a profession called product management existed.
Exactly.
I wanted to do business administration, and I did a bachelor's in business administration from Chennai. It was from the Madras University, and to be fair, when I finished my class 12, I wanted to do hotel management.
Mm.
I was like a big fan of cooking and making a lot of
Wonderful.
exotic food, right? And I wanted to do hotel management. And we're talking about hotel management like this is like 28, 30 years ago, right? And there were a few institutes, very few institutes doing that. And there was this Indian Institute of Hotel Management at time. Getting into that course was as difficult as getting into IITs,
And it,
right? So there was an entrance exam. I qualified for the entrance exam. Then they had some
interview.
kind of a group discussion and stuff, but I didn't get through, right? So my secondary was to get into okay, I wanted to get into sales, right? So then I looked out and said, okay, let's do. At that time, bachelor's in business administration was pretty
Was
new.
the thing, yeah.
Yeah, and so I thought I'll get in there and started doing that, right? So that's how my career started. I did business administration and I finished that, um, and then once I finished that, looking for jobs, my my dad moved to Hyderabad. This was in Chennai, and my dad moved to
Sure.
Hyderabad, and I moved to Hyderabad, and then got into an FMCG company, right, doing sales coordination. That's how I started my career.
Once you started your career in sales, what are the challenges that you faced in sales? And what kind of sales did you do? And when you were, did you do consumer goods or any other aspect?
Because I started out in consumer goods. I was selling paper, right? I worked for a paper manufacturing company. My job was not a direct to consumer selling. It was more of selling to agents who used to buy paper from us, right? So I did the job for a year, and that was a very interesting kind of a learning for me because that market at that point in time was very manufacturer centric and not really consumer centric, right?
So which was this
Because
company, Ramesh?
this company called AP Paper Mills,
Right.
they're based out of the factory was in Rajahmundry, but their head office was in Secunderabad at that point in time. So
This was near ITC office.
correct,
Right.
absolutely.
Small world.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Right. So my job was to sell paper. My job was to we had like agents, paper selling, agents across India, like 75 registered agents. And my job was to collect orders from them on a day-to-day basis, right? And because at that time, because of the way that market was, paper was manufactured to order. It was not manufactured and then sold. It was like manufactured to order. So you'll have to collect orders from agents, then send it to the factory to be manufactured. It will take about 30 days for manufacturing and then it will be delivered. So that's how I started my job. I thought it was an interesting job because for somebody who was just out of college, it was very um, uh, high activity, lot of action happening. Was learning a lot, working with like agents across the country, first time exposure to a lot of people. Uh, that effectively means a lot of behavior,
Management. Yeah. People management.
patterns, which is very different. Talking to somebody in Delhi is different from talking to somebody in Calcutta, which is different to talking to somebody in Tamil Nadu, right? So being able to somebody who has not got out of South India, that was a big cultural change for me. The way people were behaving, way people were, uh, you know, uh,
Interacting also.
communicating with me, and my job was to be on the phone every day, right, to
Yeah.
speak to those guys, and but I felt that actually helped me very well because uh, I thought I was an introvert before that, but that actually helped me to get out of it, get into that comfort zone where I can talk to anybody in whatever language, right? So I think that was learning for me.
So the Ramesh Swaminathan that I know, who's telling me that he was an introvert, is completely no for me today.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's not. It was me 28 years ago.
Right. So what were the challenges that you faced and how did you overcome it in the job that you just spoke about?
My first biggest challenge was communication, being able to communicate and get orders from them, right? That was one big challenge. Somebody who's just out of college, big paper agents, big paper merchants, uh, they were doing
They were
multi
keeping their own
multi
business.
multi 100 crore businesses at that
Right.
point in time,
Right.
right? I mean, yeah, they were sort of those old world business dons who were actually running those businesses, given the nature of that, given the nature of that industry, right? But then that's how things worked, and for me that was a challenge. And the second challenge was um, I had sort of uh, um, you know, strict rules on what kind of orders to take, right?
Mm.
So there was complexity in terms of, because if you see paper is not paper, right? There are like multiple varieties of paper that you can build,
Sure.
right? And when I'm taking orders from agents, I had to take orders from agent in a specific variety of paper for a given week, because the machines once there were like quite a few machines, and a machine once manufactured paper, it had to manufacture paper in that specific variety only. So I had to take orders in that specific variety. Being able to convince a dealer that he had to consume paper of that variety that week was a challenge, right?
And
So
how did you overcome such challenges and many more challenges?
um, I would say that I was lucky enough to have a great mentor. I was lucky enough to have a great manager who used to actually work with me, teach me on how to work with these complexities,
Sure.
and complexities, I would say, right? Of working with people to understand their needs, being able to work with them. Both parties can empathize with each other and and get to a win-win situation. So I think that actually helped me a lot.
AP paper mill, paper company, what took you to a next job?
So early days of IT in Hyderabad, when there were quite a few startups that came up at that point, and some successful, some not so successful. But then there was this startup company that was looking for salespeople. They were trying to sell some software product for Hyderabad-based industries, and they needed somebody who can come in and do software sales. And that's what I got. I mean, after working for a couple of years with an FMCG company, I got into an IT sales position. And I didn't know at that point in time that would be a turning point for me in my career. I didn't know much about IT, right? Once I joined that company, I actually went in and started learning IT. As I was working there, I did a course to learn software and technology and stuff like that but my job was selling. I never was a technocrat, I would say, or a geeky kind of a guy. I was more of a sales guy, right? This company did pretty well at that point in time, I would say, and I did pretty well in the company. It was early days of IT, so I still remember me and then my friend would actually go in a Bajaj Chetak, carrying carrying a physical server,
Right.
right, to actually demo software products to folks. Because laptops were like unknown of, and even if it was known, it was very expensive for a startup company to afford a laptop at that point in time.
Sure, sure.
So
It's only the
that,
senior management who had, when I say senior management, is probably the CEO and vice president who
correct,
had a
absolutely,
laptop.
right, right. So we used to literally carry the machine we used to take a Chetak because Chetak had that space in the front to hold
They're
those.
actually advertising Chetak. No, I don't.
Right? I mean, it felt that because we had to go all over the place, all over the city, trying to sell software, and that was interesting too. There were challenges there, a lot of challenges there, but then that was also interesting. It was those were days that my career was getting made. I was building my
Yeah.
character, my knowledge, right, on how I can do this stuff. One is I was learning technology on the side. I was selling technology to folks, and that was interesting.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
The Leadership Talk series, wherein we are interviewing leaders across domains, verticals, industries. This is going to be beneficial for young professionals, management students, engineering students, and students across various domains and various subjects. Today, our guest is Sriram, has done his graduation in applied sciences, went on to do his specializing in finance and marketing, and has worked predominantly in HR. It's a very interesting career that he has had so far. And the last 1.5 years, he's quit the corporate sector and has become a happiness coach. Let us understand his journey. Welcome, Sriram. We welcome you to My Startup TV. We are doing this leadership talk series in collaboration with My Startup TV. And like I said, you've done a post-graduation from Bharatiya University. Please walk us through your journey.
I started in 97. I joined Mercedes-Benz at that point of time, and it was a marketing job. And I quickly realized that that was not where my core strengths were. And it took a few years for me to then shift from there to Infosys. And at Infosys, I found my path in a way. And at that point of time, Infosys was recruiting for people, from sales backgrounds. That's how I got into HR. And since then, it's about 23, 24 years now. I've been in HR, various kind of roles. In Infosys, I moved across locations. And then from there, I moved to a company called Shaw as head of HR in 2009. And then we split the Shaw into two firms, and I went to a startup called RCCM in 2016. And then I got out last year to really pursue my passion, which is around the theme of happiness at work, happiness with individuals, and so on.
What are the aspects you have, what are the facets you have taken care of in the HR domain? My second question is, for the young students, management students who have specialized in HR, what do you advise them? What is the career path they should choose who have chosen HR?
Start with, what I've done in HR. I started with recruitment. I slowly moved into employee relations. From employee relations, I moved into development center management. From development center management, I was part of the team that created business partnering HR at that point of time. From business partnering, in that role, I was anyway doing a little bit of training as well. From there, I then became head of HR, which was a larger portfolio with compensation, benefits, all of that came in. I think you, as a student, if you're kind of getting into HR, now what's happening is that there are specializations within the domain itself, and a recruiter core skills are probably different from a compensation specialist versus somebody who's business partnering, because all of these have a slightly different front-ending competency. Like a recruiter has to sell the job to the candidate. A compensation benefit specialist has got to have the data mindset, where their accuracy, the ability to analyze is very important. And whereas a business partner is somebody who can relate to people, who can kind of get. So there are, in HR itself, there are these variants. So it's not one job.
Different segments.
There are several pieces to it. The key is to really figure out what is it that I excel at, what makes me come alive in that, and then quickly try and get closer to that to the extent possible. In any job, there's always a mix of things that you will do, but it is about knowing your core and doing more of that.
And learning.
And learning. As part of that, any job will have to have, expertise. You have to invest in learning throughout, and that is not a journey that ends at any point. For a youngster or at any point, learning is important because things are constantly changing.
Right. What is the difference for again a young student who's in the first year or the second year? Colleges unfortunately don't prepare the student for the corporate ready, for the corporate business. So what is the difference between HRBP and what is ER? And my second question is, can I just get into HR and not into HRBP or ER?
Okay, so again, these are nuances where, I would say if you're getting in and you're keen in HR career, just get in and gradually navigate your way through the processes. But to answer your question of what's the difference, a business partner is somebody who's working closely with the business, and hence they are driving the business's people agenda, which is, so how do I achieve this business goal through people, and how can somebody help me with that? That's really what the business partner.
Can you elaborate, please?
Okay. So if somebody is a business partner, then they work closely with the business unit head who will say, okay, listen, my attrition in that particular team is high. Okay, I need to contain that. Can you help me? And then the business partner kind of gets into that. Then they look at the data from an external perspective. There is a manager who's already there, who's doing the job. But then the business partner comes in with a slightly outside view with the intention of helping you.
Sure.
And then you look at that thing and then you realize, okay, problem could be the manager, problem could be the kind of work, problem could be the type of people we've hired. And hence they are able to then come back, look at it very objectively, and then influence the change, saying, oh, people need to be trained, or the manager needs to get some perspective, or the business needs to take care of people better or give a slightly different job. So that is how a business partner tries to influence it through different facets of analysis, influence, training, coaching.
Interesting point that you mentioned is it could be a wrong hire as well. What is that and how do we rectify that? Or how do we fix that? Supposing an employee or set of employees, set of candidates have joined the company and they don't fit into either the culture or the job. How does an HRPP fix that?
Okay. But it's not an easy fix first. I think, we should agree that sometimes, everything doesn't have a very easy fix. This is one of the problems which is a real problem. And there are few ways to look at it. First, I think the most important thing is to understand that it is a wrong hire. Many times we just don't want to accept it or don't want to acknowledge it, and it takes a while to, get that going. So first is to acknowledge, saying that, okay, it's not working. Once there is a clear understanding it's not working, then you have some options, which is that, can this person fit somewhere else with what we have? If that is the case, then make the movement possible. Sometimes it's available, sometimes it's not. Then it could be an issue of, can we train the person, reskill them to what we have? That will require some effort. That will also require some effort from the individual, because they need to also invest and say that, okay, I am willing to be part of this to reskill. If that's possible, then you do. If none of that works, then I think we should say at some point, saying that, okay, it's not working. I don't have the opportunity, you are not ready for reskilling. Then we need to take it to a logical closure of saying that, okay, let's just part ways. But with a reasonable conversation, giving them the time and so on. So it's always real. Keep it real is my thing, and to the extent possible, we must always treat people well, whatever the situation.
Absolutely. Since I come from an HR background as well, I completely agree with Sriram that you have to treat people well. It's not that cannot be hire and fire. My next question to you is, Sriram, as once an employee joins in the let's say one candidate or student joins in the recruitment department, can he move into comp benefits or ER or PMS, etc.? And how?
If somebody comes in, I think there are two types of growth which are possible. One is grow in the same line, or grow across and then move and then grow. Okay? Laterally and then vertically. So now the question is, first is that you don't want to make these movements based on whims and fancies of saying, oh, I saw that person, they achieved that. That's a different story. When you match your passion and your skills and then say that as part of what I want to achieve, I think that will add to my, dimension of.
You also are talking about have fixed or set goals and then achieve your goals.
And always rely on who you are and what you can influence the most.
Your core strength.
The core strength. See, if you are an extremely good recruiter, and then you say, I want to become a compensation specialist who's going to sit and work in front of the computer and data all the time. Now, is that really good for you? That may give you a temporary growth because that may be a role which is slightly elevated from what you're doing. But eventually, if it's not tallying with who you are and what you're good at, that's not going to give you growth. So that is the illusion that we must not succumb to, but really look at it from saying that, and today growth is possible. And that's my whole message is become an expert, become excellent, pursue excellence. Expert is that you really know your domain really well. And this whole thing of I spent 2 years, I spent 1 year, I know everything, that's not enough.
Very rightly said, because youngsters today want everything in very short time. It's not, life is not 2-minute Maggie.
See, I am all for energy, I'm all for, the need to grow, need to learn, but I'm also for realistic, practical patience. And because what we often think is only one dimension of intellect, but there is social intelligence, there is emotional intelligence, there is, and all of these are part of your growth. And some of them take time. It requires maturity for you to deal with people. You want to lead people. You have to inspire people. How will you inspire people with an intellectual knowledge? Unless you've really gone through that yourself. Right? And that's what people sometimes fail to understand. We are somehow too caught up in the intellect part and say, oh, I know it all. As a thing, and most of it is coming from internet, from, that's not enough.
True. You have to not just learn from the internet like you mentioned, but you also have to be soaking and learning hands-on. My next question to you, Sriram, is if one gets into compound benefits in terms of growth and there is an opportunity, I would very strongly advise that student or that young professional to learn Excel thoroughly. Beyond just learning, what else can he do to grow vertically and laterally?
Important is to network and get to know what is happening in there. Because sometimes we are like that frog in the well. We think, I know everything, but you have to get out of the well. Then you know, oh my God, there's a huge world out there. And then there are so many more things to learn. And then ideas come like that. How did Steve Jobs, put a brick phone and your Walkman and a computer together? That's creativity. When different things come in and then you're able to make something tangible of that in your workplace. That is creativity and innovation.
I will just add one more point to what Sriram just mentioned is beyond just wanting to grow into another role, you also have to ensure that you value add to that role. Because there will be 10 others. So what is the difference that you are going to create for that role? Do you want to add to that point?
See, when we want to value add, we must also have a little bit of humility. Okay? Because sometimes what happens with intellectual knowledge is our ego kicks in, you become arrogant and you start thinking they don't know, I know. Right? But influence is not that. When you want to really make a difference, the biggest thing that you get as you go higher in your levels is that realize that I have to influence.
Absolutely.
And if I have to influence, I need to work with the person who's opposite me. You have to get into their mindset. You have to understand what they're going through. Then tweak what you are saying, what you want to their language. And that's a lot of effort. It's not.
And that's not just your colleague, but your juniors. And your juniors probably 10 years down the line. 10 years junior than you.
Because knowing is not enough. It is to get people to do things as well as you.
Very true. It is very important to connect with youngsters, not just in the context of saying hi, how are you, and things like that, but context of saying go down to their level, learn and be adaptable, adapt and adopt. That's my philosophy all the time. You also have worked with Mysore Infosys, and that was that was a job that was given to you, which you did not want to take. Can you please?
I was just extremely reluctant to move, but then my boss was much more senior and older and called me and said, "See, these kind of opportunities don't come off. You must take this up if you're serious about it." And I know the people who are there, they will take care of you. You will really kind of. So based on his maturity and his kind of thing, I took it up a little reluctantly. The first day I ran over there, scoring and saying, okay, what have I got myself into? Then it turns out the next 5 years of my life are probably best. Okay, just because of the fact that I really enjoyed that experience with the people that I was working with the freedom I got, with the amount of stuff that I was able to, really kind of. And the fact was that I took that risk. I was willing to kind of say, okay, I'm serious about my career, and even though I wasn't really kicked about doing it, I did it, and then I realized that's what I got to do. And sometimes people are too stuck on with the location, with the circle, and so on. If you really want to go, grow, you have to go after. Go after where your growth is. Don't be like shut in a thing saying, oh, this is what I can do, I will not do that and all that. You go try it. If it doesn't work, then it's okay. But most times, in that trying is where you go out of your comfort zone. Then you realize, oh, I'm actually good at it.
There are two questions that comes to my mind. One is, how does one take risks? Because risks is something which we get claustrophobic and don't want to take that. Second is, or rather, that could be the second question. The first question is, what are the various roles that you did in your Bangalore's tenure?
I'll answer the second question because it's easier. Okay, so I started with the development center HR, then I took on a business partner, we lead for a big, kind of unit. And by the time I left, actually, I was leading 2 business units, and then I moved to a bigger center as the head of that location. So, all those kind of movements happened, but the big thing was that I had the leader of one business unit sitting out there. He was absolutely inspirational. So many things that I've learned from him, which I still kind of value a lot. So that's the second easier part. Risk taking. I've taken the biggest risk of my life last year by moving out of corporate into something which is kind of thing. Now, how do you make that decision, right? One is to really know what you want. That I've always known, and I've known for about 7-8 years that these are the kind of things I want to do. I want to teach, I want to train, I want to coach, I want to write. Okay, and I want to make a difference to a larger audience through who I am and what I know. So, and through knowing that also, it took me some 7 years to actually, be willing to take that risk. So it takes time to kind of, but it's not about taking a foolhardy risk.
That's very nice.
It is about being practical, saying, I'm passionate about this, and at this point of time, can I do it? Okay, do I have a little bit of financial support that can help me take this risk, which is important, so that we don't, kind of just blindly run into something. But beyond that, there is an element of knowing that I have to go all into this, give it my everything, and really make it work. If you are really passionate about something and that's aligned with what you are trying to kind of get into, and if you're willing to have the patience to wait and go through the grind, that's where your whole point, that resilience will test you.
Resilience, persistence.
And because in that process, it is not just for the heck of it, right? In that process of resilience is where you grow. It is where you think out of the box, where you're saying, okay, how can I do more? How can I reinvent myself? How can I, kind of make a bigger impact? So that comfort zone goes away because now it becomes survival.
So I'll add 2 more adjectives of there: resilience, persistence, and consistency.
Yeah. Right?
I'm sure you agree with that. When you were working with Infosys and you went to Mangalore, I understand your journey.
Yeah.
You then moved on to D Shaw.
Yes.
Can you walk us through that?
So D Shaw was entirely different, right? So Infosys had been almost 10 years and I had the best experience for a while. And then, I felt like I was not growing and I needed a change of thing. And this is a good role, it's a head of HR role, but it is a completely different culture. So it was an MNC, it was a hedge fund technology setup, extremely top end. That is that you have the top talent in the country, very well paid, and at that point of time, HR was kind of irrelevant. It was all being run by mostly the business and what they thought was right for people. And so from a process to policy to benefits to, getting the team right, to really making, they had a good culture. It was not that they had a bad culture, they had a good culture. But HR was not the driver of many things over there. So while it was there, it was not really something that was seen as a very important function. Right? From there to really now, even now, if there are people who will talk about things, and now people who moved out and gone to other companies, they say that we still talk about the culture that was there when you were, kind of managing HR there. And through that, I'm now getting some business also because people are saying, okay, sure, I want my HR person to talk to you as a thing. But that was the kind of thing we took from. It had good ingredients, but HR wasn't very good. So we built that whole thing, and they were willing to, they were not a very stingy firm, so they were willing to spend money. So it gave me some freedom to kind of operate. And I think we really took it to, I would say at that point of time, 2009 to maybe 2000, 3-4 years, we were among the, top companies in the country.
The show was a very predominant company and it still is. Going back to the risk point of view, young professionals, youngsters today, after the graduation, they want to become entrepreneurs. What are the 3 salient points that you will advise for the young professionals, young students who want to become entrepreneurs, or even the young professionals who just 2-3 years in the career, they want to become entrepreneurs?
The why is extremely important because you don't get into it for the fact of it, you don't get into it because I don't want to be part of corporate, you don't want to get into it because I don't like my manager. Okay? All those are not the right reasons. Certainly, that's the first element of it. Now, if your why is good, second is, are you willing to take risks? Because you know for a fact that not everybody makes it. In that journey, a lot of people fall off. Many more people fall off than people make it. We know the stories of people who make it. We don't know the stories of people who don't make it. But there is enough data to say many people don't make it. Okay? And that's a fact of entrepreneurship. Are you ready to, so if you're looking for success and not willing to do what it takes to succeed, that's not a journey for you. Then you're better off in a place where you will continue to get that steady income, and that's not a bad thing. Right? It's just knowing what I'm ready for. Right? Third is that when you are an entrepreneur, it is a multi-faceted journey. You have to do all that. This is why I want to do it. And if you have the resilience, persistence, and the risk-taking ability to kind of sustain, then it's a journey. Don't go into entrepreneurship just because you have an idea. Oh, I have an idea. People have millions of ideas. You know how many thoughts people, everybody gets about 60,000 thoughts a day. In the 60,000 thoughts, there are some 2-3 ideas that people get. It is not the idea. It is that I am willing to make this idea work and I am willing to do whatever it takes. And I believe in it.
Right. When a student or a young professional wants to become an entrepreneur, you have to have the funding capacity. It should be coming from the family or yourself. The second, very long way down the line, maybe 5 years, you will get venture capitalists who will fund you. So what is the advice you would give the student to prepare to become an entrepreneur? In both context of his abilities and his financial abilities.
So first let's talk about what is in our control, which is your abilities. So remember that the entrepreneurial journey is a multi-faceted journey. So you need to know a little bit of finance, you need to know of marketing, you need to know your domain, you need to know the product. So you have to now, because many times why the entrepreneurial journey works is because you're not willing to look at the other domains because you have a aversion to it. Oh, I can't deal with numbers, I can't. This is one story. Okay, you think that the vendor on the job he needs all those capabilities. Apart from selling, sourcing, quality checks, customer relationship, he's doing all of that. You have to do all of that. Okay, so it's simple equation. Where are you ready to do? Because some people know I'm only interested in the idea and talking about the idea. I'll not do anything else. That's also okay, so long as you have the expertise available at for you. to somebody else or from anybody else, then it's kind of still, okay to be able to build the.
I'll interject you here. If you were having 3-4 people like Sriram mentioned who can join your team, they should also be in the capacity to not be earning a single rupee for the next 6 months or 1 year.
So I come to the financial part, but even if you have 3-4 people, the best combination is to have complementary skills with some overlap. So it is like you take 2 circles, there is an overlap, okay, and then but then you have, you form like a chain. Right? That people, I can do product, somebody else can do digital marketing, somebody can do finance. Okay, then it's an extremely good. If all of you can do the same thing, you don't have too much, kind of thing. So think of that aspect as well. Now, the financial aspect, right, which is that if you believe in the idea, go all in, give it everything. If you need to borrow, do that as a thing, but understand that it will take time. No good thing in this world ever got done in quick fix. Nothing. Nobody, including what you see as success stories, have all gone through those journeys of, in their own way. They've had to struggle, right? You will also have to struggle. So there is no running away from that thing. All it is to be realistic, saying that the struggle, how much time are you willing to give yourself? Okay, and I would say a reasonable time is anywhere between about 2.5 to 3 years is a good timeline to really be prepared for, to give everything, go after something, make it work. And at that point, if it doesn't work, then you should know that this is not. And because there's always a time when you abandon ship, right? If you wait too long, you crash, right? So you don't want to crash also. So, but 3 years, I would say, is because the incubation, the whole thing. By the time you kind of get into second year is when actually things start moving for you. And by the third year, you know how much it's really going to take off or what's going to happen, right? And then you know, is it working for me? It's not working for me. And at that point, but are you willing to give yourself to this? Are you willing to go all in? If you are willing to do these 2 things, then it's working.
Going by the last point that you mentioned, are you willing to give that kind of time? If, for whatever reasons, the entrepreneurship business or my role in a particular job, specifically entrepreneur, does not work out. I'm asking you in the context of young professionals succumbing to pressure. What is the inputs you want to give the young professionals, students, and not necessarily just young professionals? We had Cafe Day, CMT committing suicide. So what is the most important things that students, young professionals should learn and not succumb to pressure?
Remember, life is too precious to be wasted. It doesn't matter. What we think of failure is a construct. Okay? And you know how many times Babur attacked before he became successful. If you go back into history, there are so many failures that, we celebrate the victories, but there is so many things that came, even with the most successful people, even who you revere as people who think, Steve Jobs, he went into hiding. He was, chased out of his own company, and he was like, out of that, before he came back into it. So there is no thing saying that this is a failure. Yeah, there is a learning.
There's a journey.
There's a journey. In that journey, there will be up and down. That is the way of life. And if you live long enough, you will know that as you go down, you'll also come up. That is how it is. And sometimes the pressure goes up. And at that point of time, you take help to understand that it will pass. You stick through it. Be through it. Whatever has to happen. Okay, what's the worst that can happen? The money will go. So what? They can come back as a thing. But life cannot come back. Okay, so many times, and I see this with kids also, right? Because the expectation that is built up, you try to match that expectation. Trying and learning.
Failure is a stepping stone
to success, because that is just, I just look at the word failure as a learning opportunity. It's a new opportunity to learn. Okay, so as long as you look at that from a thing, and everywhere there is learning, that's the mindset that when you have that thing. So for people who are under stress, one is that first be reasonable with your expectations. Second is do what you're good at. Follow your passion. Know where your core strengths are. Follow that. Because if you are doing what you like, even if it doesn't get you the money, you still enjoy it.
Yeah, money is not be all and end all. Having said that, as long as you upskill and reskill, money will come to you. Not today, tomorrow.
I really believe in this thing that value is always, there is a way in which the world works, and that way that works is that you give value, you get value. Simple equation. Okay, so it's always the question is, am I giving enough value? If you give enough value, the money will come. So don't focus on the money coming, focus on giving value.
This talk that you just gave is leading to the success, you becoming a success coach.
Yeah.
What is success coach? What are the things that you cover under this platform?
Right. So I'm of course focusing both on the individual and the corporate. And for the individual, I'm calling it peak performance, success and happiness. Okay. Which is that first is you, before we kind of expect somebody to do something, we fix ourselves. How do you fix yourself? Fundamentally, there are three elements. You fix your mindset, you fix your behaviors, you fix your habits. If you can do these three things, your success and your element of earning money, all of that will follow. It is easier said than done. Okay, and it's a journey. The entire life can be a journey, and these things cannot be fixed. So the mindset is all about what I believe, what my values are, what my virtues are, what my purpose is, and really always kind of aligning yourself with who am I, how do I become the best, and how do I keep thinking about it in a positive way. Second element is saying, how do I become a better human? How do I keep getting over my limitations and my cheap behavior and my cheap thought process, evolve beyond that. Third is,
what if a person is constantly, wallowing in self-pity and negativity?
That is the element of mindset, right? Where you not elevated your mindset to understand, what is possible for you. Because why are you in a negative mind space? Because you are either caught in this is happening to me, people are doing this to me, and all of that. And this whole thing, somebody or the other will do something to you. It is to get out of that whole thing and say, I own my life. I am creating my life. I am willing to do what it takes. That ownership, accountability for your life comes. And that is the first step of the mindset. The last part of it is, I always recommend that go after your habits. Okay, fix your day. If you do enough good things in your day becomes happier. And as you build momentum, eventually you move towards a happier life because the solution is in your day. And what you do in your day is fix the parts of your day so that you put in good habits. Good habits,
How does the young student in their 20s have a fixed schedule, and how can he improve his life better?
First is understand that if you want to be successful and make a lot of money, you have to fix your life and your day. Okay, now your day starts with sleep. People are sleeping at 2 o'clock and saying, I'm waking up at, this time I sleep for 5-6 hours, I'm superhuman, all of that. You're not superhuman, you are just short in your life. Okay, don't go up at all that thing, because sleep is so powerful. People don't understand the science of sleep. Need 7.5, 8 hours of sleep. Very, very important. For you to have the energy you need during the day. Then what do you do with your mornings? The mornings are an extreme, that's why all, kind of religions have always focused on the mornings. Do your yoga, do your pranayama, do your, gratitude, all of that. Because the mornings have some, special power in terms, because there's science to it. The morning, if endorphins get released in your gut stream, they stay in your gut stream longer. And thereby, your mood gets affected. Your mood generates your thoughts. Your thoughts drive your actions. So these are all interconnected very beautifully. They didn't explain all of that. They said just do the yoga, do the meditation. Right? So you start with your day.
So you're saying Surya Namaskar is the best way to start your life?
Yes.
Saturday, sorry.
Yeah. In fact, if you can do 12 sets of Surya Namaskar, what happens is that the body releases endorphins at the point of breaking into sweat. So even if you do for 10 to 12 minutes, you have to do it to the point that you're sweating. At the point that you're sweating, your body is releasing endorphins in your blood stream. That's really good. So people don't understand, this stretching, it is, something and all that. No, there's a chemical influence of these things, and that is why it is important.
And yoga is definitely not religion based in that context.
complex. No. I mean, people misunderstand these things. Yoga now has gone to the West and they made it into hot yoga, all those fancy things as a thing, but it is far more than that. It's a way of life. It's a way of life.
Can you talk in more in detail or elaborate on your success coach and your career for the last 1.5 years as a success coach?
So it's not been a very easy journey, for sure. Okay, so I've had my, kind of thing to say, oh, did I do the right thing and things like that. But I know that this is what I want to do. Okay, and I'm saying that I'm doing the same formula, giving myself 3 years to make it work. And if it works, it's good. Otherwise, I've given it everything that I've got, and it didn't work. That's fine too. Okay, but I'm more or less sure it will work, and the signs of that are now, kind of showing up, because now, I can see the road ahead more clearly. So when I started off, it was more about two people I knew and little random bits of kind of thing, and I was also creating different types of, solutions that will work and things. So now I think I'm at a point where I know what I want to do, what will work. I've experimented enough, tested it. So now I know, so clarity. I think that was one piece which was missing in the initial days. Now clarity has come. I now follow up clarity with the right strategies. So then, because without clarity, where to invest in? What do I push? What do I sell? Who do I talk to? And all of that is very confusing. Now with clarity, now I know what my strategy is. Now I know that in LinkedIn I need to do a few things. I need to talk to people. This is how I kind of project myself and so on. So with clarity, I'm able to now propagate my kind of solutions much better. And with that clarity and the propagation, now the traction is picking up as a. And my, I think, model is I want it to be multi-pronged. And so I'm focusing on speaking, coaching, training and teaching and writing. So, different, and it gives me different accesses, it's a different, kind of thing. And of course, I've written my book, Happiness Habits as well. So that also kind of generates some income.
So can you also talk about what is happiness coach and what do you do in that area?
It's a big domain. So the question is that, what is your definition of happiness? That's the first question I ask people. And people will say something vague. Right? And the problem is, the first is that people don't have a standard definition of happiness. Okay, which is, I feel, a problem, because if that's what you're looking for in life and you don't know what you're looking for, how will you get there?
Yes,
right?
People say that I've got chocolate, so I'm happy.
Yeah, and that is the pursuit of pleasure. Now, pleasure is in the spectrum of happiness, but it is not happiness. Because the same chemicals that work for happiness work for pleasure also, but they have, in pleasure, you go up and down like a sugar rush. So when you go down, you can't stay there, so you want to go up again. So then you're constantly chasing. You're constantly chasing food, entertainment, sex, anything that will kind of get you out of the down. But then this up and down keeps you stuck, and you're not going to get out of that because you're thinking that this is what it is. But that is where the element of your habits and all that comes. Because what they do is they actually manage the same chemicals, but at a far more, stable way. They don't take it up like pleasure, but it goes up slightly. Over a period of time, the benchmark is higher. So then the triggers are lesser. What would irritate me doesn't irritate me. What would, kind of think, my thought process is much better, my tolerance is better, and my positivity is better. So that is how the element of, kind of happiness. Now, what is happiness? Just as a thing, it's a much bigger dimension. There are two large elements that I want people to understand. One is that happiness is about being a successful person in all the important dimensions of your life, which is your career, your money, your relationships, your health, your parenting, your spiritual, your hobbies. All of them have to work to a reasonable extent. Otherwise, examples like our 40,000 crores. What is the point of a life where you have so much money but you're not living a full life, right? Same thing that, and today, so many people, have relationship issues and problems. Right? So first is you have to look at the dimension of life more holistically, make sure all dimensions are balanced. Second is that two things. One is I should always be doing the things that I'm really good at. I must enjoy what I'm doing because every day matters in your journey of happiness. So you can't say I will become happy at 60. You know enough old people to know that happiness doesn't literally land on you when you're old. You just think so, it doesn't happen, right? So today is the day for you to be happy. How do you do it? By doing what you're good at. The last element is always pursue being a good human. Have the right values, have the right virtues. That is our journey. And that and we know that all of us have shades of gray. We have in our thought process enough things going on over there. When you become a good human, it's not only about doing, but internally, even your thoughts change. That is the thing. My benchmark at some point that I want to become is when I can, kind of my thoughts can be out there and I can really say what I'm thinking as it is without filters. Then I can work.
Sriram, you explained it very well. But my next question to you is why youngster may understand what you have said. But youngster will question Sriram saying, I have a lot of aspirations. Aspirations means a lot of burning as well, or burnt out as well. So how does one balance that?
Okay. So first is to understand that happiness is multidimensional. I should do what I love. All of that is very important. So for me, I'll tell you what happened. Right? So, and I know that, initially you're chasing in the Maslow's hierarchy also, you want security, you want entertainment, you want money, all of that. But what happens at some point of time, now it's happening faster because people are earning more money, that you get all that security and comfort very soon. What happens next? And for me, it actually took an episode of almost having a heart attack to change my whole dimension. I was about 40, when my younger daughter was just a month old. I thought I might die. And that was the turning point of my life where I realized that, okay, but I'm not happy. Right. Okay, something is wrong. I'm empty on the inside. Everybody thinks that I have everything that I'm supposed to be, but I'm not happy. That point I decided to change. Okay. But so it takes a little bit of time. I think people have to go through their hormonal cycle of enjoying and going after things in life, but it will come. At your mid-30s, it's likely to hit you that I have the comforts, I'm not finding meaning, I'm not finding purpose, I'm not enjoying what I'm doing. And then all of these things come back in full flow. And then that's when the earlier you start pursuing, at least follow what you're good at. Because that itself takes care of a large part of, your eventual happiness.
I will just add to what Sriram mentioned is, one is being happy, second is being content in what you're doing. While you can have aspirations and aspirations one should have, but you should also be content in what you're doing. You want to grow, fantastic, but growth will be progressive. It cannot happen as a 2 minutes noodles.
In fact, I just want to, sorry to interrupt you, but I have this term called contented aliveness as one of my definitions of happiness. People say, tell me what, don't give me stories, just tell me in 2 words, right? I would say contented and aliveness. Contented is to know that, we are all, in a way, we must be grateful for what we have. We have perhaps more than what is needed. Yes, you can get more, but learn to be happy with what you have. Doesn't mean that you don't aspire for more, but just be happy with what you have. That will give you the ability to be alive to the opportunity.
True. I will also add that you constantly have to upskill and reskill. Young students have the stigma of saying, I want to grow, but I don't want to learn. What will you tell them?
Growth is part of the core needs of your life.
Of any being.
Without growth, there is no meaning. So let's get out of the illusion saying, I'm not willing to learn and grow. Because even whether you want to choose it or not, life is always trying to teach you something. In its own way. And we just don't understand it as a learning. But life is always teaching us. It is necessary to be open. To be willing to kind of grow. And there will be times when you have less growth, you have less learning. There will be times when you have more of it and steeper curves. But then you cannot eliminate that and say, I've arrived. There is no arrival over here. Okay, there is a journey and there are different stops in that journey and we continue to go. And as if you do enough in your life, I think things are always changing. I shifted from marketing to, to do a job in marketing to then recruitment to then different HR and from there now to, kind of coaching and happiness and so on. So there is always, things which are going to shift. So the whole idea that no, this is it and this is all, I can be is just an illusion.
You've also written a book. Can you talk us through your book? What is the title and what is the content of the book?
Yeah. So a little bit of that I covered earlier. The book is called Happiness Habits and it originated from the instance where I had that episode of almost having a heart attack, and then for the next 8 years or so, I was just learning. I was learning, growing, trying to understand the meaning of life, happiness, and so on. So I followed coaching, gurus, religious, modern kind of philosophy and so on, until I came to a framework which I feel worked for me. So then I thought this framework is something I have to offer to people like me. So it doesn't really work for the people who are like a laborer kind of a mindset, because they're still chasing the basics of life. But this is very, very, kind of relevant for people who are, worked in the corporate for about 3 years. Then it kind of settles. What I talk of there is that first start with finding what you're going to do purpose. Second is how do I become better? Third is fix your emotional mastery as a thing. Then, learn how to be in flow. There are elements of productivity, peak performance, which you need to learn and, kind of practice on a regular basis. Then bring in the element of balance in different dimensions of life. Then it's about mindfulness. And I also talk a lot about in that thing about healing, because that's not something which people often discuss. But healing is very important when we want to be important. Like we hold on to so many grudges. How do I forgive? How do I become more grateful? How do I, kind of learn to elevate my mood? And healing is an important aspect of letting go of our emotional baggage to really think. So those are the 7, I call it the 7 quests. So it starts with the mindset and the 7 quests, and then I have a framework of implementing it through habits. So that's the final, kind of thing. Saying that all this is fine, but now you go do something. And how will you do? Do it by fixing your habits on a daily basis.
You may have touched on this point, but I will reiterate. Anybody, it could happen to you and me as well. More so with the youngsters. If there is a financial problem, or a health problem, or a tragedy at home, we always constantly say, "Why me?" So, what is that he should not do, and he should not ask God, "Why me?" And how can he pull himself up or elevate himself?
Okay, that is a big answer. Okay, now if I start that answer, I think that will just take all the time, and it goes into a lot of spiritual wisdom as well.
That is briefly.
Briefly, okay. See, what happens to you is not in your control, right? The moment you are going to sit and blame, why did this happen, right? Now that is not going to give you any movement. It's not going to keep you stuck. Because when you say, this happened to me, I put the blame there, and what happens with blame is there is no responsibility for me to do it. It's beautifully kind of passed on to say, you did something bad, God did this, circumstances did that, oh, why is my luck so bad? Everybody, there is no human being who does not go through difficulties in life. The richest person to the poorest person, everybody has a cycle of outcome. Now, some people have it easier, some people lesser as a thing, but everybody goes through it. There is no concept of, kind of saying that it doesn't happen to me, right? It is about ownership. It's about ownership. There are reasons why certain things happen. All of them are rooted in you learning something. For example, this concept of how will I learn to be a more forgiving person if I am not exposed to a situation which needs forgiveness, right? That is a duality idea, which says that you learn from an instance which happens to you, and then is when you evolve. For that evolution to happen, something had to happen to you. Now, without that happening to you, how will I become grateful? How will I become forgiving? How will I, kind of evolve? So, but then somebody did that, right? So, if you keep blaming, say, oh, but what can I do? Anything that happens to you, always focus on, is there something that I can learn from this and do something? When you always redirect it into your own ownership, saying, okay, this thing happened to me, this bad thing happened, can I now take something from that?
Introspect is what you're saying.
And take action. Not only introspect. Introspect is to give you a shift in mindset. But with that mindset, now you should take action.
Right. We spoke about risk, but what was the risk that you took moving from the corporate sector, being a head of the department in TE Shaw, and then starting your career? May not have started your career, may not have started being a success coach in terms of finance from scratch, but it would have taken a huge shift. What happened? Can you tell us?
See, I've been planning it At least not planning it, but thinking about it. So it's been in my thing. So I've been telling people, saying, this is what I want to do. It's not a hidden thing. So my team knew, my management, everybody knew that somewhere at some point, kind of thing. And, I kept postponing it because this whole risk business is real. Right? When you want to really do it, there's always apprehension and there's nothing. Then COVID came, that kind of thing. I wrote my book, that kind of thing. Once the book went out and I saw, decent response to it, that gave me confidence that, okay, I'm willing to now, actually try it. And so I was very clear that there is risk. There is a, kind of element of it may work, may not work. And I said 3 years. If 3 years all in, do it, works, good, doesn't work, I'm willing to go back and, get into corporate. It's not that my skills are going to go away. Somebody will give me a job. I'm good at what I did. That's why, I got here. So, that's not a problem as a thing. I was willing to do it. If I have to relocate, I'll do it. All of that I'm kind of as a thing. So, and for me now, I have younger kids. Okay. I have EMIs to pay. So, it was also that I was not doing this as a retirement thing. I'm doing it as something which I'm passionate about, but it's also my livelihood. And hence I have to make it work at a scale which justifies my decision. So what I'm trying to build is equivalent or even higher than what I was, kind of earning earlier. And hence that is driving to say I will not now say, because sometimes you get in the comfort to say, okay, why should I go and sell to this person? Why should I send this email out? Because I don't feel good about it. Can I just not do it? Now I don't have a choice. Okay, because I've burned the bridges. Okay, I need, to go forward. There's no really going back. I mean, there is an option of going back, but I want to use that only when I have gone far enough, tested it, and said, okay, it works, doesn't work as a thing. So I did my research, I did my kind of thing, and still there was struggle. Still there was, enough things to doubt as a thing. So it took it, slowly, I think the momentum is picked up. And now it's like, in a much better shape.
Especially when you have young kids who are still in school, then you have to put them in college, etc. That's even bigger financial drain, I would say. What is your plan for the future, for the next 5 years? What are the things that you plan to do?
So right now I'm focusing on corporate. Okay, my thing is that I want to propagate happier workplaces. First, so happier workplaces means teach the individual to be happy. Teach teams to be happier, teach leaders, and make the culture happier. Big pieces. Okay, so very ambitious on its own, but everybody needs it. It's just that they have to, kind of be willing to do the work for it. It's not rocket science, but it needs work, and and it's slightly different from how it's been done in the corporate, because corporate doesn't talk about happiness; they talk about engagement, things like that. But emotions are the most under-tapped thing. If you want somebody to go and fight in a war, you can't use logic. You use emotion. That is the most powerful driver for human beings. Corporates are not tapping into it. So that is one of my things. They tap into emotional feelings. So you want happiness. That's key. That's missing. Right? So that's one piece. Second piece from there is to move into retail, which is that teach people how to be happier in the context of the life. And my whole idea is from sleep to sleep. Is your opportunity in that? How can I fix my life? That's my eventual goal, to take that to a scale where you can propagate something which is practical and doable, but at a scale where people are, where it's flexible and doable to the extent they can.
Okay. Apart from your coaching abilities, capabilities, what else do you plan to do? What are your interests?
I'm all in this. Speaking, teaching, coaching, writing. It's a big spectrum on its own, because slightly different skills again, as a thing itself is like thing. For me, it is audios and books are the kind of things that I am kind of think. One really thing that I'm keen is to bring ancient wisdom and stories in the element of what I'm doing to because you're always, become too left brain, too logical. But emotion tapping is creativity, is through stories, right? So, but we need to alternate. To go too much over there, people say it's fluff, okay, nothing, right? You go too much logical, there's no inspiration, there's no motivation. I understand, but I'm not doing it. So how to do this? And there's so much ancient wisdom which needs to be used.
You're so right. I'm glad you spoke about this, because our Puranas, our Vedas, I hate to call Ramayana and Mahabharata as mythology. Our history of Ramayana and Mahabharata has got so many nuances, so many small stories which teaches you even your day-to-day life. It can change you dramatically. So the point that you mentioned, our ancient history and culture, has given us lots of inputs. Do you want to speak on that as well?
See, I think what we forgot is that we've stuck to rituals and practices.
I don't like to use the word ritual. I like to use the word ceremonies.
Yeah, but even in all of that, right, what got missed is, and why people are not doing it right now is, they're questioning it and they're not getting the right answers. But there is deep science on the why it is you are being asked to do it. There is such deep science. But our traditional Western science has not evolved to understand quantum mechanics, energies, there are so many. We have 7 layers of body. And all of this is documented and, kind of so many thousands of years ago. Still science is validating it. Right? And that is where the gap is. Because there was so much science that explaining all of that to a layman was difficult. So they codified it through pictures, through practices, through rituals, through ceremonies, so that you get the benefit of it. Now what happened with our, history and people trying to take away stuff, now why that needs to be done went off. Only some ceremonies and some things remain. And now people are questioning, because the Western influences, they're saying, why? What is it? What is the thing, right? And people are getting convincing answers. And they're saying, oh, this is all just, no. If you done in the context of that environment, which may not work now, and that maybe should not, really continue.
No, but in a larger context, Sriram, I will agree with you that every small aspect, even like I was just talking to somebody, even the rangoli that we put down south, we used to use rice flour. Why was it used? Because the insects will not come inside the house. So there was huge science. It was all scientific and extremely logical. So for the youngsters to fashionably say that I don't believe in culture, Indian culture and tradition, but I will go, understand or agree with what the Western culture, I'm so sorry, please go back to your roots.
Yeah, no, and not only the rice flour, right? That, you first disinfect the whole place.
With cow dung,
which had antiseptic properties. Yes. And they would just do it. Nobody understood antiseptic, this, that, and all. They would just do it as a practice, saying that it's good for the place as a thing. And now, not only the rice flour, it's also the shape of what you're doing has an impact on how, because the brain thinks in pictures.
True.
So there is so much science in that one thing that you're doing.
One small rangoli.
Yeah. And this is what is missing, right? People don't understand that, that your mandalas, all of them, all shapes have a certain impact on your mind. That is one reason. Then there is a practical reason of that. Of course, it looks good. Then there is a reason of, using rice flour. Then there is, disinfecting the place. So much is there.
And not just the rangoli, but the stories of Ramayana Mahabharata has got so many nuances. So I would strongly, through this podcast, would strongly advise and suggest to all the youngsters, go back to your roots. There's enough material on Google. Please read it. What else do you wish to do in your life, apart from being a success coach?
My life purpose is to try and transform lives of other people using my skills to the best that I can. And those skills are in the space of speaking, teaching, coaching. Right? That's what my ultimate intention is, to be able to really impact lives of people because I've done so much work. It is the money I've spent, the time I've spent. I don't think people will have that much energy to do it. Now I want to be able to offer that to people like me. Okay, I'm not claiming that I know everything, but I've certainly invested a large part of my life in learning. And if I can translate that into pieces which people can then quickly pick up and just use it, right? They don't have to spend the 8-10 years of study that I've kind of done. So not only the 8-10 years, even before that I've anyway studied. It's just that it kind of accelerated as a thing. But the idea is that let's make our lives more pleasant. We have everything. This is the time in the whole history of mankind where there is so much comfort and so less happiness.
The last couple of questions is, what are the things of the podcast that we have spoken for the last few minutes, as what is the 3 salient points or 3 important points that you would advise young students and young professionals?
First is,
in terms of both their career and their mental wellness.
First is enjoy life. Okay, life is precious, but it's also meant to be lived fully and enjoyed, and all experiences add up. So don't look at experiences as good, bad, success, failure, but just as experiences, because the failure then makes you enjoy the success. That is how duality is, that is how life is, day and night, all of that is like that. So life is a journey, life is an experience. Just take it as an experience. Okay, don't get too caught up in expectations and so on. Second is, kind of do the work that's needed. Yeah, I'm not saying that you have to do hard work and things like that, but I'm saying that work is required. That you have to do it.
What you mean is get your hands dirty.
Get your hands dirty. Become the expert. Do what it takes to really go down. Because a lot of things I find, people are on the surface and then they claim to be experts. They've not really done the work.
They've not done it.
Okay, because that it is not possible for you to create great value. Do the work. As a third is always follow what you're passionate. That is the most important fact. For that, first you have to discover what you're good at, and that I've seen even when I'm coaching very, very senior people. They say, I don't know what my purpose is. I don't know what I'm good at. But they are good at something. That is what brought them here. But it's just to decipher that, pull it out, and do more of it.
My last question is, you mentioned networking. Young professionals should network. How does a student build his network?
See, first is that treat every conversation as an opportunity to connect. First is to listen actively.
And also meet people.
And meet and connect. And forge a genuine connection. Because if people think that you're just connecting with them with the need to sell them something, they're going to run away. Right? So it is not that. It is to have genuine, interesting connections. When you do that, eventually that connection then grows, but that only comes from the fact that I care about you. I want to know about you. I want to, kind of be the recipient of listening to what you have to offer. Then connections form. As you have more connections, from these connections, there will be people who can point you to other connections, people who can buy what you are selling, people who can direct you. And people who can value add. You can do service to them. It is always a give and take. It is never just taking, never just giving. Always give and take. And if you go into that mindset of genuine interest and then connect with as many people as you can, that's the
I will add to what Sriram mentioned is, as a student who's just in their college, you can build your network through your seniors, your lecturers, your visiting professors. You will get into doing internship, build your network there, and gradually it will grow. It was wonderful talking to you, Sriram, and thank you for being a guest today. We wish you all the best for your career, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate your time. Wonderful having you.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Namaste, I am Srilata Shankar. In collaboration with MyStartupTV, in our Leadership Talk series, we have our guest today, Dr. Srikala Jwala. Welcome, Dr. Srikala. We are delighted to have you as a guest today. Srikala, we are doing a leadership talk series, and you're our 10th guest this evening. We would like to understand your journey right from your college days. What made you take radiology? What made you take up MBBS, and so on and so forth? I will be delighted to ask you more questions on that. Can you please tell us your journey?
Hi, Srilata, and thank you very much for having me on your as your guest on your program. And it's indeed my pleasure. And of course, we have known each other for years now.
20 plus years now.
Yeah, 20 plus years now. So I joined MBBS in the year 1992. And before that, I started my school and my journey through classical dance together when I was 5 years old.
Right.
So my education and my dance went hand in hand.
Sure.
So much so that by the time I was 16, 17, I was a regular full Sabha performer, right?
Sure.
And then I came to these crossroads of, whether choose dance as my career or do medicine. In those days, I come from a service class background. My dad was an officer in Food Corporation of India. So you had a son, he had to be an engineer. And if you had a daughter, she had to be a doctor. So
Right.
that was this typical, middle class prototype. So, I was very passionate about dance and I was pretty good at it. So, and it's always so exciting standing on the stage and with these beautiful costumes. So I had come to the crossroads in my intermediate, and then I had to choose between being a full-time dancer or being a doctor, and also try and continue to pursue my passion, which is dance, Bharatanatyam and Kuchipudi. So my dad said that, arts are always something that give you immense happiness to your soul. So let it remain a passion and let it not be your livelihood. Choose something else as your livelihood so that you can enjoy your dance selflessly, not thinking about, whether you're able to, make money out of it, or whether, you're making a name, whether you're getting a platform or anything. You don't have to think about it. You can just dance for the sheer bliss. So I said, yeah, maybe that's right. And then I said, let me give it a try. If I didn't make it in medicine, then I told him that if I'm not getting through medicine, then dance is going to be it. So then I did my BPC in my intermediate, gave my entrance exam, got through, and luckily for me, I got admission in Hyderabad in Gandhi Medical College. And then the journey began. And then because I achieved, I completed my diploma by then. So I didn't have to work really hard on my dance because I was already a performer. So I could focus on my academics and then also pursue my dancing. And then I completed my MBBS. And throughout, I was a regular performer with my Guruji, Dr. K. Umarama Rao. And then I got married in my internship, which was pretty early for today's times. I was just about 23, 24. And then I had to choose a specialty which kept my evenings free to pursue my dance.
Wonderful.
I didn't want to get into something which would require me to start to sit in a clinic in the evenings. Suppose you're a gynae or a pediatrician. There's no way that you can stay home in the evenings. You have to run a clinic to be able to do well in your chosen branch,
Okay.
So I said, which branch will give me a flexibility where I can work from 9 to 5, come back home and have my evenings to myself.
Why did you choose radiology? And before you answered that, while I understand, normal middle class parents, like you mentioned, is wanting a son to be an engineer, or rather an engineer and a doctor, irrespective of the gender of the children. But didn't you choose arts? Didn't you choose BCom, BSc, because that would have been easier with your dance as your career, as your passion then?
Only see myself either being a doctor or a full-time dancer.
Okay.
You
Those
know,
things were very clear, right?
yeah, it was pretty clear. And then there've been no doctors in my family at all. And we have had certain, issues where we wish there was a doctor from the family.
Sure,
And it was always my dad's, ambition that, there should be one doctor in the family. So he said, why don't you try? If you don't make it, then okay, then that is destiny. Whatever is destined is bound to happen. But why don't you give it a serious try? I said, why not?
And you cracked. You said you cracked your MBBS exam.
I cracked.
What made you take up radiology and not? I understand pediatrician and all is more of a full-time job, but why radiology and why not a dermatology or some other science, some other subsection of medicine?
Yeah, right. So when I was doing my internship, as a house surgeon in Gandhi, I would accompany patients to the Department of Radiology. And we wouldn't be allowed inside. I could only take the patient till there and make him sit. So I would peep in and see what they would do. And that was the time when ultrasonography had come in a big way, and CT scan was just, CT and MRI were just about coming. And then it always fascinated me that we could peep into the human body and see what's happening without having to cut it open.
Okay.
We could
I like the way you
look
said
at
cut
the body
open.
from outside,
Right.
and then see what's happening in the liver, what's happening in the kidney. And then it really fascinated me in my house job, because all my friends would say that I would cut out to be a good physician, because of my communication skills, or thanks to dance, the way I connect with people. So they said, you have to be sitting in clinic, you are a people's person and stuff. But then it always fascinated me to be able to peep into the human body and see what's happening inside without having to do anything to the patient. That kind of fascinated me. And then radiology was actually the specialty when I had my post-graduation,
Okay.
So radiology
what is
really
radiology? All right.
Yeah.
What is radiology? For a student who is just wanting to become a doctor, or who's doing her MBBS or his MBBS first year, second year, can you please explain what is radiology? What are the various segments in radiology, and how can one build a career in radiology? So 3 questions for you.
So basically, radiology is a very broad term, and it's actually an oldish term for imaging. Now it's called imageology, because when imaging started, it started with the use of X-rays, right? So we used X-rays and to look, take a radiograph of the chest, radiograph of the broken bones. So because it was using X-rays and radiation, it was called radiology. But as we moved forward, we started using ultrasonic waves, and we started doing ultrasound. We started using MRI, magnetic resonance, and do MRIs. So now it's not just X-rays that we use, but we use so many other energy waves to image the body. So now it's actually imaging. And after imaging, radiology has gone further into interventions where, for somebody who's listening, you would have heard of coronary angiography. What is it? It is putting a catheter. We put a dye into the blood vessels which supply the heart. We image them real time to see where the blocks are. Similarly, you can do that to any vessel in the body, your limbs, your brain, your, upper limbs and body and everything. And then if there are any blocks, we can open them up with stents. If there are aneurysms, if there are balloons in the head, in the brain, we can coil them so that, they don't rupture and the patient doesn't have an emergency. And also, suppose you diagnose a tumor in the liver, you diagnose a tumor in the lung. So we stick in a needle, because now we are in an era where without a biopsy, you cannot treat a patient. So it is a radiologist who stick in these needles, get those bits of tissue, submit them for pathologic analysis to get a diagnosis. So basically, we are the doctors who are going to diagnose the patient with their ailments and then give the diagnosis to the treating doctors, so they take it forward from there. I understand there's a lot of clinical science and clinical examination, but in this time and age, because it is evidence-based medicine, everybody depends on the diagnosis made by the radiologist to treat the patients. So in a nutshell, you are the doctor who's going to tell the patient what is wrong with them and tell the treating doctor that this is what the patient has and this is probably what you got to do with them. That's number one. Number two, with interventional radiology, we are also treating a number of ailments and a number of diseases in our own way. So radiology and imaging now, it encompasses not just diagnosis, but also therapy.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So when you're talking of the radiology and the explanation, a detailed explanation you gave, can I understand you do radiology for breast cancer. So a radiologist for a breast cancer specialist, can he move into something like for the limbs or for gynecology, etc.?
Yeah, absolutely. See, when I started my career, I was a general radiologist. I was not a subspecialist.
Sure.
I was a general radiologist where I was doing ultrasounds, I was reporting chest x-rays, I was reporting x-rays of every part of the body. I was doing special studies like, we do the barium studies for the gut to know what's happening in the stomach and bowel. I was doing all of that. I was doing ultrasounds of pregnant women. I was doing antenatal, we call them antenatal ultrasound. So I was doing blood, I was doing regular ultrasounds, I was looking at CT scans, I was reporting MRI of the brain, spine, the shoulder joint, the prostate. I was doing everything. But as we move forward, you got to, because the medicine and each branch of medicine has grown so much in its, the vastness of subject is so much that if you remain a general radiologist for long, it doesn't take you anywhere. Number one. Number two, probably with the kind of developments in every sphere, in every organ, you're not going to be best in doing that. You will be able to report to a certain extent, but you may not be typical of knowledge and competence in every branch that, if you're handling everything, say MRI, CT, you're doing everything. It's like jack of all trades. And
Nikala, your voice is cracking.
So
your voice is cracking. You'll have to come closer.
Yeah, now it's better.
So you'll have to repeat what you just said. I can't.
So what I'm saying is, with the development of science and the vastness of knowledge that is available now, and with the advancement of the technology in imaging, there is so much about every organ that is happening, So we are in an era of subspecialization where I do radiology, and then within radiology, we have abdominal imaging, chest imaging, neuroimaging, neurointerventions, interventional radiology, and breast radiology. So it was, as I progressed for about 7 to 8 years, I was a general radiologist. Then an opportunity came in my own organization where they were looking for someone to specialize in breast. And I, being the senior female radiologist in the department, I was asked to go and, train in breast imaging and come back and develop that specialty in my hospital. And then by then I had done quite a bit of general, imaging. So I said, why not? I said, why not? Let me go train and come back and see how I do with my training and how good I am at that, And then I thought, well, I take it forward. And then there's been no looking back, thankfully.
You are associated with Krishna Institute of Medical Sciences, as we know it as KIMS. What are the various aspects that you deal with in breast cancer? What I'm talking about is there are 4 stages, as I know, is in breast cancer. So what is your area of work in terms of all these stages of breast cancer?
So we at KIMS, as you already know, are advocacy of early breast cancer screening and early pickup of breast cancer has been our campaign and motto right from the time that the unit was established in KIMS, right? So what is early breast cancer and what is breast cancer screening? early breast cancer is that when the breast cancer, the size of the cancer in the breast is less than a centimeter or a centimeter and a half. Now, why is it important to pick up a cancer that early? When it is 1.5 centimeters, it's barely palpable. So what I'm saying is, we want to pick up cancers even before they become palpable to the surgeon's hand or to the hand of the woman. You know, we always spoke about self-breast examination. I'm talking of something even before something is felt by self-breast examination.
Okay.
You know, there have been a lot of randomized controlled trials done in the Europe and US, where they have found that if you pick up a cancer which is less than 1.5 centimeters, and if the cancer has not spread to the lymph nodes in the armpit, then the 5-year survival rate of this woman is more than 95%. Now, what do I mean by that? I mean, not even 5 years, the 12-year survival rates are between 95 to 98%. Means you're practically talking in terms of cure. So very rarely we use the word cure in the cancer setting. But if this is a screen detected cancer, then I can assure the patient that she is not going to succumb to this cancer.
Sure.
With confidence, you know. So my job entails, it's two things. One is screening for breast cancer. Number two, diagnostic studies, which means that the patient has a complaint, say a lump in the breast, or a nipple discharge, or a simple pain, cyclical pain. You know, every month they have this very severe pain in the breast. So they could come up with any complaint and then we evaluate it.
Sure.
The other limb is woman who's turned 40, and then she just comes to the unit to know if she's well, you know, if everything is fine in the breast. So they just come to do a mammographic screening. So I look at the mammogram, and then if I feel that she would benefit with an ultrasound of the breast, I add that also. If I find something, then I sit them down, counsel them that I've found something which may need further examination in terms of biopsy, where we take out small bits of tissue, send them for diagnosis, and then depending on what the diagnosis is, we tell them what is to be done next, right? Gone are the days where women felt a lump, they go to the surgeon, nothing is done, the surgeon will remove the lump, send it for testing, and come back and say, okay, it turned out to be a cancer, so you need a second surgery. So this is now archaic. You know, this is vintage. We do not practice that medicine any longer.
Right.
You know,
I like the way you put it. So in the day and age that we live in today, like a lot of young women want to delay their marriage and also delay their childbirth. If a woman has breast cancer, can she nurse a child?
Yes, she can. I mean, you know, depending on what kind of surgery she has chosen. Suppose it's a mastectomy, obviously she cannot, there's no breast there, so but she can comfortably feed from the other breast. And depending on whether it's if she has conserved her breast, and if there is milk let down from that breast, even after radiation, because one must understand that once they choose to do a breast conserving surgery, meaning only the lump and a centimeter of tissue around the lump is removed. And it is always followed by radiation to that breast. So even after that, if there is milk production from that side of the breast, she can comfortably nurse the baby. There's nothing stopping them from nursing the baby. They can very well nurse the baby.
Right. My second follow-up question to the same question is, so she's had a tumor, she's gone through a surgery, she's not yet gone through chemo or radiation. Can she nurse the child?
She can. She can. Very well. She can. There's no relation to cancer, and once the cancer is removed and she's well, she can nurse the child.
Chicken
And
nose
it's
scan.
not like the cancer cells are going to, get into
The
the
baby.
milk. And these are all
Right.
just misconceptions that people have. But
Right.
as long as there is production, and because, see, some ducts are going to get injured while the surgery is done. So if the other ducts which are intact are still producing milk, very well she can nurse the child.
All right. I mean, I'm sure these questions may be simple for you, but I would like to answer it
Yes,
on
no,
behalf
no,
of
no.
all the audience.
These are a lot of myths and misconceptions that women have, and this adds to that fear, fear that they have. Yeah, so it's always nice to dispel these myths. Yeah.
Doctor, you have been in radiology for many, many years now. You must have seen patients like my sister who just breezed through it. Patients who are, anxiety driven, very, very scared of even a needle. So how do you counsel them? What are the various things that a patient should understand before she even approaches you?
See, frankly, fear gets them nowhere. I have these women who feel a lump when it is probably just about 2.5 centimeters.
Right.
The fear of biopsy and the fear
The
that
needle
this
itself.
might turn out to be a cancer. Forget about the needle. The fear that, if I go and present myself to a doctor, and if this turns out to be a cancer, so they're going to remove my breast, my hair is going to fall away. So thinking of all of this, they don't even step out of their house to even get themselves examined in the first place.
Right.
For all you know, it could be an infected cyst. It could just be a fibroadenoma, a non-cancerous lump. They just sit on that. Now, unfortunately, what happens is, as you said, there are 4 stages in breast cancer. So once the cancer jumps from one stage to the other, the prognosis meaning the life that they have after treatment with cancer, the disease-free life, the recurrence-free life, or the longevity they have after cancer therapy keeps coming down.
Right.
If I say screen-detected cancer, 95 to 98% 12-year survival rate, I'm not going to talk in 90% when I'm talking about a 3-centimeter cancer. I'm not going to talk about survival rates in stage 3 or stage 4 disease. I'm not even going to talk about 12-year survival rates. We are only talking about 5-year survival rates, right? So the fear is going to get them nowhere,
Sure.
So, but unfortunately, yes, you'll be surprised. We think education equips and empowers these women. No, education has nothing to do with this. It is the way they are, the way they are made, and also
Society
the
plays a
family, the
yeah.
family that they are surrounded.
Right.
The family plays an enormous role
Vital.
in all of this. Talking to them, convincing them, the children, you're talking about a 45, 48-year-old, probably she has a 20, 22-year-old daughter or a son. So, having that relationship where she can openly talk about what she has, and for them to pay attention, pay heed to what she's saying, bring them to a hospital. And then, it requires a lot of talking and convincing, but that's what we are here for,
Right.
So we tell them that for all it may not be anything. Just give me that half an hour of yours and we will tell you what's wrong with you,
Sure.
So yeah, we have to convince them to do what is right for their own good. Yeah.
So even the educated urban society women don't understand what is breast cancer or don't understand how to examine themselves. Point 1 is, what do you suggest for them? Point 2 is, what if I know it and I'm like, I'm scared of needles. I don't want to, I understand cancer means death. So I don't want to go and approach a doctor. So how do you address my 2 questions?
See, number 1, knowing what is normal for you is very important. Normal meaning, how does your breast feel before your cycle and after your cycle? Because you must understand breast is an extremely dynamic organ. Like, see, we understand that every time a woman menstruates, and it's a cycle of ovulation, and then 15 days later she has her period, and she knows, ovaries have ovulated and the uterus lining is shedding away. But what we don't understand is, along with all of this, the breast is also undergoing its own changes, because the breast, every cycle is preparing for pregnancy. The breast is preparing itself to produce milk. Those hormonal estrogen, progesterone, all these are having an effect on the breast also. So it's important to know what is normal for you. How does your breast feel before the period and after the period? Now is the era of breast cancer screening. So any woman who is over the age of 40, we advise that they go for a mammographic screening once a year until they're about 60. And after 60, we would call them biennially, once in 2 years, right? With or without ultrasound. That depends again on how your breast is composed. So we add an ultrasound to it. Now, below 40, my advice would be to do a self-breast examination every month while you're taking a shower. There are umpteen number of videos on YouTube which explain to you how you have to examine your breast and know what is normal for you and what is a normal variation that happens to your breast with your menstrual cycle. Because unfortunately, under 40, if you do not have a family history of breast cancer, we do not offer mammography or any form of breast cancer screening. But having said that, in our country, more and more we are seeing women between the age of 30 and 40 coming with breast cancers. So I really can't say that, you don't have to do anything. Don't do screening, don't do self-breast examination because it is no longer scientific. We have to offer them something, after they are 30. So I believe that between 30 and 40, definitely a self-breast examination would pick up a lump, if not screen detected, at least when it is less than 2 centimeters, let's say. Right? Even then, it's a T1 tumor. It is still a T1. Anything below 2 centimeters is a tumor which is stage 1. And most likely it has not spread to the lymph nodes. Right?
So that was my question. Next question. You rightly mentioned, people within women between 30 and 40 years. Today we find young women, late 20s or early 30s, having breast cancer. What are the reasons? Is it just lifestyle or is it food?
I strongly believe if you take out the genetic predisposition, okay, there is a subset. About 10% of cancers are genetic. One must understand that if you have a family history of breast cancer or ovarian cancer, you may be predisposed to have a breast or an ovarian cancer, or rarely a colonic cancer. All right. So family history meaning grandmother on both sides, paternal, maternal, aunts, maternal aunts, paternal aunts, and your own mother and sisters. So this forms the family history of breast cancer. Right now, if we take out that subset of people who have family history of breast cancer, the rest are all these sporadic cases of breast cancer for whom we really don't have an explanation in this time as I speak. But we surmise that it has got to do with it's either from the air, the Panchabhuta, as I would say. I always say, what is body made of? After all, it's made of these 5 elements. It's the air, the water, the food. Indirectly, the food comes from the soil. So it has to come from any one of these. And
again, the soil is filled with chemicals and what?
Chemicals,
pesticides,
absolutely,
etc.
pesticides. So plastics are being blamed in a very big way for many, many cancers, especially the female cancers, because these are all estrogen dependent. And there's a theory that these plastic molecules mimic estrogen, and the body senses it as exogenous estrogen and reacts to it as if it would react to it.
If my family member, my sister, my mother, my maternal cousins, maternal grandparents, grandmothers specifically, have cancer, am I a high risk patient?
Certainly, certainly. So, how we stratify risk is that we look at first degree and second degree relatives. First degree meaning mother and sister, your immediate blood relations, your mom and your sisters, older or younger sister. And second degree would be your mom's sister or your grandmother. Third degree would be your cousins, your aunt's daughter or your masi's daughter, your bua's daughter. That would be third degree. So we say that if you have a single first degree relative who was diagnosed with breast cancer under the age of 40, then you're straight away a high risk.
Sure.
Then if you have two second degree relatives under the age of 50, then you're a high risk.
Okay.
Now, you can ask me, so what? Why is this important?
Right.
This is important because I'm not going to be recommending you the same set of tests in the same interval as I would recommend to a person in the general population. Because when we say high risk, the chance of this person getting a breast cancer is close to 20 to 25%. Lifetime risk is 20 to 25%. And when we say average risk, we are talking about 10 to 12%. Okay. So you carry twice the risk of breast cancer than the general population. So the kind of tests I'm going to do on you are going to be different. And the time intervals are also going to be much shorter. Right?
What do you mean by time intervals being shorter?
See, for the general population, as I said, some countries recommend breast cancer screening once in a year after the age of 50. Some countries recommend once in 2 years, and some others recommend once in 3 years. Depending on which country you live. But unfortunately, in India, we do not have population-based breast cancer screening programs because the scientific explanation for that is that breast cancer incidence has not attained such proportions that it can be added in a regular screening program. Okay. Right? So, but then, as doctors and specialists, we see so much happening around us that we don't think we are very far away from that day when, breast cancer is going to take, is going to take epidemic proportions, right? So yeah, that is scary. That is scary, really, believe me. So as on today, what we recommend is an annual mammogram for the general population, an annual mammogram starting the age of 40, at least till 60, and then you can come once in 2 years. Okay. But if you qualify as a high risk for breast cancer, then the recommendations as we speak today are that I see you every 6 months.
Got it.
So I do a mammogram and an MRI of the breast at 6 monthly intervals.
Okay.
Right? So I'm seeing you every 6 months. So if you see me in January, for example, I do a mammogram. And then I bring you back in July for an MRI of the breast.
Okay.
And then take you, do a mammogram in the following January. So I see you every 6 months so that I do not miss cancer that has started, assuming that, today you're well and tomorrow something is started. 6 months is not too far away to get a control on the disease. Okay. So that's where we are today.
What is the difference between ultrasound MRI, and CT scan.
Okay. Ultrasound is where we use the sound waves. Technically, we use the ultrasonic waves in the frequency of about 3.5 to 15 megahertz, depending on which organ you're interrogating or which organ we are examining. All right. So in ultrasound, we have a transducer, a probe. You must have gone through that ultrasound, right? There is this funny little thing that we rub on
like a mouse
with a gel. Yeah, very, very similar to a mouse. So that emanates ultrasonic waves which hit the organ and then get reflected. So for abdomen and deeper structures, we use higher frequency, obviously, because frequency is indirectly proportional to penetration. So if we want more penetration, we want lesser frequency.
Right.
Now, if I'm examining your thyroid gland, or I'm doing an ultrasound for, these IT guys have this carpal tunnel all the time,
Me here.
I know, that's why I'm saying that. So you guys are on the laptops and mouse. So if I have to see what's happening in your carpal tunnel, then I don't want too much penetration, right? So I'm going to use high frequency for superficial structures and lower frequency for deeper structures.
Okay.
So
in fact, I have a carpal tunnel syndrome.
So you need an ultrasound. So ultrasound is no radiation. So as I said, we use ultrasound, ultrasonic waves, which do not carry any radiation hazard with that. So we can perform them. It's more easily available. Of course, it is operator dependent because it depends on how much knowledge I have, how much competence I have in interpreting what I'm seeing on my monitor. Right? And then whether I have actually looked at that organ that carefully or not. It is not automatic. It is operator dependent. It depends on the skill of the person who is performing. Now, the next is CT scan. CT scan is again an X-ray based investigation. We used X-rays to do our chest X-ray, a simple X-ray, or a broken bone or a back, a painful back, you do an X-ray or radiograph. So we use the same X-rays, but here what we do is we take cross-section of the abdomen or the brain, we slice it slice by slice and get sections of the body and we interpret those images. So these are all black and white and shades of gray.
Sure. When you, what Srikala mentioned was slice is not cutting slices into like beans or bendi, but slicing in terms of the imaging.
Imaging. I'm getting a slice by slice image of the organs in the body, right from the skin to skin. So I'm able to see the liver. It depends on how much thickness I have in my setting. Depending on the indications, it's too technical, but that is what we do. We get a slice by slice image of the chest, the abdomen, the brain, the legs, the thighs, the pelvis, all of that. But this involves radiation. So, CT scan became extremely, a household discussion thanks to COVID. Everybody knows CT chest, that is the investigation to diagnose COVID.
Sure.
So we all got a lot of radiation thanks to COVID. But yes, if there is one investigation that one has to be little wary about in terms of radiation dose, it is CT scan.
All right. Can a lady get breast cancer post-menopause?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Breast cancer, if we are not talking about the young cancers, is a disease of the peri and postmenopausal women. Theoretically, I would say, because I've seen so many young now, I don't want to scare people who are watching me, but then, yes, we are looking at a different disease. The disease is evolving into a different one now, but historically and in general population, it is a disease of the peri and the postmenopausal women.
Menopause, yeah. What Srikala is definitely not scaring, but more educative to the audience, to the young audience out there. Young professionals, both students and young professionals who are not aware of breast cancer. She's just explaining in detail and not scaring anybody.
Yeah. See, awareness and knowledge is power.
Absolutely,
No
absolutely.
matter what your age, you could be 22, 25, 28, 30, 30.
Or even 58.
Anything, you're a woman, you have breasts, you're at risk.
Right.
Right? So anytime you feel something different, it's always wise to go examined, get evaluated. That's all that I'm saying.
Sure. As a radiologist, as a doctor, what are the 3 very exciting things that you have faced in your career? And what are 3 challenges that you have faced?
3 exciting is...
Exciting, or, that adrenaline jump.
When you're doing your post-graduation and you're training in radiology, of course, in your house job, you do deliver babies in the labor room posting, and you see the babies, the newborn babies. I mean, it's amazing to, as a 23-year-old to hold newborn which you have delivered in the labor room. I mean, that's amazing. But to add to that, I ended up doing radiology where I tell the woman that she's pregnant, and I see the baby grow from the time it was conceived to probably a day before it is delivered. And there are times when I've seen the baby, I've scanned the baby a day after it's delivered. So I've seen the entire journey from the time that it was conceived, and it's looking at you in flesh and blood. The baby is staring at you. I mean, I cannot explain that, that feeling that it gives me. It's extremely very gratifying, and you feel so blessed. You feel so blessed.
But as radiologist, what are the 3 exciting things that you went through?
Yeah, so when I tell a woman, somebody longing to have a baby, and I tell them that you're pregnant, I see the joy in their face, and when they deliver the baby, they come to you and say, "Doctor, this is my baby." Oh, that makes me amazed,
True.
And the other one was when I first diagnosed the first screen detected breast cancer. I remember the lady's name. I cannot reveal for the reasons of anonymity. She was a 50-year-old unmarried lady who was staying with her brother and was working for the national, the NFC. So as a part of our screening, when we started off, we had this bus which was going to all these organizations, a mobile van where we were getting women to do breast cancer screening. So she was 50-year-old and she came, and I read her mammograms a couple of days after it was done. And I picked up this little 5 millimeter area of distortion. So we sent a message to the NFC saying such and such woman who came for her screening needs an additional test. So she came to us. She stays with her brother and family. And I did the biopsy. And imagine doing a biopsy of a 4 millimeter tumor. It's as good as it can get, and tough. That was my first case after my training, and the gap of size. It's really tiny. And there was a gap of 6 months between my training and me starting to do breast cancer screening. So I was not sure of my skills, and I did get the right tissue. And my pathologist called me and said, "See, you must understand that unless I pick this up and I biopsy it, my pathologist is not going to get a chance to see such a small early cancer."
Got it.
We are as good as what we see and we get as a clinical material. So my pathologist called and said, "Jwala, I have not seen a cancer as early as this in ages." So she confirmed that it was an early cancer. This was in 2007, December. And believe me, she was in my office 4 months ago, about 6 months ago. And she's doing absolutely fine. She's now 2007 to 2023, 16 years. She's 66, 67-year-old, absolutely fine. And then more, that, God has given me this opportunity to to save a life. I'm so fortunate that I have this opportunity to make a difference in a woman's life.
Sure.
It's absolutely thrilling. And
What
number
are the challenges you had?
Sorry?
What are the challenges you went through?
Challenges are difficult patients. Are, the minute you say, I see something, they just break down, and it's so difficult for them to, it's a process. Somebody just walks in thinking, she knows everything is going well in her life. She has a beautiful family. Children are doing well. Husband is extremely supportive. She just walks into the clinic, assuming everything is fine. And here I am telling her across the table, the dear lady, this is wrong with you. This is a cancer, unfortunately. Believe me, it's not easy. It's not easy because I'm a woman. I have a family. I have a young family. And you know how important a woman is to the household. Everything revolves around.
Yeah, she's
the fulcrum. She holds everything together, and to see them crumble and just be devastated in front of you is not easy at all. It is extremely challenging. No matter how many hundreds or thousands of women I would have spoken to, every day it is different. And for me, she is an N number, but for her, it's only me. And
for you also, she's a new case. She's a new person to deal with and emotions to deal with.
Some people say, doctor, oh yeah, you see so many every day. For you, it's nothing. No, it's not like that. It's not like that. Because I understand that I'm the only one for her. For me, she may be the fifth case of the day. But I understand that I'm the only one for her as on that day in that moment. So I have to keep giving myself this, this morale, the boost. We also crumble. We also feel bad. I have to break this news to a 32-year-old lady with 2 little children. I mean, to tell her that she has a cancer, and believe me, young cancers don't do well. I know everything. But then I have to put up this brave face, and I have to be that pillar of support in that moment to her. I cannot be emotional. I cannot be sympathetic. I have to be extremely stoic, put this across to her, but at the same time be empathetic to her.
Very
Give her
true.
all that support.
Yeah, very well mentioned that you said empathy, because you cannot be rude, you cannot be stern, you cannot get angry. These are some elements which I think a doctor plays a vital role in dealing with emotions for her own self and for the patients. You're not only dealing with patients, you're dealing with patients' family, and they can get hyper, they can get angry. So how do you deal with the patient's family? More than anger and angst or depression, they get very hyper. So
you have to just calm them down, keep talking, and then that is what that is where all the other things that we do, that we need to do as doctors, come in. Even as doctors, because I don't know if I can say this, but this is a lot of negativity. If you're telling her when she has a cancer, she's sobbing, she's crying, the husband breaks down, the children are devastated. So it's not just the patient. When it's cancer, it is the entire family. So you are breaking the bad news. So for me to gather that composure, that strength, I have to train myself to do that. I have to work on myself. Each one of us has a coping mechanism. For someone, it may be meditation. For someone, it can be fitness, running. For someone, it could be nature walks. For someone, it could be music. But we need to look at something beyond the physical to be able to gather that kind of balance and composure, to be able to handle these patients at the same way at 9 a.m. in the morning to 4 o'clock in the evening. You must remember that as doctors, we are human. We also have a family to go back to. I cannot allow this to affect my balance of mind when I come back to a family which is waiting to, share their day, how their day unfolded. So I got to have that patience, not just with my patients, but also with family. So for me personally, it is music and meditation, which I believe gives me that strength and the love of the work that I have. I just love what I do. I just love what I do, and I believe this is the purpose of my life. I keep reminding it. Yes, we have our good days, we have our bad days, we have very difficult patients, but then we just got to sit down, calm down, give ourselves that 10 to 15 minutes, take a deep breath, go back.
Go back and attack the next day, right?
Yeah.
Like Dr. Srikala just mentioned, it is what is very, very visible in her talk as she's not just a doctor who likes her job, it's the passion that drives her. It's very visible on her face and eyes. That's passion is what drives her every day, irrespective of the disease that she's going through, or she's treating patients. I'm sorry, I'm not going through, but treating patients and their families that they deal with. It is the passion, like she very rightly said, she deals with a zillion amounts of emotions of her own self, dealing with patients, dealing with families, because it's not easy to tell a patient who's just walked into her clinic saying, hey, you got cancer. And nobody in cancer today, till date, despite technology advancement, is still a very forbidden word. Srikala, lovely talking to you. My next question to you is, what do you advise the young medical students who want to take up medicine, become doctors, not necessarily radiology, but become doctors as neuroscience, gynecology, etc. What is the advice that you would give young doctors?
As I said, and as you said, passion is the key word. And you must remember, you should not, studying medicine entails studying for at least 6 to 9 years. 6 plus 3 plus 3. About 9 to 12 years before you come out as a specialist or a subspecialist, at least 12 years. So you're giving 12 years of your prime life to this subject. So obviously I need not say that the kind of passion you should have, that, it has to be immense, and then you should be willing to work hard. And you have to have compassion, because here these are people. These are people in flesh and blood. These are not computers. These are not brick and mortar. These are not wires, right? These are not cash. These are not papers. These are people in flesh and blood with emotions, sentiments, and you cannot deal with them as a job,
Also, you cannot deal with the same with different patients in the same manner.
The same way,
you have to deal with the Srikala differently. You have to deal with
Absolutely, there is no just one right way. There's a certain way I would talk to somebody. I can't repeat the same thing to another lady because she speaks to me from a different plane. So I got to get myself to her plane and then talk to her in a frequency that would match her, the kind of person that she is. And then all this comes provided you have the passion for it. Identify what you like. Remember, this is what you're going to practice for the rest of your life. So you better like what you're doing. Don't do it because it is fashionable to be a doctor, or there's family pressure, or you think you can earn a lot of money. Believe me, if you think there is a lot of money in medicine, I'm sorry, no. There's not a lot of money in medicine. There are 100 better ways of making money, and much earlier than you would make money in medicine, because by the time you just qualify and come out, you're going to be 28, 30. And then that's when you have just started. And you look at your engineering colleagues who are, who have a 5-digit annual salary, you're going to be in depression, This is not a profession that you should come for if money is your aim. There are 100 different ways of making money. Yes, you will make money also, but primarily understand that you're investing 12 years of your life. So you got to love it and enjoy it and have a passion for this and have a love for humanity. You should
money
love
is
people.
not just the factor. Money is one of the probably the factors.
One of the things. Money will come. Money will come. Medicine as a career assures you of a decent living. It doesn't assure you richness.
Luxury, yeah.
Understand luxury. You'll have a good life. You'll have a lot of respect in the society. You are, as doctors, when everybody knows that we do derive, but then that comes with a lot of hard work, passion, and commitment.
And compassion, like you rightly said.
You can't do it like any other job.
Right. And for all the weak hearts or the girls or boys who run away from medicine, please run away from injections. Please don't take medicine. Yeah. Last couple of questions. How do you manage to have work-life balance? You also mentioned, and I know you personally, that you are a classical Kuchipudi dancer. My first question to you is, do you still continue to perform? Second is, how do you manage to have a work-life balance? Work-life balance, not just work and home, but work and a second career in terms of Kuchipudi dance.
Yeah. So luckily for me, as I said, by the time I came to my 12th standard, I was, I was a pretty decent performer. So, I was through my basics and I was performing regularly. So through my medicine, I continued my art. I never bunked my dance classes, citing difficult, exams and stuff like that. I know my mother, I should thank my mother for that because, it might sound very cliched, but time management is the key.
Okay.
I tell my children also that this moment, as I'm talking to you, I look at it this way. This is time away from home, from family, from dance, from my work, right? So the value that I attach to this moment in my hand is all that I'm depriving myself, which I enjoy much, much more. So when I think of it that way, this moment becomes extremely valuable to me. Right. And I give my 150% to this moment in hand. This is something that my mother drove into my head, that the moment in hand, once gone, is gone forever. So make the best of it. I mean, you'll be surprised. I performed through my board exams in my 10th. There was this gap of 3-4 days between exams. And I had this very prestigious performance where I think R. Venkatraman was the president of India. And I was playing a very key role in a ballet, which my guru had choreographed. And she wanted me to perform. In between my exams was the day of the performance.
Sure.
She told my mother, and she said, why are you even asking me about that? You should just go dance and come. What were you doing the entire year if you cannot pass an exam, if you didn't study one day before the examination? That's so sad. And I was like, okay. I went ahead and performed. So it does take, but then, if you love doing what you're doing, you wouldn't do it any other way.
Absolutely. Do you still perform?
Yes, I do. Not like like your sister, but then yes, at least 5 to 6 shows a year. And I try and teach a few students in the weekends because I took over as a director of my dance teachers academy after she left. So I have a few students. So I run a dance school. So I take dance classes twice a week, and I keep it alive because that's where I completely unwind.
Absolutely.
Is that's
spoken like my sister has. I completely resonate with what Srikala mentioned. I come from a family of art. My sisters have been Bharatanatyam dancers. Sorry, I repeat. Varshini, you'll have to edit that. So my sisters are Bharatanatyam artists, very well-known, renowned artists, and Ananda Shankar, has had her corporate as IRTS officer and a dancer, and she's managed both simultaneously. In my own way, I am a HR professional and do podcasts, write poetry, etc. So the context of not having time doesn't come into the picture at all. Yes, like she rightly said, you'll have to manage time, you have to allocate time, and you can do 10,000 things at the same time. My last question to you, or second last question to you, is what do you wish to do in future as a doctor and in terms of your Kuchipudi career? I would like to believe it's a career.
I would, I do a lot of diagnostic work, but in the next phase of my career, I would like to do more work on the field. Reach out to these women at the taluk level, at the village level, maybe, train people to go and, teach them the importance of breast cancer screening or self-breast examination in case they don't have access for mammography. Try and see if we can kind of, try and get a mobile van for breast cancer screening in the, underprivileged women in the villages and in and around Hyderabad to start with. So I want to take the next phase of my career into, to be more socially relevant, not just sit in the hospital. Of course, that is always there, but because that's where you are actually looking at patients with breast cancer, diagnosing them. That is also important. And
but you want to reach out to more people.
Advocate, take the breast cancer screening advocacy forward, give a thrust to this campaign, educate women, both rural and urban. I don't believe urban women are any wiser. They are as foolish. I'm sorry, but I know because I've seen them. You sometimes wonder, they're so educated, and how dumb can they be? When it comes to their health, their body, you'll be surprised, how dumb they can be sometimes. Probably, stemming from a deep fear inside them, probably. That's what I think, and just forgive them for that. But then try and educate the young women, because, if I'm talking to a 22, 23-year-old, I'm educating her. At the same time, she is going home and looking after her mother, her sister, her grandmother. So I want to empower these young girls, especially in corporate offices, in IT offices. We do that, during the Women's Day celebrations and
but it should be more often.
Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So I want to reach out to these young girls, educate them about breast cancer, and then also educate them that cancer now is not synonymous to death. There's so much happening in cancer therapy that you don't have to think of succumbing to the disease. There's so much we can do. Yes, it do go through a bit of pain and a little bit of, you have to attain that. But then after that year or two, you're completely well. You have an entire life ahead of you.
Absolutely.
So cancer now is not synonymous to death any longer. So one has to get that myth out of their head. So I want to work more in the public and, have more work relevant, socially. So that's where I see myself going in terms of being a doctor, and especially how breast imaging happened to me is a story by itself. So I believe I'm here with a purpose. So I think that's where I think I should be going, and then He'll take me there. And then as regards to Kuchipudi, I'm teaching now, and then I'd like to probably train students academically, maybe prepare them for examinations, prepare them to take Kuchipudi as a career path, train them academically in Kuchipudi, maybe for a BA or an MA dance and PhD in dance, events that kind of interest in them to take up art as a career. If I can manage that. And then, of course, in breast imaging too, I want to train more and more radiologists in breast radiology, because among all subspecialties in radiology, breast imaging is quite nascent, quite young, and not many radiologists understand the importance and its potential for the future. So I want to train more and more women radiologists or men, male radiologists who want to take up breast imaging. I want to train more of them and bring them into this society for the greater good of women in this country.
I think from my end, I would love to introduce you and invite you to various corporate organizations where you can come and educate the young women, both men and women, because men can also go and educate their mother, sister, brother, whatever, mother, sister, grandmother. It's very important. I will definitely take it up and introduce you to various corporate organizations. Depending on your time, I would love to have you come and address them. If I don't do it, please ping me and say, hey, please introduce me. I would love to do it. So it was wonderful talking to you, Srikala. Thank you so much for being our guest today. You have really opened up many areas where people are kind of having a negative image on breast cancer, the seriousness or the disease per se. And I think you have also opened up the fact that it can be very, very positive. So thank you so much. It was wonderful talking to you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you so much for having me on your show. Thank you.
Srikala, can you please let us know what are the various awards that you won in your entire career so far?
Yeah, so I'm a recipient of Annamacharya Scholarship, and then I have been an invited performer at the Khajuraho Dance Festival, and I've had a title of Nritya Chudamani from Pushpagiri Swamiji from the Mutt.
And your awards as a doctor?
Doctor, my paper was adjudged the best paper in our national conference as a postgraduate. And then I've presented a lot of scientific work in our prestigious national journal, which is the Indian Journal of Radiology and Imaging. And then I'm a very avid speaker in a lot of our CMEs, the continuing medical education. And then I've held a very high position in our breast imaging society. And some of my papers and my work have won gold medals. So,
wow.
Yeah.
Srikala, it was wonderful talking to you. You have explained in detail what is breast cancer. You have ensured that people are not going by the myths. You have explained or opened up various ideas, various thoughts in young women, and they should not look at breast cancer in the negative manner. And there is huge amount of potential of life after cancer. It was wonderful talking to you. Thank you for being a guest. Like I mentioned, you are our 10th guest. It was wonderful talking to you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Pleasure is all mine. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Good evening. I just want to draw your attention to the bag that we gave you, the image on that. It's an elephant on it. I just want to bring your attention with one of the activities we are doing now, where we are running an ideathon that closes on 30th of this month. We are very serious into wildlife conservation besides what we do. This ideathon is about bringing technology solutions in wildlife conservation, whether it is AI or some kind of any kind of warning systems and things like that. Whatever people may have, it is in our website, all the details. Anybody who has how to prevent poaching or using acoustic methods to prevent any wildlife crimes, or how to reduce the wildlife, wildfires, or how to maintain digital fences to reduce human-animal conflict. These are the kind of things we put up there. And I'll really request you to spread it among your, group of friends. If they are interested in putting up, it is just an ideathon where we give some money to the best awardees. We have a lot of wildlife conservation people as judges for it. And we really want this kind of activity to go around because technology has gone up so much and it's important to use these things which is very important in wildlife conservation.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Greetings from Plebs Innovations. Our vision is to make ultrasound accessible to inaccessible regions of the country. So if you look at the global data, one woman dies for every 2 minutes due to preventable causes during pregnancy. And if you look at the Indian data, only 24% of the Indian women undergo at least one ultrasound scan in their entire pregnancy cycle, whereas the recommendation is 4 to 5. Thereby, India is having the highest number of birth defects. And 60% of these birth defects can be detected and managed prenatally with ultrasound. So, not only with the pregnancy and birth defects, 80% of all the cancer cases can be screened early with the ultrasound. And this increases a 5-year survival rate from 20 to 90%. And not only the cancer and 2D echo scans, and even in case of road traffic accidents, traumas, ultrasound increases the time to diagnosis by 50%, thereby saving the golden hour. And not only the diagnosis, 27% of all the clinical cases like interventional radiology as well require ultrasound as a basic imaging modality. So if you look at the barriers of ultrasound, there are 20,000 practicing radiologists in the country, but only 13% of them are in the urban areas. What happened to the 66% of the rural population? On an average, Indian patients has to travel 45 kilometers to get the ultrasound scan done. The parity increases if you move from southern part to northeastern parts of the country. So all this is because of the requirement of physical presence of radiologists for the ultrasound. If you look at the other modalities like CT or MRI, X-ray, we don't need any physical presence and radiologist can give a diagnosis. So we are solving the need for a technology which enables radiologists to perform ultrasound without being physically present on site and also retaining the habit and feel how they are doing the scans. So if you look at the solution, there is a doctor station, somewhere he is sitting in Hyderabad and the patient somewhere in any rural town like Karimnagar or Nizamabad within Telangana, and doctor will be able to control the ultrasound probe with the help of a robotic arm. And the same image will be relayed back in a real time with low latency and with a secure network layer. On the doctor side, there is a haptic curve pad which gives a unique touch feel to the doctor, and he will be able to do the basic ultrasound motions, and there are 2 displays for audio video feed as well as ultrasound feed. So on the patient, there is a 7-DOF robotic system placed, robust system which does rocking, tilting and rotation motions. The novelty in this reeling manipulator is it doesn't change the plane of contact, which is a crucial requirement for ultrasound. and it is attached to a XYZ positioning system, and it is responsible for motion of from one place to other. So the network required for this scan is 3 Mbps upload and download, whereas our recommendation is 10 Mbps, and with the help of broadband we experienced a latency of 130 milliseconds, and with 5G it's around 80 milliseconds. So our IP, our product can reach from thorax, pelvic, abdomen to varicose veins regions. Through from head to toe control we have, and it can do additionally 2D echo scans as well, and it can do the lateral side scans as well for pregnant women and obese patients. So I'll quickly take you through the market size as well as the business model. So for today we are looking at tele-operated ultrasound scans, but our vision is to automate the ultrasound scans. We'll deploy these to the rural centers. We'll collect the data. We'll do the automation from organ to organ, such as liver cirrhosis or 2D echo scans, and we'll do predictive diagnosis as well with the robotic systems. And if you look at the market size, the ultrasound service market in India itself is around 8,800 crores. And if you look at the targeted population with towns with less than 60k population, the market is around 1,096 crores, and the SOM will be around 700 crores. So we have three different business models. One is the FOCO model, franchise-owned company-operated model. For a small-scale diagnostic center, you bring in 50 lakhs and a space. We will give the entire radiology support as well as robotic support and
so does this unit require a remote control system and all, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So is that also ready?
Yes, ma'am. The doctor side is also ready. So we are at the MVP stage, and we are yet to go for safety certifications.
MVP stage. So it's not in the market yet.
Not, ma'am. We are in the pre-compliance stage.
Okay, what are the challenges you're facing? Because this looks, I know portable is a selling point, but there are various components to it, right? So what are the challenges you're facing to get the whole thing in place?
So the technical challenges we were facing was the embedded latencies, which we have already solved. So the technical part is sorted now. Challenges in the sense it's a regular part to go for the safety certifications. We are in that phase now, and the challenges with the latency also, which were already covered.
Okay. So what is the cost price
so
advantage?
the robotic system will cost around 12 lakhs selling price, and it is bundled with the ultrasound machine, which is a OEM, which will be around 10 lakhs. So the selling price would be between 20 to 22 lakhs.
How is this in comparison to the traditional ultrasound setup?
So the basic difference between traditional ultrasound and this is, on an average, the radiologist price per month is 3 lakhs in the city. If you look at the rural setup, it's 3x. So rural hospitals should pay 3x the price which they are getting in the city to attract the radiologists to their centers. But here, the capital cost is increased by 12 lakhs, but still there is no recurring cost. We'll be paying only per scan basis, and diagnostic center need not hire a full-time radiologist, and they'll be doing on a paper scan model.
So you're positioning more from the radiologist costing point of view,
yes,
in comparison to the technology.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I graduated from IIT Delhi in mathematics and computing, and I always had the inclination to do something in healthcare. And that is wherein I joined Stanford India Biodesign to understand healthcare. And that is wherein I met my co-founder, as well as I have advisors from AIMS and IIT Delhi. So having said that, so we roughly came across more than 300 problems that we identified in the clinical immersion that we had. So out of all those problems, diagnostic was one such area where we realized we actually can do something through technology. And so given the fact that there's a lot of people and processes involved today in even the most basic test, which is called the CBC, complete blood count. So next slide, please. So there's right from the collection of the blood, which is which you require a phlebotomist, then you basically require a lab technician, then you require a lab clinician, right? And it cannot happen in a primary setting. And this is one of the most fundamental tests that is being used across your healthcare system. So we thought if we can actually challenge that and bring down to a system in which you can actually do your test just like you do your blood sugar, right? Prick your finger, get the sample done in your small kit, and then it processes it less than 10 minutes. And that is what we have built at Neuronix. And it takes less than 10 minutes, which otherwise takes you at least in tier 2 and tier 3 cities as you go around. It will take you more than 24 hours for the same test. So the 4 fundamental technology to which we have basically, rather than venous blood, you can actually do it on a finger prick, is that we have a precision robotic system. Then you have a microfluidic cartridge. Then you have multispectral imaging that we do. And on top of it, we use AI. So we have, for the first time, what we have done is that we have actually separated the hardware and the software part of it, which essentially means that today, if we are able to do CBC, the same platform can essentially be scaled to malaria, filaria, thalassemia, leukemia. And the underlying principle behind that is that anything which has to do with your morphology, cell structure can essentially be done on the same device. So one of the important aspect of this particular technology is that it's visual based. Just like you in your radiology, you get a film, right? You get an X-ray film so that the doctor can get it. But in blood, you just get numbers. You never get a visual evidence. In our case, what we are saying is that if we are able to give you, say if we are giving a nucleated RBC positive, we can actually give you images of that. So on the market side, we have a huge market for the CBC, just for the CBC alone, and roughly around $1 billion of market is what we are basically is the serviceable operatable market. Next slide, please. So on the revenue model side, this will be a kit-based, so razor blade model, in which we will charge for the per cartridge, and the device will go either as a one-time cost or as a rental model. So on the unit economic side, the BOM of the device costs us 3 lakh rupees, and the kit is roughly costing us 10 rupees. So if you actually just do 20 tests per day at one particular center, which is on a very lower side, if you actually look at the number of tests CBC is being done, so the cost of the entire machine can be covered in 6 months. So our idea is to install it at 10,000 centers for in next 5 years, and for which we can expect revenue between 700 to 800 CR. Our global competitive landscape, if you actually look at, there are very limited players who are actually doing something in the point of care CBC. One which is in Israel, SiteDX, who has already got the FDA. There are other couple of companies who are not exactly into the CBC, but into the peripheral, which is the 10 to 20% of the segment wherein the visual analysis of the smear are done. So what we are basically saying is that we are playing at a point wherein we are reducing the complexity as well as bringing the cost down. Yeah. So we have already got our IP covered. We have 1 patent granted. We have already done 1 scientific study, academic study at AIIMS Delhi done. So we have already got the test license received. We are now in a process to get our manufacturing license. We are already in talks with some of the bigger distributors. So we were awarded some grants. Next slide, please. So we were Tech 30 startup in 2022. We are supported by AIC CCMB, we are supported by AIIMS, IIT Delhi, and Venture Center Pune. We last raised at a 4.25 CR at a valuation of 36 CR pre-money. We just closed our another bridge round of 4 CR to commercialize this particular technology. What we are basically looking forward is I think there was one slide next to this. Yeah. So the idea was the money that we raised was to build a core team for the technical team. Next slide, please. And we have built a team. So we are currently raising 3 CR because we spent 10,000 on the flight. So we thought we'll close this particular round with additional some funds. So this particular 3 CR will go into 100 installation once we have our commercialization, the factory license comes in, which will happen in after July. So thank you. Any other questions? Happy to answer.
Currently in the market, it costs roughly around 120 rupees, the CPP test.
Yeah.
So are you saying that somebody will pay 100 cartridge plus some money for the hospital to make some money out of it?
So if you actually look at it, the cost to the lab is roughly between 30 to 40 rupees today. And that is just the cost of the reagent. Then extra cost, you have phlebotomist, your lab technician, and then lab clinician. That is an additional cost. And of course, the licensing part that goes, you cannot have a CBC machine at any facility without taking a license. What we are basically building is you do not have to take a license for that. So the cost to the patient comes anywhere between 250 rupees to maybe 600, 700 rupees.
Second point is on the same platform, I'm interested in knowing what are the things in pipeline to build more models other than CBP.
So currently we are in talks with some of the institutes who are dealing with malaria, some of the institutes who are dealing with filaria, and that after that we also would like to go into more of like say thalassemia or leukemia based testing, which is basically done on the morphology based.
Okay, thank you.
So one is, why are you thinking of manufacturing these units, and why aren't you like subcontracting or contracting it?
Currently we would like to, at least for say first few 100 devices, we would like to do an assembly, and post that, because there is a lot of optimization that we believe when we actually do it in-house, there's a lot of processes that can be optimized. And that is what we intend to do in first few 100 devices. We want to optimize the entire process and then do maybe a contract manufacturer.
So what's the BOM cost today?
3 lakh rupees.
3 lakh. Okay. So let's say I am a diagnostic center. I'm taking your device just for CBC or CBP, right? But I'm doing other tests through whatever mechanisms I'm doing. So what's the advantage that I get?
So if you actually look at the entire market, so we have 1 lakh diagnostic centers, out of which you have 5,000 NABL, and basically someone who has in-house testing units and devices. Most of them are collection centers, but all of them aspire to at least do some of the testings themselves.
But that's what you're assuming, that I'll do only CBP as a patient, and hence the requirement.
Right. So as I said, CBC is one of the most primary tests, and apart from that, anything that you do, you can actually outsource that to AD. At least for now, you can actually send samples just like you do today. But the idea here is that at any center which does have say 3-part differential, because so even in CBC you have 3 kind of machines. One is 3-part, 5-part, and 7-part. We are giving you 7-part analysis at a cost of 3-part analysis, right? So yeah.
And finally, what is the efficacy numbers?
So currently, out of 19 parameters that we would like to go for the entire CBC, 10 parameters have already been done for internal validation that we have completed, and it is 10% of deviation, which is by far WHO standard. It's okay, because if you have a hemoglobin of say 10, and if you are basically doing a 10.5 or something like that, it should be okay.
Thanks.
Do you have? Is it a digital pathology that you're doing, or is it like a manual?
No, everything. So it's basically a small point of care device which has a kit in which the blood goes, and it basically digitizes your sample, and then you actually build analysis on top of it. So it kind of digitizes all your cell lines.
So you'll have a cloud connectivity for a central collection center where they would actually analyze this. So, or do you have automated?
We are currently doing it say on cloud. But the same model can be scaled, to put it down on the device itself. So everything will be edge computed. It will not have to go back to the cloud and then.
What's the time to market that you have Like,
so we are looking forward to commercialize as soon as July this month. I mean, in coming 2 to 3 months.
With the regulatory approvals
Yes,
also
yes,
in the
yes,
timeline,
yes,
the CDSCO and all
Yeah.
those. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah.
Do you have any manufacturing unit right now?
Manufacturing unit. So we have established in Gurgaon itself.
Okay.
So we can actually do 1 unit per day at our center, the current setup that we have today.
You said your ask is for 3 crore with 100 installations, right?
Yes.
Can you just elaborate about what are those 100 installations? What do you mean by that?
Can you please repeat?
You said 3 crore
Yeah.
with 100 installations.
Yeah.
What are those 100 installations? What do you mean?
So basically what we're saying is that for 100 installations, for manufacturing 100 machines, given the BOM is 3 lakh rupees today,
Okay. Mhm.
right? So you need a working capital of 3 CR in order to go forward with.
So it's more like a working capital.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a couple of quick questions.
Yeah.
So you mentioned that your BOM currently is 3 lakhs. At scale, how much could you reduce it to?
We are very ambitious. We are looking forward to bring that below 50,000, but
Below
we are not
50,000.
but we are not promising it yet.
And
But
at what
essentially,
scale, what would that number be?
anywhere between above 1,000, we would be able to bring that cost to less than 50,000 rupees.
Interesting.
There's a lot of engineering that is already ongoing to actually bring, because the last time I spoke to Aditi, our cost was 10 lakh BOM roughly, which we have already reduced to,
Interesting.
3 lakh rupees. And now we are basically pushing forward to bring the BOM to further 50,000, because as we understand, it's a volume game. Because one Trans Asia has roughly 10,000 installation of 3-part differential in the market, roughly doing 600 CR of revenue. What I believe is given the kind of solution that we are building, it can easily replace such kind of systems which are say 3-part or 5-part, given that one, it will be cost friendly, and second, you do not require any expertise in basically operating those devices.
Right. And you mentioned, of course, this is all visual, right? So what's your lens quality like?
So,
And in comparison to the competitors?
So one, basically you can visually see and differentiate the cells, the granularity, the cellular structure.
But give me
and
the number.
nucleus.
Give me the number.
I'm really sorry. So that is something that we have basically with our own manufacturer. We are basically working on that particular.
Where are you right now?
Huh?
Where are you right now?
We are based in Gurgaon.
No, I meant where are you right now with the image quality of the lens and the stage of the project, the product.
Yeah. So
readiness?
in our product, with the lens that is going, that is built sort of with our sort of expertise, and with manufacturers' in-house capability of what they can actually build. We are not using standard objectives which are in the market. And for that reason, we have actually reduced the cost of 10 lakh to 3 lakh, because एक जो objective जो Olympus का आता है with high achromatic with all the aberrations, so it costs you 1.25 lakh.
Quick answers, please.
Yeah. And what's the product readiness like? Is it
So by
completely-
July, we should be able to commercialize.
This July?
This
3
July.
months?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
In terms of milestone achievement, what exactly do you plan to achieve once the 100 installations are done?
Post 100 installation. So our idea is to mainly think about say 1,000 installation, right? And for that we would require again some capital to scale it, and that is wherein there are VCs who are interested, who would like to take this. Come along with us to take it from 100 to say 1,000 or 5,000. So the idea is mainly once we do that 100, one, we will establish the entire product line. The second, you understand which are the areas wherein this particular solution is actually accepted well.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
So we are from Calder Health Technologies, where we are a company which is focused to develop an ecosystem for developing in-clinic procedures. So we are a team of people who are engineers and doctors. We have started working on this because our co-founder Harisharan, who is trying to figure out the slides part there, has a problem of nasal congestion, right? So here people, if I just have to have rise of hands who struggle with breathing, right? You've seen your relatives, your family members, people who are struggling with able to breathe normally through their nose, right? So that's what we are trying to solve, and that's a particular condition called as deviated nasal septum, where there are studies which indicates that it's one of the primary reasons which causes a lot of problems like sinusitis, sleep apnea, and all the things like fatigue and even nasal blockage. Next. So what it is? Basically, it's very simple. We have a septum which separates our nostrils. If it is deviated to either one side, it significantly obstructs the nasal passage, which in turn can able to manifest a lot of anatomical deformations, and that's where you see people getting obstruction for 10 years, but they can't take it anymore, so they go for a surgery. So that's what generally happens in this condition. Next. So what are we trying to do here, right? So when we started talking about this to ENT clinics, what we started to really understand is there is a large set of people who needs to have a septal correction is not going for the procedure. So that is what our target opportunity is, and that in India itself, it's huge. About 1.2 crore people in India would want to go for septal correction, but only 4.5 lakhs are going, which is 1 out of 60 is only happening, where the 59 is our target opportunity that we are going after. And there is a pipeline of trend which we see also, where we take all home remedies, we use nasal decongestants, we use medications, and at the end we go to an ENT guy. And even he says the moment that you want to get into a surgery, we'll ask our relatives who gone through the procedure and we say, I'm not going to do it. I'll probably die with this medication but not go for a surgery. But why? Next. So in nasal, the surgical procedures, there are two major factors. One is the nasal packing, where your nose will be completely stuffed for 2 days and they will forcefully pull it out, where there will be a lot of blood coming out, and this is a very painful process. So for those reasons, they stick to medical management. And at this point, we understand there was a need to empower these doctors to help it treat better. So what do we do? Next. So we have a patented medical device called as Swasam. So this is a non-surgical treatment option which can be performed within the clinic, doesn't require an operation theatre. So the doctors now can able to treat the more patients, the 59 out of them which are not taking the procedure. And for the patients, it's going to give them a long-term relief. He's not going to use any more medications. And now it's also going to be painless for the procedure, and we envision a procedure where he can just walk out of the clinic and resume his day-to-day activities. Next. So this is a here quick demonstration of how our product works. So basically the doctor will have an endoscopic examination to understand the septal deviation, and they apply a local anesthesia, and he'll insert a balloon unit which in the septum is deviated, and he'll inflate it so that it pushes to the center. And then he'll insert the other balloon unit, and then he'll hold it for 15 to 20 minutes, and he'll apply a EMR, and he'll able to reshape the septal cartilage. So how do we do it is that we harness a science called electromechanical reshaping, which can able to reshape cartilages with minimum electric potential and mechanical stimulation. Next. So we have one global competitor called as Vivare, which uses a radio frequency technology to do the same sort of an effort we are trying to achieve. But we are differentiating by becoming even a lesser temperature procedure, which will even reduce the level of tissue damage that has been caused. Next. So we are a B2B business model where our focus is on clearly ENT hospitals and ENT clinics. And we have a one-time sale of a Swasam device and a recurring sale for every procedure. They have to use our balloon unit. Next. So we have three pricing models. One is the rental model where the ENT clinics can procure our medical device at a rent of rupees 1 lakh. And on top of it, for every procedure, they would pay 15,000 for the balloon unit. And for the hospitals, where they generally have quite a amount of volume, they will say that they'll procure 100 units, which cost about 15 lakhs per year for 3 years, and we'll give them the medical device for free. And we just have a one-time purchase model just to show them that we have a device which is worth of 5 lakhs. So, but our focus is going to be the pricing model and subscription, and as well as the one-time sale. Next. So we're starting with India, the largest population of the world, where about 4,700 odd ENT clinics and hospitals are available. Our focus is to get to the 724 of them, so that we can get to 100 crore ARR, and we want to achieve that in 4 years post our regulatory approval. Next. So this has been our journey. We started on December 2022. Onward, we were able to develop our own control unit. We were able to establish our safety, and we were able to also complete our MVP design. But right now, we are at a stage to do our MVP product development. We'll be completing in next 2 months. And onward, we wanted to secure the test license and want to get it to a level of human trials, where we are looking for partnerships with organizations like Cipla and other pharmaceutical companies and also medical device companies to become a strategic partner. Sure, sir. Next. So we have been recognized by the ecosystem. We have filed a patent and one is in process. We also have received letter of intents from leading medical institutions like AIIMS Guwahati, Patna and Guwahati, and also we are the winners of Embark 2022. Next. So our ask is for 1.6 crores, which will primarily help us to accelerate our process towards getting to a human trial testing in AIIMS Jodhpur, where already our clinical advisor, Dr. Amit Goyal, is available for us. So we wanted to harness that partnership to do it, and we were able to take to the next level. Thank you. So as a last part, so as a company, we don't want to stick to one product, right? We identified that in nasal congestion is not an area where a lot of solutions are available. So we want to become the next Medfin or the next Practo for nasal congestions, where our focus is going to be narrower. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Couple of questions. One is, so you mentioned you're at MVP June 24.
Right.
So where exactly are you with the product readiness?
So basically, we are now trying to do the animal model trials with our things. So we have completed all the lab validations right now.
Okay.
So we had the balloon unit now in fabrication. So we want to test that out with the animal model to generate.
You've not yet started.
The animal model has not started yet.
Okay.
Yeah. So because we started about 1.5 years back, so we are in the process of now getting to it. But the funds is already available for that. We are primarily raising it for the test license and the human trial testing.
And you've mentioned you have some LOIs, right?
Right.
Okay. From Hyderabad or?
So primarily we focused on getting some from private ENT clinics, private hospitals, and primarily we received a lot of interest from the government setting, because for them, the surgery is costing about 3-4 hours of time, and also there are inflations are coming for them. So if this procedure can be integrated, they see that it's a very quick solution for them to offer. So we got a traction from their part of it.
And you mentioned in one of the slides a revenue of 13,80,000 something. What was that? Since you're pre-rev right now, what was that amount?
13 lakhs.
There was a revenue figure that you'd mentioned. What was that?
So basically, we have 3 pricing models. One is a subscription model.
No, not that. There was a slide before that where you'd mentioned a revenue number.
Okay. So in India, we are starting now here, and we have about 4,700 odd hospitals.
Okay.
We want to acquire 724 ENT such hospitals. If we acquire them,
that was your projection.
That was our projection. So that's what we wanted to get into.
Interesting.
And we start with India, and we want to eventually get into the US and Europe. But we feel that here, since our sort of medical is aligned, we want to do it in India first.
Got it. And I think just one quick, question also around the device itself. How are you controlling the pressure? So you've mentioned that, the doctor inserts it, and how do you control that? I didn't see anything about that. And also, how much expertise is required to administer this? Is it a doctor level thing? Is it a nurse? Is it a,
Yeah, I'm glad that you asked that question. So there are products already available for different use cases for epistaxis of the nose, which uses a similar balloon, which is a mechanically operated balloon. There is no electronics involved in it. So the doctor along with his assistant will be able to apply that necessary pressure. So that device is already there. We are not reinventing the whole thing. The unique IP that we are trying to do is that we are combining it with a small electric potential so that the cartilage can be reshaped. So that's what our IP is.
Interesting. And again, a doctor needs to do this. It's not something that other people can be trained with.
Yeah,
right?
the ENT doctor has to be doing it. Under his supervision, it has to happen.
And there's constant feedback to understand how much pressure he's applying, what that's doing to the septum. There's continuous feedback, right?
Yeah, we
so
wanted
the chances
to integrate
of
those
this
sensors.
going the other way, what are the chances of this going the other way?
The chances of this going other way in terms of the damage it's probably going to cause.
Yeah.
So the epistaxis balloon, I think they have a safety limit already fixed. So it will not go beyond that. And for our septal corrections, we are not applying like the pressure which will basically cause any nerve damage also. It's under that pressure. So we are not going to harm the patient at any cost. But as you said, we have a system which will be able to measure the
like
pressure.
a fail-safe. Got it.
Also, that is
Sure. Thank you.
I'll keep it very quick. Two quick questions. One, just an extension of what Vaishali asked. Do you foresee a certain level of training being imparted to the ENT surgeon before they can actually use your device? Yes. Second, in terms of the lifetime of the procedure, the correction,
Right.
have you done any internal bench level validation study to identify that there won't be any reoccurrence of the deviation post surgery?
Right. So, in terms of the training part of it, there is going to be a level of training required for the ENT doctor to get familiarized with it. But as I told you earlier, that we are not trying to give them a new treatment procedure. They already use epistaxis balloon. We're just going to give them the other modality of these electrical potentials and how to control them. So we'll provide them a console. And since we have AIMS Jodhpur on board, we're going to conduct these workshops and awareness programs to these doctors, and we'll able to take it better. So that's where we said we need 4 years to get to a level of 724 because it happens very slowly every year.
And you mentioned that you would be conducting animal study.
Right.
Do you think you can bypass it and maybe do it on a cadaver? That would...
Right, but the thing is, yeah, again, as you said, by doing a cadaveric testing, we might not able to get the safety studies because it's a dead tissue already. So we cannot able to get the safety, and also, as you said, the relapse rate, like if the cartilage is going to come back or not. Yeah.
Yeah, Renuka, please solve.
Hi, very good presentation. I think you covered very all the valid points. One question I have is regarding that swashing process itself. So, is that process patented? Can that be replicated? And what's the entry barrier here for someone to do what you're doing?
They basically cannot use the technology of electric current to reshape the cartilage. So that is the technology that is patented. The process of treating a patient cannot be patented in India, but in US it can be possible.
Okay.
So in US it can be possible to replicate.
US they have like a couple of patents which are patented the procedure, but our core IP is that we don't want to do the procedure. We want to give it a device which a doctor can use it to sell it. So our IP is in the construction of the device, how uniquely we were able to reduce the tissue damage. So we were able to work with the electronics part of it, how the electrodes arrangements work. We were able to identify there's an optimized way of doing that, and that's where our IP is.
Okay, and you have secured the patent on that.
We have applied for a full patent specification, and we'll be having it maybe in a month or so.
What is your pricing model and how is it beneficial for the patient in comparison to the other models?
I'm glad. So basically, right now, if you look at in India, the septoplasty starts anywhere about 30,000 and it goes up to 1 lakh. There's a range in the cost of it. But if you look at the lower margin of the cost, the doctors only get 6,000, 20% as his surgeon fee. But in our procedure, the only cost that you probably have to pay is the balloon part of it, which is 15,000. So with our procedure, you'll earn more, but ours is a premium solution. So we are starting with this model of calculation, but if it ends up that our clinical results are so good and will be a premium to a conventional procedure, then our pricing even can go higher because the patient will be willing to pay more because there's no recovery or any harm involved. So we are waiting for the whole clinical validation to get done so that we can be concrete on that part.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Okay, so we are addressing a very big problem that's there in the world, which is more of a joint health or a movement health problem. So almost 80% of the adult population in the world is suffering from musculoskeletal pains, which are like shoulder pain, back pain, joint pains, etc. And almost 1.5 billion people on this planet are suffering from neurological ailments like stroke, spinal cord injury, or trauma. So all these people have to undergo something called as physiotherapy, which is all about exercises. One thing which I wanted to share here is, though we feel that cardiovascular diseases and cancer is one of the biggest spend in the world, it's rather musculoskeletal ailments which has crossed $100 billion. So this is an alarming problem, and ways of assessing the root cause of this problem and addressing that is lacking. So we have come up with a solution called as Fizi. It's a wearable device, one of its kind in the world. It is backed by 2 granted patents and is also US FDA approved. So what this device does is, it can be used to assess the physiological aspects of all the major joints in the human body, the shoulder, elbow, wrist, hip, knee, and the ankle, and the back, and the neck. These are the main joints that suffer from a lot of pains, especially employees, corporate wellness programs, etc. They address a lot of diagnostics, which is into master health checkup, but joint has always been neglected. So we are one of the pioneers in this. We have our copyrighted algorithms, trademarks, patents, IP, etc. in place. And with this device, we are literally first in the world to have created a picture, a physiological picture of the joint, and we can identify within 8 to 10 minutes what is the root cause of the joint when it is related to muscles. Next one, please. So yeah, so we use surface EMG, we use the range of motion, and the best part is there's one more thing which I want to share, whether it's a neurological ailment or an orthopedic ailment or a musculoskeletal ailment. All of these people have to undergo physiotherapy, and unfortunately there is no reporting mechanism in physiotherapy yet. For example, in cardiology we have ECG as a standard way to show the picture of the heart. In orthopedics we have X-ray as the basic picture to show the the level of ailment that the bone has suffered. In physiotherapy there is nothing. So we are definitely first in the country and definitely foremost in the world to have designed a well-researched report, which is now the basic report which helps you understand the health of the joint, and these reports are shared with the neurosurgeons, orthopedic surgeons for the treatment decisions. Yeah, please. So what the flow is very simple. The patient basically undergoes a Feezy test, which goes for around 8 to 10 minutes, and then he or she is given a treatment protocol where they do it either in a clinic or at home. And then after the session, one of the reports are generated and the status is also given to the patient. Next, please. So this is I already spoken about. So almost 3.5 billion people in this world are suffering with the kind of problems that I'm talking about, and it's a multi-billion-dollar market. The elder care, which I have not yet specified, is also about joint health. So people fall. So a lot of use cases are coming up in US where fall prevention sensors are coming up, and insurance players are actually playing a big role. So yeah, so we have some good names like Healthcare at Home, KIMS, NIMS, Pratima, Uchwas. Please go ahead. So we are raising a bridge round of around 4 crores, of which 2 is secured. So I'm here to ask for this growth capital, which is, we are an early traction company. We are in the market for 1.5 years. We have a presence in 12 states with 100 plus units as our customers already so 2 crores is done. I'm open for investments from 24 lakhs to 2 crores from this event. Most of it will be going for marketing, scaling. It's a growth capital that I'm requiring for to drive towards Series A round. Yeah, so myself, I am Suresh. I am an engineer, alumnus of IIT Madras. I am Calcutta, supported by my wife, Maitri, alumnus IIT Madras. I am Ahmedabad, and I have some really good partners. I am supported by AIC CCMB, IKP Knowledge Park, Cognify as institutional investors, and many more angels in my company. Please. Thank you very much. I am open to any questions, please.
I'm a physiotherapist. Probably you will be selling to me, and you do not prescribe any new wearable technology. It's the existing technology, but probably with a refined protocol for the patient. Is it?
You're not interfering with treatment protocols. So for a physiotherapist, I sell the device. For corporate wellness, for diagnostics, we are not interfering in the protocol. So when a patient comes to a diagnostic center with a joint pain, the device is used to understand what is the cause. That can be treated by medication. It will happen. If they have to be sent to an orthopedic surgeon, we do that. So we have the service providers whom we partner with. They give so we are an end-to-end solution, but a technology platform. So we have contract manufacturers with tight agreements in place. Everything is done in Hyderabad. Yes. Except for the silicon components which we import.
So what is the unit economics? What is the cost of this?
So to build a device, it takes around 18 to 20,000 rupees, and I have a margin of around 3x in that. So 75,400 is the basic version.
Sir, major claims will be
the premium one. Sorry, sir. The premium one has some outsourced parts like the tablet printer, which we are not building. So there the margins are a bit less, but for a basic version, we have 3x.
So what kind of revenue do you share with the contract manufacturers? Is it like
we don't share any revenue. No, we don't share any revenue.
You outsource them to manufacture.
Sorry?
You outsource?
Yes. Yeah. So, for example, for placing the electronic components on the PCB, specific robots are required. I have not invested in those robots. So I get them done, I bring it to my company. Entire programming, testing, packaging, calibration, etc. happens in our company, and from there it is shipped.
And you have a patent for this?
We have 2 patents granted already. Yes. One is a tech patent, other is a complete patent which includes the algorithms and the intelligence, the product design. Both of them are granted, sir.
So what is your ask right now?
Ask is anywhere between 25 to 2 crores, 25 lakhs to 2 crores.
With a valuation of 15 million USD.
15 million. Right now I'm raising a CCPS round as a bridge capital towards Series A. So CCPS has a floor of 15 million.
Thank you.
I'd like to understand a little bit more about the patents you talked about, because similar devices do exist. Range of motion, creating reports for a physiotherapist are there. Like Southeast Asia has a few, Europe has a few.
Yeah, sure.
So I'd just like to understand, number one, using range of motion, what are the use cases specifically that you're targeting? You said you have some customers. Talk a little bit more about that. And then, actually, let's just focus on that, please.
So our device is very unique in one way. Range of motion is one of the features of our product. There are some companies who give range of motion. I completely agree with you. But one thing I want to share with you, sir, a movement of any joint is not independent of the physiological activity of the muscles. Most of the companies, I have very few competitors in the world. I have in the other parts of the country, not here. But the USP of our product is the way they are looking at the joint is only on the outcome, the mobility. Okay, they are not looking into the physiological aspects, which is an incomplete way of looking at joint health. Because unless my muscle contracts, my wrist will not flex. One more thing I want to share with you, sir. It may look like a wrist flexion, but there are 2 important muscles here. I don't want to, in the interest of time, but there are 2 muscles which we call as complementing and compensating each other in neurology. So even if one of the muscles contracts, you will see a wrist flexion. So for my competitors, if they show a wrist flexion, they don't tell what is the health of the muscle. And if both the muscles don't work well, I will never achieve complete recovery. So in our case, we have myopotential sensors also with our own algorithms. So we correlate the movement along with the muscle activity, and then we talk about the health of that. So this is a huge, IP that we have. And there's no similar thing because there's a lot of mathematics and database involved, research involved to come at this conclusion. So with this, now we can do something which my competitors have not done. For example, consistency in the movement, controlled movement in a stroke case. See, our hand can move like this in a stroke case. So there the muscle and the range of motion has to be correlated and analyzed, not just seen. So we are very good in that, and that sets us apart from others who say that I can measure the range of motion.
Thanks. Renuka, please.
Okay.
Part of my question is kind of answered. Like I was trying to understand what is the productivity, a physiotherapist would get out of, this tool, because it's kind of taking away from the job that the person has to do it, right? I mean,
no. We are not taking away anybody's job.
How is it complementing? That's something it's not clear.
No. I'm sorry. We are not taking away anybody's job. Rather, ma'am, for example, it's an aid. What we have built is more like a aid to a therapist.
True,
like
but what's the productivity that they're gaining out of it?
Yes, I'm
and
coming
what
to
kind
that.
of customers do you have right now?
Yes. So I wanted to clarify that it's an aid. We are not throwing them away. That's one thing. Coming to what is the value addition. In physiotherapy, ma'am, most of the things, when a patient comes to a center, the entire diagnosis happens with visual assessment. Okay, based on the skill of the physiotherapist, experience of the therapist. Unlike other sectors in healthcare, where if I go to a cardiology department, first thing they will do is take an ECG. Similarly, for an orthopedics, with a broken bone, they'll say what is the degree of level of broken bone, right? So there's always a machine, a basic instrument which tells what is the ailment. In physiotherapy, for all the sectors, ortho, neuro, cardio, they all come to physiotherapy, but there's no objective or a scientific evidence or quantitative. Our device gives that quantitative evidence, which tells, as I explained my, which muscle. Because it may look like that, okay? So that's one advantage which helps them in taking good clinical decisions. Second, that's from the clinical front. When we give reports, that also tells the patient rather than telling verbally. It's like, if I go to a general practitioner, I have fever, doctor says you have medium fever. What does it mean? But when they say you have 101 degree Fahrenheit, I understand this is a thing. So that's the kind of black and white picture we give to the patient. The second thing from the business front, so one is the clinical aspect where things are very clear. Our reports are being monetized by my customers. So it's a revenue generation tool for them.
you mentioned that it's enhancer or like sort of like an add-on for the existing physiotherapist.
Yes.
You might want to add, like, just for the clinical or like your pitches, what's the time saving by the physiotherapist in using your device, or whether there's a, like, while it may take like 20 days or like a month, and you are reducing by using your tools, you're reducing the timelines to just 20 days.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Very, very true. Efficacy of treatment has improved. Yeah, sure. Efficacy has improved. The reduction in timing is almost by, I think, 40%. 40%. So something which goes for 20 days might now happen. Okay. Yeah, sure.
So one last question from the audience, I think. Nice presentation, by the way. I work in the medical device industry.
Okay.
So is this like MDR compliant?
Sorry?
The new medical device regulation compliant?
Yeah. We are a registered medical device with CDSCO, Government of India, and we are compliant. We have done EMI, EMC, and biocompatibility, and all these are required for USFDA application. Yeah, we are USFDA.
What is your current revenue for FY 23-24?
We crossed around 40 lakhs. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Suresh.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Said from Obron Biotech. So we are a next generation qPCR technology company. So during the COVID-19 pandemic, we saw a boom in PCR infrastructure across the world, and that proved to be the golden standard of testing. But PCR still has a detection limit. As we could see during COVID, patients weren't being detected early enough during the onset of symptoms, or at the back end of their symptoms, they weren't probably being detected closely enough. So RT-PCR, though still the golden standard, still has a sensitivity gap to be bridged. So the current gold standard of PCR detection, TACMAN and other methods, basically has so any attempts to improve sensitivity leads to a drop in specificity. This is due to non-specific signal or noise. So our technology platform aims to reduce non-specific signal. This simultaneously increases specificity and sensitivity by improving the detection window and by improving the dynamic range. So next slide, please. So PCR usually has three components. So the oligonucleotides, or the probes and the primers, is the secret sauce of our technology. The labeled ones, and they are currently being made locally successfully. DNTPs and TAC and enzymes, that is the building blocks, and the enzymes will be made locally further later on. Currently, we felt the need. We felt the need to be because of really bad last mile logistics. We were forced to basically kind of start making this component in India itself. Currently, nobody makes this particular kind of oligos in India. Next. So we undertook a clinical sample study of 70 samples in a local government hospital here in Hyderabad. And as you can see, we were able to achieve 1500 plus basis points jumps in sensitivity, which we were basically using both the assays. I might mention TACMAN, Libra is what we call our assay. Both were made locally, so as to basically to not bias the comparison, but then we were still able to detect 5 more positive samples than the current gold standard, and we were actually able to detect 8 more positive samples than what the current hospital PCR setup is. This is again done using all India made reagents. Go ahead, next slide, please. So the opportunity is basically PCR has multiple applications. The big applications, obviously molecular diagnostics, and with an increased focus on infectious disease diagnostics on diseases like hepatitis B, C, HB, TB, HIV, HPV. As you can see, molecular diagnostics is the most regulated industry, while forensics, agriculture, food safety are semi-regulated industries. While drug development, contract research, environment, and clinical studies are non-regulated industries with PCR applications. Next slide, please. So where our market positioning for this is going to be is we plan to price though our technology differentiation is higher than what the current gold standard of Roche and Thermo Fisher, we will be pricing ourselves below Thermo Fisher or Roche and between our QIAGEN. But then higher than what probably like a local manufacturer is. Our technology can also be extended to dPCR. And similarly, we will be able to offer a lower price than dPCR just because of the higher dynamic range and the sensitivity of there. What's our value proposition? Our value proposition is for any PCR assay across any application, we will be the next generation best in class applications. Your more accurate diagnosis, your more accurate clinical outcomes. As you said, because it's a more sensitive technology, we will be able to enable early detection of disease. And more importantly, across workflows, there won't be any change in the technician's workflow, be it in the hospital, diagnostics chains, or any setup. Next slide. So we have IP file already in US, Europe, and Japan. National filing which is completed 3 months back. PCT has been filed. We are filing the next patent right now. The global PCR market for reagents is around a 9 billion market. The US PCR market is around 3.6 billion. And with the concentration of clinical diagnosis is a $4 billion worldwide market. Clinical sample validation studies, and where we have our MVP for hepatitis B already ready, and you can see the efficacy results. What our next plan for go-to-market is basically to launch more products in the unregulated space, then apply for regulatory clearances in the clinical space, and then launch them, and then eventually, if we have more and more traction, then go launch in newer markets. Our team, basically, I'm from a Bitspillani graduate with a background in marketing and analytics, early employee Swiggy. I work with my father. He is one of the, with almost 3+ decades of experience in the PCR field. He also has a patent in the field, has developed assays, has developed reagents, all the multiple raw materials, and so on. So we are the recipient of the 50 lakh BIRAC BIG grant. The IP and the proof of concepts have been self-born. And we are currently, because we are still pre-revenue, we are looking forward to most connects and all, and obviously looking forward to more questions.
Basic one, how much are you raising right now?
We are still figuring that out. I was just saying, okay. but then we're happy to connect most with people.
Sure.
Because the thing is, again, depends on the traction, how many of basically how much you want to do of the next milestone. We have our MVP ready. So it's a platform technology, and it's not necessarily products, standalone products itself. But the idea is that we basically start off with the non-regulated products in contract research and drug development, which don't require any regulatory clearances, get some traction. And once we have our first 1 or 2 paying customers interested, then we come back to larger, more and more investors and so on.
2 quick questions. One, what is your pricing strategy?
Yeah.
And second, how competitive are you going to be in terms of, the foreign players? We have the PCR platforms available.
Competitive in terms of technology or price?
Price.
Price, as I said, right, we plan to basically, because this is good superior technology, in that this is best in the class PCR positioning, we'll be positioning ourselves below Thermo Fisher and Roche, which are the gold standard companies in this field, and slightly above a company, QIAGEN, which also has a fairly large market share. So that's where we're going to be. We set up in around October 2022. We picked up the BIRAC BIG grant in August 22. We've been incubated in Atal Incubation Center for over a year.
Where are you with the product readiness? I didn't see the timelines. I know you mentioned that, you're
the product readiness, as I said, right, we are a technology platform. The technology platform is probably 70-82% there. There's further scope for improvement. Any product development will take, any assays will probably take about 2 months to build out. But that's the average period. And since we're manufacturing capabilities, once we have an assay developed, we should be able to get it out in hardly any time.
So what are you looking at in terms of timelines right now?
Right now is probably in the next 3 to 4 months, we basically get some tractions with the first contract research companies, raise some initial funds, and then basically go ahead and then apply for regulatory clearances for our first 4 products in the clinical space. We already completed hepatitis B, hepatitis C, TB, and HIV.
In terms of your technology, your TACMan competitor, so your enzyme is your secret sauce, right?
No,
and then
like the primer and the probe, which you can think of as like a chemical sensor.
So your primers are designed better, or what is it?
Yeah, the primers are designed in a different way.
And then what about the enzyme?
The enzyme and the other building blocks stay the same.
And so you have a patent on that? You file for
Yes,
patents?
we file patents in there. So the patent is on the oligo design or the primer probe design, the chemical
So you have
sensor.
to file a patent for every oligo that you're going to
No,
design for?
no. This is basically, that's how the current gold standard one is also set up. I was mentioning TACMAN, TACPAD. They filed the patent about 30 years back about the platform tech. And using this platform tech, you basically keep launching oligos and so on. In particular, in some segments, if you're able to show particularly great efficacy, then the patent opens up.
So are these like room temperature ones, or is it
No,
like
this basically are qPCR and dPCR, which is basically your hospitals and diagnostics chains, lab based and so on, generating revenue through the unregulated space, through launching kits in the contract and R&D space.
I hope you're not looking at acquisition as your potential exit.
Sorry?
I hope you're not looking at potential acquisition as your exit. And then you're going to...
It's far away. I mean, if that's on the horizon, it's far away. Because the thing is, we've also set up like an Indian supply chain. So, I mean, the game we want to probably play in this match is also long term.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hello everyone, I am Shankara Kola, co-founder, Enzyme Solutions Private Limited. Okay, next slide. It is a protein engineering company. We design the proteins for improving properties, for designing protein therapeutics and enzymes. Next. We have a proprietary technology called massive mass spectrometry assisted in vitro evolution technology. By using this technology, we can improve the proteins with improved properties like protein resistance, thermostability, and aggregation such kind. So, this technology we have developed in my PhD during CCMB. By using this technology, we developed some growth factors with longer half-life. By using these growth factors, we are able to make wound healing products and also serum-free formulations for artificial meat and also stem cell culture. So this is our team. I am Shankara Kola. I did my MTech from IIT Kharagpur and PhD from CCMB. And Dr. Amulya Rao Garu, a co-founder, and we have 4 members team. They have good domain knowledge. Next. Coming to the market, target marketing, mostly our growth factors, we wanted to develop wound healing patches and ointments. It has a big market value, huge market value. According to Grandview Research, it is 26 billion by 2026. In India, it is nearly $1 billion. Different enzymes and growth factors for different purposes. Our main go-to target strategy, our main business plan is B2B and B2C. We will help academics, companies, pharmaceutical companies to solve their protein problems. We got some grants. By using that grant money, we have developed some growth factors and also some improved enzymes. We wanted to give them as a technology transfer, and also we will out-licensing our technology to develop wound healing products. Why? Because this wound healing area is very huge. At least nowadays, since 20 years, everybody are doing same way, like they are using antibiotics and some collagen like substrates for maintaining the moisture. There is no novelties so far. So this technology, by using the growth factor, that will give the novelty to the wound healing products. Where this growth factor is helpful, like in wounds, naturally growth factors are there, but in the wound environment, some proteins are there that degrades the growth factors, that slow up the healing process. But our growth factors are more stable. It can withstand the our body proteases. How much stable it is? Like in this human serum, natural growth factors are degrading in 15 minutes, but our growth factors are stable more than 6 hours. we are able to accumulate nearly 1 crore. We spend that money wisely. We developed all protocols, everything, and also in this 1.5 years after starting our company, we are able to develop 3 products towards the patent filing. So we need 1 crore rupee for next 1 year to take these products into the market. And also for the 4 years, we are expecting at least 4 crores, improve our expertise, and also doing some preclinical and clinical studies.
Shankar garu, what is the current stage and ఏ stage లో ఉంది మీ product?
Current stage means we have a lot of products, projects, mainly in this growth factor area. We made 8 natural growth factors. Among the 8 natural growth factors, we made 3 growth factors are more robust. Okay. Those things we already making some containing wound healing products like transdermal patches. We are in preclinical studies.
So you need 1 crore, right?
What's it?
You are looking for 1 crore. At any valuation, have you done any valuation?
We already did valuation, but yeah, for next 1 year, we need that money to
develop the
achieve our
product.
goals, sir. Yeah.
Excellent product. It's excellent. Sir, you need to understand more about product and other financials.
Who are your target customers?
Our target customers, sir, like right now we don't have any experience in the market, so we wanted to make different products like wound healing products. We wanted to sell that technology to the already existing companies. It is related to pharma companies who they are making ointments for wounds.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
So, hi everyone, dream big, dream crazy, and I am Ranjit, co-founder of Biodimension. So, we are a tissue engineering company with a vision to become an organ manufacturer. And this particular vision was carried forward by 3 visionary co-founders. And we have combined industry experience of 50 plus in the industry. And we worked with companies like Syngene, Anthem, Intas, and USV. And we are a team of 10 located at Bangalore. And we embarked when developing reconstructed human tissue models as an efficient non-animal testing and human relevant testing platform for drugs and cosmetics. So with this team and with this skill, like we are focusing on 3 major problems that are existing in the industry. The first one is the drug failure rate. So whatever the drugs that shown a promising effect in animal studies, that is not showing good in the clinical studies. So that cost millions of dollars and years of time for the companies. And the second most thing is like the recent regulations, starting from FDA Modernization Act and even the recent CDSCO regulations are encompassing the companies to form the non-animal alternatives and also to provide a better human relevant data to get a more success rate in the clinical and as well as the disease efficacy. And the third most thing is like we need a technology to create an organs in the lab. So this can be possible with developing the reconstructed tissues in the lab. So for all these 3 problems, we have a solution like developing the tissues in the lab or organs in the lab. So at the initial stage, like we have achieved developing the first layer of the skin, which is epidermis, and the full thickness skin. And we also have this vaginal epithelial tissue. And we, along with the collaboration, we also developed a beating heart tissue model. So this would serve as an efficient platform to screen the drugs and cosmetics for its efficacy and also for its safety. So what is the market size? The market is not that crowded and there are very less players in the market, and most importantly, that is they are not from India. So if you look at the total available market, it is 10.5 billion. That is only for in vitro toxicology only. So the markets for our tissue models are drug screening, cosmetic testing, even on the regenerative medicine purpose. So as I mentioned, the demand is not
equal to the supply. There are very less players in this particular technology contributing to the requirements of pharma companies and the cosmetic companies. And we are competing with two major companies. One is Episkin and Matek. And Episkin is a France-based company, which is a subsidiary of L'Oreal, and Matek is a US-based company. So there is so far no Indian companies supplying the human tissues for the drug screening and the drug testing purpose. And we are also competing with the parallel technologies like organ-on-chip, organoids, and even bioprinting companies. Yeah. But when it comes to our USB, like all our tissue models are 30% less, and also like we are providing the tissues in a very lesser time compared to the Episkin and Matek. And yeah, when it comes to our journey, we started in January 2021, and we were incubated at VIT TBI. And now we have a presence at Bangalore with a small R&D facility, which would support the development of tissues and also the manufacturing. So now we are at 10, and now we focus mainly on commercializing the skin models and developing the new tissue variants like heart tissue model and liver model for multitude of application, starting from cardiotoxicity to hepatotoxicity. So till 2024, till now, we have achieved around, we have developed the product skin and its variants, and we have secured grants worth of 75 lakhs. And also, we have a small facility to do that. And most importantly, we have 25 companies in our sales pipeline. So with this current fundraising, we will be establishing a GLP-like facility for tissue manufacturing and also providing the testing services. And most importantly, we want to achieve a revenue target of 3 crore per year. And this is the sales overview we have. September 2023 is where we started commercializing our skin models. So from September 2023 to March 2024, we have achieved 20 lakhs. And most importantly, 20 plus brands shown interest in testing on our tissue models. In the case of cosmetics,
30 seconds.
Yes. In the cosmetic side, and when it comes to drug, 6 plus companies shown interested in developing the custom tissue models for their drug discovery process. Yeah. So currently we are raising 8 crore, and this would facilitate the establishment of a facility and also taking the skin model for the global market with necessary approvals. And most importantly, that the fundraise would support the expansion of the team and boost up the R&D. So what would be the exit strategy? If you invest in this particular technology, invest in biodimension. If you look at the recent happening in this space, Novo Nordisk invested around $650 million in a relevant technology called Aspect Biosystems to develop tissues for regenerative medicine. So this particular area is blooming, and also the acquisitions are happening. So investing in this technology definitely brings a great value. And we are more committed to be committed to futuristic and more human. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You said there's no other company in India right now. What is the biggest challenge in adoption of this technology?
Yes, the one biggest challenge which they are facing is in the R&D side. So this uniform architecture is what stopping the companies to market their products, and this we achieved with our unique process. And there are companies which is working on developing the corneal tissues, and also there are several companies working on organoids. But when it comes to the skin and the complicated models like heart tissue models, as of now, there is no company in the market because, yeah.
And Anthem is, I would say, also in a competitive space, right? Wouldn't they be able to develop this? And because they are a CRO themselves.
Right.
So do you not think that they can develop this technology if had it been that the market is already there? So I would expect Anthem to already be in this space.
Right. So, last month only we had a conversation with Anthem's management team. So they are actually looking to develop this kind of tissue models, and they initiated a conversation with us. So they are also interested in upscaling this particular technology for their services as well. So they are actually interested, and they are also facing certain challenges, and they are in touch with us to see how we can work together.
Hi, I feel the timing wise this is good because pharma companies are going away from animal trials, etc. Right? And this is a very good sustainable option. So when I look at your competition, you said that you're more affordable compared to the others like Mattel and Epstein and all that. I mean, is it because this is local made, or is this, how are you beating that, your competition from the price point?
Wonderful. So, ma'am, if you look at like the price got reduced because of the process we are adapting. So, Matek and Episkin process is different and our process is different. And for that particular process, like we are going to file the patent. So, because of that particular process, we are eliminating whatever the cost that, adding the cost. Example, the serum and also the media cost and even the consumables cost, like, whatever it is adding up the cost, like we are eliminating with our own indigenous materials. So, in that way, like we are reducing the cost.
Hi. So, in your competition slide, you mentioned Revivo Biosystems, right? So, they're those organ on a chip guys.
Right.
So, two things I'd like to understand. The first is, just clearly explain to us how you are not organ on a chip and how you're different because they're indirect according.
Sure.
So, just like to understand the solution a little bit better.
Yeah.
The second is, Revivo's journey and most organ on a chip journeys are a lot more extended than what I'm hearing here, right? So, how are you faster to market? Because it looks like you're commercializing fully next year, right?
Right.
So could you just give us
already have commercialized.
So you're already fully So how is it that you're so much faster and how is it that you're different?
Yeah, sure. So Revivo Biosystems, like actually they approached us for their chips, like they required tissues, like they wanted our support. But unfortunately at that time, like we couldn't be able to collaborate with them. So when it comes to the comparison of these two products, like our Biodimensions and Revivo, so Revivo, like the high throughput screening is not possible. But when it comes to our tissue model, high throughput screening is possible. And most importantly, like the test, the cost per test. So that is higher in case of Revivo. But if you look at our tissue models, like they can do that test in a less than 10x times. So in that way, it is better than that Revivo Biosystems. And most importantly, whatever the endpoints they are saying, like they can do with that machine, we can do that with our own tissue models. So in a way, like the cost wise, we are different and more accessibility and more holistically, like we are different from the particular Revivo systems.
So I want you to look at your business model. I think you're looking at drug discovery, like looking at drug testing, early stage drug testing for novel drugs, right?
Right.
You're not looking at API manufacturers, which is the majority of the pharma companies in the country.
Right.
You're targeting a small slice of pharma, which is the CRO sector, right? Is that right? So you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Sure.
So now in the pharma sector itself, how many of these the CROs are testing for these drugs? So you want to relook at your model itself.
Right.
Just a suggestion.
Sure, ma'am. So when it comes to our business model, like one is a tissue as a product we are giving. So the tissue as a product goes majorly in the cosmetic company, and another model is like tissue as a service. So I would like to bring one case study. There is a one vaccine manufacturer based out of Ahmedabad. So they are the largest vaccine company. So they have approached us for developing tissue models for their drug discovery process, but in a more customized way. So in that way, like the different segment of the industry is looking for more customized way of tissues for their drug discovery programs. So as you mentioned, API, even the chemical companies can be our customer, but only thing is like we need to suit their requirements with little modification and alterations. Yeah.
It's mostly covered. So just wanted to understand the exact IP in your process. How is it supporting high throughput screening? How is it cost effective? What exactly is the IP?
Right. So when it comes to this particular reconstructed tissue model, like there are major cost factors like the serum and the media which we are using, and the third most is like consumables like the plates and other things. So what we done is like majority of the companies, what they do is like they build a scaffold and then they develop the tissue, but ours is scaffold free tissue. So in that way, like, we are eliminating majority of the time and majority of the consumables in the process.
Got it. So just a disclaimer, we are also investors into a company that's creating an artificial liver outside your body. So it's a bioengineered liver. Probably we can talk about some synergies.
Yeah, sure. So thank you.
So what's the pricing model? How do you actually price your tissues?
So when it comes to tissue as a product, now when we compared with Episkin, like they are giving it for 1,45,000 along with other consumables. So, but when it comes to ours, like we can able to, we are giving it in 88,000 plus other consumable cost. So if you look at the profit margin for this particular thing, it is more than 60%. More than 60%.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Good evening, everyone. You all know that India is a highly populated country in the world. 1 in 7 Indians suffers from coronary artery diseases, which is basically heart diseases. And almost among the total death in India, 26.6% death is because of these heart diseases. And when a patient suddenly gets a heart attack, the first line drug or the emergency drug which is being given to the patients are aspirin, heparin and clopidogrel. And most of these drugs works basically based on the patient's DNA. For example, 30% Indians, they don't respond to clopidogrel, which is commonly used antiplatelet drug. 30% Indians won't respond to that. And if your patient takes clopidogrel without knowing that he is a responder or a non-responder, it may lead to severe side effects like bleeding, and even sometimes it may lead to death also. It will also triples the treatment cost and also increases the hospital stay. So, FDA gave a very clear-cut warning. It's a black box warning saying that if your patient have to take clopidogrel, they have to undergo genetic testing before taking the drug so that the clinician will know it. But the currently available technologies are not affordable for anyone to take that genetic testing, and it will take minimum 7 to 10 days to get the result. So there is a need for a faster technology to give the results very quickly so that the clinician can do it in emergency cases. Next. So to address this challenge, we have developed a technology, an on-spot testing technology that will assist the clinicians to personalize the medication for the patient. And our technology is accessible because it's totally portable and give the results in just 90 minutes. And also it's too affordable. Next slide. So when you see Indian market for coronary artery diseases, it's too huge. 1.96 crore patients are suffering from coronary artery diseases, and if these patients are taking genetic testing, it will give you a total market of $2.94 billion. And 55% of Indians visit private hospitals for this emergency condition, and 54% of Indian doctors are already aware of this personalized medicine testing. So that will give you a total, serviceable available market of $875 million. And currently we have a capacity of making 25 lakh tests per year, which will give us an obtainable market of $38 million. Next slide. So this is our technology. We call it a smart PGX, which is highly portable. And you can see the portable instrument there. So it can be placed anywhere, and it will give the personalized medicine testing in just 5 steps. And it will give the result in 90 minutes from sample collection to the result. Next slide. So our business model is very simple. We are completely B2B. We sell the hardware and also we sell the consumables. We sell the hardware, it's a one-time purchase with a 78% margin, and our consumables has 80% margin. Next slide, please. So we have already done pre-launch installations in 8 clinics around India. So we got very good customer feedback, and we got a feedback in the usability of the instrument. So we have modified our current version based on the customer feedback. And as individual components, we have sold our consumables and the instruments to premium institutes like CCMB, IGIB, IIC Bangalore. Next slide. So we will enter into the market mainly by popularizing our technology through medical events like conferences and exhibitions, and by directly visiting the clinics and hospitals, and also by partnering with distributors, medical distributors and marketing agencies. So we are different from our competitors in terms especially affordability and on-spot testing. So that no one in India have on-spot testing for personalized medicine, and that's our moat. And also we are the first to the market. We have patentable technologies, and our technology is very simple to use. Anyone can use it. No need of any technical expertise required. Like a glucometer, you can do a genetic testing. And main thing is you need not to purchase anything additionally. Next slide. So this is us, myself, Dr. Das. I have 15 years of experience in project management and also in personalized medicine. I did my PhD from JIPMER Pondicherry. I am taking care of customer acquisition and administration in the company. And my co-founder Pavani, she is taking care of R&D and she have experience in genetic assay development. She is trained from CCMB Hyderabad. So we have raised 1.5 CR so far from different government grants and private investments from Amay Mashalkar and Arya Mashalkar. So this is our roadmap for the next 5 years. So by this year, we are completing our patent filed and the regulatory clearances done, and we will enter into the market. By 2027, we are expecting to break even, and by 2029, we will be reaching out to the global market. Next slide. So right now, our ask is $120K for the next 6 months for getting our patents and regulatory clearances done. And apart from the financial support, we expect mentoring support mainly. So thank you so much.
So let's assume the doctor is following a course and let's say 100 patients do the test.
Yes.
What will be the effective change? How many would he change the approach?
Yes.
And I'm assuming there's a pharmaceutical industry which is sitting, but I'll not talk about that.
So I will give you clopidogrel as the best example because that has the FDA warning also. So they have done several randomized controlled trials all over the world, and they have found that if your person is having a particular genetic variation and if clopidogrel is given, 80% of the patients have recurrent heart attacks. 80% of the patients. Within that the first 3 months of first attack.
But still, let's take a sample of 100 patients, right? How many do you think the doctor will change the approach?
Yes, I would say based on if they are going with the genetic data, it will be 30%. Because 30% of our Indians have this genetic variations.
Wow. Yes. Okay, great. One advice, since you asked for advice, start selling, don't sell the hardware at all.
Yeah.
Right? Just sell the tests.
Yeah.
Give the hardware for free.
Yes, sir. So that's our model. We are planning for a racer model actually. Yes.
What's the accuracy or what's the this thing that you have achieved so far?
Yes. So it's a 99% accuracy because the main thing what we are doing is we are not checking for any markers based on our knowledge. We are doing only FDA approved markers. So the markers are already approved. So we are taking that so that we are getting 99% accuracy.
And what sample size is that?
8 clinics.
8 clinics.
Yes.
So about 1,000 samples
Yes,
roughly.
yes.
Is there any such high demand for this?
Yes. So the main thing is we put up this platform for a different purpose, especially for checking for hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, which is a genetic disease which is increasing very highly. When we gave this for hypertrophic cardiomyopathy to the clinicians, they have asked for clopidogrel. So we have developed this whole technology based on the request from the clinicians. So they are facing this issue, especially for clopidogrel, aspirin and statin. Because it is given to not only for heart diseases, even diabetic patients are taking that. So normally 75 mg, but in case of acute coronary disease and also PCI, it is 300 mg. That's too high dosage. So they are asking for it. So that's the reason we have developed and we are getting good feedback from the clinicians.
So is there any demand supply gap?
Yes, the main problem here is in case of emergency, suppose a person got heart attack. Usually how it happens right now is they have to collect the sample, they have to send the sample to a centralized lab. For example, if I want to get it done from Kanyakumari, in Kanyakumari there is no genetic lab is available. I have to send it to Chennai. So I have to transport the sample from Kanyakumari to Chennai, which will take at least 1 day. Again, the samples will be processed. Only when they get enough samples, they will start processing. So the overall time is increasing. When a patient is having heart attack, within 3 hours, they have to give clopidogrel. They cannot wait for even 2 days. So if they have this setup, portable setup in their clinic, they can get it done in 90 minutes and they can start the procedure.
So my last question, what is the cost of the device and what is the cost of the report?
Yes. So right now, our MRP for our device is 99,000. And as I was mentioning, we are planning for a racer model and consumables is we are giving it as a kit of 50 samples. So with a kit, you can do 50 samples and it is $650. So that will be around 47,000.
One question I have, as was alluded earlier, that how do you anticipate to fight the pharma lobby?
I will not say
from a long-term perspective, because you'll see a lot of resistance from them.
Yes. So I will not say I will fight with the pharma, because nowadays pharma company itself, they are changing their approach. They are developing drugs based on the mutation, especially in oncology. They are developing for KRAS specific drugs. Even the government is insisting on such kind of drugs. Yes, definitely. Yes. So we have got the same approach. Initially, we started with minoxidil drug. Before clopidogrel, we started with minoxidil, which is used for hair loss. So we were approached by pharma companies, which is making minoxidil. So they want to provide this test free of cost to the patients, so that they will not go to the opposite party. So they are taking it in a different way, because FDA itself, they had given the warning, so they are taking it in that way. And even some pharma companies, they are start making the alternate drugs also. Because in case of clopidogrel, the alternate drug is prasugrel, ticagrelor and all available.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Who is wanting to make a positive impact in the world of genomics and life sciences. And today we are here to present our semantic AI-enabled knowledge integration platform for genomic data analysis. We often discuss and worry about cardiac ailments, about hypertension and diabetes, but how much of attention do we give to genetic disorders? Genetic diseases create a huge burden, and actually a huge proportion of them are treatable if we are able to detect them early. India has a huge genetic disease burden, over 100 million people affected, and actually 1 in every 4 is a carrier of a genetic disorder. Process of digitizing the human DNA, the cost of that have substantially reduced, but the data diagnosis is still a massive challenge. And this is a challenge for genetic diagnostic service providers, hospitals, and researchers. So currently what they normally do is either they have a huge battalion of IT engineers or bioinformaticians, or they go in for costly commercial tools, or they tend to do it manually, which is actually hugely ineffective. Our solution is an end-to-end B2B SaaS platform that takes care of every pain of each and every target customer, who are clinicians, researchers, doctors, private hospitals, labs, and genetic service providers. What they have to do is the plug and play platform. They have to feed in the data, and the output is a clinical report, which is actually post all the data crunching and analysis. The core knowledge engine is in the process of patent examination. So our platform actually uses semantic intelligence to make the algorithms do reasoning just as a human brain does, by working on all this domain intensive data from several scientific databases. At the same time, simultaneously, it is building a rich knowledge base of Indian specific variants. Our platform is ready for the market. We've been able to do very successful beta rounds with multiple potential customers. We have all the security certifications in place. We have actually had collaborations with all the top genetic research institutes in India. We have validated the platform, and we have perfected the art of deploying this platform on multiple cloud platforms. Currently, we are in the process of pushing the platform into the GEM and also converting our beta adopters into paying customers. If you look at the genome, previous slide, if you look at the genome data analysis, it comprises of primary, secondary, and tertiary analysis. Our platform is actually looking at the tertiary analysis market, and that is what is our service addressable market, close to $1 billion. The SOM, which is the service obtainable market, is actually the Asia Pacific, including India market. Immediate focus is on beachhead, which is actually proving our credentials in India. We have kept our business model very simple. Free assisted 14-day trial period, where we make the customers get interested on the platform and they are hooked to the platform. We have pay-as-you-go models to make them, these are for customers who have low case loads. The annual subscription models are for customers who have over 1,000 cases load. Apart from this, we also provide value-added services. The rates for our business model are very, very affordable when you compare it with global commercial models. Go-to-market strategy, initially it is going to be founder-led, which means the two of us largely working with the customers in a top to bottom fashion where the branding is largely done through conferences, through assisted onboarding. We actually want to give them a personalized experience on the platform. So in terms of competition landscape, we are the only India-based solutions provider who is actually working towards creating a comprehensive end-to-end solution. We are able to provide flexible deployment models at affordable costs. In terms of financials and ours, you can see that our projected revenue is indicating a break even at the third year. By the fourth year, we would have done close to 11% of the beachhead and close to 2% of the SOM. This is the team. We are a perfect blend of technical leadership, of business and investment acumen and operations. Our scientific advisors are a combination of highly skilled academicians, scientists, and clinical genomic practitioners. We have been able to garner continuously funds from investment and also from government grants. And we've raised close to 1.8 crores this far to get the platform to the market ready stage. We are ready to take questions now. Thank you.
So currently, I think you're working with beta customers on a B2B basis. Do you have any revenue at this point of time, or it's only proving the concept at this point of time?
Not yet. We have not generated revenue, but the beta trials have happened. In fact, one of the customers, which is a large hospital chain, has actually indicated to us to give them the price metrics. So we are in the process of converting.
Second point is your competition. You have stated the guys who do DNA analysis, but they give you some manual report. And what is the secret sauce? Anybody can copy it. You have knowledge graphs kind of thing. So what is how difficult it is for somebody else to copy the same thing?
Well, first of all, building the platform using that secret sauce, as you said, but largely to be able to do the validations. It took us close to 2 years to get the platform validated with all those premier research institutes that you see, right? Over 150 datasets tested. The same were live patient cases which were done manually by these institutes and then tested on our platform.
Are we covering a large spectrum here when you say, anything goes in and then it comes out, right? And what's the efficacy of such a measure, right? Because let's say if I'm doing only for cardio or something like that, I have a specific strain. But here you're saying a lot more to
version of this platform. We are doing germline diseases or inherited genetic disorders. And in our next version, we'll be doing somatic cancers and also some of those new things like specifically related to pediatrics and so on. And there was a reason why we chose this, because the cancer market is heavily crowded, but the germline diseases is not.
Probably the larger market still lies with the cancer research specific analysis only. So how are we acquiring that non-Caucasian data? Because that is like the secret sauce for that.
Cancers are two types. One is genetic, that is hereditary cancers, and others are tissue-based cancer. We've already taken care of genetic cancers through this platform. Okay. So for the tissue-based cancer, there is a process you need to actually get a couple of more scientific databases integrated, and that's why that is high on the priority list. Okay. What really happens is that when somebody does only tissue-based cancer, they are unable to handle the germline because the pipelines are different.
Exactly.
That's the reason why we go to
Got it. So do you think you'll have to venture into tests to get this data running for the flywheel effect?
No, because the data partnerships that we have done with these institutes, they cover the somatic tissue samples.
Got it.
Two quick questions. One is, how do you plan to acquire your customers in initial first or 2 years? Second, how do you plan to utilize the 4 crore that you're raising?
Okay. How do we plan to acquire customers? It's been a long journey, Aditi. So we've been at it for the last 1 year. We've gone to conference after conference to show them a glimpse of our platform. We have a very strong funnel of close to 150 people who have shown interest, and this was actually gathered initially through a process of primary market research, and then we were in the conferences, then we started to engage with them, and now we are seeing the fruits of all of that, because people are now reaching out to us and saying, can you not show us a demo and how do we go further? So with every customer, the process is simple, 15 days of trial, because we really want them to get hooked onto the platform. They have to get comfortable. That's the way we are going to be doing it. The strategy to go after these customers initially will be founder-led. So we don't have a dedicated marketing team. How are we going to use the flow of crores? 3 things. One is, when we get into the market, we need to pay up market launches expenses, which are largely licenses and all of that. And then it is at this point that we have to now invest in a proper sales and marketing team. And then we want to increase some more workflows, as you know, right?
Against the data sets from the Indian subjects or Indian research based centers. If yes, like how will you position it for the global market? Because a lot of this is driven through the database that you have. Related over years, right?
So first thing, ma'am, the databases that are currently integrated into this, there are some standard 6 to 7 global databases that you have to integrate. All that has been done. So whether it is the UK, US, some of the Middle East ones, they've all been integrated. Actually, the challenge is the Indian data, because nobody has the proper Indian data. And that's when we had a partnership with IGID, who have actually built a database of close to 12 whole genome. So that is already integrated into this platform. And so if it actually works for Indian patients, a lot of novel cases comes up. So it is going to work with others, because the global databases are already into the platform. Beyond that, when you for a specific geography, if we take this platform to Canada, or if we take this platform to Singapore, so the local database has to be integrated. It's a very small, mediocre activity that can be done. As and when we reach that particular geography.
I have one more question. What is your unit economics? I didn't see a slide on that. What's your pricing model, as well as your go-to market as well? Maybe you covered a little bit, but if you can elaborate on both of these.
Right. So if I've understood the unit economics.
So what's your pricing model? What will be your unit economics, as well as your go-to-market strategy as well?
Pricing model is very simple. We have only 2 pricing slabs. One is pay as you go, and the other is for enterprises. We've got more than 1,000 samples processed in a year. Pay as you go model starts from 50, 100, 200 licenses. 200 processes, samples being processed in the system. So it caters to large diagnostic labs and the small and medium-sized businesses who can't afford the tech teams or the large bioinformatics teams to do that. So that's the pricing model. In terms of go-to-market, we are, as she mentioned, we are looking at direct sales for the initial few customers in the first 6 to 8 months. You can ask
the individual price per customer. So while you're doing a B2B model, I understand that, but what would be the individual price per test?
Okay. The price per test depends, it runs between 800 to 1200 for us. So the retail price to the end customer in the enterprise range starts from 2500 roughly, and for the pay-as-you-go customer starts higher, 3500 plus, an average on based on what they buy.
Thank you. Any question from the jury?
see, when you said pay as you go, around 4 to 5 lakh, I didn't understand about that. Is it for a diagnostic center or on a retail basis?
People subscribe. Let's say there is a lab who does only 150 tests in a year. If they want to subscribe to the system, I cannot tell them go pay me for the enterprise license. So I am allowing them to buy bulk of 1,500 units.
Okay.
And then they pay for it. So when they exhaust that 100 unit, they may just know that, okay, this year I am not going to be doing more than 50. They can come back and buy a 50.
So is it like a subscription model for the diagnostic centers?
It's a subscription, complete subscription.
Okay, right. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I'm Aditi from Bryota. We are a point of care technology company trying to screen 300 million by 2030. What are we doing? We are trying to reduce burden on government of India. And how? With this. What is this? Let me talk about NCDs. You all are aware what is NCDs. The non-communicable diseases in India is rampant. They are the silent killers. What are we trying to do? We are trying to do the early screening, which will help Government of India and other CSR companies and the private sector to understand where is the prevalence, how we can curb it and how we can work on it. Each year, almost 41 million people die of NCDs because that was not understood in time. They came to the doctors, they came to the primary healthcare centers when they were in stage 3. In India, due to the technology and due to the other constraints, primary healthcare centers can only give you a diagnosis of probably a diabetes, blood pressure or anemia. What about the cancer? What about the CRDs? We come here with a solution which involves CKD, CRD, common cancers and other NCDs which are prevalent across masses. What is the reason why we are not able to screen the NCDs at primary healthcare? Because of the less of technology, the community are generally the lower economy people. They depend on the tertiary level hospitals to go, and going to tertiary level healthcare involves time, cost and money. Solution? Bryota comes to you with a great solution called Suraksha. Everybody knows what is the meaning of Suraksha. We are giving you a kit which involves different NCD screening devices which are made in India, and we do screening for CRDs like COPD, post-TB, COVID, also including common cancers for women like cervical, breast, also oral, and then we have few devices from market which includes the total NCD umbrella which can be screened at any given PHCs. We have our own CDSS system called SAVE. SAVE gives you a total data analysis on one touch with the required inputs. Also, we would like to tell you that we are all CDSC approved company. We have apps made in the regional languages. The whole system is made where ASHA or ANM carries that bag all to the PHC levels, do their screening and come back with the data. So government gets a reduction in the whole burden which you are going through about the whole healthcare system. Meet the team. I am in front of you. I am Aditi. I am the CEO. The founder Gajanan Sakhre, he is a serial entrepreneur. Our CTO Shardul, he has a background of working in many other healthcare startups. Also, we have some international Denmark and US people who are joined us in the journey. For the scientific advisory board, we have doctors as we need them coming from a health tech, as a health tech company, and we have somebody working in abroad also in European sector. The market is huge. I really would not like to say the gravity of the market. I would really not like to say these are the numbers which we talk about in the market. But I would really like to mention here something very, very serious is if we help the government do the diagnosis at the right time, there is a big economy which will get affected, and we can see a good growth and good, you can see after effect for giving this kind of help to government. As you can see, looking for 1 million to 2 million. The concept asking you this kind of money is very clear. We want to ramp up. We want to make this more so we can grow across India. We are getting inquiries from Africa and Europe as well. Of course, for Europe, we need regulatory, and regulatory costs a lot of money for a startup, which includes CE, FDA, and that is the reason we are asking you for this kind of money in investment. So this is me again, Aditi from Bryota, and I'm open for your questions.
What kind of test does it do at the end of the day? What are the, it's a BP or is it sugar? What does it do on a base level?
We have a kit which includes cancer, CVD, CRD, and FLD. So let me put it in a simple way. We talk about diabetes, we talk about BP, which is common. But we give you common chronic respiratory diseases, which called COPD, asthma, post-TB, and post-COVID. We talk about common cancers in women and in men, which talks about oral cancer in women, breast and cervical cancer. And also we have CKD, that is chronic kidney disease, which are simple solutions which can be used by using the urine samples. And we have NAFLD, that is a liver. That is again a small kit, and we help ASHA and A&M to gather this data, which can be pushed to the district level hospitals.
And does it do some kind of a blood test?
Sorry?
Does it take blood from you? Do you take blood sample is required?
All these are non-invasive. We are talking about all non-invasive devices, sir.
Okay, thank you. What is the test?
So your customers are government?
B2G, and there are some private customers as well for CSR. Government, yes. Right now we are working in Maharashtra, Karnataka, Chhattisgarh, Tamil Nadu, and Gujarat.
What is the cost per test? Price per test?
No, we go as a service model, sir. We are also selling per kit. We are on the e-government portal as well. But it depends which government needs what kind of services. So the kit is involving that kind of services. Some people have their own. We have an ECG machine, a portable ECG machine, which I can show you. It is such a small device which can be used with the app, and there is a bed which we put. So some people already have ECG, they don't want that. So we give as per the requirement.
Two quick questions.
Yeah.
The devices / the assays that are part of your kit, are all those invented by Bryota, or you've partnered with other?
Nice, good question. So Bryota started with CRD in 2018. We spoke about only and only respiratory. I think 2 or 3 investors has heard me about respiratory in this club. But when government started getting involved, we got a request that we should have something under one umbrella under NCD. So we have a portfolio device called Spiro Pro, which is made technology everything by Bryota, and the ECG machine along with the help of Bark, BARC. Other devices have been collaborated with us. So right now we are giving all the certified devices which are made in India, which 2 or 3 are from Bryota and other from the collaboration from the other startups.
Okay. Second question, what is your business model?
Sorry?
Your business model.
So business model is we are doing project, okay, with government at our PHC level sector. So right now my team is working in Chhattisgarh. We are doing a 1-month camp using our devices. We train the A&M and ASHA. See, the whole concept is we are empowering A&M and ASHA in such a way that what is the scenario in PHC? All the lower economy sector or the village sector or the PHC sector are very much close to ASHA and A&M. They are like their family doctor. कुछ भी हो जाए वो आशा को पकड़ के लेके आता है, A&M को पकड़ के ले आता है. Our whole healthcare system depend on ASHA and A&M. We are empowering ASHA and A&M to make sure that they are giving the point of care technology at that particular level, which bring them out to district level hospital, which will help the government in the end. So there is the burden reduces if you do it at the right time.
Got it. Just one suggestion.
Aditi. So last time we made around 45 lakhs, and this year we are expecting double the.
It's okay, I'll tell. Aditi, it would be good if you could also highlight the accuracy of all your devices which are part of your kit.
Correct.
On your pitch deck, and also the patent status of individual. Also the patent status of
the devices made by Bryota, which are CRD based, that is chronic respiratory disease. Spiro Pro, that is patented. Our solution is also patented. And other devices includes a breast pro, which is a light device which is showing the breast alimony. We have something for cervical. we have for oral, we have ECG, we have CRD. CRD takes care of 4 elements in the, the whole. So basically we are covering thoracic, we are covering the cervical, and we are covering oral.
So
And
that's the suggestion to keep in your deck, so that accuracy things as well as patent details, because most of the deep tech things, they rely on the, thanks. One more question then.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
What is your implementation strategy? Because the reason you're getting into this space is the lack of medical, talented medical, practitioners in the low or like in the village or remote setting, right? But now you're talking about these devices, technology, even that needs a technical expertise in those setups.
Yeah.
How are you going to address that gap again?
So, ma'am, it's really valid when it comes to a startup, how to roll these many devices in the market and how to make sure that they're all getting used properly with the technology training. So what we're doing is the devices which are made by Bryota, manufactured by Bryota, and 2-3 more devices, we do training for A&M and ASHA ourselves with a doctor on board. So we have for every, for cancer, we have doctors, for CRD, we have doctors, and the whole training system or the training material is developed along with them. So we generally go and train the ASHAs and the A&Ms. If required, we supply a team from our side to do the, testing as well. If it is like 1 month camp, and if they want to use it for long, then we do a training and we come back. We do a hand holding, and yes, we do a lot of hand holding after the sale as well. So if they need anything from our side on the data portion, we keep helping them.
I think your overall presentation talks about PHCs, primary healthcare centers. So what kind of margins do you deliver here?
So right now, we are not looking forward for a margin as such. We are looking forward for selling of the kit right now. And we have got good, feedback.
So how do you make revenue? So because you need to return back to your investors, right? Maybe 3 years, 5 years down the line.
See, the thing is, sir, to be very particular, when I came last time in front of investors, I had only one product. So I could not explain them why you need to invest in me, because I had only one product about CRD, that is chronic respiratory diseases. Now I am asking you to help me out, because I need to spread this whole kit concept across India, which will eventually help the whole health system. So I am not giving you solution only for lungs. I am giving you solution for all the NCDs, and NCD being the biggest problem for NHM to resolve when it comes to the whole burden on the government. So before I conclude, I would like to tell you that there is a hospital in Mumbai called Sion Hospital. And if you go to the respiratory ICU, okay, Sion Hospital is a government hospital. There is no money taken from, people. The respiratory ICU is full, there are no bed allowed, and the patients are not moving out from there for 6 months together, because medically they are not capable of going home back. And there is a burden which is increasing on that hospital. I'm talking about only one hospital like this in Mumbai. And imagine we are talking about the biggest country in the world with considering the population. So this is the whole concept we are coming up with. Government is helping us. There are private players who are also, when it comes to a CSR. For CSR, we do the service model with them.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
From Biome, what we do is we partner with exceptional entrepreneurs such as you, and we help build businesses and invest in them. Special congratulations to all the entrepreneurs, because I know how hard it is to communicate biotech to a bunch of people that might not necessarily be biotech investors, and I think everyone put in a lot of effort, so thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
So good evening, and I think congratulations to CCMB, because I think very diverse set of portfolio that we saw, and obviously great work happening there. I'm not someone who's actively investing right now, but there are a couple of exciting ones, and my job more as an enabler is to see what can be done to help some of them, and I'll kind of pursue that separately with you, Ramji. So congratulations and
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I'm from Global Innovation Hub and Silver Needle, so most of the points they covered, and some few interesting pitches are there which we will discuss later. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Basically, we focus on healthcare, coupled with technology a lot, and we do ourselves some of the innovations, and some of the areas we invest. Like we invested in bionic arms, which is one of the company which produces bionic arms. In fact, they sell it to Ukraine a lot. Ukraine is having war torn, and that's one area. And we also invest in hospital areas. Thank you very much. Okay. And so it's a great thing. Thank you very much for inviting us. We found some exciting things here, and we marked them here. I'll not announce anything, no surprise announcements, because we need to go behind the what is presented to us. We will check it out, and based on that, we will be choosing some, and we'll be taking forward. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
This is Suril Kocharatji. I'm representing Succeed Ventures. So, coming from a biotech research background, so I had a wonderful time looking at the wonderful startups, especially biotech and medtech space. So, yeah, thanks for having me. And to end on a lighter note, to all those founders who are looking for a fund, I'm just one call away. You can just have my number, and we can just fix a meeting and just take this forward. Yeah, thanks.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I think all the 11 pitches are wonderful, Andy. Everyone is very, all the founders, they're very vibrant, young, energetic, and I've seen a lot of passion among them. Basically, I run a company called as Finanics Capital. I'm an investment banker. We have super HNIs and ultra HNIs. I manage a portfolio of around 5,000 crore AUM, and we do a lot of debt syndication for mid and large corporates. And we also do a lot of IPO services for mid and large corporates. I have 2 portfolios in my mind. I'll get back to you, Ramji Garu, maybe a week.
Great, thank you so much. That's a great positive vibes.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
So it's heartening to see, as a scientist and investor, to see a lot of faces and really see the science evolve over time. So it's really heartening to see, as a scientist, many of you have also turned into entrepreneurs and making commercialized products. So it's really nice to see how the ecosystem has also evolved. And I've known both Ramji and Madhu for a very, very long time.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hi everyone, I'm Aditi from Indian Angel Network, and I'm leading a biotech sector focused initiative called BioAngels, which is in partnership with BioLab. So we're trying to angel invest in early stage life sciences startups, and Thank you, Madhu sir and Ramji, for having me here. Some of the startups did really well, clearly stating out their ask, their roadmap, their financial projections, etc. But of course, there is a lot of work which is needed to be done for the remaining startups. And I'm really glad that we could actually have this kind of a mixer event for, especially for life sciences founders and the investors, because I mean, all the events that I've attended in the past, all of them are sector agnostic, and we poor life sciences founders and investors are, trying to find our own niche space. So great job, the whole AICCCMB team. And in terms of couple of suggestions to the founder, it would be great if you can, as Dr. Renuka mentioned, as an investor, we of course invest in the team, we bet a lot on the founders, but we are also trying to assess the financial growth trajectory of your startup. So it would be great if you could actually couple your financial revenue projections with the company roadmap, and you're able to sell a growth story from your pitch deck. So that's all for tonight. Would be happy to connect.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
India is now moving beyond simply acquiring technology, but we are trying to put together an ecosystem where it is conceived, developed, and deployed right here on Indian soil. We are privileged to have been involved with the IDEX program for the last 6 years, and currently at this point of time we are working with over 40 startups, and they are cumulatively solving in the IDEX program. These startups are a range of sectors. We have startups in drones, in anti-drones, in radar simulators, in cyber security, in control systems, jammers, electro-optics, material science, and so on. So we've long felt the need for bringing together a forum where all the relevant stakeholders, which is policymakers represented by the government, both local and central, the public sector units, the armed forces, corporates, startups, funding entities, academia, industry associations come together along with our partners from overseas under one roof and look at how do we build a truly scalable global ecosystem where not just meeting the needs of India, but also potentially, we all know that our exports in defense have scaled up to 21,000 crores last year, and I think there's an ambitious target of getting that to 1 lakh crores by 2030. We believe the interactions today will spark new collaborations, ignite entrepreneurial journeys, and redefine India's capabilities. I'd like to thank Dr. Sri Giridhar Armane Garu for taking time out from his busy schedule to grace the event. I'd like to thank all the dignitaries who have taken time off. I'd like to thank all the corporate leaders who have been here today, and of course all our startups and innovators. We have a busy schedule ahead of us. We are launching the T-Hub Defense Vertical. We are also privileged to have with us Mr. S.P. Singh from SIDBI. We are launching a T-Hub SIDBI funding program. We are also launching an MOU with Kavach, which is going to be a defense fund by Mount Tech. Also, we have partners from IISR, partnership with DD and R&D Israel, of course, with our very own public sector undertaking, Commander Madhav Rao and his team from BDL. And we are also recognizing several outstanding defense startups. We believe that this will be a very strong motivation for them in the time to come, followed by panel discussion. So I just want to end with a quote by a very famous innovator who said this about 100 years ago. He said, "Coming together is the beginning, keeping together is progress, and working together is success." So look forward to the deliberations and look forward to this edition, the first edition, being setting the benchmark, becoming a hallmark, and working together cumulatively to make India strong, self-reliant, and truly secure. Thank you.
Next, it is my honor to welcome Shri Jayesh Ranjan, IAS Special Chief Secretary, IT, ENC and IC Department, Government of Telangana, to shed light on Telangana's approach to fostering the aerospace and defense ecosystem,
which are relevant for the stakeholders and armed forces in our country, but can also offer these solutions to the rest of the world. But in any other, like any other startup journey, this sector also requires lots of hand-holding and support. We just had a roundtable a while ago in which lots of policy kind of opportunities were presented before the Union Secretary, and he was very kind enough to kind of give his in principle nod to look into and examine and ensure that all these policies fructify in days and months to come. But like the policy environment, the hand-holding is also required from the private sector and the DPSUs. So since there are so many of them who are present in this conference today, I hope that at the end of the day, the key takeaway would be that how do we create strong partnerships through which startups are able to understand the real problem statements that you face, get mentorship from you. Many of you have venture arms, get possibly some early stage funding support also, and most importantly, get guidance and mentorship from your key staff members, key senior leaders, to help them develop their solutions with precision and accuracy. So I'm happy that T-Hub is taking this particular vertical in a very organized and focused way, and it is very justified also, since we are in Hyderabad, which is one of the important hubs for this sector, to focus on innovation in defense and aerospace on behalf of T-Hub is more than justified. Myself and people like BVR Mohan Reddy Garu are also on the board of T-Hub, so we will ensure that this vertical remains strong, and tomorrow through IDEX and Aditi and other programs, we are able to support more and more startups also. Once again, I welcome all of you and hope that this dialogue, this conversation, this partnership will be an ongoing one, and there will be a lots to learn and exchange from each other mutually. Thank you very much.
This has been a privilege, just being part of this ecosystem for the last few years. And what I'm here to tell you a little bit about the story. But before I get that, respected sir, Shri Giridhar Armane ji, Shri Jayesh Ranjan ji, and rest of my colleagues here from different industries, startups, and PSUs, I want to tell about that how over the last few years we have looked India very differently, you know, within Collins Aerospace, within the world, how we are seeing that. And what we are seeing very interestingly is that India is becoming largely the global hub for innovation, research in aerospace and defense. And so when we started exploring the last few years, we understood that partnerships with T-Hub, we can really get into the Indian ecosystem, we can understand the true power of startups, and we can see how they can really solve the global problems that are there, plaguing in industry across aerospace and industry, in various forms. So with that, quick introduction. So I represent Collins Aerospace. It's a 100-year-old company, obviously through various mergers and acquisitions. We became Collins in 2018. We've been in India for about 30 years now. We have actually had an engineering site based out of Hyderabad. We recently opened a very big site in Bangalore. And now we're doing even operations in Bangalore as well. And what we've realized that beyond engineering design and manufacturing, there is a lot of interesting research collaboration opportunities. And that's how we started this Powered by Collins, the concept that can we give 4 or 5 global collaboration challenges that we are seeing that daily our customers are asking. And while we're trying to solve those problems, we see there is a need for acceleration, there's a need for quick productization. And we opened that up to the global ecosystem. The best thing was we actually used an Indian startup accelerator to reaching out for the global platform. And we had quite a big success. Last year, we had several incoming proposals. We shortlisted 1 or 2. We had 1 or 2 success stories. And that made us confident for us to come back again a second year and say that let's actually expand this. And in fact, bring those problem statements over here where Indian startups are doing very, very well. So bring in AI problems, bring in data analytics problems, and actually pose that over here. So that's what I'm very happy to share. The Powered by Collins initiative is open right now, and you can go in, you can actually find about it. You can find the 4 big startup collaboration opportunities we are looking at. And all we're really requesting you is through that, give us an introduction of how you think these problems can be solved, and then let's convene with some of the business owners, some of the people who have actually created those challenges and work together. So, in closing thoughts, I feel this is just the beginning of what Collins is doing in India today. There is huge potential beyond just the workforce, the 5,000 plus Collins employees who are across Hyderabad and Bangalore. There is a whole ecosystem where we see potential for huge collaborative innovation, huge research, and obviously reaching from here to the world, bringing solutions which are designed, developed, researched in India, but are deployed across the global landscape.
The presence of so many startups, the innovators here, makes the visit to Hyderabad very fruitful one. So far, procurement has been looked at bringing some very costly high technology equipment from abroad for the forces. To allay the fears of the local manufacturers, in 2021 December, our Prime Minister declared that the defense procurement will be primarily from local industry. It has been written down on in stone. It cannot be violated just like that. So, if you think that defense forces require a particular type of equipment now or in future, you should start innovating, because you stand a very, very good chance to become a part of their supply chain.
We would now like to express our heartfelt gratitude and take the privilege to felicitate our esteemed guest, Shri Giridhar Armane, IAS Defence Secretary of India, for gracing us with his presence today. He is known for his illustrious career and distinguished service to the nation. Shri Armane has held various pivotal roles in both the central government and state governments, showcasing exceptional leadership and expertise. I humbly request Shri Giridhar Armane to grace us and share his thoughts on the future of Indian defense and aerospace ecosystem.
I am thankful to T-Hub, Jayesh Ranjan, Srinivas Rao Garu, and the Anthony and his team of the dynamic T-Hub team here. Reddy Garu is here, Satish is here, and many important defense sector industry leaders are here. Hyderabad is a beautiful city. It's always a pleasure to be here. And also, the presence of so many startups, the innovators here, makes the visit to Hyderabad very fruitful one. I would like to divide my comments into 3 parts. Firstly, I would like to tell you about the initiatives taken by government in procurement reforms. Secondly, in the innovative ecosystem reforms. Thirdly, quality reforms. Lastly, I would conclude by expressing what Government of India expects from the innovative ecosystem in the country. Firstly, coming to the procurement reforms. So far, procurement has been looked at bringing some very costly high technology equipment from abroad for the forces. To allay the fears of the local manufacturers, in 2021 December, our Prime Minister declared that the defense procurement will be primarily from local industry. Imports will be an exception. So it has been written down on in stone. It cannot be violated just like that. Any exception has to be approved by the defense minister himself, and if it required, it goes to the cabinet. So If you think that defense forces require a particular type of equipment now or in future, you should start innovating, because you stand a very, very good chance to become a part of their supply chain. The second important thing which is done is that we have ensured that the procurement process itself is speeded up. It's delegated to various levels. Now, you have seen the emergency procurement recently. More than 100 contracts have been signed in a period of 6 months to 8 months, and many supplies also are taking place. Several of these are purely Indian designed, developed and manufactured. Similarly, we have the Make 1 and Make 2 programs also, where last year 2022-23 we have concluded more than 80 contracts with the local manufacturers. These can be very top order equipment like the tanks and infantry combat vehicles, and it can also be smaller equipment like spare parts, components of the various platforms we are using. Thirdly, in Make programs, that is Indian designed and developed manufacturing in India equipment, we are ensuring that orders are placed soon after the development is completed. In fact, the Make 1 and Make 2 programs are tied with the secure orders. Make 3, which also looks at technology transfer and manufacturing in India, is also tied to the guaranteed orders. So in terms of ensuring that whoever designs and develops in the country is rewarded adequately, reforms are already in place to ensure that they get the returns. The next most important reform is that we are requiring each and every critical technology required for these platforms which our forces are procuring are designed and developed in India. Normally, what used to happen previously is that there will be several Indian companies manufacturing parts, components, but the company which gets the order for entire platform used to import several of these components from abroad, despite having the local alternative. So we ensured that now, as per the new rules, the critical technologies have to be sourced from India. If they are already available, if they are not available, they have to be developed and manufactured in India. This is a major change. Why? Because so far, indigenous technology means it used to be labor component, it used to be the maintenance component, it used to be the documentation, it used to be the training. It never used to be the critical technology. It can be the metal bending, riveting and those kind of low technology equipment, but it never was high-end avionics or electronic systems, IT systems, etc., which used to be very critical. What happens is that if we buy the IT systems, the software of these platforms from abroad, we are constantly dependent upon the foreign suppliers. The Indian supplier never gets a chance to supply. Those things are a thing of the past now. Now, we have mandated that the IDDM means it shall be designed and developed in India. It has to be manufactured in India. Next, I will come to the innovative system reforms. We had IDEX program in 2018-19 that itself was a very great revolution. In fact, it for the first time established a very simple process to ensure that the innovators are given some support, some mentorship, some hand-holding and also a small amount of grant. It used to be 1.5 crores. Later it was increased to 10 crores. Now, recently we have ensured that these innovators, these young people who have started the companies are also assured of the orders. They progress to the orders in a seamless fashion. It is not a very cumbersome process of going through several rounds of quality checks, etc. Because we are asking you to develop a particular technology, we agreed with you what it will perform, and you have developed according to that, the procurement from these companies has been simplified a lot. In fact, one of the officers from the services, Navy, Air Force or Army, will handhold you and ensure that the procurement process is also completed. One more important, very important change has been brought about. That is the spiral development. So far, we prescribe SQR, service quality requirements, at a particular level. It has to fly, if it's a drone, it has to fly up to 10,000 feet. If it flies up to 9,500 feet, we used to say, no, you have not met the SQR, so we cannot procure. Similar restrictions were there in many other requirements. So what we now say is that if you meet say 70% of the requirement, okay, we will place order for so many units. You still have a chance to increase it to the 10,000 feet and come back to us so that we can procure from you the remaining quantity. So the spiral development is going to be of great help to the innovators as they are assured of orders even if they meet not 100% but 70 to 80% of the requirement also. This will ensure that you will not suffer in future. We are also thinking of doing one more thing. Just now, some of the people I interacted with told me that the initial seed capital is okay. You may give 1.5 crore, 10 crore or 25 crores, but the matching grant is causing a serious problem. We want to solve that. We are thinking of tying you with the platform manufacturer. Suppose you manufacture a component and sub-assembly for a larger platform. We would like you to get in touch with the larger company which manufactures the platform and get the necessary funding from them. Apart from that, recently Finance Minister had a very detailed discussion with the Managing Director of SIDBI. She had instructed him to ensure that all the defense startups get the necessary funding at the lowest possible cost. The cost of capital has to be reduced for the startups in the country. So all necessary arrangements will be done for that. And from my side, from the defense ministry side, we will ensure that our companies, I have 16 of them, will ensure that they will come to your support. They will not ask for your equity. Please don't worry. They will extend you in terms of a interest-free loan if you are developing a part, a subsystem, a component which will go into the platform they are manufacturing. I request other industry representatives here. I have representatives of Tata, Mahindra, Boeing, Safran, very large companies are present here. I would also request them to handhold the startups, and they have been doing it. In fact, when Honorable Prime Minister went to US last June, he took along with him a large number of the startup innovators. There, he personally ensured that they get the necessary support from the American industry ecosystem. Just before he reached there, he had asked me to organize an event where Indian startups get an exposure to the American defense industry. So we had organized that IndusX symposium there, where many top US companies had interacted with Indian startups and have given several orders to these companies. So in terms of connect between industry, the established industry, which get most of the large orders, and the startups which provide the critical technologies needed, has been already started, and I hope it will, in times to come, will become very, very strong and be mutually beneficial to the large corporates as well as the startups. Now I come to the third important reform which government has undertaken recently, is the quality reforms. Quality control and quality assurance are very key to defense industry. You understand, one particular batch of ammunition which resulted in poor quality, has caused the death of many soldiers a few years ago, 3-4 years ago. So quality control is to be given topmost importance in all the defense related manufacturing processes. So we are generally very careful. We have a very large organization with several thousands of people working for it, which will check the quality of various equipment, arms and ammunition we procure. However, many times it becomes so tedious that the manufacturers get worried that this process will never end and we may end up with no order in next few years. That will cast a shadow on their financials and will result in them getting out of the defense sector. It has happened many times previously also. So to ensure that the processes are very fair, objective and not very time consuming, we have introduced several reforms recently. Firstly, we are providing a single window system for quality control. So far, we have been asking the manufacturers to go around several of the laboratories. Several of it, if you are manufacturing, say, a battle tank, you can go to only one office and get all the systems certified through that office. He will handhold you. He will take forward the certification process on his own. There will not be multiple visits to multiple offices. The second important thing is the remote and virtual quality control. Now we have huge developments in IT and instrumentation. Many of you are fully aware of it, which will enable us to do the quality control, quality assurance work sitting in a remote area. There is no need to physically be present. Right now, I have deployed several hundreds of my officers in these companies, manufacturing companies. I would like to get out of these offices. Maybe in a central office, they can sit and watch what is being done in these offices through remotely operated cameras, etc. A part of this is also the automated quality control processes. Many of the machines these days come with the recording of the parameters of the goods being manufactured. They can be read and understood clearly whether the processes are proper or not from a remote location. That also has been enabled now, and many companies are already utilizing this. And lastly, in this series of reforms is the self-certification. If you have reached a certain stage in the manufacturing process, you can certify yourself that this is according to so and so standard, so and so mill standard, we confirm, so we can supply to you. Or third party certification. If there is NABL certified laboratory, they can come and check and give a certificate to you, which will be acceptable in the ministry. Like this, we want to declutter the quality control and quality assurance processes so that your procurement, the manufactured goods, the goods you have manufactured can be procured without any problem. So these are the three types of reforms which government has undertaken. I have listed only important ones. There are several of these things because our procurement process, quality assurance process is very complicated one. We had to change, we have to modify, we have to delete many of these processes. It is much simpler now. It can be much more simpler. I need your advice on that. But I have stated some of the important ones. Now, what do I expect from Defense Ministry side to the startups? We have issued a lot of challenges through IDEX recently and through Aditi only last month. I would request all of you to work on them because there are guaranteed orders in them. If I ask for a small component of a battle tank or one of my aircraft fighter jets, I actually need it in large quantity. Please look into these positive indigenization lists which are there in our website. Similarly, the challenges are needed for actual life uses. we need to deploy these equipment as soon as you make them ready. That's why IDEX program in last 2-3 years has resulted in several contracts. I think 34 or 35 contracts have already been signed, and we are in the process of signing many more. More than 300 projects have been awarded for development under IDEX. So I want you to concentrate on the 5 positive indigenization lists issued by the ministry, so that I can procure more and more goods from you, and also from the Aditi and IDEX challenges. The second one is the care for quality and the user friendliness. I was trying to procure an assault rifle for Indian Army. This assault rifle is like almost like a part of your body for a soldier who is guarding the border. It has to be very, very user friendly. It should not get heated up. It should be very easy to use. It should not malfunction, whether in Ladakh or is in Rajasthan. It has to be so good that the soldier will not feel that it's a burden on him. When I compare what is made by, say, 6R in US and what is made by our own defense PSU in our country, of course, our own equipment is fully indigenous, 100%. But the look, feel, and the quality all have much to improve. So, when you are coming up with a product, look at the design of it carefully, user friendliness of it carefully, and also the quality assurance also very carefully. Without these, we cannot really excel in any sector. Quality of actual functioning and quality of look and feel are also very, very important for getting success in procurement processes. The very look of your equipment should be so appealing. I would like you to work on it. Thirdly, for the capital, I assume that none of you want to part with equity in your companies. Don't get disheartened. We are working on the funding mechanisms. We understand that going through the defense ministry's processes is very tedious. We are in the process of reforming. We have already done a few. More are in the offing. But do approach the funding agencies, the DPSUs, without hesitation. We don't want to steal your IPR in the DPSUs. We are willing to fund you without any caveats, without any very difficult conditions. We would like you to succeed. Ultimately, if you succeed, we succeed, and our country's security is really in good hands. So, with this appeal, and again thanking T-Hub, which has come up as one of the best incubators in the country, and maybe it will rival some of the best in the world. Congratulating the team here, congratulating all the innovators here. I take your leave. Jai Hind.
For the signing of MOU and the award ceremony, I would also like to invite Shri Jayesh Ranjan, Shri Mahankali Srinivas Rao, Shri V.V. Mohan Reddy to come upon the stage to join our Chief Minister for the launch and the award ceremony.
I was asked to speak about opportunities for startups in defense innovations. Let me start by giving you one example that although I was part of a large corporate, I started as a startup. I joined that company in 2010. I was the first person to join in the defense group. Today, this year, we should, along with my subsidiaries, do about 1,700 crores of business, and 1,300 crores out of that is exports outside India. And Defense Secretary did mention about the quality of products. I can assure you, sir, the guns which we have exported are better looking than any other gun in the world, and we believe we have a world beater. So we can assure you on the quality. But my talk today is more towards the people who are sitting in this hall. The recent geostrategic happenings have brought out two lessons. First and the foremost is that in times of war, you cannot depend somebody else to take care of your backside. Which means if you want to be a nation which can hold its own, you need to have a defense ecosystem or industrial base which is not reliant on foreign technology or foreign products. The second thing was that India wants to grow its economy. We are talking already about touching 4 trillion this year. We have a target of touching 5 trillion in next 2 years' time. And we are also wanting that 25% of that growth should be coming from manufacturing. If you take a look at it, today our manufacturing is approximately 16%. If you have to grow to 25%, the manufacturing has to double in 2 to 3 years' time from where we are. And the white spaces available in the manufacturing sector were in the area which was defense and aerospace. So if you are looking at these white spaces to be covered to take care of the manufacturing of the country, defense and aerospace needs a fillip. It's no rocket science that we need to grow our manufacturing in defense and aerospace. Now let me come back to you. How do you grow manufacturing in defense and aerospace? We need to have a ecosystem which is based on a vibrant defense industrial base. And two constituents of that ecosystem or the so-called the industrial base are technology and the manufacturing competence. In terms of manufacturing competence, this country has already shown that we are capable of doing high technology manufacturing. So what we need to take a look is at the technology ecosystem. Now, technology ecosystem consists of 3 segments. First is research and development, which generally would remain a state function. You will be carrying out research in certain fundamental categories, and this would generally be going from tier 1 to tier 3, 4, nothing beyond. Innovation is a step-by-step improvement in research and development. It is improving upon something which is happening. But the most important is what we call the breakthrough technologies. Now, breakthrough technologies cause disruption. 95% of the breakthrough technologies have come out of garages, which is what it means that they come out of startups. I was reading a very interesting book called The Conflict. It's a wonderful book written which sums up all the conflicts which had taken place from First World War till Ukraine war, which is as recent as last year. And the 3 lessons which come out of that book is that you cannot predict with confidence where the defense technologies are headed. After the First World War, there was a mention that with the Air Force being available, you all know where we stand. So the book says that there are 3 things which are going to happen into the future. The first is that technology is going to change at a pace faster than you anticipate. Secondly, the warfare will start engulfing the domains where they haven't gone before. And the third and the most important part was that the technology development will now happen in civilian domain rather than in the military domain. Till 2000 or till 1950s or 90s, most of the leading technologies were developed in the military domain. Not so. Today, the technologies are going to be developed in civilian domain, which will find themselves getting into the military domain. This is exactly what startups can do. They can bring those technologies, they can bring those real breakthrough technologies will change the face of the warfare which are going to happen and which are going to be done by the startups. Let me also link this with what happened in the warfare. We are at the cusp of what we call RMA 3.0. There was first came revolution in the military affairs 1.0. India was nowhere on the scene. We were not even ready. 2.0 was all about command and control, communication, software defined stuff, and we kept playing catch up. We did have the inherent capability in the country, but we were never being able to catch up. Till today, major weapon platforms which came into the country, which were imported, had generally the fire control systems and softwares written outside the country. Of course, things have changed drastically in last 10 years, but this was the situation. Now we are at the cusp of what we call RMA 3.0. And this is the place where we need to be the lead player in the world. And that leadership can only come about when you have something what the startups bring to the front. Just to give you an example, today, roughly, give and take, I think Virmani will probably confirm that, we have about 864 startups in defense space in the country. I was mentioned in T-Hub, you have 70 of them. How did this fire ignite? Till about 5 years ago, 6 years ago, we hardly had few startups in defense. IDEX program started and startups started to see light at the end of the tunnel. And suddenly you found they grew exponentially in this market. Today, 864, maybe 1,000. And when we are talking about, and Defense Secretary was mentioning about Aditi, where you will have 25 crores funding. We were talking about IDEX Prime, where there's 10 crore funding. All these are way forwards to ignite that fire. What we really want to do is, there should not be 10, 20, 30, there should be thousands of startups. India should be the next startup nation. We are already third in the global list. Last year we had 8,000 startups. But United States has 30,000. So we really need to go there to become the startup nation. And that startup nation will happen when you see more and more initiatives like T-Hub. I think the only thing which is holding back Indian innovation and startup revolution is perhaps the capital. I think it was already mentioned, we did sign one, I think one MOU has been signed. Moment these things are put into place, I think, tell you, sky's the limit. Each one of you would have seen either on the 30th January or on last Defense Expo or even recently a swarm drone display being done. If I'm not mistaken, it was being done by an Indian startup. The total cost of that swarm drone was less than 65 lakh rupees, including the drones. We as Indians have that capability of frugal engineering and frugal development. My last point, just to give you that confidence, today we have 450,000 engineers working as centers of excellence for R&D for foreign MNCs. And just the last year's data says that in last 5 years, foreign OEMs have saved $80 billion in research and development costs by having their centers in India. Cost of development in India still is around $40 per hour for a very fine research and development engineer. Compare that to almost 160 euros to $200 in United States of America. So we are blessed in this country with the capability to take us to the next level. All we need is little more light at the end of the tunnel, and I'm sure this will be provided shortly. With these words, I wish each one of you great times, smooth sailing, and fantastic developments going into the future. Thank you so much.
India, an emerging defense and aerospace innovation hub. This pivotal discussion will delve into the intricacies of India's emergence as a hub for innovation in the defense and aerospace sector, shedding light on the opportunities and challenges that lie ahead. I'm glad to share that we have leaders from the Indian Air Force, DRDO, VC ecosystem, and entrepreneurs. It is with great pleasure that I introduce our esteemed panelists, each bringing a wealth of knowledge and expertise to this discourse. As our panelists, we have Air Marshal AVSM VM, Indian Air Force, Shri Srikumar Prabhakaran, retired, Shri G. Satish Reddy, Chairman of the Governing Body of Aeronautical Development Agency, Mr. Lakshminath V., Managing Partner, Pavestone VC, Mr. Sanjay Nikanti, Founder and CEO of Dhruva Space Private Limited. As a moderator, we have Wing Commander Anish Anthony, retired, the Chief Operating Officer of T-Hub.
The first theme will be the optimizing the utilization of startup as a driver of innovation, defense and the aerospace sector. So my first question will probably go to you, sir. I think, like he said, there are almost 850 plus startups in the defense and aerospace innovation ecosystem today. How can the Indian government and established defense firms, they can help startups to integrate better into the defense innovation ecosystem? What do you think that the startups need to do from their side? And what do you think that the ecosystem, senior players in the ecosystem like the DPSUs or the corporates need to do to help them integrate better?
Point what you asked me. Firstly, looking at the innovations in the country, the startups in the country, there is a huge quantum jump in the number of systems which have come up. As you know, in 2016, there were about 460 or so startups. Now there are about 1,14,000 startups which have come up in the country and going on every day. And defense was normally kept away for all the even startups and in the industries also. That now that gap has been filled. Industry are also working a lot for the defense and a lot of startups have also started coming in. A lot of schemes government has brought in, like Defense Secretary has mentioned some time back, the IDEX or the TDF or Make 1, Make 2, IDDM and all those things have come up. But still, as far as the startups are concerned, I feel there are many things which need to be addressed and which many things need to be simplified. Firstly, the funding. In India, I still consider, in India, early stage startups or deep tech startups, funding is a question mark from India. As most of them are somehow managing with the funding from outside, and here getting it is little difficult. Second, when we look at even IDEX or anything, the funding is primarily for a product or a technological product, whichever way it is, you say as an end product or a technological product, not as such for a technology, which actually is supposed to have been from TDF. Somehow the TDF, I think last couple of years has not taken very well in the last couple of years. So that's another thing. So when you look at that type of a funding, the IDEX 10 crores, even though it has been increased from 1 crores to 10 crores, that is not sufficient. The TDF funding has been increased from 10 crores to 50 crores, that's a good thing. So that needs to be supported. Probably the other schemes like NRF or the quantum mission, which are about 50,000 crores and 6,500 crores which are coming up, these missions should be able to support the deep tech startups getting into technology. What I am saying is, the startups here, if they have to beat the world market and not just the Indian people, the product really has to be a technologically advanced or first of its kind product. Then you need to spend a lot, both funding wise and otherwise, a lot into the deep technology. This is one of the issues what we face. Second, whatever Defense Secretary said, they are all at the system level and product level what services the armed forces require. Many of the things which startups produce are not the end product what goes to services. Let's say you have a product, a subsystem or a product which goes into a tank or which goes into a fighter aircraft. The services won't come into picture unless he is responsible for the MRO of that and all that. It is some other agency which comes into picture, which has established supply chain. You have to break that chain and see that this product gets into it. There is a pain involved into it. That pain, this agency, whichever is responsible, should be able to take the pain. This is a second issue, because many of the startups, they don't bring an aircraft, they don't build a tank. So they build a product which is a technology-based product which needs to get into it. You have, let's say, an IR camera you have. If he makes a bolometer-based camera today, how does it get into the system? Who takes the decision? How does it get into all the processes? And the man who is already responsible for it, how does he take a risk in the government side also? This risk-taking are a aggressive approach to have the new products or indigenous products or the startups based innovations, we need to get into it. This is the second issue what it is. And thirdly, even the products which are getting into the services, one thing is it takes about 2 to 3 years time process today. And unless a product is normally in defense, the norm is if a product is not inducted into the services of the respective country, the other country won't buy. General norm it is. So how does this get into quickly? Whether this process can be hastened? If not, can the startup sustain this period of 3 years, 4 years, 5 years for the product to get into it? Development cycle, the acquisition process, the induction process, the trials, quality, whatever it is. This is another issue what the startups need to. One more issue I think I feel is, particularly in the defense, the connectivity for the startups is also a big question mark. Whom to approach for what? Whatever an idea I have. That's number one. Second thing is, a suo moto proposal or an ab initio idea, how does it get into it? IDEX gives you challenges, you have to get into that challenges only. No, he has got a completely different thing and nothing connected to the verticals which are proposed by anyone. Need to propose that and I want to come into that, and how do I maintain that? How do I get into this system? Second, if I come out with an innovation, an innovative idea, and if you make it public, if I approach you, you are in the government, if you make it public, it is no more an innovation of the particular individual startup. You put it in limited tender and are open to take the idea and put it into, first mover advantage. Absolutely lost. So these, I can narrate many of the issues. I thought these are some of the issues what startups have, which you need to see. I don't think I should much comment on what startups should do, because they are just coming up. We need to encourage them. We need to understand them. Otherwise, the ecosystem won't come in the country. So maximum needs to be done by the bigger industries, or DPSUs, or the government needs to address the issues what I have mentioned.
Air Marshal Prabhakaran sir, I think you've served for more than 40 years in the Indian Air Force, right? At multiple levels, at an operator level, at a decision maker level, finally as an Air Marshal in the Southern Air Command, right? You've flown fighters, you commanded units. From a user perspective, right? There will always be an apprehension when adopting newer technologies. And more so, I think if you put from the lens of a pessimist, right? You will, typically we prepare for the worst. When in flying, we prepare for all of these emergencies. You are inherently preparing for the worst case scenario where you can handle them effectively. So if I put that same lens onto startups and say, hey, am I getting a system which is not as well proven, which is not having as much of a production line capacity, which the gestation period has not been as much as other. So how do you think that from the user perspective, from the armed forces perspective, you can open up to be enabled to accommodate for more startup related technologies to be adopted into the armed forces?
What I mean is that it gives an opportunity for the young innovators to get in touch with the end users. I can tell you my experience in the Air Force is because we always have to go through the ministry, through the DRDO. Ultimately, the user never really comes face to face with the actual innovator. So I was very glad to hear the Defense Secretary mention today that the ministry is changing its rules, making things much simpler. Even though, I mean, a lot of improvements have been done in the last 10 years, but still we have some way to go. But despite that, he mentioned that any of the innovator who has been selected, and today I could see some bright guys coming up and picking up prizes, that the Air Force, let's say it was an Air Force issue, or the Army or the Navy, they would handhold them to take them right till the end of the tunnel. So that is one thing which can happen when you have more such interactions right from the user up to the guy who actually makes the product.
So what would be your advice to startups? How can they reach out to help these navigate these barriers more effectively?
See, now, like once again, what the Defense Secretary mentioned in the website, all the various, and I think there are more than 2,000 or 3,000 items which have been listed out. So they could go on to that. They could see where it is that their, which niche, this thing they can work on, and thereafter they come and through T-Hub, through the ministry, once we get, because the Air Force directly cannot deal with the innovators. That's the problem, you see. But once they have been seen, like, for example, I would really love if the few guys, the few company, startups who were called on stage today, if through you all, they could be made to go to Air Headquarters, to the Directorate of Project, who's in charge of all new thing, and give their ideas. Maybe something will click. Not all, I don't say all, but something could. So I think these are the ways and means of moving things ahead, because like I think it was often brought out, India is the third or the fourth largest, as far as defense equipment buying is concerned. Why should all that go abroad when we have all the brilliant minds, as Sri Bhatia mentioned, 450,000 Indian engineers working for companies abroad. So all this we need to harness so that we become, self-sufficient and not depend too much on others. In fact, I would like to bring this point. When he spoke about this dependence on others during war, I think Sri Bhatia mentioned during war, it becomes critical. I'd like to tell the audience, in the 1982 Falklands War, when Argentina went against Britain, Argentina had just bought Super Etendard aircraft, right? And their pilots were just about undergoing training. They were halfway through their training, and they just got, I think, 6 Sea Eagle missiles when France put a stop to their training and a stop to any more knowledge passed on to them. So these 6 pilots who had been trained, between themselves, they quickly trained, they learned how to use that missile, and they knew they had only 6 of these missiles. And they managed to use it to sink 2 or 3 of the, you would be aware of that. So that's the kind of, hold which a foreign country can have on you when you're in trouble. So it is so important to be as self-sufficient as possible.
You got around 35 years of experience, right? Global business strategy, innovation, M&As. You now run Pavestone, which is probably one of the largest funds in India as a managing partner at Pavestone. One of the biggest challenges for defense startups in particular is the ticket size of that entire development cycle that they go through, right? I mean, it is not as easy or as easy to access to capital when it comes to getting that size of capital. Even from the investor's perspective also, the gestation period is too long for that, right? So how do you think that the startups could be able to navigate these challenges that they encounter in the defense and aerospace sector?
So I run a $100 million fund. We focus on 2 areas. One is what we call B2B, and one is what we call as frontier technology. And I'll kind of tell you how that kind of fits in. And we probably were one of the first funds to support a defense startup. Probably 2.5 years back, the company is New Space Research. one of India's, the first Indian company to launch swarming drone technology, one of the most heavily funded companies at this point in time. So can talk a little bit about the journey, but I'll try to give you the gist of it. I think there are 2-3 things that we need to keep in mind. As a VC, obviously, we have a fund, we have raised money from investors, so we owe a return to the investors. And there's a certain time frame that we operate in. So there's obviously a pressure on returning money capital back, and there's a return pressure. So that's something you need to always keep in mind at the back of when you're trying to make a decision. Okay. Second thing is, when we look at this space, standard issues apply. One is, if I'm funding something in a B2C space, I know that there are, 500 million Indians, and I can see a large market, and I can do the multiples, right? Here, the usual questions are, we have a single client risk. When the person is selling, there's just one large client he is to sell to. What happens if, if there's a change in something, we don't know what it is, right? And then what's the impact? So that's something that we'll obviously have to consider. And people then, kind of pivot with, I have something for dual use kind of technology. I can do both commercial and defense and exports. That's one of the mitigation strategies. Second thing is number of institutional investors, especially outside of India, do not invest in defense. So if your fund is focused on defense totally, then they would not, invest in you. So
like a dual-use startup, you have a dual-use fund as well.
Yeah,
right?
no, in the sense it's very difficult for you to raise large amounts of money because, they have the restriction, rightly, wrongly, that's another, very difficult for us to raise that. So very important to manage the LPs in your fund. So that's the second constraint that we have, okay? So in order to address that, and I'll talk a little bit about some of the other positives that is, in order to address that, we kind of look at it as, it's not just about startups. How do you make the startup a grown-up? Okay, that's the most important part, right? Yeah. Startup is nice. You get the fund, you get grants, you get to a certain level. The beauty of the game is how do you make it a large company, an institution, okay? So in order to do that, what we've been trying to do is we are looking at them through our, what we call a frontier technology lens. We have a certain portion of our budget allocated for that. And if they do well, then we look at them through the B2B lens. Okay. That is, and Satish Reddy sir mentioned that it is about, say, if you have to sell to you have to sell a platform, you're one part of it. Your product alone doesn't sell. Okay. It is, how does it fit in? How does it work in many things? What's the cost of replacement? What's the cost of integration testing? Your product may cost 1 rupee. To test it, it may cost $1 million. Okay? Yeah. So you should look at it through that lens. It's extremely important. And anybody who's been in large corporations and sold large systems like core banking know the importance of it. So understanding B2B mindset is extremely important. So we look at startups through a frontier technology lens, and if they do well, then we are open to consider it as a B2B. And we have 2 buckets for it. Okay.
Sure.
Secondly, we also have a strong LP network. Today, we talk to a lot of LPs, and a lot of family offices are very interested in funding. So the fund may put a certain amount, but along with the LPs, you can actually put in a larger amount. Okay, so that's the way we try to mitigate it. So fund is, when you look at your, let's say you're a startup and you're looking at a VC, early stage, early growth is great. But if they don't have a B2B strategy, you may not get supported long term unless they have a very strong LP network. That's the way I kind of think about it. Coming to the startups, I think fantastic energy, passion there. I think my only submission is when I look at it from a platform lens, okay? And the kind of skills that you need for this space is extremely different from, you need, it's a mission critical system. So the way you build it, you deploy it is extremely different. So that mindset is extremely important. So that's what I would like to say, and happy to take any more questions.
Sanjay, I think, navigated this space quite well over the last few years, right? I think you've recently raised a round also. I think we'd love to hear about that as well. But what would be your advice to 2 parts, right? One is to startups who want to build out in the space sector. And second is to organizations like T-Hub who want to help out to build out a vertical for the space sector startups.
Started my company in 2012, straight out of college, talking to prospective customers. And my prospective customers were largely academic institutions who were trying to build space missions. When I also tried to talk to users, being the Triforces or talking to ISRO DRDO. It was practically very difficult to sell because nobody was willing to believe that a 24-year-old can actually start like a space tech company in the country.
But why space tech? I mean, why space tech, space engineering?
Sure. So So after the success of Chandrayaan-1, there was a scientist from ISRO who had visited our university. I was studying at SRM University in Chennai, and he said that we as students could actually build a satellite. I was part of a very large audience, and I was definitely very excited about the idea, but I wasn't really sure if something like that was possible. And then our university decided to fund that program, and we ended up building this whole satellite. And during the process of building the satellite, I realized that, we are a country with 1 billion people, but, we've sent missions to moon. We were talking about other, really great missions. We have a fantastic defense program, but there's not a single private company in the country that was building full satellites and serving global markets. So for me, that was like the trigger point that as a 19-year-old, if I'm able to build out a satellite, why is it that you can't build a business in the country? And that kind of motivated me to take this journey. However, first things first, it becomes when you're a startup, when you're trying to build out a business, the question, where do you get the money? Who is your customer, right? And for customer or business, you need a product, right? So where do you start, right? So initially when we started off, we were talking about building a satellite, trying to raise capital. And then investors would be like, okay, but who is your customer? And I'm like, okay, I don't have a customer. And that's when I truly believe that the policy changes within the country opened up the opportunity for us, where, the Startup India program giving a level playing opportunity for a startup to also work with a large company large us to look at problem statements laid down by the users or R&D institutions. For example, our first large customer was DRDO, where we had actually bid for building rather indigenizing one of the most critical components that is used on satellites, which is the satellite solar arrays. We built a small solar panel, a 10 centimeter by 10 centimeter one used for satellites. But when we went to DRDO and said, hey, we can actually build out like a 1 meter by 1.2 meter panel, it was not easy, right? Because ISRO was doing it for many, many years, and it's a very complex problem to solve. That we were able to solve by piecing multiple things together. Like we worked with the PSUs in the country, we worked with BHEL, we worked with L&T, which is a larger entity. We did the design. We leveraged the ecosystem to solve that problem. So once that problem was solved, we had investors to believe that, okay, hey, you know what, you have a customer, you're serving that need, and now the question becomes, are you good enough for a VC play or not, right? So when I started looking at capital, now that I have a product, now that I have a customer, the question became like, who would back this business? And the problem when we were trying to raise capital in 2017, 2018 timeframe was precisely that, VC funds were largely looking at non-defense programs. And when you say that your customer is going to be a defense customer, VCs would be like, okay, probably not our bet. So what we did, how we were able to solve the problem is we had angel investors who came on board. So I had to talk to about 160 investors before finding our first play. Then the playbook became little more streamlined because the policy worked, the customer side of things worked. In terms of scaling up, just like what Sir mentioned, I think as a defense or a space company, if your strategy is you're only building a space or a defense company, it's very hard. So we are largely looking at a dual use case where the applications that we are building for space and defense will also have a commercial application. If we are building a remote sensing satellite, I can sell the remote sensing satellite data to many other people.
Primary forte has been communications. One of the, I still feel that you should have focus on that, which have both dual use purpose, and I think the world is moving to that, and try to do more and more focus in that. Probably somewhere we should work with the government and definitely get a bigger project, whatever, 108 satellites or whatever it is, that scheme. I think somehow I feel that you should focus more on that.
Sure, sir. Thank you very much for the advice. So, one of our biggest challenges were, especially to focus on one specific application, was that how do you address a rapidly changing market environment? So we wanted to build a foundation that will enable us to serve a variety of applications in any changing market environment. So instead of focusing on communication specifically, what we decided was that we will play a platform play, where if a customer wants a imaging satellite, the platform can be utilized for imaging application. If the customer wants it for weather, etc., again it can be customized for that application.
Hyderabad Telangana per se is has a lot of strengths when it comes to defense and aerospace manufacturing. You look at aviation academies, you look at the number of high precision engineering companies or SMEs that are there available in Hyderabad, right? A lot of corporates have already started moving in. Tassel Lelo, GMR Lelo, Boeing, all of Airbus, all of them have started moving in here. What are the kind of opportunities that you think that will unlock for startups, not only in the engineering, precision engineering space, but beyond that, do you think Hyderabad can become a defense startup hub for the rest of India, a defense startup capital for the rest of India?
See, yeah, one thing like Mr. Jayesh Ranjan was mentioning, Hyderabad has been a prime city or center for defense, primarily, and also aerospace. If you look at all the incredible laboratories which have come here, have come in somewhere 1958 or 1960, and I'm sure majority of the laboratories are here, and actually they're mostly divided between Bangalore and Hyderabad, and majority of the funding goes to these laboratories because they are more of strategic in nature and working more in aero, missiles and electronic warfare and all that. Then if you look at the PSUs, again you have everything here. You have the complete HL unit, you have the Bharat Electronics working on electronic warfare, and BDL, which has got 2 units here, and then over and above that you have related materials, related NFC and NFTC, and then you have ECIL, which are there. And I almost think that the number of industries which have been supporting, which have been in the part of the supply chain here, have been about more than 1,000 industries which have been there in that. One example which not today, almost about 4 or 5 years back, example I try to give. One of the missiles which got into armed forces maximum in number, value wise, is Akash missile, more than about 25 to 30,000 crores worth. BDL is the integrator, or BDL is the production agency, whatever you call it. And almost about 86 to 87% by value of the Akash missile has been coming from the MSMEs, and mostly from Hyderabad. 86, 87%. So BDL actually primarily has been concentrating only on the integration, and they went to the extent of supplying 60 missiles a month. And then one day I remember, the things are changing, the warfare, actually technologies what are used in the war are changing a lot. Never we thought that drones will play so much of a role, and weapons, the lasers, the electromagnetics, electromagnetic pulse, and related so many systems started coming into it, which actually the startups have taken the forte. Like example you take in Hyderabad, the quantum technology. At least there are two companies which have come here who are working on quantum memories and quantum communication related things and all that. You see the drones and anti-drones systems. At least I think two companies have seen. One is that Big Bang Boom, and one more company from Hyderabad who have come up with small anti-drone systems which are required today, which actually is continuously changing today. See, today, if you talk about a anti-drone technology, talking about a one-to-one system or a laser system or a jamming thing, doesn't work today anymore after 1 or 2 years. You need to have technologies which are coming up in a big way, like swarm technologies, and there are 500 drones coming. How do you handle them? Whatever technologies you require. This is where requirement. So the necessary background and base exists in Hyderabad out of so many academic institutions here, and that too particularly today, over and above that academic institutions, which are probably 300 academic institutions in around Hyderabad. Then IIT, which has come in, triple IT, and even in ISB, a lot of innovations which are coming out. So lots of innovations are coming up. If you look at last 3 months, I myself, at least I have visited and gone to almost about 50 startups and seeing working for aerospace and defense. And so people are coming up. It's only the right guidance, what type of a right novel thinking, an idea which is not existing sort of an one, where you come out and you are able to design and get funds for that and provide is what is required. So I definitely perceive, very strongly perceive, for defense, Hyderabad as the strong base for innovations to come up, and aerospace also definitely, out of many things which are coming up in the aerospace sector, with ISRO also having its presence, and various other aviation sectors, like you said, TASL and many other companies which are coming. Actually, we were talking to Mr. Mohan Reddy also, the way their companies, many people who have become part of supply chain to the entire world. So you need to have all those components or subsystems and products which are there to come out with innovative, the technologies which are coming up and supply is one thing. And particularly with you, T-Hub and T-Works coming up, I think it has given the necessary boost into this city or into the state or surrounding places where a lot of people are jumping into it. And the only thing is, we have to see that those people who have jumped into it, at least down the line, 5 years, they should start tasting the success. Otherwise, the next batch, should not be held because these people didn't get the success. And that is where we all have to see that the state government and central government agencies which are present here, organizations present here, make the startups which have already jumped into it come up successfully. Whatever time period, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, whatever it is, that should happen. I think that kicks off the Hyderabad, which has got the necessary ecosystem, support system, all infrastructure existing in the industry base, which is existing, you should be able to take on.
If you look at the 2025 capital outlay for the capital expenditure for the Ministry of Defense, almost $20 billion has been set aside for capital expenditure, right? Now you overlay that with the policy of having to procure locally as a norm, and then go internationally in case of an exception of something that is not available here. Recently, I think the list 5 has come out for protective good, which you have to prepare only in India, right? When you overlay all of these things together, the defense sector now suddenly starts becoming a lot of opportunities start getting created for in-house homegrown countries. So do you see LPs, investors, funds looking at that opportunity positively? Do you see an inflow of funds, or maybe at a certain point of time, near future, medium future, defense-focused funds getting created?
Absolutely, I see that. My simple analogy on that is, see, end of the day when you're eating, right, dal roti makes the major portion of your meal, okay?
Yeah.
The innovation and all is nice, it's very, sexy, etc. But lot of basic stuff that you consume is most important. And when you talk of something like that, fundamentals are extremely important. So I strongly see that happening, and I see that there will be essentially 3 plays in that. One is there will be companies, there will be VCs which will fund that kind of enterprises at a B2B kind of level. Secondly, you will see PEs come in, who will integrate some of these things and provide a longer solution. See, this is more a PE play than a VC play because this becomes a margin play rather than a revenue play, right?
Yeah.
Moment it's a margin play, you will see a lot more PE companies come in. And you will also see larger companies, look at this space and kind of do acquisition. So I see these three things, okay? I just wanted to point out one thing on what Satish Reddy sir said on ecosystem. I think absolutely. In the sense, ecosystem is the end of the day, it's not buildings, it's culture, okay? And culture is all about conversations, okay? Just to give, and it's going to take time. I was part of the management team which set up India's first multinational software company in '86, okay, Intergraph. And today, it's the GC system is one of the largest, okay. Why? Because there's a brand built. So the way I look at it is, 50 years back, if you talk to India, people associated you with Mahatma Gandhi, okay. 30 years back, Mahatma Gandhi and yoga, okay. Now it's Mahatma Gandhi, yoga and IT. Okay, and space, right? I see that brand is an extremely important component. And I see that events like this, the conversations are very important. See, 30 years back, when you went to a coffee shop here, people will talk about, only two things. Where do I buy the next land? When do I go abroad? When do I get my green card, right? Those would be the conversations. But today, the conversations today are very different. What am I building? How do I make a difference? So that's extremely powerful, okay? And I see that as a big game changer. So.
Yes, please.
One of the things which came up, especially for the young innovators or startups, is that if you only look at the defense market, that means if it's only, let's say, the Air Force or the Army or the Navy, then you may be looking at a very small market. So one of the things which I think present day Indians, when they start something, is they have to look global, which means, I think it was brought out by one of the speakers, that you have to look at standards not just for the Indian Defense Forces, but something which in due course you can export. So it has to be that kind of a standard which you aim for right from the beginning.
Satish sir, you had a comment?
This particular point, people are looking at it. See, I keep saying in my talks, with the startup ecosystem coming up in the country, the mindset of the country has changed. The mindset of the country, whoever wanted to start industries earlier, used to be an ancillary mindset. Can I supply to DRDL? Can I supply to HMT? Can I supply to BHL? And what product you want and all. Now the mindset, whoever is working, I've seen lots of products. The product, actually, they are looking at a globally marketable product. Example, I'll give you just a medical device, somebody I was saying. You touch that with your thumb, then it gives you the blood sugar, BP, heart rate, and ECG, and whatnot, oxygen levels and everything. Nowhere exists in the world. The type of quality, the product, and each and every details, the startup has gone into it, right from anodization, how to make the box, the unit,
form factor,
much better than many of the most modern mobiles.
Handsets,
is much better the quality is. Only thing is, the problem is, as I said, the marketing capability, the initial funding, and the right connects into the world or in the country. These are the issues what we need to look at for the startups, and that happens, I think people are geared up. And it is the country, the type of momentum what it has got, if we are actually not sustain that momentum, it is very difficult for this country to get back again.
So are investors now starting to, the ISRO or the governmental space program has made a niche for itself across the world. I mean, it is very well renowned, recognized and all of that, right? In the private sector, do you see investors looking at Indian space sector as an opportunity to carve out a fund there, to be able to set aside fund, like they've set aside, PSO set aside for defense, for example, right? And then maybe move on to a B2B play. Do you think people are starting to carve out those in their portfolios, carve out those funds to be able to deploy into the space sector?
Definitely see a lot of interest from investors looking at the space and defense sector increase over the last 12 to 18 months. However, it's also what kind of investors are looking is also very important.
Yeah, yeah.
A lot of capital has been raised in the Western markets to, meet certain goals. And but if you look at their capability on delivering results, some of them who've done SPAC deals and went public, they're not performing the way they were supposed to do. So there is also a possibility that some of these companies would like to deploy cash into India to look at tapping into the market opportunity as well as the manufacturing opportunity. In addition to that, I think also from an entrepreneur's perspective, I think the regulatory framework or the government frameworks have been extremely supportive. When we were trying to raise capital, we were also looking at debt options. And, in this particular round, we found participation of SIDBI as well as the Technology Development Board. And that is like a very welcome move, because this was not something that we were anticipating, or that system existed like, 24 months ago. And in fact, this framework is evolving very fast. We are talking to numerous bankers, and bankers are also looking at the possibilities where if you have a government contract, how it can be supported. So I think the future looks definitely bright if entrepreneurs are looking at the space and defense sector. The caveat being, please do not look at space and defense where government and military will be your only customer. It is extremely important to look at enterprise opportunities within India and also outside of India. As long as that framework is stitched out well, I think, businesses will thrive.
Thank you very much to all the panelists. I think we've had a great discussion here. I personally have learnt a lot. Thank you very much for participating in the panel.
I am glad to invite the man who has built open innovation systems at the largest corporates in India as a leader. Now, he is enabling innovation for corporates, government, and international players. Mr. Sujit Jagedar, Chief Innovation Officer of T-Hub.
Definitely, I don't want to stay between all of you and dinner that's waiting for you. What an evening it has been with some of the brightest minds right under one roof and sharing their knowledge, understanding some of the concerns and information about policies. So a lot of information absorption, I'm sure that has happened to each one of us. But then as we conclude the dais, I think one thing is coming out very clear. There are fantastic opportunities for us to collaborate, whichever sector you belong to, you're a startup, you're a corporate, or of course even government as well, to come forward and shake hands. I think as we conclude this, I would definitely like to thank Sri Giridhar Aramane, obviously Defense Secretary, for not only sparing valuable time, but also the fact that he patiently heard us. I mean, we had a round table taking notes about the concerns that some of the corporates and startups expressed, but also shared on the dais all the policies that the central government is taking to actually address those specific areas. But I think there is a phenomenal opportunity. Thank you very much, sir. Of course, Sri Jayesh Ranjan Garu, who is a pillar of support for us, the Principal Secretary of Industries and Commerce, Government of Telangana. Thank you very much, sir, for being here. Sri B.V.R. Mohan Reddy Garu, as always, first of all, is a founder, chairman for Scient, one of the largest R&D companies in India, a pride of Hyderabad, and also a founding member of T-Hub. You have been a pillar of support, sir. Thank you very much. So, of course, Sri Rajendra Singh Bhatia, thank you very much for your invaluable insights. I think we have taken our notes. I'm sure we'll work through that. Thank you very much. And Dr. G. Satish Reddy, President of Aeronautical Society of India, former Chairman, DRDO. Thank you very much, sir. I think he's an icon by any measure, so we are very proud that he managed to spare some time here with us. And of course, Amit Chatterjee, we definitely don't want to forget, from Collins, for being the support and the chief sponsor for the event. While all of these, I mean, I'm sure there are other dignitaries who have traveled, come over. Thank you very much for all of that. But specifically calling out the CXOs who have come in, spared their time, valuable time, in spite of a busy schedule, to share their thoughts with us. And the eminent panelists, a very interesting conversation. Thank you very much to the entire panel. There has been a Defense Advisory Committee that has been formed. I'm sure you would have noticed. We thank that team as well for the various contributions that they keep making to our startup ecosystem. Finally, the funding partners, SIDBI, Kavach, thank you very much for traveling and being part of this journey. Of course, the MOUs that we have signed with the various entities. Thank you, Colonel Gill, for traveling all the way from Delhi. You've been a great support from DDR&D. So is the case with the BDL, Commodore Madhav Rao, who had been here, and of course the IISSR team as well. Finally, congratulations to all the startups that were the trailblazers. I'm sure there are more things to come in the startup ecosystem as well. But last but not the least, our own team, the T-Hub team that has been instrumental in putting all of this together. I should name a few: Ayush, Srinivas, Drona, Ondrila, of course, who has managed the show here, Glossy, and various facilities management team, who are behind the scene as always, and startup innovation team as well. But last but not the least, Anish, Anthony, and MSR, thank you very much for being wonderful, pillars of support to make this a successful event. Thank you, and hope you have a nice dinner and drinks as well, I presume. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
It is an honor to receive upcoming DLU Startup Award from T-Hub today. T-Hub, we are very grateful to them. They are our partner incubator as part of the IDEX initiative. Within the scope of the project, we are actually using instant portable non-electrical cooling technology to develop an instant cold vest for firefighters, especially those who are with the Indian Navy, who will fight the fires on the shipboard. We are making a cold vest. Simultaneously, the same technology that we are using for fire protection, we are also using the same technology for first aid applications in sports and other related injuries. As we do with the cooling technology, latent heat comfort technologies also has a recent patent granted on our instant portable non-electric heating technology as well. Using this heating technology, we make hand warmers, water warmers, food warmers, and various other products, which are useful for our forces who are deployed at altitudes like Siachen. They actually protect our nation standing in freezing conditions like -30, -40 degrees centigrade. We are very grateful from this city of Hyderabad. We make these 100% made in India heat packs. We have been supporting almost 20 different battalions across the eastern and northern segments of the country. I am also very grateful and proud to say that these very important products for the army are actually made by the local women around our factory in Hyderabad. We train 20-25 women, and they are also part of our team. They are all part of our team, and extremely grateful for T-Hub, Drona Srinivas Garu, MSR Garu, Aish Bata and team. They have been extremely kind in supporting us through this journey. And also, along with Hub, we are supported by IP Knowledge Park and Biotech of Department of Biotechnology in this journey. Extremely grateful to the ecosystem for supporting us. Our aim is to use 100% made in India ingredients and make products for defense and civilian use within our country and potentially beyond India, and fulfill the common wish of every Indian, that is to be Atmanirbhar Bharat in the near future. I would say, if I am standing here with this recognition, and it is primarily because of the IDEX initiative. So we went to one of the defense exhibitions where one Commodore Goliath has seen a cooling technology product that we made. He immediately saw that product, identified the need in Navy, and he mapped these two requirements. He said, gentlemen, this product, if you can actually develop into instant cold vest, I have seen my team on Indian Navy ships, they will have great use. He immediately helped us. We applied for the IDEX grant, and they provided the grant, and we started developing. It's also opened the doors. Although the initiative is for Indian Navy, we have also realized that Air Force, Army, NDRF, and so many others also would get access to this one. We are done through stage 3, stage 4 trials of this product. We have got access and permission to really end user high security areas. We couldn't even imagine without the IDEX or MOD's initiative. We would have got anywhere closer to where we are today. I can also tell you simply, the heating product we developed, it is 6 years since we first have our prototype. We are finally starting to see the orders floating in, which were not part of the earlier MOD or IDEX initiative. But with the cooling technology, we are expecting our first order to hit our books over the next couple of months. It is that straightforward. So they actually reduce the overall time to market and also access to the end user. The biggest challenge is defense areas are all highly secured, so you can't easily access them as a civilian. But being part of programs like IDEX in the ecosystem like we have, they enable us to really go talk to the relevant end user, and the entire ease of doing business concept, I think, is being implemented in this IDEX initiative. I was recently in Delhi talking to the chief of NIO. It's like a dream come true, and that would not have happened without IDEX and the initiatives the Defense Secretary was talking about. So we are from the startup community, we are extremely grateful, and it is a fantastic inspiration. And seeing us, the way I see it is, so many more people will also take up this the defense-based product journey, which is a scary thing in the past, as the Secretary also mentioned. But today, I think success stories and things that are happening, I think a lot many people will be willing to take chance and develop products for defense.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I think the government has been super supportive. A lot of policies are evolving, have evolved over many years. I started the company in 2012. We are in 2024. We've come a really long way in terms of how policies have evolved over the years. And us launching 4 missions in the last 2 years is a strong testament to how the government is trying to support space technology companies to, go into space. I think from a roadmap perspective, I think the future is pretty bright. You know, from number of Indian assets in orbit, I think roughly we have probably one sixth or 1/10 of total number of space objects in orbit, and I believe and compared to the Western world, and I believe this gap is going to shrink over the next couple of years, where the number of assets, space assets from India is going to increase quite significantly. There'll be a lot of private players having their own space assets in orbit. Government would also increase the number of assets that are in orbit. And I think most importantly, there'll be a lot of space tech companies that will build in India for the global market, which is quite phenomenal also for the growth of economic activity in this sector. Sure, I think talent is never a problem. We produce India as a country produces more number of engineers than any other country, and majority of these engineers are in a very young age bracket, which also puts us in a spot where we have young talent that can cater to newer technology research, so on and so forth. And space in general is an amalgamation of several engineering departments. For example, computer science, electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, so on and so forth. So fusion of all these departments puts together a framework towards building a spacecraft or a launch vehicle, so on and so forth. So I believe talent is not really a big problem. Also, we have a lot of former ISRO scientists who are there to support young entrepreneurs in their journey of building space technology solutions.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Opportunities for startups in defense innovations. Let me start by giving you one example that although I was part of a large corporate, I started as a startup. I joined that company in 2010. I was the first person to join in the defense group. Today, this year, we should, along with my subsidiaries, do about 1,700 crores of business, and 1,300 crores out of that is exports outside India. And Defense Secretary did mention about the quality of products. I can assure you, sir, the guns which we have exported are better looking than any other gun in the world, and we believe we have a word beater. We can assure you on the quality. But my talk today is more towards the people who are sitting in this hall. The recent geostrategic happenings have brought out two lessons. First and the foremost is that in times of war, you cannot depend somebody else to take care of your backside. Which means if you want to be a nation which can hold its own, you need to have a defense ecosystem or industrial base which is not reliant on foreign technology or foreign products. The second thing was that India wants to grow its economy. We are talking already about touching 4 trillion this year. We have a target of touching 5 trillion in next 2 years' time. And we are also wanting that 25% of that growth should be coming from manufacturing. If you take a look at it, today our manufacturing is approximately 16%. If you have to grow to 25%, the manufacturing has to double in 2 to 3 years' time from where we are. And the white spaces available in the manufacturing sector were in the area which was defense and aerospace. So if you are looking at these white spaces to be covered to take care of the manufacturing of the country, defense and aerospace needs a fillip. It's no rocket science that we need to grow our manufacturing in defense and aerospace. Now let me come back to you. How do you grow manufacturing in defense and aerospace? We need to have a ecosystem which is based on a vibrant defense industrial base. And two constituents of that ecosystem or the so-called industrial base are technology and the manufacturing competence. In terms of manufacturing competence, this country has already shown that we are capable of doing high technology manufacturing. So what we need to take a look is at the technology ecosystem. Now, technology ecosystem consists of 3 segments. First is research and development, which generally would remain a state function. You will be carrying out research in certain fundamental categories, and this would generally be going from Tier 1 to Tier 3, 4, nothing beyond. Innovation is a step-by-step improvement in research and development. It is improving upon something which is happening. But the most important is what we call the breakthrough technologies. Now, breakthrough technologies cause disruption. 95% of the breakthrough technologies have come out of garages, which is what it means that they come out of startups. I was reading a very interesting book called The Conflict. It's a wonderful book written which sums up all the conflicts which had taken place from First World War till Ukraine war, which is as recent as last year. And the 3 lessons which come out of that book is that you cannot predict with confidence where the defense technologies are headed. After the First World War, there was a mention that with the Air Force being available, you all know where we stand. So the book says that there are 3 things which are going to happen into the future. The first is that technology is going to change at a pace faster than you anticipate. Secondly, the warfare will start engulfing the domains where they haven't gone before. And the third and the most important part was that the technology development will now happen in civilian domain rather than in the military domain. Till 2000 or till 1950s or 90s, most of the leading technologies were developed in the military domain. Not so. Today, the technologies are going to be developed in civilian domain, which will find themselves getting into the military domain. This is exactly what startups can do. They can bring those technologies, they can bring those real breakthrough technologies, will change the face of the warfare, which are going to happen and which are going to be done by the startups. Let me also link this with what happened in the warfare. We are at the cusp of what we call RMA 3.0. There was first came revolution in the military affairs 1.0. India was nowhere on the scene. We were not even ready. 2.0 was all about command and control, communication, software defined stuff, and we kept playing catch up. We did have the inherent capability in the country, but we were never being able to catch up. Till today, major weapon platforms which came into the country, which were imported, had generally the fire control systems and softwares written outside the country. Of course, things have changed drastically in last 10 years, but this was the situation. Now we are at the cusp of what we call RMA 3.0. And this is the place where we need to be the lead player in the world. And that leadership can only come about when you have something what the startups bring to the front. Just to give you an example, today, roughly, give and take, I think Virmani will probably confirm that, we have about 864 startups in defense space in the country. I was mentioned in T-Hub, you have 70 of them. How did this fire ignite? Till about 5 years ago, 6 years ago, we hardly had few startups in defense. IDEX program started and startups started to see light at the end of the tunnel. And suddenly you found they grew exponentially in this market. Today, 864, maybe 1,000. And when we are talking about, and the Defense Secretary was mentioning about Aditi, where you will have 25 crores funding. We were talking about IDEX Prime, where there's 10 crore funding. All these are way forwards to ignite that fire. What we really want to do is, there should not be 10, 20, 30, there should be thousands of startups. India should be the next startup nation. We already third in the global list. Last year we had 8,000 startups. But United States has 30,000. So we really need to go there to become the startup nation. And that startup nation will happen when you see more and more initiatives like T-Hub. I think the only thing which is holding back Indian innovation and startup revolution is perhaps the capital. I think it was already mentioned, we did sign one, I think one MOU has been signed. Moment these things are put into place, I think, tell you, sky's the limit. Each one of you would have seen either on the 30th January or on Ask Defense Expo or even recently a swarm drone display being done. If I'm not mistaken, it was being done by an Indian startup. The total cost of that swarm drone was less than 65 lakh rupees, including the drones. We as Indians have that capability of frugal engineering and frugal development. My last point, just to give you that confidence, today we have 450,000 engineers working as centers of excellence for R&D for foreign MNCs. And just the last year's data says that in last 5 years, foreign OEMs have saved $80 billion in research and development costs by having their centers in India. Cost of development in India still is around $40 per hour for a very fine research and development engineer. Compare that to almost 160 euros to $200 in United States of America. So we are blessed in this country with the capability to take us to the next level. All we need is little more light at the end of the tunnel, and I'm sure this will be provided shortly. With these words, I wish each one of you great times, smooth sailing, and fantastic developments going into the future. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Our company is a multi-platform development for solution provider for defense technology. We mainly supply to the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force. We just won an order for about 210 crores from the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force for supplying anti-drone defense systems. Now, not only are we looking at supplying to the Air Force and the Army, we soon have the Navy as well as the customer. We are also looking at supplying several smaller solutions to different arms of the armed forces. We are also looking at setting up international sales channels for the existing anti-drone product and for several other products that are there as a part of the marketing. T-Hub has been a fantastic partner in our entire journey. We've been with T-Hub from 2019. We've had T-Hub open its doors to us even during COVID. So it really helped facilitate our journey towards becoming a different startup where we are. See, it's my belief that as long as you can add value to a process, money will follow. Okay. So if you ask me, Big Bang Boom has been one of those companies which has been very successful in raising funding. So we followed a very unconventional fundraising model. Initially, different startups would go to a venture capitalist and ask them for money. We did not go to any venture capitalists. We literally raised money from angel investors who typically have a higher risk appetite. We have 140 investors on our cap table. A lot of people think that's a weird way of going about things. But to us, that completely revolutionized the way we could raise funds for our business. Now we have a lot of VCs who want to come on board. So instead of starting from VCs, we're now ending up with them in our second leg of our journey. So if you can reimagine business in a slightly different fashion and you can add value to a certain sector, the funds will follow for sure. So right now we have not only raised funds, but we've also acquired other companies who have not been able to raise funds and have integrated their technologies into what we are doing. So we have now, in a way, become a platform for being able to source funds for other people. Challenges are always going to be there. It's not unique to the defense sector, but it can always be. So it's been a journey. I mean, we won our first contract in 2019, and 2019 to 2024 is 5 years. Right? So saying that it's been all peaches and cream wouldn't be true because it's taken 5 years. But for a startup who previously wouldn't have had an established track record in defense, to be able to develop indigenous technology with an extremely low cash burn, and from a IDEX win to an order win of this magnitude in 5 years is a massive achievement, not just for the startup but for the defense ecosystem in general. So when the defense secretary tells you that this has been made a lot easier, it's absolutely true. Like, you couldn't even have imagined something like this, say, 10 years back. For a startup without a prior track record to win a 200 crore contract, it's absolutely impossible. Because think of it this way: everybody in this ecosystem is taking risk in one fashion or the other. So you have startups who are staking their careers. You have venture capitalists who are staking their money. Government is taking its reputation. That's a big deal, right? So you have somebody who's actually gone out there. You've had ministers, you've had bureaucrats who have taken decisions saying that this is where we want to put one on, and there will be failures along this journey. And for someone to have the risk appetite to take failures is almost a guarantee for success.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
India, an emerging defense and aerospace innovation hub. This pivotal discussion will delve into the intricacies of India's emergence as a hub for innovation in the defense and aerospace sector, shedding light on the opportunities and challenges that lie ahead. I'm glad to share that we have leaders from the Indian Air Force, DRDO, VC ecosystem, and entrepreneurs. It is with great pleasure that I introduce our esteemed panelists, each bringing a wealth of knowledge and expertise to this discourse. As our panelists, we have Air Marshal AVSM VM, Indian Air Force, Shri Srikumar Prabhakaran, retired, Shri G. Satish Reddy, Chairman of the Governing Body of Aeronautical Development Agency, Mr. Lakshminath V., Managing Partner, Pavestone VC, Mr. Sanjay Nikanti, Founder and CEO of Dhruva Space Private Limited. As a moderator, we have Wing Commander Anish Anthony, retired, the Chief Operating Officer of T-Hub.
The first theme will be the optimizing the utilization of startup as a driver of innovation, defense and the aerospace sector. So my first question will probably go to you, sir. I think, like he said, there are almost 850 plus startups in the defense and aerospace innovation ecosystem today. How can the Indian government and established defense firms, they can help startups to integrate better into the defense innovation ecosystem? What do you think that the startups need to do from their side? And what do you think that the ecosystem, senior players in the ecosystem like the DPSUs or the corporates need to do to help them integrate better?
Point what you asked me. Firstly, looking at the innovations in the country, the startups in the country, there is a huge quantum jump in the number of systems which have come up. As you know, in 2016, there were about 460 or so startups. Now there are about 1,14,000 startups which have come up in the country and going on every day. And defense was normally kept away for all the even startups and in the industries also. That now, that gap has been filled. Industry are also working a lot for the defense and a lot of startups have also started coming in. A lot of schemes government has brought in, like Defense Secretary has mentioned some time back, the IDEX or the TDF or Make 1, Make 2, IDDM and all those things have come up. But still, as far as the startups are concerned, I feel there are many things which need to be addressed and which many things need to be simplified. Firstly, the funding. In India, I still consider, in India, early stage startups or deep tech startups, funding is a question mark from India. As most of them are somehow managing with the funding from outside, and here getting it is little difficult. Second, when we look at even IDEX or anything, the funding is primarily for a product or a technological product, whichever way it is you say, as an end product or a technological product, not as such for a technology, which actually is supposed to have been from TDF. Somehow the TDF, I think last couple of years has not taken very well in the last couple of years. So that's another thing. So when you look at that type of a funding, the IDEX 10 crores, even though it has been increased from 1 crores to 10 crores, that is not sufficient. The TDF funding has been increased from 10 crores to 50 crores, that's a good thing. So that needs to be supported. Probably the other schemes like NRF or the quantum mission, which are about 50,000 crores and 6,500 crores which are coming up, these missions should be able to support the deep tech startups getting into technology. What I am saying is, the startups here, if they have to beat the world market and not just the Indian people, the product really has to be a technologically advanced or first of its kind product. Then you need to spend a lot, both funding wise and otherwise, a lot into the deep technology. This is one of the issues what we face. Second, whatever Defense Secretary said, they are all at the system level and product level what services the armed forces require. Many of the things which startups produce are not the end product what goes to services. Let's say you have a product, a subsystem or a product which goes into a tank or which goes into a fighter aircraft. The services won't come into picture unless he is responsible for the MRO of that and all that. It is some other agency which comes into picture, which has established supply chain. You have to break that chain and see that this product gets into it. There is a pain involved into it. That pain, this agency, whichever is responsible, should be able to take the pain. This is a second issue, because many of the startups, they don't bring an aircraft, they don't build a tank. So they build a product which is a technology-based product which needs to get into it. You have, let's say, an IR camera you have. If he makes a bolometer-based camera today, how does it get into the system? Who takes the decision? How does it get into all the processes? And the man who is already responsible for it, how does he take a risk in the government side also? This risk-taking are a aggressive approach to have the new products or indigenous products or the startups based innovations, we need to get into it. This is the second issue what it is. And thirdly, even the products which are getting into the services, one thing is it takes about 2 to 3 years time process today. And unless a product is normally in defense, the norm is if a product is not inducted into the services of the respective country, the other country won't buy. General norm it is. So how does this get into quickly? Whether this process can be hastened? If not, can the startup sustain this period of 3 years, 4 years, 5 years for the product to get into it? Development cycle, the acquisition process, the induction process, the trials, quality, whatever it is. This is another issue what the startups need to. One more issue I think I feel is, particularly in the defense, the connectivity for the startups is also a big question mark. Whom to approach for what? Whatever an idea I have. That's number one. Second thing is a suo moto proposal or an ab initio idea. How does it get into it? IDEX gives you challenges, you have to get into that challenges only. No, he has got a completely different thing and nothing connected to the verticals which are proposed by anyone. Need to propose that and I want to come into that, and how do I maintain that? How do I get into this system? Second, if I come out with an innovation, an innovative idea, and if you make it public, if I approach you, you are in the government, if you make it public, it is no more an innovation of the particular individual startup. You put it in limited and are open to take the idea and put it into, first mover advantage. Absolutely lost. So these, I can narrate many of the issues. I thought these are some of the issues what startups have, which you need to see. I don't think I should much comment on what startups should do, because they are just coming up. We need to encourage them. We need to understand them. Otherwise, the ecosystem won't come in the country. So maximum needs to be done by the bigger industries or DPSUs or the government needs to address the issues what I have mentioned.
Air Marshal Prabhakaran sir, I think you've served for more than 40 years in the Indian Air Force, right? At multiple levels, at an operator level, at a decision maker level, finally as an Air Marshal in the Southern Air Command, right? You've flown fighters, you commanded units. From a user perspective, right? There will always be an apprehension when adopting newer technologies. And more so, I think if you put from the lens of a pessimist, right, you will, typically we prepare for the worst. When in flying, we prepare for all of these emergencies who are inherently preparing for the worst case scenario where you can handle them effectively. So if I put that same lens onto startups and say, hey, am I getting a system which is not as well proven, which is not having as much of a production line capacity, which the gestation period has not been as much as other. So how do you think that from the user perspective, from the armed forces perspective, you can open up to be enabled to accommodate for more startup related technologies to be adopted into the armed forces?
What I mean is that it gives an opportunity for the young innovators to get in touch with the end users. I can tell you my experience in the Air Force is because we always have to go through the ministry, through the DRDO. Ultimately, the user never really comes face to face with the actual innovator. So I was very glad to hear the Defense Secretary mention today that the ministry is changing its rules, making things much simpler. Even though, I mean, a lot of improvements have been done in the last 10 years, but still we have some way to go. But despite that, he mentioned that any of the innovator who has been selected, and today I could see some bright guys coming up and picking up prizes, that the Air Force, let's say it was an Air Force issue, or the Army or the Navy, they would handhold them to take them right till the end of the tunnel. So that is one thing which can happen when you have more such interactions right from the user up to the guy who actually makes the product.
So, what would be your advice to startups? How can they reach out to help these navigate these barriers more effectively?
See, now, like once again, what the Defense Secretary mentioned in the website, all the various, and I think there are more than 2,000 or 3,000 items which have been listed out. So they could go on to that. They could see where it is that their, which niche, this thing they can work on, and thereafter they come and through T-Hub, through the ministry, once we get, because the Air Force directly cannot deal with the innovators. That's the problem, you see. But once they have been seen, like, for example, I would really love if the few guys, the few company, startups who were called on stage today, if through you all, they could be made to go to Air Headquarters, to the Directorate of Project, who's in charge of all new thing, and give their ideas. Maybe something will click. Not all, I don't say all, but something could. So I think these are the ways and means of moving things ahead, because like I think it was often brought out, India is the third or the fourth largest, as far as defense equipment buying is concerned. Why should all that go abroad when we have all the brilliant minds, as Sri Bhatia mentioned, 450,000 Indian engineers working for companies abroad. So all this we need to harness so that we become, self-sufficient and not depend too much on others. In fact, I would like to bring this point. When he spoke about this dependence on others during war, I think Sri Bhatia mentioned during war, it becomes critical. I'd like to tell the audience, in the 1982 Falklands War, when Argentina against Britain, Argentina had just bought Super Etendard aircraft, right? And their pilots were just about undergoing training. They were halfway through their training, and they just got, I think, 6 Sea Eagle missiles when France put a stop to their training and a stop to any more knowledge passed on to them. So these 6 pilots who had been trained, between themselves, they quickly trained, they learned how to use that missile, and they knew they had only 6 of these missiles. And they managed to use it to sink 2 or 3 of the, you would be aware of that. So that's the kind of, hold which a foreign country can have on you when you're in trouble. So it is so important to be as self-sufficient as possible.
You got around 35 years of experience, right? Global business strategy, innovation, M&As. You now run Pavestone, which is probably one of the largest funds in India as a managing partner at Pavestone. One of the biggest challenges for defense startups in particular is the ticket size of that entire development cycle that they go through, right? I mean, it is not as easy or as easy to access to capital when it comes to getting that size of capital. Even from the investor's perspective also, the gestation period is too long for that, right? So how do you think that the startups could be able to navigate these challenges that they encounter in the defense and aerospace sector?
So I run a $100 million fund. We focus on 2 areas. One is what we call B2B, and one is what we call as frontier technology. And I'll kind of tell you how that kind of fits in. And we probably were one of the first funds to support a defense startup. Probably 2.5 years back, the company is New Space Research, one of India's, the first Indian company to launch swarming drone technology, one of the most heavily funded companies at this point in time. So can talk a little bit about the journey, but I'll try to give you the gist of it. I think there are 2-3 things that we need to keep in mind. As a VC, obviously, we have a fund, we have raised money from investors, so we owe a return to the investors. And there's a certain time frame that we operate in. So there's obviously a pressure on returning money, capital back, and there's a return pressure. So that's something you need to always keep in mind at the back of when you're trying to make a decision, okay? Second thing is, when we look at this space, standard issues apply. One is, if I'm funding something in a B2C space, I know that there are, 500 million Indians, and I can see a large market, and I can do the multiples, right? Here, the usual questions are, we have a single client risk. When the person is selling, there's just one large client he is to sell to. What happens if, if there's a change in something, we don't know what it is, right? And then what's the impact? So that's something that we'll obviously have to consider. And people then, kind of pivot with, I have something for dual use kind of technology. I can do both commercial and defense and exports. That's one of the mitigation strategies. Second thing is I wouldn't say number of institutional investors, especially outside of India, do not invest in defense. So if your fund is focused on defense totally, then they would not, invest in you. So
like a dual-use startup, you have a dual-use fund as well.
Yeah,
right?
no, in the sense it's very difficult for you to raise large amounts of money because, they have the restrictions, rightly, wrongly, that's very difficult for us to raise that. So very important to manage the LPs in your fund. So that's the second constraint that we have, okay? So in order to address that, and I'll talk a little bit about some of the other positives that is, in order to address that, we kind of look at it as, it's not just about startups. How do you make the startup a grown-up? Okay, that's the most important part, right? Startup is nice. You get the fund, you get grants, you get to a certain level. The beauty of the game is how do you make it a large company, an institution, okay? So in order to do that, what we've been trying to do is we are looking at them through our, what we call a frontier technology lens. We have a certain portion of our budget allocated for that. And if they do well, then we look at them through the B2B lens. Okay. That is, and Satish Reddy sir mentioned that it is about, say, if you have to sell to you have to sell a platform, you're one part of it. Your product alone doesn't sell, okay? It is, how does it fit in? How does it work in many things? What's the cost of replacement? What's the cost of integration testing? Your product may cost 1 rupee. To test it, it may cost 1 million rupees. Okay? So you should look at it through that lens. It's extremely important. And anybody who's been in large corporations and sold large systems like core banking know the importance of it. So understanding B2B mindset is extremely important. So we look at startups through a frontier technology lens, and if they do well, then we are open to consider it as a B2B. And we have 2 buckets for it. Okay.
Sure.
Secondly, we also have a strong LP network. Today, we talk to a lot of LPs, and a lot of family offices are very interested in funding. So the fund may put a certain amount, but along with the LPs, you can actually put in a larger amount. Okay, so that's the way we try to mitigate it. So fund is, when you look at your, let's say you're a startup and you're looking at a VC, early stage, early growth is great, but if they don't have a B2B strategy, you may not get supported long term unless they have a very strong LP network. That's the way I kind of think about it. Coming to the startups, I think fantastic energy, passion there. I think my only submission is when I look at it from a platform lens, okay? And the kind of skills that you need for this space is extremely different from, you need, it's a mission critical system. So the way you build it, you deploy it is extremely different. So that mindset is extremely important. So that's what I would like to say, and happy to take any more questions from
Sanjay, I think navigated this space quite well over the last few years, right? I think you've recently raised a round also. I think we'd love to hear about that as well. But what would be your advice to 2 parts, right? One is to startups who want to build out in the space sector, and second is to organizations like T-Hub who want to help out to build out a vertical for the space sector startups.
Started my company in 2012, straight out of college, talking to prospective customers, and my prospective customers were largely academic institutions who were trying to build space missions. When I also tried to talk to users, being the Triforces or talking to ISRO DRDO, it was practically very difficult to sell because nobody was willing to believe that a 24-year-old can actually start like a space tech company in the country.
But why space tech? I mean, why space tech, space engineering?
Sure. So after the success of Chandrayaan-1, there was a scientist from ISRO who had visited our university. I was studying at SRM University in Chennai, and he said that we as students could actually build a satellite. I was part of a very large audience, and I was definitely very excited about the idea, but I wasn't really sure if something like that was possible. And then our university decided to fund that program, and we ended up building this whole satellite. And during the process of building the satellite, I realized that, we are a country with 1 billion people, but, we've sent missions to moon. We were talking about other, really great missions. We have a fantastic defense program, but there's not a single private company in the country that was building full satellites and serving global markets. So for me, that was like the trigger point that as a 19-year-old, if I'm able to build out a satellite, why is it that you can't build a business in the country? And that kind of motivated me to take this journey. However, first things first, it becomes when you're a startup, when you're trying to build out a business, the question, where do you get the money? Who is your customer, right? And for customer or business, you need a product, right? So where do you start? Right. So initially, when we started off, we were talking about building a satellite, trying to raise capital, and then investors would be like, "Okay, but who is your customer?" And I'm like, "Okay, I don't have a customer." And that's when I truly believe that the policy changes within the country opened up the opportunity for us, where the Startup India program giving a level playing opportunity for a startup to also work with a large company allowed us to look at problem statements laid down by the users or R&D institutions. For example, our first large customer was DRDO, where we had actually bid for building, rather indigenizing one of the most critical components that is used on satellites, which is the satellite solar arrays. We built a small solar panel, a 10 centimeter by 10 centimeter one used for satellites. But when we went to DRDO and said, hey, we can actually build out like a 1 meter by 1.2 meter panel, it was not easy, right? Because ISRO was doing it for many, many years. And it's a very complex problem to solve. That we were able to solve by piecing multiple things together. Like we worked with the PSUs in the country, we worked with BHEL, we worked with L&T, which is a larger entity. We did the design. We leveraged the ecosystem to solve that problem. So once that problem was solved, we had investors to believe that, okay, hey, you know what, you have a customer, you're serving that need, and now the question becomes, are you good enough for a VC play or not, right? So when I started looking at capital, now that I have a product, now that I have a customer, the question became like, who would back this business? And the problem when we were trying to raise capital in 2017, 2018 timeframe was precisely that, VC funds were largely looking at non-defense programs. And when you say that your customer is going to be a defense customer, VCs would be like, okay, probably not our bet. So what we did, how we were able to solve the problem is we had angel investors who came on board. So I had to talk to about 160 investors before finding our first play. Then the playbook became little more streamlined because the policy worked, the customer side of things worked. In terms of scaling up, just like what Sir mentioned, I think as a defense or a space company, if your strategy is you're only building a space or a defense company, it's very hard. So we are largely looking at a dual use case where the applications that we are building for space and defense will also have a commercial application. If we are building a remote sensing satellite, I can sell the remote sensing satellite data to many other people.
Primary forte has been communications. One of the, I still feel that you should have focus on that, which have both dual use purpose, and I think the world is moving to that. and try to do more and more focus in that. Probably somewhere we should work with the government and definitely get a bigger project, whatever our 108 satellites or whatever it is, that scheme. I think somehow I feel that you should focus more on that.
Sure, sir. Thank you very much for the advice. So, one of our biggest challenges were, especially to focus on one specific application, was that how do you address a rapidly changing market environment? So we wanted to build a foundation that will enable us to serve a variety of applications in any changing market environment. So instead of focusing on communication specifically, what we decided was that we will play a platform play, where if a customer wants a imaging satellite, the platform can be utilized for imaging application. If the customer wants it for weather, etc., again it can be customized for that application.
Hyderabad Telangana per se is has a lot of strengths when it comes to defense and aerospace manufacturing. You look at aviation academies, you look at the number of high precision engineering companies or SMEs that are there available in Hyderabad, right? A lot of corporates have already started moving in. Tassel Lelo, GMR Lelo, Boeing, Airbus, all of them have started moving in here. What are the kind of opportunities that you think that will unlock for startups, not only in the precision engineering space, but beyond that? Do you think Hyderabad can become a defense startup hub for the rest of India, a defense startup capital for the rest of India?
See, yeah, one thing like Mr. Jayesh Ranjan was mentioning, Hyderabad has been a prime city or center for defense, primarily, and also aerospace. If you look at all the DRDO laboratories which have come here, have come in somewhere 1958 or 1960, and I'm sure majority of the laboratories are here, and actually they're mostly divided between Bangalore and Hyderabad, and majority of the funding goes to these laboratories because they are more of strategic in nature and working more in aero, missiles and electronic warfare and all that. Then if you look at the PSUs, again you have everything here. You have the complete HL unit, you have the Bharat Electronics working on electronic warfare, and BDL, which has got 2 units here, and then over and above that you have related materials, related NFC and NFTC, and then you have ECIL, which are there. And I almost think that the number of industries which have been supporting, which have been in the part of the supply chain here, have been about more than 1,000 industries which have been there in that. One example, which not today, almost about 4 or 5 years back, example I try to give. One of the missiles which got into armed forces maximum in number, value-wise, is Akash missile, more than about 25 to 30,000 crores worth. BDL is the integrator, or BDL is the production agency, whatever you call it. And almost about 86 to 87% by value of the Akash missile has been coming from the MSMEs, and mostly from Hyderabad. 86, 87%. So BDL actually primarily has been concentrating only on the integration, and they went to the extent of supplying 60 missiles a month. And then one day I remember CMD BDL was promising that I can go even to 120 missiles a month. So that's out of the support what has come in. Now the things are changing. The warfare, actually technologies what are used in the war are changing a lot. Never we thought the drones will play so much of a role, and weapons, the lasers, the electromagnetic pulse, and related so many systems started coming into it, which actually the startups have taken the footing. Like example you take in Hyderabad, the quantum technology. At least there are 2 companies which have come here who are working on quantum memories and quantum communication related things and all that. You see the drones and anti-drones systems, at least I think 2 companies I have seen. One is that Big Bang Boom, and one more company from Hyderabad who have come up with small anti-drone systems which are required today, which actually is continuously changing today. See, today if you talk about anti-drone technology, talking about a one-to-one system or a laser system or a jamming thing doesn't work today anymore after 1 or 2 years. You need to have technologies which are coming up in a big way, like swarm technologies, and there are 500 drones coming. How do you handle them? What are your technologies you require? This is where requirement. So the necessary background and base exists in Hyderabad out of so many academic institutions here, and that too particularly today, over and above that academic institutions, which are probably 300 academic institutions in around Hyderabad, then IIT which has come in, triple IT, and even in ISB, lot of innovations which are coming out. So lots of innovations are coming up. If you look at last 3 months, I myself, at least I have visited and gone to almost about 50 startups and seeing, working for aerospace and defense. And so people are coming up. It's only the right guidance, what type of a right novel thinking, an idea which is not existing sort of an one, where you come out and you are able to design and get funds for that and provide is what is required. So I definitely perceive, very strongly perceive, for defense, Hyderabad as the strong base for innovations to come up, and aerospace also definitely, out of many things which are coming up in the aerospace sector, with ISRO also having its presence, and various other aviation sectors like you said, TSL and many other companies which are coming. Actually, we were talking to Mr. Mohan Reddy also, the way their companies, many people who have become part of supply chain to the entire world. So you need to have all those components or subsystems and products which are there to come out with innovative, the technologies which are coming up and supply is one thing. And particularly with you, T-Hub and T-Works coming up, I think it has given the necessary boost into this city or into the state or surrounding places where a lot of people are jumping into it. And the only thing is, we have to see that those people who have jumped into it, at least down the line, 5 years, they should start tasting the success. Otherwise, the next batch, should not be held because these people didn't get the success. And that is where we all have to see that the state government and central government agencies which are present here, organizations present here, make the startups which have already jumped into it come up successfully. Whatever time period, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, whatever it is, that should happen. I think that kicks off the Hyderabad, which has got the necessary ecosystem, support system, all infrastructure existing in the industry base, whichever existing, you should be able to take on.
If you look at the 2025 capital outlay for the capital expenditure for the Ministry of Defense, almost $20 billion has been set aside for capital expenditure, right? Now you overlay that with the policy of having to procure locally as a norm, and then go internationally in case of an exception of something that is not available here. Recently, I think the list 5 has come out for protective good, which you have to prepare only in India, right? When you overlay all of these things together, the defense sector now suddenly starts becoming a lot of opportunities start getting created for in-house homegrown countries. So do you see LPs, investors, funds looking at that opportunity positively? Do you see an inflow of funds, or maybe at a certain point of time, near future, medium future, defense-focused funds getting created?
Absolutely, I see that. My simple analogy on that is, see, end of the day when you're eating, right, dal roti makes the major portion of your meal, okay?
Yeah.
The innovation and all is nice, it's very, sexy, etc. But lot of basic stuff that you consume is most important. And when you talk of something like that, fundamentals are extremely important. So I strongly see that happening. And I see that there will be essentially 3 plays in that. One is there will be companies, there will be VCs which will fund that kind of enterprises at a B2B kind of level. Secondly, you will see PEs come in who will integrate some of these things and provide a longer solution. See, this is more a PE play than a VC play because this becomes a margin play rather than a revenue play, right?
Yeah.
The moment it's a margin play, you will see a lot more PE companies come in. And you will also see larger companies, look at this space and kind of do acquisition. So I see these 3 things, okay? I just wanted to point out one thing on what Satish Reddy sir said on ecosystem. I think absolutely. In the sense, ecosystem is the end of the day, it's not buildings, it's culture. Okay. And culture is all about conversations. Okay. Just to give, and it's going to take time. I was part of the management team which set up India's first multinational software company in '86. Okay. Intergraph. And today, it's the GC system is one of the largest. Okay. Why? Because there's a brand built. So the way I look at it is, 50 years back, if you talk to India, people associated you with Mahatma Gandhi.
Yeah.
Okay. 30 years back, Mahatma Gandhi and yoga. Okay. Now it's Mahatma Gandhi, yoga and IT. Okay. And space, right? I see that brand is an extremely important component. And I see that events like this, the conversations are very important. See, 30 years back, when you went to a coffee shop here, people will talk about, only two things. Where do I buy the next land? When do I go abroad? When do I get my green card? Right? Those would be the conversations. But the conversations today are very different. What am I building? How do I make a difference? So that's extremely powerful. Okay, and I see that as a big game changer. So.
Yes, please.
One of the things which came up, especially for the young innovators or startups, is that if you only look at the defense market, that means if it's only, let's say, the Air Force or the Army or the Navy, then you may be looking at a very small market. So one of the things which I think present day Indians, when they start something, is they have to look global, which means, I think it was brought out by one of the speakers, that you have to look at standards not just for the Indian Defense Forces, but something which in due course you can export. So it has to be that kind of a standard which you aim for right from the beginning.
Satish sir, you had a comment.
This particular point, people are looking at it. See, I keep saying in my talks, with the startup ecosystem coming up in the country, the mindset of the country has changed. The mindset of the country, whoever wanted to start industries earlier, used to be an ancillary mindset. Can I supply to DRDL? Can I supply to HMT? Can I supply to BHL? And what product you want and all. Now the mindset, whoever is working, I've seen lots of products. The product, actually, they are looking at a globally marketable product. Example, I'll give you just a medical device, somebody I was saying. You touch that with your thumb, then it gives you the blood sugar, BP, heart rate, and ECG, and whatnot, oxygen levels and everything. Nowhere exists in the world. The type of quality, the product, and each and every details the startup has gone into it, right from anodization, how to make the box, the unit,
the form factor,
much better than many of the most modern mobiles.
Handsets,
is much better the quality is. Only thing is, the problem is, as I said, the marketing capability, the initial funding, and the right connects into the world or in the country. These are the issues what we need to look at for the startups, and that happens, I think people are geared up.
Sure.
And it is the country, the type of momentum what it has got, if we are actually not sustain that momentum, it is very difficult for this country to get back again.
So are investors now starting to, the ISRO or the governmental space program has made a niche for itself across the world. I mean, it is very well renowned, recognized and all of that, right? In the private sector, do you see investors looking at Indian space sector as an opportunity to carve out a fund there, to be able to set aside fund, like they've set aside, Pavestone set aside for defense, for example, right? And then maybe move on to a B2B play. Do you think people are starting to carve out those in their portfolios, carve out those funds to be able to deploy into the space sector?
Definitely see a lot of interest from investors looking at the space and defense sector increase over the last 12 to 18 months. However, it's also, what kind of investors are looking is also very important.
Yeah.
A lot of capital has been raised in the Western markets to, meet certain goals. And but if you look at their capability on delivering results, some of them who've done SPAC deals and went public, they're not performing the way they were supposed to do. So there is also a possibility that some of these companies would like to deploy cash into India to look at tapping into the market opportunity as well as the manufacturing opportunity. In addition to that, I think also from an entrepreneur's perspective, I think the regulatory framework or the government frameworks have been extremely supportive. When we were trying to raise capital, we were also looking at debt options. And, in this particular round, we found participation of SIDBI as well as the Technology Development Board. And that is like a very welcome move, because this was not something that we were anticipating, or that system existed 24 months ago. And in fact, this framework is evolving very fast. We are talking to numerous bankers, and bankers are also looking at the possibilities where if you have a government contract, how it can be supported. So I think the future looks definitely bright if entrepreneurs are looking at the space and defense sector. The caveat being, please do not look at space and defense where government and military will be your only customer. It is extremely important to look at enterprise opportunities within India and also outside of India. As long as that framework is stitched out well, I think, businesses will thrive.
Thank you very much to all the panelists. I think we've had a great discussion here. I personally have learnt a lot. Thank you very much for participating in the panel.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Gurutva Systems is an indigenously company which has been working on basically demanding applications. We wanted to work on indigenous solution for demanding application. And we work majorly in 3 areas. One is the counter drone, basically anti-drone system. Second is on the heating systems for the high altitude and extremely cold environment. And the third area what we work is in the gyroscopes and accelerometers, which is the inertial systems. We are fortunate enough to win Indian's IDEX challenge, which is the startup challenge for anti-drone run by Ministry of Defense. We are the only startup company which is winner of MHA as well as the defense startup challenges. So we have also won a BSF Bhumi competition for illegal use of drones. So on anti-drone domain, we are working with not only Ministry of Defense, but we are working on Home Affairs requirement as well, which includes the policing as well as the border securities, etc. We are, since we are part of IDEX, we have incubated in T-Hub, and T-Hub has been very long-standing partner for us, and they are giving us, valuable guidance, what we need. Being a startup, we don't know much of the things in terms of processes. Sometimes we lack the understanding of how the purchases happens. So T-Hub has been very kind, and they have been helping. We are incubated here, which is our fortunate combinations. And at the same time, they are giving us open mind thought. We have grown significantly in the last 3 years. We have backed more than 400 numbers of systems order from Indian Army and Air Force combined. This makes us the largest company for supplying anti-drone systems in India in terms of numbers. I would say in single line that we exist because of the policy changes. See, earlier, so I have a 8 years background before starting my own. I was used to work in a defense in a large private company. And so I've seen it from 2006 onwards, the defense businesses. And it was used to be so tedious and so cumbersome to interact earlier with a customer. Okay. And with all these policy changes, recently what we have observed that customer is actually eager to tell us their problem, and when we have solutions which we think that they are likely going to solve their problems, they are very eager to allow you to test them. They are helping us in testing. They even give you their own inputs. They are actually helping us to improve the products. And the testimony of that product is the drone system, the anti-drone rifle. When we got the order for development of anti-drone system, we didn't have the portable system in our kitty. Okay, and Air Force walked us through their problem statement in terms of what they want and how they want. We designed specifically for Air Force from scratch, and that's how they, since they were part of the journey, they liked it. And this whole policy change, when we say, allowed us to get into partnering mode with customer rather than customer mode, and that gives us a product for them also and for us also, which is actually meeting their requirement. And so there are many things like they asked us that keep us, something for upgrade, because they were asking us that down the line things may change, then we need to upgrade in India. So we kept those channels, those space inside. And if suppose we were not part of that journey, then we would have developed something which might not be useful for Air Force, at the end. So this is exactly what we are saying, that there are policy changes which are so beneficial for startup. Any company which is starting, IDEX is one of the more. Even in tendering, the startups are getting benefit in terms of level playing. Okay, but earlier there was no level playing. So we can't fight up with the big companies. We can't fight up with the companies which are bringing white label goods. Okay, people buy from China, buy from here and there, and then they put it with their own name. We can't bid them and win the contract. But now the policies are so matured and so developed that it is so easy to compare paper to paper and oranges to oranges, apple to apple. So this is really good, and it is really true what he said.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
The presence of so many startups, the innovators here, makes the visit to Hyderabad very fruitful one. So far, procurement has been looked at bringing some very costly high technology equipment from abroad for the forces. To allay the fears of the local manufacturers, in 2021 December, our Prime Minister declared that the defense procurement will be primarily from local industry. It has been written down on stone. It cannot be violated just like that. So, if you think that defense forces require a particular type of equipment now or in future, you should start innovating, because you stand a very, very good chance to become a part of their supply chain. The presence of so many startups, the innovators here, makes the visit to Hyderabad very fruitful one. So far, procurement has been looked at bringing some very costly high technology equipment from abroad for the forces. To allay the fears of the local manufacturers, in 2021 December, our Prime Minister declared that the defense procurement will be primarily from local industry. It has been written down on stone. It cannot be violated just like that. So, if you think that defense forces require a particular type of equipment now or in future, you should start innovating, because you stand a very, very good chance to become a part of their supply chain.
We would now like to express our heartfelt gratitude and take the privilege to felicitate our esteemed guest, Shri Giridhar Armane, IAS Defence Secretary of India, for gracing us with his presence today. He is known for his illustrious career and distinguished service to the nation. Shri Armane has held various pivotal roles in both the central government and state governments, showcasing exceptional leadership and expertise. I humbly request Shri Giridhar Armane to grace us and share his thoughts on the future of Indian defense and aerospace system.
I am thankful to T-Hub, Jayesh Ranjan, Srinivas Rao Garu, and the Anthony and his team of the dynamic T-Hub team here. Reddy Garu is here, Satish is here, and many important defense sector industry leaders are here. Hyderabad is a beautiful city. It's always a pleasure to be here. Also, the presence of so many startups, the innovators here, makes the visit to Hyderabad very fruitful one. I would like to divide my comments into three parts. Firstly, I would like to tell you about the initiatives taken by government in procurement reforms. Secondly, in the innovative ecosystem reforms. Thirdly, quality reforms. Lastly, I would conclude by expressing what Government of India expects from the innovative ecosystem in the country. Firstly, coming to the procurement reforms. So far, procurement has been looked at bringing some very costly high technology equipment from abroad for the forces. To allay the fears of the local manufacturers, in 2021 December, our Prime Minister declared that the defense procurement will be primarily from local industry. Imports will be an exception. So it has been written down on stone. It cannot be violated just like that. Any exception has to be approved by the defense minister himself, and if it required, it goes to the cabinet. So, if you think that defense forces require a particular type of equipment now or in future, you should start innovating, because you stand a very, very good chance to become a part of their supply chain. The second important thing which is done is that we have ensured that the procurement process itself is speeded up. It's delegated to various levels. Now, you have seen the emergency procurement recently. More than 100 contracts have been signed in a period of 6 months to 8 months, and many supplies also are taking place. Several of these are purely Indian designed, developed and manufactured. Similarly, we have the Make 1 and Make 2 programs also, where last year 2022-23 we have concluded more than 80 contracts with the local manufacturers. These can be very top order equipment like the tanks and infantry combat vehicles, and it can also be smaller equipment like spare parts, components of the various platforms we are using. Thirdly, in Make programs, that is Indian designed and developed manufacturing in India equipment, we are ensuring that orders are placed soon after the development is completed. In fact, the Make 1 and Make 2 programs are tied with the secure orders. Make 3, which also looks at technology transfer and manufacturing in India, is also tied to the guaranteed orders. So, in terms of ensuring that whoever designs and develops in the country is rewarded adequately, reforms are already in place to ensure that they get the returns. The next most important reform is that we are requiring each and every critical technology required for these platforms which our forces are procuring are designed and developed in India. Normally, what used to happen previously is that there will be several Indian companies manufacturing parts, components, but the company which gets the order for the entire platform used to import several of these components from abroad, despite having the local alternative. So we ensured that now, as per the new rules, the critical technologies have to be sourced from India. If they are already available, if they are not available, they have to be developed and manufactured in India. This is a major change. Why? Because so far, indigenous technology means it used to be labor component, it used to be the maintenance component, it used to be the documentation, it used to be the training. It never used to be the critical technology. It can be the metal bending, riveting, and those kind of low technology equipment, but it never was high-end avionics or electronic systems, IT systems, etc., which used to be very critical. What happens is that if we buy the IT systems, the software of these platforms from abroad, we are constantly dependent upon the foreign suppliers. The Indian supplier never gets a chance to supply. Those things are a thing of the past now. Now, we have mandated that the IDDM means it shall be designed and developed in India. It has to be manufactured in India. Next, I will come to the innovative system reforms. We had IDEX program in 2018-19 that itself was a very great revolution. In fact, it for the first time established a very simple process to ensure that innovators are given some support, some mentorship, some hand holding, and also a small amount of grant. It used to be 1.5 crores. Later it was increased to 10 crores. Now, recently we have ensured that these innovators, these young people who have started companies, are also assured of the orders. They progress to the orders in a seamless fashion. It is not a very cumbersome process of going through several rounds of quality checks, etc. Because we are asking you to develop a particular technology, we agreed with you what it will perform, and you have developed according to that. The procurement from these companies has been simplified a lot. In fact, one of the officers from the services, Navy, Air Force, or Army, will handhold you and ensure that the procurement process is also completed. One more important, very important change has been brought about. That is the spiral development. So far, we prescribe SQR, service quality requirements, at a particular level. It has to fly, if it's a drone, it has to fly up to 10,000 feet. If it flies up to 9,500 feet, we used to say, no, you have not met the SQR, so we cannot procure. Similar restrictions were there in many other requirements. So what we now say is that if you meet, say, 70% of the requirement, okay, we will place order for so many units. You still have a chance to increase it to the 10,000 feet and come back to us so that we can procure from you the remaining quantity. So the spiral development is going to be of great help to the innovators as they are assured of orders even if they meet not 100%, but 70 to 80% of the requirement also. This will ensure that you will not suffer in future. We are also thinking of doing one more thing. Just now, some of the people I interacted with told me the initial seed capital is okay. You may give 1.5 crore, 10 crore or 25 crores, but the matching grant is causing a serious problem. We want to solve that. We are thinking of tying you with the platform manufacturer. Suppose you manufacture a component subassembly for a larger platform. We would like you to get in touch with the larger company which manufactures the platform and get the necessary funding from them. Apart from that, recently Finance Minister had a very detailed discussion with the Managing Director of SIDBI. She had instructed him to ensure that all the defense startups get the necessary funding at the lowest possible cost. The cost of capital has to be reduced for the startups in the country. So all necessary arrangements will be done for that. And from my side, from the defense ministry side, we will ensure that our companies, I have 16 of them, will ensure that they will come to your support. They will not ask for your equity. Please don't worry. They will extend you in terms of a interest-free loan if you are developing a part, a subsystem, a component which will go into the platform they are manufacturing. I request other industry representatives here. I have representatives of Tata, Mahindra, Boeing, Safran, very large companies are present here. I would also request them to handhold the startups, and have been doing it. In fact, when Honorable Prime Minister went to the US last June, he took along with him a large number of the startup innovators. There, he personally ensured that they get the necessary support from the American industry ecosystem. Just before he reached there, he had asked me to organize an event where Indian startups get an exposure to the American defense industry. So we had organized that Indus symposium there, where many top US companies had interacted with Indian startups and have given several orders to these companies. So in terms of connect between industry, the established industry which get most of the large orders, and the startups which provide the critical technologies needed, has been already started, and I hope it will, in times to come, will become very, very strong and be mutually beneficial to the large corporates as well as the startups. Now I come to the third important reform which government has undertaken recently, is the quality reforms. Quality control and quality assurance are very key to defense industry. You understand, one particular batch of ammunition which resulted in poor quality has caused the death of many soldiers a few years ago, 3-4 years ago. So quality control is to be given topmost importance in all the defense related manufacturing processes. So we are generally very careful. We have a very large organization with several thousands of people working for it, which will check the quality of various equipment, arms and ammunition we procure. However, many times it becomes so tedious that the manufacturers get worried that this process will never end and we may end up with no order in next few years. That will cast a shadow on their financials and will result in them getting out of the defense sector. It has happened many times previously also. So to ensure that the processes are very fair, objective and not very time consuming, we have introduced several reforms recently. Firstly, we are providing a single window system for quality control. So far, we have been asking the manufacturers to go around several of the laboratories, several of the offices to get each of the systems to be certified. Now, we say that if you are manufacturing, say, a battle tank, you can go to only one office and get all the systems certified through that office. He will handhold you. He will take forward the certification process on his own. There will not be multiple visits to multiple offices. The second important thing is the remote and virtual quality control. Now we have huge developments in IT, instrumentation. Many of you are fully aware of it, which will enable us to do the quality control, quality assurance work sitting in a remote area. There is no need to be physically be present. Right now, I have deployed several hundreds of my officers in these companies, manufacturing companies. I would like to get out of these offices. Maybe in a central office, they can sit and watch what is being done in these offices through remotely operated cameras, etc. A part of this is also the automated quality control processes. Many of the machines these come with the recording of the parameters of the goods being manufactured. They can be read and understood clearly whether the processes are proper or not from a remote location. That also has been enabled now, and many companies are already utilizing this. And lastly, in this series of reforms is the self-certification. If you have reached a certain stage in the manufacturing process, you can certify yourself that this is according to so and so standard, so and so mill standard, we confirm, so we can supply to you. Or third party certification. If there is NABL certified laboratory, they can come and check and give a certificate to you, which will be acceptable in the ministry. Like this, we want to declutter the quality control and quality assurance processes so that your procurement, the manufactured goods, the goods you have manufactured can be procured without any problem. So these are the three types of reforms which government has undertaken. I have listed only important ones. There are several of these things because our procurement process, quality assurance process is very complicated one. We had to change, we have to modify, we have to delete many of these processes. It is much simpler now. It can be much more simpler. I need your advice on that. But I have stated some of the important ones. So what do I expect from Defense Ministry side to the startups? We have issued a lot of challenges challenges through IDEX recently and through Aditi only last month. I would request all of you to work on them because there are guaranteed orders in them. If I ask for a small component of a battery tank or one of my aircraft fighter jets, I actually need it in large quantity. Please look into these positive indigenization ways which are there in our website. Similarly, the challenges are needed for actual life uses. We need to deploy these equipment as soon as you make them ready. That's why IDEX program in last 2-3 years has resulted in several contracts. I think 34 or 35 contracts have already been signed, and we are in the process of signing many more. More than 300 projects have been awarded for development under IDEX. So I want you to concentrate on the 5 positive indigenization lists issued by the ministry so that I can procure more and more goods from you and also from the DT and IDEX challenges. The second one is the care for quality and the user friendliness. I was trying to procure an assault rifle for Indian Army. This assault rifle is like almost like a part of your body for a soldier who is guarding the border. It has to be very, very user friendly. It should not get heated up. It should be very easy to use. It should not malfunction. Whether in Ladakh or is in Rajasthan, it has to be so good that the soldier will not feel that it's a burden on him. When I compare what is made by say 6 in US and what is made by our own defense PSU in our country, of course our own equipment is fully indigenous 100%, but the look, feel and the quality all have much to improve. So when you are coming up with a product, look at the design of it carefully, user friendliness of it carefully, and also the quality assurance also very carefully. Without these, we cannot really excel in any sector. Quality of actual functioning and quality of look and feel are also very, very important for getting success in procurement processes. The very look of your equipment should be so appealing. I would like you to work on it. Thirdly, for capital, I assume that none of you want to part with equity in your companies. Don't get disheartened. We are working on the funding mechanisms. We understand that going through the defense ministry's processes is very tedious. We are in the process of reforming. We have already done a few. More are in the offing. But do approach the funding agencies, the DPSUs without hesitation. We don't want to steal your IPR in the DPSUs. We are willing to fund you without any caveats, without any very difficult conditions. We would like you to succeed. Ultimately, if you succeed, we succeed, and our country's security is really in good hands. So, with this appeal, and again thanking T-Hub, which has come up as one of the best incubators in the country, and maybe it will rival some of the best in the world. Congratulating the team here, congratulating all the innovators here, I take your leave. Jai Hind.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
This has been a privilege, just being part of this ecosystem for the last few years. And what I'm here to tell you a little bit about the story. But before I get that, respected sir, Shri Giridhar Armaneji, Shri Jayesh Ranjanji, and rest of my colleagues here from different industries, startups, and PSUs, I want to tell about that how over the last few years we have looked India very differently, within Collins Aerospace, within the world, how we are seeing that. And what we are seeing very interestingly is that India is becoming largely the global hub for innovation, research in aerospace and defense. And so when we started exploring the last few years, we understood that partnerships with T-Hub, we can really get into the Indian ecosystem, we can understand the true power of startups, and we can see how they can really solve the global problems that are there, plaguing in industry across aerospace and industry, in various forms. So with that, quick introduction. So I represent Collins Aerospace. It's a 100-year-old company, obviously through various mergers and acquisitions. We became Collins in 2018. We've been in India for about 30 years now. We have actually had an engineering site based out of Hyderabad. We recently opened a very big site in Bangalore. And now we're doing even operations in Bangalore as well. And what we've realized that beyond engineering design and manufacturing, there is a lot of interesting research collaboration opportunities. And that's how we started this Powered by Collins initiative. We opened up with T-Hub last year. That was our first year exploring the concept that can we give 4 or 5 global collaboration challenges that we are seeing that daily our customers are asking. And while we're trying to solve those problems, we see there is a need for acceleration, there's a need for quick productization. And we opened that up to the global ecosystem. The best thing was we actually used an Indian startup accelerator to reaching out for the global platform. And we had quite a big success. Last year, we had several incoming proposals. We shortlisted 1 or 2. We had 1 or 2 success stories. And that made us confident for us to come back again a second year and say that let's actually expand this. And in fact, bring those problem statements over here where Indian startups are doing very, very well. So bring in AI problems, bring in data analytics problems, and actually pose that over here. So that's what I'm very happy to share. The Powered by Collins initiative is open right now. And you can go in, you can actually find about it. You can find the 4 big startup collaboration opportunities we are looking at. And all we're really requesting you is through that, give us an introduction of how you think these problems can be solved. And then let's convene with some of the business owners, some of the people who have actually created those challenges and work together. So in closing thoughts, I feel this is just the beginning of what Collins is doing in India today. There is huge potential beyond just the workforce, the 5,000 plus Collins employees who are across Hyderabad and Bangalore. There is a whole ecosystem where we see potential for huge collaborative innovation, huge research, and obviously reaching from here to the world, bringing solutions which are designed, developed, researched in India, but are deployed across the global landscape.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
This program symposium was really useful where we talked more about the startups. So since NABARD is an active player in the startup ecosystem, so the symposium gave us an opportunity to highlight the initiatives of NABARD in their startup ecosystem. We are supporting the startups through incubation centers. In all India level, we are supporting 7 incubation centers. Through these incubation centers, more than 1,200 startups have been incubated, and they have started their units. And in Telangana, we have supported 2 incubation centers, and they have so far they have incubated more than 120 startups, and they have started their units. And most of these startups are through the incubation centers. NABARD is supporting startups who are dealing with the agriculture and rural areas, and they are providing solutions to the farmers' problems. So these startups are functioning well. So this symposium gave us an opportunity to highlight NABARD's interventions and initiatives in a startup ecosystem. NABARD, more than this incubation centers, we have a subsidiary called NAB Ventures. Through this NAB Ventures, we are supporting the startups through equity and venture capital support, and we also support this incubation centers and the incubators, the startups, capital support, catalytic capital support, where those startups which are having good business ideas, but they are not able to prosper, maybe due to so many other issues, including the finance. So such startups where there is potential for growth, so we support them with the catalytic capital support through the incubation centers. So this symposium, there were many eminent speakers, so we could gather knowledge what they are doing in their field and how to network with these agencies, organizations. So that gave us an opportunity for further networking and expanding our activities. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Today, I feel really great that we could bring all the stakeholders, relevant stakeholders to this forum, as I always feel that tri-sector partnership is needed. The government, the corporate sector, the not-for-profit, including the associations, are all needed to bring, to create an ecosystem. And today, when we talk about startup ecosystem or entrepreneurial ecosystem, and especially for women entrepreneurs, which we are working now in 37 countries, we are the largest platform for women entrepreneurs. We feel so honored that all these actors are all working together. And through this, we are trying to promote women to be more wealth creators or then job seekers, because if they become wealth creators, then they will employ more women and there will be more prosperity for the families, and all that's what it is. So the whole thinking is how we can work in different countries and create an ecosystem and work on access to finance, access to market, and also to the entire thinking about bringing technology to the people who are the startups which are incorporating these companies. But the main issue is bringing all of them together and running this cohorts or through organizational development. That's the whole thinking of it. What we are doing is we are going country by country and talking to the government and to the entire associations and the ecosystem actors to see how we can bring these people to talk to each other. As you know that in Silicon Valley, wherever the ecosystem has progressed, the community has worked together. They share their entire belief system. They share information. They share, where they are raising money. They share what is the blueprint they created. And that's what we are trying to see, that kind of ecosystem can be built for India, in India, and all the entrepreneurs work together. And the whole aim should be how India should be first, how India should progress as a nation, and we should work on more from the nation building. We are a global chamber of commerce for women. Women in business can relate to us because what we are doing is we are bringing women from across the world together. So they can exchange their information, they can work together, they can build their businesses together, they raise capital, and also look at how a community of women entrepreneurs can work together. We are the only chamber of commerce globally for women, which makes us unique as because we are the largest. A time is coming where we will be a global registry and the governments will start using us. So once we had that kind of, we create the mass of details, then the whole structure will work that, this structure will also start working, and we are working with banks, financial institutions and different actors, and that's the whole thinking of it. So our challenge is, as other organizations face, that, the capital. Capital means the money. As of now, I'm an entrepreneur. I'm personally investing my personal money into ABWCI. Plus, we are also reaching out to companies. We're reaching out to associations, institutions, financial institutions to take money so that we can reach out to people. Our membership is free. So we are trying to bring more mass into our organization so that more women can get the benefit of the tenders, events, and also the community, the cohorts. That is really important from that perspective. So that's what we are trying to build. But as to also stress and to reinforce, we are the only global chamber of commerce for women, and there is no parallel to it. So the task is uphill, but we are trying to work together. So we are urging more volunteers, more funding organizations, everyone to come together and work with us, because we have the platform and we have the numbers to really work with them to look at all that. So that's what ABWCI is. And we are very, very fortunate to have all our actors working together.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
This initiation happened in 14 days when I was just taken charge as the South Asian president in Singapore. Then I thought, because why don't we get all the leaders together on a common platform? Then being an international day for innovation, creativity and sustainability. So we partnered with NIMSME. NIMSME wholeheartedly has supported, and FICCI has supported us, and CII WIN has supported us, ISB and IIIT, IIT, and even ISF, International Startup Foundation, and Ubuntu, Consortium of Association, and LEAP, Association of Lady Entrepreneurs of India. When we were just discussing, and it was very positive response. I think we could do this in 10 days, getting all the collaborators together on one platform. And today India is second largest in the country to have the unicorns. So as NIMSME director was also saying, so we should have baby cons and all. So I think this is a platform where it creates and nurtures entrepreneurs, startup entrepreneurs to scale their industries. And we wanted to get them connected to the industry, academia and institutions so that they know where they're landing, how to get funding is very important. Access to capital is important. Access to market is important. So we have to leverage on the contacts and collaborations to take it forward. As Ajit Ranganekar ji was talking about innovation in a very big way, because he's the director for RICH. And we think these kind of platforms will help a common man to get a pool of people under one umbrella to network. So because we cannot reach them out of place, because taking their appointments and leaving and all, I thought the common man can be. So more of these symposiums helps a startup. Like suppose a lady who wants to start and she doesn't have an idea, we can nurture them and grow them and take it forward. And ABWCI has taken this initiation, and I'm sure it's one of the largest global networking platform for commerce and industry. So this is where the symposium is rolling, and we'll do many such events further. And I also thank the MyStartupTV, which is taking it live and giving us this presence. And I'm sure the MyStartupTV will also have a networking platform with ABWCI, because we are in present with 37 countries now.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I'm also the global ambassador for ABWCI. So it's a pleasure to be here today to talk about innovation because that is the need of the hour. But as mankind is progressing, lot of things are into the market. There's lot of technology and there are a lot of, need for people to buy products, whether it's health or whether it is, gadgets or it's technical items or anything like that. So what is needed is innovation. Innovation which will protect the environment, which is does not have health hazards and which is very, very eco-friendly. So this kind of a seminar or a discussion has given a platform for all the people, especially the women entrepreneurs who are into innovation. And we, as Ubuntu Consortium, we encourage women entrepreneurs across India, who especially spread across Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, to create innovative products, to market those products, to network, and also to promote those products. So I'm very glad to be here today and to be associated with this wonderful event with ABWCI. And we are talking about taking the products from local to global. So wishing this whole event a grand success. We at Ubuntu Consortium know the value of taking innovation to rural areas and especially to women who cannot access technology. So we are now taking up a massive drive on digital transformation and digital marketing through training women entrepreneurs online. And this has been very successful. Women entrepreneurs who were making very good innovative products could not sell the products or exhibit the products beyond their own limited area. Now with the training in digital marketing, we have created this digital transformation where women are able to use platforms like Facebook, Insta, Google, and they're also able to get themselves exposed to international markets because from Ubuntu Consortium, we arrange interactive meetings with the Indian embassies spread across the world. So recently we had an interaction with Russia. We're also planning to have interaction with the African countries. So the women entrepreneurs who are in far off villages and distant areas are able to access or speak about the innovative products to people across the world. So it has, I think, COVID opened the doors for the need of technology. Without COVID, people never knew that online marketing, online training was the need of the hour. But now it's not only for women, but for men and for everybody, digital marketing is the need of the hour. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are very happy to jointly organize one-day symposium on creative minds, innovative ideas, and sustainable solutions for shaping a better future, along with Association of Businesswomen, Chamber of Commerce, and participation of very eminent dignitaries in our campus today. National Institute for MSME is the capacity building arm of Ministry of MSME. We do a lot of capacity building of very senior officers. We do research, consultancy, documentation, dissemination, and we take care of all the needs of the MSMEs related to the capacity building. We do a lot of international executive programs also to build the capacity of working professionals in the developing countries. Today's symposium, of course, to create awareness again among the women MSMEs, women entrepreneurs and MSMEs operated and owned by women. So how to be more innovative and how to make their MSMEs more sustainable. I think this is a very good platform for women to come discuss, share their problems, seek solutions and go to next level to build the network and to have more collaborations. for their technology, for their raw material, for their financial needs, and for their marketing, exports, and to have a quality oriented products. For all this, I think it is a very good platform because this ABCWI is association of 35 nations. That's what is learned. So wherever it is possible, so the B2B dialogues and B2C also, the business operations should happen. And wherever it is required, starting from awareness creation, imparting the training, and skill development, capacity building, registrations, their licenses, renewals, all the procedures and export documentation, market assistance, protecting their IP, all these services, NIMSB can help out the association further to help all the stakeholders and the members. One of the important terminology here is sustainable solutions. So sustainability is the responsibility, MSMEs, and also through other means, a lot of pollution and environmental, hazards are happening. So we need to take care of the sustainability aspects. And I wish all the MSMEs and women entrepreneurs, especially, to go for the sustainable technologies, adoption of sustainable technologies, or to go for sustainable products manufacturing or the services. So where they can offer good services to take care of the environment. And we should all practice sustainability as a responsibility. And to help out that, we have the schemes and the system. And I wish all the women entrepreneurs and this ABCWI best wishes and success. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I have come here to administer national pledge to all the participants here. So the purpose of this pledge is to make them understand the importance of vote and to vote ethically, fearlessly in all elections without being influenced by considerations of religion, race, caste, community, language, or any other inducement. The participants have taken this pledge seriously and they responded saying that they will spread this message, they will vote for sure, and they will make others also vote in these elections. So they understood that democracy, the success of a democracy is very, very important. Just as success of an entrepreneur is very important for his career, unless the country is successful, his success will not make any mark. So people understood the importance of this and they are going to spread this message. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. People should understand the value of the vote. Vote is more powerful, valuable, and precious than anything else in this world, because this can help them to elect right leaders. If there is a right leadership, naturally there will be very good growth. So people should know that vote is more powerful than, we should know that ballot is more powerful than bullet. So I request everyone to cast their vote.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Coming to this event was absolutely an eye-opener because the kind of support that is given to the startups are immense. The opportunities that are given for them to flourish is also good. They have been, being able to connect. There's an ability to do the networking, connect with the like-minded people. And also to scale up their business. I think these supports are much needed for any budding entrepreneur. And I think such initiatives will only be motivating more people to get into business and get a better opportunity to flourish their business rather than trying to do it themselves, and with the support of the network, with the support of the team. I think it's a really wonderful initiative. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So we're celebrating the World Creativity and Innovation Day today, which is the 21st. And this day is special. This is a day that was constituted by the UN to celebrate innovation and creative in daily life, not just for individuals, but society at large. And we have several knowledge partners who are supporting us in this today. There's ISF, which is the India Startup Foundation. We're now standing in the campus of NIMSMI, which is the National Institute of MSME. And we've got several other stakeholders from the larger sort of ecosystem that are helping us put this together. We have media partners, MyStartupTV. We've got some other partners who are supporting us with gifts, and we're looking forward to more support. So the role of women, I think women are very creative. If you were to look at your own life and in your families, they are creative at solving problems. They're multitaskers. So I think inherently, when we say women are born with empathy, I think they're also born with creativity. So in that sense, I think it's kind of established. But as an organization that's working with women entrepreneurs and is looking to strengthen an ecosystem for women entrepreneurs, I don't think it's so much about creativity by women entrepreneurs, but more innovation for women entrepreneurs that can allow them to be more creative than they already are. So I think we would like to support and strengthen an environment where they're allowed to innovate. And that can only happen if they have access to finance, they have access to markets, they have access to entrepreneurial education. It's not about where they are in their journey. It's an evolution, like any other evolution. I mean, men didn't learn to become businessmen before they were born. They've been in the business for years and years, and they've learned it. And I think it's now time that more and more women are getting into this, and we have to give them that evolution space. And in that space, we have to allow for innovation to happen and allow them to express themselves creativity. So I think that's what we're celebrating both as an organization and on this day today. I think there's no stage really, because in our membership, we've got a wide spectrum. If you look at the profiling of the members that we have, there are women who started their entrepreneurial journey some 50, 60, 70 years ago, when it was completely a man's world. No one was talking about gender equality, but they were out there wanting to lead it. Some also because they were entitled, they were born into families that were business families that allowed them to do it. But others who were very brave, risk-taking, entrepreneurial. At the other end of the spectrum, there are women who run home-based enterprises, and it's very small, and they're quite happy and content being small. In my conversations with a lot of these women entrepreneurs, not everybody wants to be the top of the game. At times it's only about being sustainable and, sufficiency. So I think it can happen at any stage of your life. We have a whole category that's called mompreneurs, or what we call the second innings. Because women are expected to do this. They're expected to look after the family, look after children, be the nurturer, in society. And now I think the environment is allowing women to come back. So I think it's a spectrum. There's no right, wrong time. I mean, start whenever you're ready to start, is what I would say. I think nature has created women to be resilient, nurturing, and, sustainable in a way that, you sort of keep it going, and you find ways to address gaps, take risks. I think it's part of how women are. But having said that, I don't think all women have the voice. Their societal conditions might not allow them to express themselves as they would. It could also be conditioning in society. So as an organization, ABWCI is also working on the softer issues to create this sort of environment where they can come out and talk about, their ideas. So
with one of our partners, ISF, we want to be able to reach out to not just existing entrepreneurs, but also those that are only just beginning to think about it. We want to get them out as well and expose them to like a 2.0 kind of a thing. What does it take to be an entrepreneur? Go figure that out first, and then decide if you want to become an entrepreneur or not. I'm a very non-roadmap kind of a person. I feel that we're living in times where 3-year plans, 5-year plans don't exist anymore. You need a revolving strategy. Things are changing drastically on a daily basis. My personal ambition, not so much only as the CEO of ABWCI, but as a woman who's seeing other women get into entrepreneurship, is that there needs to be a world where corporations, at least 10 to 12% of large corporates, should actually be sourcing their resources from women-led enterprises. If we can get to that in the next 3 or 5 years, I'd be very happy with where ABWCI is going. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
ABWCI is an excellent platform. We need these platforms for the women's voices to be heard adequately. There are enormous opportunities for entrepreneurs, especially women entrepreneurs, now, both in health, in food, and in high technology. Telangana State Innovation Cell and VHub will together all support women entrepreneurs to succeed in the state. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Session which we are having now is technology and innovation advancements across sectors. And this is going to be moderated by Mr. J. Chowdhury, founder ISF. And I request him to please come on stage.
And I see a lot of future, as B.V. Naidu was also mentioning. Next wave is going to be startup wave, and women entrepreneurs are going to lead. And I see a lot of women entrepreneurs are budding entrepreneurs who are going to be new entrepreneurs. I think future is all yours, and definitely ISF is there to support all of you. So with this one-line intro, I want my panelists to give their thoughts. How, as a responsible citizen of this great nation, how we can support this initiative. See, why we are supporting the entrepreneurs. Today morning, I told you that there is a news item in yesterday's newspaper. 60,000 people have been removed from the jobs from 3 companies, and 10 lakh people are going to be eliminated because of the automation. See, as long as job engine is moving fast in India with 1.5 billion population, all this 30-35 years, thanks to IT services industry, whether it's a diploma holder, 3rd class, 2nd class, they all got jobs. Most of them went to US. They're all now working in Wall Street and various other places. All that good run, gold run was all over. Now the complexities are coming. This many engineering colleges, this many private universities, they're all producing thousands and thousands of graduates, undergraduates every year. And existing people, as per the yesterday's report, they themselves are going to lose jobs. That number, 10 lakhs in 2 years, is not a small number. Then how India can bear, because unemployment rate with 1.5 billion population, more unemployed there on the roads, and every day you see Rasta Roko, Rail Roko, even existing GCC companies also. Why all this headache? For any IT company, it takes 1 week for them to relocate from one place to other place. So most of the GCCs, they are on lease accommodation. Just another place, they will take a building with internet facilities and move the people or employ the people. So what will happen? As it is, in fact, people say that in Hyderabad, a lot of commercial buildings are empty. With this news of yesterday's news, if more people are going to be removed, at the same time, freelancing is now order of the day. As per the World Economic Report, now particularly after the COVID, everybody feels, happy to working from the home. So there is a depth of distance. Whether you are in Timbuktu or Hyderabad or Silicon Valley, doesn't matter. If you have internet access, you can do your job. If freelancing is on the rise, why people have to come and work in a building in Hyderabad or Bangalore for that matter? So that situation, that means you have to compete with world freelancers, not just Hyderabad freelancers or Bangalore freelancers. You have to fight with Czechoslovakia, Poland, Vietnam, all those countries. So unfortunately, in all these years, we have removed most of the engineering colleges. No civil engineering, no mechanical engineering, no metallurgy engineering, no aviation, only ITES, and some IT related. Now IT is a tool. All the chat GPT, generative, this thing, they can create all that software and all that. So where the jobs are going to come, that's where now we have to debate, and why startups are important at this point of time, because startups are going to work not in today's technology. They are going to work on tomorrow's technology, and they are going to solve the real problem. While solving the real problem, if somebody is there to handhold, give the funding, and also provide the market access, they will create jobs. They will create wealth for this nation. While other jobs are getting eliminated as per the World Economic Forum report, we have to create new jobs within the country. In fact, morning also I was telling, the rural India, there are so many problems yet to be addressed. All those problems are opportunities for startups. So that's where the opportunities today. Now I want my esteemed panelists to talk about in their own area, whether they are in the fintech area or agri-tech area, where are the opportunities for the startups, and how your organization or in individual capacity, how you are going to help the ecosystem to become more robust, because all of us have to work. This is not the problem of only myself or somebody else and all. This is the problem for entire India, all the responsible citizens of this great nation. We have to see that how we can solve this problem in a meaningful way, and we don't have much time. Tsunami is coming. If you wait, tsunami will just take all the people away. Afterwards, if you want to do any tinkering to rectify, I don't think we can do that. So still there's a time. So how is that, as a responsible citizen, how do we react to this current issues, global issues, which are going to be in India, and how we are going to make India as #1 startup nation, creating the new jobs, creating the new wealth. With this, I'll request my panelists, Lakshmi, you can start.
I'm sitting here in the capacity of, I'm the head of engineering for Lloyds Bank. Lloyds is a very large UK bank, for those of you who are not aware of it. And they started up, right? Like you were saying as an example, they started up a large setup here in India, which clearly the tagline that we use is, we are late to the party, but not to the dance floor. So we want to be there and like really make it big. Like all the other fintechs, like the JP Morgans and the Wells Fargos of the world, we want to do that. To your point, sir, how can we do this? I can tell you one thing, we are massively hiring, right? Very, very big hiring spree. Do I get a lot of resumes? Yes, I do get a lot of resumes. Do I get like the quality I expect? Unfortunately, the answer is still no, right? And that is where I really look forward for this group of people to come up with innovative ideas, to have that level of in-depth knowledge. India, especially shockingly, has such a great knowledge in terms of fintech, product development, ideas. But end of the day, when I'm looking at a resume, when I need to hire people, I don't have the required skill set. I don't know what really happens. Probably it is they're getting lost in the system. I do not know that. That's one thing. Even the freshers, I think education system-wise, I think that's a huge impact we can make. If we are able to mentor them there, they come with very theoretic knowledge, and a lot of times not even that. It gets very difficult for them to understand what is the complexity I'm talking about when I'm saying a product issue, for them to visualize it, right? I think this kind of goes back grassroots, not just engineering. I think it goes back to schooling and all of that. I think we need to place more emphasis on real-time issues and more practical issues versus theoretic exam writing. I think we need to really get away from that aspect, is my personal opinion, right? That is something we've observed a lot.
I agree with you, Rashmi. We need disruptive reforms in the primary education, secondary education, also higher education. What NEP has done, they did some tinkering, but that tinkering is not going to help in this era of AI. The other important thing, Lakshmi, I want to ask you. See, most of the startups, they are looking for business with GCC companies like yours. And you are working on cutting-edge solutions. And since you are the engineering head for the Lloyds Bank, how a startup can approach you? What is the mechanism? And how ISF can interface that so that it's a win-win thing. They are going to solve your problem in a cost-effective way. And also there's an opportunity for the startup to get a business from you. How the interface can happen?
So the interface can happen with people like myself, definitely, right? We can create a forum. That is something that we are looking forward for. I'll give you an example. In fact, next week I'm hosting my business lead for enterprise like crime prevention. This person is responsible for entire bank's crime prevention system, right? In fact, we were looking forward to meeting some enterprise or local organizations, startup organizations who work in the cyber risk areas. So because Lloyds tends to be a lot more inward-looking company in the sense that the threat is made, we are looking how to work on it, right? We are looking for outward-driven companies where they are trying to look at threat perception and trying to predict it ahead of time. I think we do that, but not as significantly. My point is, we have it in all the areas. It can start with people like me and we can take it forward, and we always are looking forward to meeting more entrepreneurs in these, not necessarily this area, but a lot of, especially in the fintech.
Yeah, what I suggest, Lakshmi, since many people are not aware of even Lloyds Bank, the Lloyds Bank is new to, so we can have one ISF event around Lloyds Bank. There probably you can give a presentation, what Lloyds Bank, what technologies you're working, what are the opportunities startups. We'll invite all our ISF startups who are into fintech, all of this thing. Maybe that interactive session we can have.
I was just asking.
I'm new to this arena. For me, biomedical engineering is like now I see a lot of engineers are there, but I don't find real engineers. They are certificate holders, but there is no skills. Because everyone thinks that if I'm spending this much after completion of my engineering, how much I'm going to get. But he is not seeing what he is going to earn the knowledge. So real engineering skills are dying nowadays.
I totally agree with you. Already I mentioned, because most of the engineering colleges, except IT, they don't know anything, no domain knowledge. In fact, World Economic Forum report also says cross-domain skills is a must for any fellow to get a job in this current situation.
Sir, I'm one of the faculty member for AMTJ across 17 biomedical engineering. I'm one of the faculty member. I used to go and give a guest lecture. So private engineering also, they stop the biomedical engineering.
They are stopping all others other than IT.
No,
unfortunately.
Unfortunately, my domain area is hampered first. Because.
But I'll tell you, Armandrao, your domain area, there are a lot of opportunities for startups.
The point is that, sir, because startup is there. But
no, we will work offline. There are a lot of opportunities in biomedical engineering for startups.
I'm a biomedical graduate myself, PhD in it, but I've chosen a different background, but I'm still using all the techniques that are into the biomedical.
Thank you. Vishala, so I've been watching you as an entrepreneur for a very, very long time. Wherever you go, you really succeed in a very big way. Now I was told you are millet queen of India. So tell me, what are the opportunities in the millet and how you can create more jobs and more startups can be supported by your organization? Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. And that's a very big term. I don't accept it because the real millet queens are in the rural India. And the millet, as it is very small grain, as you know, and even the farmers who are growing millets are small and marginal farmers who have 1 to 3 acres land. And when they are not farming, they're actually agri-labor. So by bringing this millet to the mainstream, you are not only solving the nutrition issue which the current, the country and the world is facing, and also climate change issue, but you will be able to contribute to these women who are in the villages. And I see that they are the only next hope left in the world to solve the climate change issues, to solve the nutrition issues, to solve any issue that we are facing today. But all that they want, I'm not talking about the startups, they are the startups we need to empower in the village. So what do they need in millet farming? How it used to happen is, like, if you see the seeding to feeding image, right? They are called seed captains. They used to keep like 30-40 varieties of the seeds. And then if you see the production level, they are the one who actively play in the farming. And then processing, most of the women are employed in the processing sector. And if you see the marketing, are the small entrepreneurs selling the millet root, like Kumari auntie story that all of you, how famous she has become. So even in the kind of, making the live food, because hyper processing is also not good for country. Like the plastic, we are one way, we are talking about millets or like sustainable foods. And we have no other option of, serving like the live millet, which is more healthy. So you need more and more Kumari aunties in every streets making these rotis and making these porridges. And then even the food control, if you see, like they are the one who actually do the food control. So these are a very small and marginal farmers and agri-labor who are playing an active role in millet across the value chain. So the startups, the middle part is solved. Because of thanks to the International Year of Millets, a lot of startups like us who left very good jobs and then who who are very enthusiastic, we came. So the middle part is solved. What has to be solved is the production level, because there is a huge problem of at the production level, access to machinery, access to capital, access to knowledge, and then the third level, which is consumer awareness level. So if we can solve these two problems, the women, we are talking about the empowering them, I think it will be solved, and we will be able to solve lots of issues that we are facing today, providing livelihoods and all. So what we are doing, we are building a value chain, and we have introduced 40 plus millet products and also 200 plus craft products, because we call ourselves as a culture revival. I'm not talking about product. We have to revive the culture. Today we say that millet, it is good for, you. Tomorrow we say, you eat this, so